watched him."
"What do you mean you were there? Where?"
"At the practice field. Isa sent me to get some wild cherry bark, but when I got there, you were all there," she explained. "Isa needed the cherry bark, and I didn't know how long you were going to stay, so I waited and watched."
"Lesson?" Braud cut in. "Are you sure it was his first?" Braud remembered that day only too well. It still brought a blush of shame to his face.
"Yes, Braud, I'm sure," she replied.
"What else did you see?" Braud's eyes were narrowed, and his gestures clipped. Brunn, too, suddenly remembered what had happened in the practice field the day Zaug began Vorn's training, and he wasn't happy at the thought of a female witnessing the incident. Ayla hesitated.
"I saw the other men practicing, too," she answered, trying to evade the issue.
Then she saw Brunn's eyes become stern.
"And I saw Braud push Zaug down, and you got very mad at him, Brunn."
"All that? You saw the whole thing?" Braud demanded. He was livid with anger and embarrassment. Of all people, of all the people in the clan, why was she the one who had to see it? The more he thought about it, the more mortified he became, and the more furious. She was witness to Brunn's harshest denunciation of him. Braud even remembered how badly he missed his shots, and suddenly recalled that he had missed the hyena, too. The hyena she killed, a female, that female had shown him up. Every kind thought, every bit of gratitude he had so recently felt toward her vanished. "I'll be so glad when she's dead," he thought. "She deserves it." He couldn't bear the idea of her continuing to live with her knowledge of his supreme moment of shame. As from the expressions on his face, too bad, he thought, just when there was some chance of ending the animosity between them. Not that it matters any more. He continued the questioning. "You said you began to practice the same day as Vorn. Tell me about it."
"After you left, I walked across the field and saw the sling Braud threw on the ground. Everyone forgot about it after you got mad at Braud. I don't know why, but I just wondered if I could do it. I remembered Zaug's lesson and tried. It wasn't easy, but I kept trying all afternoon. I forgot how late it was getting. I hit the post once. It made me think I could do it again if I worked at it, so I kept the sling."
"I suppose you learned how to make one from Zaug, too?"
"Yes."
"And you practiced that summer?"
"Yes."
"Then you decided to hunt with it. But why did you hunt meat-eaters? They're more difficult, more dangerous, too. We've found dead wolves, even dead lynxes. Zaug always said they could be killed with a sling. You proved he was right. But why those?"
"I knew I could never bring anything back for the clan. I knew I wasn't supposed to touch a weapon. But I wanted to hunt. I wanted to try, anyway. Meat-eaters are always stealing food from us. I thought if I killed them, I would be helping. It wouldn't be such a waste. We don't eat them. So I decided to hunt them."
It satisfied Brunn's curiosity about why she chose predators, but not why she wanted to hunt in the first place. She was female. No woman ever wanted to hunt. "You know it was dangerous to try for the hyena from so far away. You might have hit Brock instead." Brunn was probing. He had been ready to try his bola, though the chances of killing the boy with one of the large stones was more than a possibility. But instant death from a cracked skull was preferable to the one the child faced, and at least they would have had the boy's body to bury, so he could be sent on his way to the spirit world with proper rituals. They would have been lucky to find scattered bones if the hyena had had his way.
"I knew I could hit it,"
Ayla answered simply. "How could you be sure? The hyena was out of range."
"He wasn't out of my range. I've hit animals before from that distance. I don't miss often."
"I thought I saw the marks of 2 stones, Brunn motioned.
"I threw 2 stones, Ayla confirmed. I taught myself after the lynx attacked me."
"You were attacked by a lynx?" Brunn pressed.
"Yes," Ayla nodded, and told of her close call with the large cat.
"What is your range?" Brunn asked. "No, don't tell me. Show me. Do you have your sling?"
Ayla nodded and got up. They all moved to the far end of the clearing where a small brook trickled over a rocky bed. She selected a few pebbles of the right size and shape. Jagged, sharp-edged broken pieces would work. "The small white rock beside the large boulder at the other end," she motioned. Brunn nodded. It was easily half again as far as any of them could hurl a stone. She sighted carefully, inserted a stone in her sling, and had a second one in the sling and on its way the next instant.
Zaug jogged over to confirm her accuracy. "There are 2 fresh chips knocked out of the white stone." "She hit the mark both times," he announced on his return, with a trace of wonder and the barest hint of pride. She was female. She should never have touched the sling. Clan tradition was absolutely clear on that. But she was good. Teaching her, whether he knew it or not. That double stone technique, he thought, that's a trick I'd like to learn. Zaug's pride was the pride of a true teacher for a pupil who excelled, a student who paid attention, learned well, and then did the master one better. And she had proved him right. Brun's eye caught a movement in the clearing. "Ayla!" he cried. "That rabbit! Get him!" She glanced in the direction he was pointing, saw the small animal bounding across the field, and dropped him. There was no need to check her accuracy. Brun looked at the girl appreciatively. She's quick, he thought. The idea of a woman hunting offended the leader's sense of propriety, but with Brun the clan always came first. Their safety, their security, their prosperity were foremost. In a corner of his mind he knew what an asset she could be to the clan. "No, it's impossible," he said to himself. "It's against the traditions. It's not the clan way." Kreb didn't have the same appreciation for her skill. If he had any doubts left, her exhibition convinced him. Ayla had been hunting. "Why did you ever pick up a sling in the first place?" Mogur gestured with a bleak, dark look. "I don't know." She shook her head and looked down. More than anything, she hated the thought of the magician's displeasure. "You did more than touch it. You hunted with it, killed with it, when you knew it was wrong." "My totem gave me a sign, Kreb. At least, I thought it was a sign." She was undoing the knots in her amulet. "After I decided to hunt, I found this." She handed the fossil cast to Mogur. A sign? Her totem gave her a sign? There was consternation among the men. Ayla's revelation put a new twist on the situation. But why did she decide to hunt? The magician examined it closely. It was a very unusual stone, shaped like a sea animal, but definitely a stone. It could have been a sign, but that didn't prove anything. Signs were between a person and his totem. No one could understand another person's signs. Mogur gave it back to the girl. "Kreb," she said pleadingly, "totem was testing me. I thought the way Braud treated me was the test. I thought if I could learn to accept it, my totem would let me hunt." Quizzical glances were cast in the young man's direction to see his reaction. Did she really think Braud was used by her totem to test her? Braud looked uncomfortable. "I thought when the lynx attacked me, it was a test, too. I almost stopped hunting after that. I was too afraid. Then I got the idea to try 2 stones, so I would have something to try again if I missed the first time. I even thought my totem gave me the idea." "I see," the holy man said. "I'd like some time to meditate on this, Brun. Maybe we should all think about it. We'll meet again tomorrow morning," he announced, "without the girl." Braud objected. "We all know the punishment she deserves." "Her punishment could be dangerous to the whole clan, Braud. I need to be absolutely sure there isn't something we've overlooked before I condemn her. We will meet again tomorrow." As the men returned to the cave, they talked among themselves. "I never knew of a woman who wanted to hunt," Droog said. "Could it have something to do with her totem? It's a male totem." "I didn't want to question Mogur's judgment at the time," Zaug said, "but I always did wonder about her cave lion, even with the marks on her leg. I don't doubt it any more. He was right. He always is." "Could she be part male?" Krug commented. "There's been some talk." "That would account for her unwomanly ways," Dorv said. "She must be killed. Everyone knows it." "You're probably right, Braud," Krug said. "Even if she is part male, I don't like the idea of a woman hunting," Dorv commented dourly. "I don't even like her being part of the clan. She's too different." "You know I've always felt that way, Dorv," Braud agreed. "I don't know why Brun wants to talk about it again. If I were leader, I'd just do it and be done with it." "It's not a decision to make lightly, Braud," said. "What's your hurry? One more day won't matter." Braud hurried ahead without bothering to respond. "Always sticking up for Brun. Why can't Brun make a decision? I've made up my mind. What good is all this talk? Maybe he's getting old, too old to lead any more." Ayla stumbled back after the men. She went straight to the cave to Kreb's hearth and sat on her sleeping fur, staring into space. Isa tried to coax her to eat, but she just shook her head. Upa wasn't sure what was going on, but something was troubling the tall, wonderful girl, the special friend she loved and idolized. She went to Ayla and crawled into her lap. Ayla held the small girl, silently rocking her. Somehow Upa knew she was a comfort. She didn't squirm to get down. She just allowed herself to be held and rocked, and finally fell asleep. Isa took the child from Ayla's arms and put her to bed, then retired to her own. But she didn't sleep. Her heart was too full of grief for the strange girl she called daughter, who sat staring at the glowing coals of the cooling fire. The morning dawned clear and cold. Ice was forming on the edges of the stream, and a thin film of solidified water covered the still, spring-fed pond near the mouth of the cave in the mornings, usually melted by the time the sun was high. Before very much longer, the clan would be confined to the cave for the winter. Isa didn't know if Ayla had slept. She was still sitting on her fur when the woman awoke. The girl was silent, lost in a world of her own, hardly conscious of her own thoughts. She just waited. Creb did not return to his hearth for the second night. Isa saw him shuffle into the dark crevice that was the entrance to his inner sanctum. He didn't come out again until morning. After the men left, Isa brought the girl some tea, but Ayla didn't respond to the medicine woman's gentle questions. When she returned, the tea was still beside the girl, cold and untouched. It's as though she's already dead, Isa thought. Her breath caught in her throat as the icy claw of sorrow gripped her heart. It was almost more than Isa could bear. Brunn led the men to a place in the lee of a large boulder, sheltered from the brisk wind, and had a fire built before he opened the meeting. It might encourage the men to be hasty, and he wanted to know the full range of their feelings and opinions. When he began, it was in the completely silent symbols used to address spirits, and it told the men this was not a casual gathering, but a formal meeting. The girl Ayla, a member of our clan, used a sling to kill the hyena that attacked Brock. For 3 years she has used the weapon. Ayla is female. By clan tradition, a female who uses a weapon must die. Does anyone have anything they want to say? Drug would speak, Brunn. Drug may speak. When the medicine woman found the girl, the spirits were angry with us and sent an earthquake to destroy our home. Maybe they weren't so angry. Maybe they just wanted a better place. And maybe they wanted us to find the girl. She is strange, unusual, like a sign from a totem. We have been lucky since we found her. I think she brings luck, and I think it comes from her totem. It's only part of her strangeness that she was chosen by the great cave lion. We thought she was peculiar because she liked to go into the water of the sea. But if she had not been so peculiar, Ona would be walking the spirit world now. Ona is only a girl, and not even born to my hearth, but I have grown to love her. Missed her. I'm grateful she didn't drown. She is strange to us, but we know little of the others. She is clan now, but she was not born clan. I don't know why she ever wanted to hunt. It's wrong for clan women to hunt, but maybe their women do. It doesn't matter. It was still wrong. But if she hadn't taught herself to use a sling, Brock would be dead too. It's not pleasant to think of the way he would have died. For a hunter to be killed by a meat-eater is one thing, but Brock is a baby. His death would have been a loss to the whole clan, Brunn, not just to Proud and you. If he had died, we wouldn't be sitting here trying to decide what to do about the girl who saved his life. One day be leader. I think the girl should be punished, but how can she be condemned to die? I am finished. Zaug would speak, Brunn. Zaug may speak. What Drug says is true. How can you condemn the girl when she saved Brock's life? She is different. She wasn't born clan, and maybe she doesn't think like a woman should. But except for the matter of the sling, she behaves like a good clan woman. She has been a model woman, obedient, respectful. That's not true. She's rebellious, insolent, Proud interrupted. I am speaking now, Proud, Zaug returned angrily. Brunn shot him a disapproving glance, and Proud curbed his outburst. True, Zaug continued. When the girl was younger, she was insolent to you, Proud. But you brought it on yourself. You're the one who let it bother you. If you act like a child, is it so strange that the girl does not treat you like a man? She has never been anything but dutiful and obedient to me, nor has she ever been insolent to any other man." Raud glowered at the old hunter, but held himself in check. "Even if it were not true," Zaug continued, "I have never seen anyone as good with a sling as she is. She says she learned from me. I never knew it, but I will say openly, I wish I had so apt a pupil to teach. And I must admit, I could learn from her now." She wanted to hunt for the clan, and when she couldn't, she tried to find another way to help the clan. She may have been born to the others, but in her heart she is clan. She has always put the interests of the clan before herself. She didn't think of the danger when she went after Ona. She may be able to move on the water, but I saw how tired she was when she brought Ona back. The sea could have taken her, too. She knew it was wrong for her to hunt, kept her secret hidden for 3 years, but she didn't hesitate when Brock's life was in danger. She is skilled with that weapon, more skilled than anyone I've ever seen. It would be a shame to let that skill go to waste. I say, let her be a benefit to the clan. Let her hunt." "No, no, no!" Raud jumped up in anger. "She is female." "Raud," the proud old hunter said, "I am not through. You may ask to speak when I am done." "Let Zaug finish, Raud," the leader cautioned. "If you do not know how to conduct yourself at a formal meeting, you may leave." Raud sat down again, struggling to control himself. "The sling is not an important weapon. I only began to develop my skill after I got too old to hunt with a spear. It's the other weapons that are the real men's weapons. I say, let her hunt, but only with a sling. Let the sling be the weapon of old men and women, or at least this one. I am finished now. Zaug, you know as well as I that it is more difficult to use a sling than a spear. Eat when the hunt was a failure. Don't belittle yourself for the girl's sake. With a spear, you only need a strong arm," Brunn said, "and strong legs and heart and good lungs and a great deal of courage," Zaug replied. "I wonder how much courage it took to face another lynx after being attacked by one alone with only a sling," Drug commented. "I wouldn't object to Zaug's suggestion if she hunts only with a sling. The spirits don't seem to object. She is still bringing us luck. What about our mammoth hunt?" "I'm not sure that's a decision we can make," Brunn said. "I don't see any way we can even allow her to live, much less hunt. Zaug, it's never been done before. Would the spirits really approve? What made you think of it anyway? Clan women don't hunt." "Yes, clan women don't hunt, but this one has. I probably wouldn't have thought of it if I didn't know she could, if I hadn't already seen her. All I'm saying is, let her continue to do what she has already done." "What do you say, Mogur?" Brunn asked. "What do you expect him to say? She lives at his hearth," Raud interjected bitterly. "Raud," Brunn stormed, "are you accusing Mogur of putting his own feelings, his own interests, before those of the clan? Is he not Mogur, the Mogur? Will not say what is right, what is true?" "No, Brunn. Raud has made a good point. My feelings for Ayla are well known. It's not easy to forget I love her. I think you should all remember that, even though I've tried to put emotions aside. I can't be sure that I have. I've been fasting and meditating since you returned, Brunn. Last night I found my way to memories I never knew, perhaps because I never looked. Long ago, long before we were clan, women helped men to hunt." There was a gasp of disbelief. "It's true. We will have a ceremony, and I will take you there. When we were first learning to make tools and weapons, and we were born with a knowing that was like memories, but different. Men did not always provide for women then. Like a mother bear, a woman hunted for herself and her children. It was later that men began to hunt for a woman and her young, and even later, before women with children stayed behind. When men began to care about the young, when they began to provide, it was the beginnings of the clan, and helped it to grow. If a mother of a young child died while she was trying to get food, the baby died too. But it wasn't until people stopped fighting each other and learned to cooperate, to hunt together, that the clan really began. Even then some women hunted, when they were the ones who talked to the spirits. Brun, done before. You are wrong. Clan women have hunted before. The spirits approved then, but they were different spirits. Ancient spirits, not the spirits of totems. They were powerful spirits, but they have long since gone to rest. I'm not sure if they can rightfully be called clan spirits. It wasn't that they were honored or venerated, more that they were feared. But they weren't evil, just powerful. The men were stunned. He spoke of times so ancient and so little recalled they were almost forgotten, almost new. Yet just his mentioning of them evoked a recollection of the fear, and more than one man shuddered. I doubt that women born to the clan now would ever want to hunt, Mogur continued. Good. It's been too long. Women have changed since then. So have men. But Ayla is different. The others are different, more different than we think. I don't think letting her hunt would make any difference as far as the other women are concerned. Her hunting, her wanting to hunt, surprises them as much as us. I have nothing more to say. Does anyone have anything more to say? Brun asked. He wasn't sure, though, that he was ready for more. Too many new ideas had already been proposed for comfort. Guv would speak, Brun. Guv may speak. I am only an acolyte. I don't know as much as Mogur. Looked something. Maybe it's because he has tried so hard to put aside his feeling for Ayla. He has concentrated on remembering, not on the girl herself. Perhaps out of fear it would be his love speaking and not his mind. He hasn't thought about her totem. Has anyone considered why a powerful male totem would choose a girl? He answered his own rhetorical question. Except for Ursus, the cave lion is the most powerful totem. The cave lion is more powerful than the mammoth. He hunts mammoth. Only the young and old, but he does hunt mammoth sometimes. The cave lion does not hunt mammoth. You're not making sense, Guv. You say the cave lion hunts mammoth, then you say he doesn't, Brun gestured. He does. We overlook that when we speak of protective totems. Even the male cave lion is the protector. But who is the hunter? The largest meat-eater of all, the strongest hunter, is the lioness, the female. Is it not true she brings her kill to her mate? He can kill, but his job is to protect while she hunts. It's curious that a cave lion would choose a girl, isn't it? Has anyone ever thought that perhaps her totem is not the cave lion, but the cave lioness? The female? The hunter? Couldn't that explain why the girl wanted to hunt, why she was given a sign? Maybe it was the lioness who gave her the sign. Maybe that's why she was marked on her left leg. Is it really more exceptional for her to hunt than it is for her to have such a totem? I don't know if it's true, but you must admit it's reasonable. Whether her totem is cave lion or cave lioness, if she was meant to hunt, can we deny it? Can we deny her powerful totem? And do we dare condemn her for doing what her totem wishes? Guv concluded. I am finished. Brun's head was whirling. Ideas were coming at him too fast. He needed time to think, to work it out. Of course it's the lioness who hunts. But who ever heard of a female totem? The spirits, the essences of protective spirits are all male, aren't they? Someone who spends long days dwelling on the ways of the spirits would come to the conclusion that the totem of the girl who had been hunting was the hunter of the species that embodied her totem. But Brun wished Guv hadn't brought up the idea of denying the wishes of so powerful a totem. The whole concept of a woman hunting was so unique, so thought-provoking, that several of the men had been jarred into making the small incremental step that pushed the frontiers of their comfortable, secure, well-defined world. Each man spoke from his own viewpoint, from his own area of concern or interest, and each had pushed forward the frontier only in that one small area. But Brun had to embrace them all, almost too much. He felt duty-bound to consider every aspect before he made a judgment, and he wished he had time to mull them over carefully. But a decision could not be held off much longer. Does anyone else have any more opinions? Braud would speak, Brun. Braud may speak. All these ideas are interesting, and may give us something to think about on cold winter days, but the traditions of the clan are clear. Born to the others or not, the girl is clan. Clan females may not hunt. They may not even touch a weapon or any tool that is used to make a weapon. We all know the punishment. She must die. It makes no difference if long ago women once hunted. Because a she-bear hunts or a lioness doesn't mean a woman may. Brings luck to the clan. It makes no difference if she is good with a sling, or even that she saved the life of the son of my mate. I am grateful for that, of course. Everyone has noticed I said so many times on the way back, I'm sure. But it makes no difference. The traditions of the clan make no allowances. A woman who uses a weapon must die. We cannot change that. It is the way of the clan. This whole meeting is a waste of time. There is no other decision you can make, Brun. I am finished. Raud is right, Dorv said. It is not our place to change the traditions of the clan. One exception leads to another. Soon there would be nothing we can count on. The punishment is death. The girl must die. There were a couple of nods of agreement. Brun did not respond immediately. Raud is right, he thought. What other decision can I make? She saved Brock's life, but she used a weapon to do it. Brun wasn't any closer to a resolution than he was the day Ayla pulled out her sling and killed the hyena. I will take all your thoughts into consideration before I make my decision. But now I want to ask each of you to give me a definite answer, the leader finally said, round the fire. They each clenched a fist and held it in front of their chests. A movement up and down would mean an affirmative answer. A lateral movement of the fist, no. Rod, Brun began with his second in command. Do you think the girl Ayla should die? Rod hesitated. He sympathized with the leader's dilemma. He had been Brun's second for many years. He could almost read the leader's thoughts, and his respect for him had grown with time. But he could see no alternative. He moved his fist up, then down. What other choice is there, Brun? He added. Rod says yes. Drug? Brun asked, turning to the toolmaker. Drug did not hesitate. He moved his fist across his chest. Drug says no. Drug, how about you? Drug looked at Brun, then Mogur, and finally Braud. He moved his fist up. Drug says yes, the girl should die, Brun confirmed. Guv? The young acolyte responded immediately by drawing his fist across his chest. Guv's opinion is no. Braud? Braud moved his fist up before Brun could say his name, and Brun moved on just as quickly. He knew Braud's answer. Yes. Zaug? The old slingmaster sat up proudly and moved his fist back and forth across his chest with an emphasis that left no doubt. And went up, and before he could bring it down, all eyes turned toward Mogur. Dorv says yes. Mogur? What is your opinion? Brun asked. He had guessed what the others would say, but the leader wasn't sure about the old magician. Treb agonized. He knew the clan traditions. He blamed himself for Ayla's crime, for giving her too much freedom. He felt guilty about his love for her, afraid it would usurp his reason, afraid he would think of himself before his duty to his clan, and began to move his fist up. Logically, he decided she must die. But before he could start the movement, his fist jerked to the side, as though someone had grabbed it and moved it for him. He could not bring himself to condemn her, though he would do what he must once the decision was made. He had no choice. The choice was Brun's, and only Brun's. The opinions are evenly divided, the leader announced. The decision was never anything but mine anyway. I only wanted to know how you felt. I will need some time to think about what was said today. Mogur says we will have a ceremony tonight. That's good. I will need the help of the spirits, and we all may need their protection. You will know my decision in the morning. She will know then, too. Go now, and prepare for the ceremony. Inns, and dropped intermittent icy showers as they passed. But Brun was as oblivious to the rain as he was to the last dying embers sputtering in the fireplace. It was nearing dark when he finally hauled himself up and plodded slowly back to the cave. He saw Ayla still sitting where he had seen her when they left in the morning. She expects the worst, he said to himself. What else can she expect? Chapter 16. The clan gathered outside the cave early. A chill east wind was blowing, hinting of icier blasts, but the sky was clear, and the morning sun just above the ridge, bright, in contrast to the somber mood. They avoided each other's eyes, arms hung limp with the absence of conversation, as they shuffled to their places to learn the fate of the strange girl who was no stranger to them. Uba could feel her mother shaking, and her hand gripped so hard it hurt. The child knew it was more than the wind that made her mother shiver so hard. Kreb was standing at the mouth of the cave. Never had the great magician seemed more forbidding, his ravaged face set in chiseled granite, his single eye opaque as stone. At a signal from Brunn, he limped into the cave, slowly, wearily, weighted by an overwhelming burden. He walked into his hearth and looked at the girl sitting on her fur. Supreme effort of will forced himself to approach her. "Ayla," he said gently. The girl looked up. "It's time. You must come now." Her eyes were dull, uncomprehending. "You must come now, Ayla. Brunn is ready," Kreb repeated. Ayla nodded and dragged herself up. Her legs were stiff from sitting so long. She hardly noticed. She followed dumbly behind the old man, staring at the trampled dust still bearing traces of those who had walked that way before. A heel mark, the imprint of toes, the blurred outline of a foot encased in a loose leather pouch, the round butt of Kreb's staff, and the furrow of his dragging lame leg. She stopped when she saw Brunn's feet, dropped to the ground. At a light tap on her shoulder, she forced herself to look up into the clan leader's face. The impact jolted her to awareness and awakened an undefinable fear. It was familiar. Low, swept-back forehead, heavy brows, large beaky nose, grizzled beard. But the proud, stern, hard look in the leader's eyes was gone, replaced by sincere compassion and luminous sorrow. "Ayla," he said aloud, then continued with the formal gestures reserved for serious occasions. "Girl of the clan, the traditions are ancient. We have lived by them for generations, almost as long as the clan has existed. We're not born to us, but you are one of us, and you must live or die by those same customs. While we were north hunting mammoth, you were seen using a sling, and you have hunted with a sling before. Clan females may not use weapons. That is one of our traditions. The punishment, too, is part of the traditions. It is the clan way. It may not be changed." Brunn leaned forward and looked into the frightened blue eyes of the girl. "I know why you used the sling, Ayla, though I still can't understand why you ever started. Brock would not be alive if it hadn't been for you." He straightened, and with the most formal of gestures, made so everyone could see, he added, "is grateful to the girl for saving the life of the son of the mate of the son of my mate." A few glances passed among the watching clan. It was a rare concession for a man to make publicly, and more rare for a leader to admit gratitude to a mere girl. "But the traditions make no allowances," he continued. He made a signal to Mogur, and the magician entered the cave. "I have no choice, Ayla. Mogur is now setting the bones, and speaking aloud the names of those who are unmentionable, names known only to Mogurs, cursed with death." Ayla felt the blood drain from her face. Issa screamed and sustained it in a high-pitched wail, keening for her lost child. The sound was abruptly cut off as Brunn held up his hand. "I am not finished," he motioned. In the sudden silence, glances of expectant curiosity passed quickly among the clan. What else could Brunn have to say? "The traditions of the clan are clear, and as leader I must follow the customs. A female who uses a weapon must be cursed with death, or customs that say for how long. Ayla, you are cursed with death for 1 whole moon. If, by the grace of the spirits, you are able to return from the other world after the moon has gone through its cycle once and is in the same phase as now, you may live with us again." Commotion stirred the group. It was unexpected. "That's true," Zaug motioned. "Nothing says the curse must be permanent. But what difference does it make? How can someone be dead for so long and live again? A few days, maybe, but a whole moon?" Drew questioned. "If the curse was only for a few days, it would fulfill the punishment," Goov said. Some Mogurs believe the spirit never goes to the next world if the curse is short. It just hovers around waiting for the time to pass so it can come back if it's able. If the spirit stays near, the evil ones will too.
Number 9. Please insert disc number 10. This is disc number 10.
Goove said. Some Mogurs believe the spirit never goes to the next world if the curse is short. It just hovers around waiting for the time to pass so it can come back if it's able. Spirit stays near, the evil ones will too. It's a limited death curse, but it's so long, it might as well be permanent. It satisfies the customs. Then why didn't he just curse her and be done? Braud motioned angrily. There's nothing in the traditions about temporary death curses for her crime. She's supposed to die for it. The death curse is supposed to be the end of her. Do you really think she might come back? Goove asked. I don't think anything. I just want to know why Brunn didn't just curse her. Can't he make a simple decision anymore? Braud was flustered by the pointed question. It brought out in the open the idea everyone had privately wondered. Would Brunn impose a temporary death curse if he didn't think there was some chance, no matter how remote, that she might return from the dead? Brunn had wrestled with his dilemma the whole night. Ayla had saved the baby's life. It wasn't right that she should die for it. He loved the child, and he was sincerely grateful to her. But there was more to it than his personal feelings. The traditions demanded her death. But there were other customs, too. Obligation. Customs that said a life for a life. She carried part of Brock's spirit. She deserved, she was owed something of equal value. She was owed her life. Only with the first faint light of dawn had he finally thought of a way. Some hardy souls had returned after a temporary death curse. It was a long chance, almost no chance at all, just the barest glimmer of hope. In return for the life of the child, he gave her the one slim chance he could. It wasn't enough, but he could offer no more, and it was better than nothing at all. Suddenly, a deadly silence fell. Mogur was standing at the mouth of the cave, Death himself, ancient and drawn. There was no need for him to signal. It was done. Mogur had fulfilled his duty. Ayla was dead. Issa's wail pierced the air. Then Olga began, and Abra. Then all the women joined Issa, keening in sympathy with her. Ayla saw the woman she loved overwrought with grief, and ran to her to comfort her. But just as she was about to throw her arms around the only mother she could remember, Issa turned her back, and moved away to avoid the embrace. It was as though she didn't see her. The girl was confused. She looked at Abra questioningly. She went to Aga, then Ovra. No one saw her. When she approached, they turned away or moved aside, not deliberately to let her pass, but as though they had planned to move away before she came. She ran to Olga. "It's me. It's Ayla. I'm standing right here. Don't you see me?" she motioned. Olga's eyes glazed over. She turned around and walked away, making no response, no sign of recognition, as though Ayla were invisible. Ayla saw Kreb walking toward Issa. She ran to him. "Kreb, it's Ayla. I'm here," she gestured frantically. The old magician kept walking, barely turning aside to avoid the girl who crumpled at his feet, put an inanimate boulder in his path. "Kreb," she wailed, "why can't you see me?" She got up and ran back to Issa. "Mother, Mother, look at me. Look at me," she gesticulated in front of the woman's eyes. Issa began a high-pitched wail again. She flailed her arms and pounded her chest. "My child, my Ayla, my daughter is dead. She is gone, my poor, poor Ayla. She lives no more." Ayla spied Uba hugging her mother's legs in fear and confusion. She knelt down in front of the little girl. "You see me, don't you, Uba? I'm right here." Ayla saw recognition register in the child's eyes. The next moment, Abra swooped down and carried the little girl away. "I want Ayla," Uba motioned, struggling to get down. Ayla is dead, Uba. She's gone. That's not Ayla. It's only her spirit. It must find its way to the next world. If you try to talk to it, if you see it, the spirit will try to take you with it. It will bring you bad luck if you see it. Don't look at it. You don't want bad luck, do you, Uba? Ayla slumped to the ground. She hadn't really known what a death curse meant and had imagined all kinds of horrors, but the reality was far worse. Ayla had ceased to exist for the clan. It was no sham, no act put on to frighten her. She did not exist. She was a spirit who happened to be visible, who still gave a semblance of life to her body. But Ayla was dead. Death was a change of state to the people of the clan, a journey to another plane of existence. The life force was an invisible spirit. It was obvious. A person could be alive one moment and dead the next, with no apparent change, except that that which caused movement and breath and life was gone. The essence that was the real Ayla was no longer a part of their world. It had been forced to move on to the next. It mattered not at all if the physical part that remained behind was cold and unmoving, or warm and animated. It was only another step to believe the essence of life could be driven away. If her physical body didn't know it yet, it would soon enough. No one really believed she would ever return, not even Brunn. Her body, the empty shell, could never remain viable until her spirit was allowed to return. Without the life spirit, the body couldn't eat, couldn't drink, and would soon deteriorate. If such a concept was firmly believed, and if loved ones no longer acknowledged existence, there was no existence, no reason to eat or drink or live. But as long as the spirit stayed near the cave, animating the body, though no longer a part of it, the forces that drove it away hovered nearby too, might harm those still living, might try to take another life with them. It was not unknown for the mate or another close loved one of someone who had been cursed to die soon afterward themselves. The clan didn't care if the spirit took the body with it or left the unmoving shell behind, but they wanted the spirit of Ayla to go, and go quickly. Ayla watched the familiar people around her. They moved away, began doing routine tasks, but there was a strain. Creb and Isa went into the cave. Ayla got up and followed. No one tried to stop her. Only Uba was kept away. Children were thought to have extra protection, but no one wanted to push it too far. Ayla's belongings, including her sleeping furs and the stuffing of dried grass that lined the scooped-out hollow in the ground, and carried them outside the cave. Creb went with her, stopping to get a burning brand from the cave fire. The woman dumped everything beside an unlit fireplace Ayla hadn't noticed before, and hurried back into the cave while Creb started a fire. He made silent gestures over her things and the fire, most of them unfamiliar to the girl. With growing dismay, Ayla watched Creb start to feed each of her things to the hot flames. There would be no burial ceremony for her. That was part of the punishment, part of the curse. But all traces of her had to be destroyed. There must be nothing left that might hold her back. He watched her digging stick catch fire, then her collecting basket. The padding of dried grass, clothing, everything went into the fire. She saw Kreb's hand tremble as he reached for her fur wrap. He clutched it to his breast for a moment, then threw it on the fire. Ayla's eyes overflowed. "Creb, I love you," she gestured. He didn't seem to see. With a sinking feeling of horror, she watched him pick up her medicine bag, the one Isa had made for her just before the ill-fated mammoth hunt, and add it to the smoking flames. "No, Creb, no, not my medicine bag," she pleaded. It was too late, already burning. Ayla could stand no more. She tore blindly down the slope and into the forest, sobbing her heartache and desolation. She didn't see where she was going, and she didn't care. Branches reached out to block her way, but she plowed through them, tearing gashes in her arms and legs. She splashed through icy cold water, but didn't notice her soaked feet or feel them getting numb until she stumbled over a log and sprawled on the ground. She lay on the cold, damp earth, wishing death would hurry and relieve her of her misery. She had nothing, no family, no clan, No reason to live. She was dead. They said she was dead. The girl was close to having her wish granted. Lost in her private world of misery and fear, she hadn't eaten or drunk since her return more than 2 days before. She wore no warm clothing. Her feet ached with cold. She was weak and dehydrated, an easy target for a quick death from exposure. But there was something inside her stronger than her death wish. The same thing that had kept her going before, when a devastating earthquake left the 5-year-old girl bereft of love and family and security. An indomitable will to live, a stubborn survival instinct, would not let her quit while she still drew breath, still had life to go on. The stop had rested her. Bleeding from scratches and shivering with cold, she sat up. Her face had landed on damp leaves, and she licked her lips, her tongue reaching for the moisture. She was thirsty. She couldn't remember ever being so thirsty in her life. The gurgle of water nearby brought her to her feet. After a long, satisfying drink of cold water, she pushed on. She was shivering so hard her teeth chattered, and it hurt to walk on her cold, aching feet. She was light-headed and disconcerted. Her activity warmed her a little, but her lowered body temperature was having its effects. She didn't know for sure where she was. She had no destination in mind, but her feet followed a route traveled many times before, in her brain by repetition. Time had no meaning for her. She didn't know how long she had been walking. She climbed up along the base of a steep wall, beyond a misty waterfall, and became conscious of a familiar feeling to the area. Walking out of a sparse coniferous forest, intermixed with dwarfed birch and willow, she found herself at her high, secluded meadow. She wondered how long it had been since she visited the place. She had seldom gone there after she started hunting, except for the time she taught herself the double stone technique. It had always been a place for practicing, not hunting. Had she been there at all that summer? She couldn't recall. Pushing aside the thick, tangled branches that hid it even without foliage, the old sleeping fir, she said to herself, thinking back to the time she had brought it up so long before. Some ground squirrels had made a nest in it, but when she took it outside and shook it out, she saw it was not too badly damaged, a little stiff with age, but the dry cave had preserved it. She wrapped it around herself, grateful for its warmth, and went back into the cave. There was a leather hide, an old cloak she had brought to the cave to stuff grass under for a pad. I wonder if that knife is still here, she thought. The shelf is down, but it ought to be somewhere near it. There it is. Ayla picked the flint blade out of the dirt off and began to cut up the old leather cloak. She removed her wet foot coverings and threaded the thongs through holes cut into the circles she had cut, then wrapped her feet with dry ones, stuffing them with insulating sedge grass from under the cloak. She spread the wet ones out to dry and began to take stock. I need a fire, she thought. The dry grass will make good tinder. She shoved it together and piled it next to a wall. The shelf is dry. I can shave it for kindling, and use it as a base to start a fire, too. I need a stick to twirl against it. There's my birch bark drinking cup. I could use that for a fire, too. No, I'll save it for water. Looking inside, what's this? My old sling. I didn't know I left it here. I guess I just made another one. She held the sling up. It's too small, and the mice got to it. I'll need a new one. She stopped and stared at the strip of leather in her hands. I was cursed. Because of this, I was cursed. I'm dead. How can I be thinking about fires and slings? I'm dead. But I don't feel dead. I feel cold and hungry. Can a dead person feel cold and hungry? What does dead feel like? Is my spirit in the next world? I don't even know what my spirit is. Krebs says no one can see spirits, but he can talk to them. Why couldn't Krebs see me? Why couldn't anyone see me? I must be dead. Then why am I thinking about fires and slings? Because I'm hungry. Should I use a sling to get something to eat? Why not? I've already been cursed. What more can they do to me? But this one's no good. What can I use to make a new one? The cloak? No, it's too stiff.
It's been out here too long. I need soft, pliable leather. She looked around the cave. Can't even kill anything to make a sling if I don't have one. Where can I find soft leather? Then sat down in despair. She looked down at her hands in her lap, then suddenly noticed what her hands were resting on. My wrap! My wrap is soft and pliable. I can cut a piece out of it. She brightened and started looking around the cave with enthusiasm again. Here's an old digging stick. I don't remember leaving one here. And some dishes. That's right, I did bring some shells up. I am hungry. I wish there was something to eat around here. Wait, there is. I didn't collect the nuts this year. They should be all over the ground outside. She hadn't realized it yet, but Ayla had begun to live again. And ate as many as her stomach, shrunken from lack of food, could hold. Then she took off the old fur and her wrap and cut a piece from it for a sling. The strip didn't have the bulging pocket to hold the stones, but she thought it would work. She had never hunted animals for food before, and the rabbit was quick, but not quick enough. She thought she remembered passing a beaver dam. She got the aquatic animal just as it was diving for the water. On her way back, she saw a small, gray, chalky boulder near the creek. That's flint. I know that's flint. She picked up the nodule and hauled it back with her, too. She took the rabbit and beaver inside the cave and went back out to gather wood and find a hammerstone. A fire stick, she thought. It should be good and dry. This wood is a little damp. She noticed her old digging stick. That should work, she said to herself. It was a little difficult to start a fire by herself. She was used to alternating the downward-pressured twirling motion with another woman to keep it spinning. After intense effort and concentration, a smoldering chunk of the fire platform slipped onto the bed of dry tinder. She blew at it carefully and was rewarded with small, licking flames. She added the dry kindling piece by piece, then larger pieces of the old shelf. When the fire was firmly established, she laid on the larger chunks of wood she had collected. Cheerful fire warmed the small cave. I'm going to have to make a cooking pot, she thought as she spitted the skinned rabbit and laid the beaver tail on top to add its fatty richness to the lean meat. I'm going to need a new digging stick and a collecting basket. Crab burned my collecting basket. He burned everything, even my medicine bag. Why did he have to burn my medicine bag? Tears began to well up and soon spilled down her cheeks. Isa said I was dead. I begged her to look at me, but she just said I was dead. Why couldn't she see me? I was standing right there, right in front of her. The girl cried for a while, then sat up straight and wiped away her tears. New digging stick. I'll need a hand axe, she said to herself firmly. While the rabbit was cooking, she nabbed herself a hand axe the way she had learned by watching Drew, and with it chopped down a green branch to make a digging stick. Then she gathered more wood and stacked it inside the cave. She could hardly wait for the meat to cook. The smell made her mouth water and her empty stomach growl. She was sure nothing had ever tasted so good when she took her first bite. It was dark by the time she was through, and Ayla was glad for the fire. She banked it to be sure it wouldn't die before morning, and lay down wrapped in the old fur, but sleep eluded her. While the dismal events of the day marched through her mind in woeful procession, not realizing when tears started to flow. She was afraid, but more, she was lonely. She hadn't spent a night alone since Isa found her. Finally, exhaustion closed her eyes, but her sleep was disturbed by bad dreams. She called out for Isa, and she called out for another woman in a language all but forgotten. But there was no one to comfort the desperately, achingly lonely girl. Ayla's days were busy, filled with activity to ensure her survival. She was no longer the inexperienced, unknowledgeable child she was at 5. During the years with the clan, she had had to work hard, but she had learned in the process. Built tight, waterproof baskets to carry water and for cooking, and made herself a new collecting basket. She cured the skins of animals she hunted and made rabbit fur linings for the insides of her foot coverings, leggings wrapped and tied with cord, and hand coverings made in the style of foot coverings,
circular pieces that tied at the wrist in a pouch, but with slits cut in the palms for thumbs. She made tools from flint and collected grass to make her beds softer. The meadow grasses supplied food, too. They were top-heavy with seeds and grains. In the immediate vicinity were also nuts, high-bush cranberries, bearberries, hard small apples, cheap potato-like roots, and edible ferns. She was pleased to find milk vetch, the non-poisonous variety of the plant whose green pods held rows of small round legumes, and she even collected the tiny hard seeds from dried pigweed to grind and add to grains that she cooked into mush. Her environment supplied her needs. She decided shortly after she arrived that she needed a new fur wrap. Winter held back the worst of its weather, but it was cold, and she knew the snow would not be long in coming. She thought first of a lynx fur. The lynx held a special meaning for her, but its meat would be inedible, at least to her taste, and food was as important to her as fur, her immediate needs as long as she was able to hunt. But she needed to lay in a store for the time ahead when snow would keep her in the cave. Food was now her reason for hunting. She hated the thought of killing one of the gentle, shy creatures that had shared her retreat for so long, and she wasn't sure if a deer could be killed with a sling. She was surprised they still used the high pasture when she saw the small herd, but decided she had to take advantage of the opportunity before they moved to lower elevations. A stone hurled with force at close range felled a doe, and a hard blow with a wooden club finished it off. The fur was thick and soft. Nature had prepared the animal for the cold winter, welcome supper. When the smell of fresh meat brought a bad-tempered wolverine, a swift stone killed it and reminded her the first animal she ever killed was a wolverine who had been stealing from the clan. Wolverines were good for something, she had told Olga. Frost from breathing did not build up on the fur of a wolverine. Their pelts always made the best hoods. This time I will make a hood from his pelt, she thought, dragging the slain scavenger back to the cave. She built fires in a circle around her lines of drying meat to keep other carnivores away and to hasten the process of drying, and she rather liked the taste the smoke gave to the meat. She dug a hole in the rear of her cave, shallow, since the layer of earth was not deep at the back of the small crack in the mountain, and lined it with stones from the stream. After her meat was stored, she covered her cache with heavy rocks. Her new fur, cured while the meat was drying, had a smoky odor, too, but it was warm, and with the old one made her bed comfortable. The deer provided a water bag, too, from its well-washed, waterproof stomach, and sinew for cord, and fat from the lump above its tail where the animal stored its winter supply. She worried about snow every day while her meat was drying, and slept outside within her circle of fires to keep them fed during the night. She felt relieved and much more secure once it was safely stashed away. When a heavily overcast sky hid the moon, she thought the passage of time. She remembered exactly what Brunn had said. If, by the grace of the spirits, you are able to return from the other world after the moon has gone through its cycle once and is in the same phase as now, you may live with us again. She didn't know if she was in the other world, but more than anything, she wanted to go back. She wasn't really sure if she could, didn't know if they would see her if she went back, but Brunn said she could, and she clung to the leader's words. Only how would she know when she could return if the clouds covered the moon? She remembered a time long before when Kreb showed her how to make notches on a stick. The collection of notched sticks he kept in a part of the hearth, off limits for the other members of his household, were tallies of the times between significant events. Once, out of curiosity, she decided to keep track of something like he did, and since the moon moved through repetitive cycles, she decided it would be fun to see how many notches it would take to complete one cycle. When Kreb found out, he scolded her severely. The reprimand reinforced her memory of the occasion, as well as warning her not to do it again. She worried a whole day how she would ever know when she could return to the cave before she remembered that time, and decided to notch a stick every night. No matter how she tried to control them, tears came to her eyes every time she made a mark. Triggered memories of love and warmth. A startled rabbit bounding across her path reminded her of long, shambling walks with Kreb. She loved his craggy, one-eyed, scarred old face. The thought of it filled her eyes to overflowing. Seeing a plant she had gathered for Isa, Ayla would burst into sobs, remembering the woman explaining how it was used, and a freshet of new tears came when she recalled Creb burning her medicine bag. Nights were the worst. She was accustomed to being alone during the day from her years of roaming the countryside gathering plants or hunting, but she had never been away from people at night. At the fire and its glowing reflection dancing against the wall, she cried for the companionship of those she loved. In some ways she missed Uba most of all. Often she hugged her fur to her chest and rocked back and forth, humming softly under her breath as she had done so often with Uba. Her environment supplied her physical needs, but not her human needs. The first snow sifted down silently during the night. Ayla exclaimed with delight when she stepped out of her cave in the morning. The pristine whiteness softened the contours of the familiar landscape, creating a magical dreamland of fantastic shapes and mythical plants. Bushes had top hats of soft snow. Conifers were dressed in new gowns of white finery. Air-exposed limbs were clothed in shining coats that outlined each twig against the deep blue sky. Ayla looked at her footprints, marring the perfect smooth layer of glistening white, then ran across the snowy blanket, crossing and recrossing her own path to make a complex design whose original intent was lost in the execution. She started to follow the tracks of a small animal, then spontaneously changed her mind and climbed out on the narrow ledge of the rocky outcrop swept clean of snow by the wind. The entire mountain range, marching up behind her in a series of majestic peaks, was covered with white, shadowed in blue. It sparkled in the sun like a gigantic luminous jewel. Spread out before her showed the lowest reaches of the snowfall. The blue-green sea, whipped to a frothy foam of waves, nestled between the cleft of snow-covered hills, but the steppes to the east were still bare. Ayla saw tiny figures scuttling across the white expanse directly below her. It had snowed at the cave of the clan, too. One of the figures seemed to shuffle with a slow limp. Suddenly the magic left the snowy landscape, and she climbed back down. The second snowfall had no magic at all. The temperature dropped sharply. Whenever she left the cave, fierce winds drove sharp needles into her bare face, leaving it raw. The blizzard lasted 4 days, the snow so high against the wall it nearly blocked the entrance to her cave. She tunneled out, using her hands and a flat hip bone of the deer she had killed, and spent the day gathering wood. Drying the meat had depleted the supply of fallen wood nearby, and floundering through deep snow left her exhausted. She was sure she had food enough to last her, but she hadn't been as careful about stockpiling wood. She wasn't sure she had enough, and if it snowed much more, her cave would be buried so deep she wouldn't be able to get out. For the first time since she found herself at her small cave, she feared for her life. The elevation of her meadow was too high. If she got trapped in her cave, she'd never last through the winter, prepare for the entire cold season. Ayla returned to her cave in the afternoon and promised herself to get more wood the next day. By morning, another blizzard was howling with full force, and the entrance to her cave was completely blocked. She felt closed in, trapped, and frightened. She wondered how deeply she was buried under the snow. She found a long branch and poked it up through the branches of the hazelnut bush, knocking snow into her cave. She felt a draft and looked up to see snow flying horizontally in the driving wind. She left the branch in the hole and went back to her fire. It was fortunate she had decided to measure the height of the drift. The hole, kept open by the stick, brought fresh air into the tiny space she occupied, and so did she. Without the air hole, she could easily doze into a sleep from which she'd never wake up. She had been in more danger than she knew. She found she didn't need much of a fire to keep the cave warm. The snow, trapping minuscule air pockets between its frozen crystals, was a good insulator. Her body heat alone could almost have kept the small space warm. But she needed water. The fire was more important to melt snow than to maintain heat. Alone in the cave, lit only by the small fire, the only way she could tell the difference between day and night was by the dim light that filtered in through the air hole during the daytime. A notch on her stick each evening when the light faded. With nothing much to do except think, she stared long at the fire. It was warm, and it moved, and, enclosed in her tomb-like world, it began to take on a life of its own. She watched it devour each stick of wood, leaving only a residue of ash. Does fire have a spirit, too? She wondered. Where does the fire spirit go when it dies? Kreb says when a person dies, the spirit goes to the next world. Am I in the next world? Doesn't feel any different. Lonelier, that's all. Maybe my spirit is someplace else. How do I know? I don't feel like it, though. Maybe. I think my spirit is with Kreb and Isa and Uba. But I'm cursed. I must be dead. Why would my totem give me a sign, knowing I'd be cursed? Why would I think he gave me a sign if he didn't? I thought he tested me. Maybe this is another test. Or has he deserted me? But why would he choose me and then desert me? Maybe he didn't desert me. Maybe he went to the spirit world for me. Maybe he's the one who's fighting the evil spirits. He could do it better than I could. Maybe he sent me here to wait. Could it be that he's still protecting me? What am I? I'm alone. That's what I am. I wish I weren't so alone. The fire is hungry again. She wants something to eat. I think I'll have something to eat, too. Ayla got another piece of wood from her dwindling supply and fed it to the flames, and then went to check her air hole. It's getting dark, she thought. I'd better mark my stick. Is that blizzard going to blow all winter? She got her notch stick, made a mark, then fitted her fingers over the marks. First one hand, then the other hand, then the first hand again, continuing until she had covered all the marks. Yesterday was my last day. I can go back now. But how can I leave in this blizzard? In time. She could barely make out the snow still flying laterally in the growing dark. She shook her head and went back to the fire. When she woke the next day, the first thing she did was check her air hole again. But the gale raged on. Will it never stop? It can't just go on like that, can it? I want to go back. What if Brunn had made my curse permanent? What if I could never go back, even if it did stop blowing? If I'm not dead now, I would die for sure. There just wasn't enough time. I hardly had time to get enough to last a moon. I would never make it through the whole winter. I wonder why Brunn made it a limited death curse. Wasn't expecting it. Could I really have come back if I went to the spirit world instead of my totem? How do I know my spirit didn't go? Maybe my totem has been protecting my body here while my spirit is away. I don't know. I just don't know. I only know if Brunn hadn't made the curse temporary, I'd never have a chance. A chance? Did Brunn mean to give me a chance? With a flash of insight, everything came together with a new depth that revealed her growing maturity. I think Brunn really meant it when he said he was grateful to me for saving Brock's life. He had to curse me. It's the clan way, even if he didn't want to. But he wanted to give me a chance. I don't know if I'm dead. Do people eat or sleep or breathe when they're dead? She shivered with a chill not caused by the cold. I think most people just don't want to, and I know why. Then what made me decide to live? It would have been so easy to die if I had just stayed where I fell when I ran away from the cave. If Brunn hadn't told me I could come back, would I have gotten up again? If I didn't know there was some chance, would I have kept trying? Brunn said, by the grace of the spirits. What spirits? Mine? My totems? Does it matter? Maybe it was my totem protecting me, and maybe it was just knowing I had a chance. Maybe it was both. Yes, I think it was both. It took a while for Ayla to comprehend that she was awake, and then she had to touch her eyes to know they were open. She stifled a scream in the thick, suffocating blackness of the cave. I'm dead. Brunn cursed me, and now I'm dead. I'll never get out of here. I'll never get back to the cave. It's too late. The evil spirits, they tricked me.
They made me think I was alive, safe in my cave, but I'm dead. They were mad when I wouldn't go with them by the stream, so they punished me, made me think I was alive when all the while I was really dead." The girl shook with fear, huddled in her fur, afraid to move. The girl had not slept well. She kept waking and remembering eerie, frightening dreams of hideous, evil spirits, and earthquakes, and lynxes that attacked and turned into cave lions, and snow, endless snow. The cave had a dank, peculiar odor, but the smell was the first thing that made her realize her other senses were functioning, if not her sight. The next was when she panicked, bolted upright, and banged her head on the stone wall. "Where's my stick?" she motioned in the darkness. "It's night, and I have to mark my stick." She scrambled around in the dark, looking for her stick as though it was the most important thing in her life. Mark it at night. How can I mark it if I can't find it? Did I mark it already? How will I know if I can go home if I can't find my stick? No, that's not right. She shook her head, trying to clear it. I can go home. It's past the time. But I'm dead, and the snow won't stop. It's just going to snow and snow and snow. The stick. The other stick. I've got to see the snow. How can I see the snow in the dark? She crawled around in the cave at random, bumping into things, but when she reached the mouth, she saw a faint, dim glow high above. My stick. It must be up there. She climbed up the bush growing part way into the cave, a branch, and pushed it. Snow fell on her as the stick went through the snow and opened the air hole. She was greeted by a waft of fresh air and a bright blue patch of sky. The storm had finally blown itself out, and when the wind stopped blowing, the last of the snow sifting down had clogged the hole. The fresh, cold air cleared her head. It's over. It stopped snowing. It finally stopped snowing. I can go home. But how am I going to get out of here? She poked and prodded with the stick, trying to enlarge the hole. A large section loosened, fell through the opening, and plopped into the cave, covering her with the cold, damp snow. I will bury myself if I'm not careful. Better think about this. She clambered down and smiled at the light streaming in through the enlarged opening. She was excited, eager to leave, but she forced herself to settle down and think everything through. Wish the fire hadn't gone out. I'd like some tea. But I think there's some water in the water bag. Yes. Good, she thought, and took a drink. I won't be able to cook anything to eat, but missing one meal won't hurt me. Anyway, I can eat some dried deer meat. It doesn't have to be cooked. She ran back to the mouth of the cave to make sure the sky was still blue. Now, what should I take with me? Don't have to worry about food. There's plenty stored, especially since the mammoth hunt. Suddenly, everything came back to her in a rush. The mammoth hunt, killing the hyena, the death curse. Will they really take me back? Will they really see me again? What if they won't? Where will I go? But Brun said I could come back. He said so. Ayla hung on to that idea. Well, I won't take my sling, that's for sure. What about my collecting basket? Could I have burned my other one? No, I won't need it until next summer. I can make a new one then. My clothes. I'll take all my clothes. I'll wear them all. And maybe a few tools. Ayla got together all the things she wanted to take with her, then began to dress. Skin lining and both pairs of foot coverings, wrapped her legs with rabbit fur leggings, put her tools in her wrap, and then tied her fur around her securely. She put on her wolverine hood and her fur-lined hand coverings and started toward the hole. She turned and looked at the cave that had been her home for the past moon, then removed her hand coverings and walked back. She didn't know why it was important to her to leave the small cave in order, but it gave her a sense of completion, like putting it away now that she was through with it. Ayla had an inherent sense of orderliness, reinforced by Isa, who had to maintain a systematic arrangement of her store of medicines. Quickly, she arranged everything neatly, put her hand coverings back on, entrance. She was going to get out. She didn't know how yet, but she was going to get back to the cave of the clan. I'd better go out the top through the hole. I'll never be able to tunnel through all that snow, she thought. She started climbing up the hazelnut bush and used the stick that had kept the air hole open to widen it. Standing on the highest branches, which sagged only a little in the deep snow under her weight,
She poked her head out of the hole and caught her breath. Her mountain meadow was unrecognizable. From her perch, the snow sloped away in a gentle grade. She couldn't identify a single landmark. Everything was covered with snow. How will I ever get through this? It's so deep. The girl was almost overwhelmed with dismay. As she looked around, she began to get her bearings. That birch clump, next to the tall fir, it's not much bigger than I am. The snow can't be very deep over there. But how am I going to get there? She scrambled to get out of the hole she was standing in, tamping the snow down to a firmer base as she struggled. She crawled over the edge and sprawled on top of the snow. Her weight, distributed over a larger area, kept her from sinking through. Carefully she pulled herself to her knees, and finally to her feet, standing only a foot or so below the level of the surrounding snow. She took a couple of short steps forward, stamping the snow down as she went. The ankle, and 2 pair made for somewhat clumsy walking, the second pair fitting even more loosely over the first in a ballooning effect. While not exactly snowshoes, they did tend to spread her weight over a larger area, and they made it easier for her to keep from floundering too deeply into the light powder snow. But the going was hard. Stamping down as she went, taking short steps, occasionally sinking in up to her hips, she worked her way toward the place where the creek had been. The snow covering the frozen water wasn't as deep. The wind had piled a huge drift against the wall that held her cave, but in other areas it had swept the ground almost bare. Trying to make up her mind whether to follow the frozen creek to the stream and then to the cave in the long way around, or take the steeper, more direct way down to the cave. She was eager. She could hardly wait to get back, and she decided on the shorter way. She didn't know how much more dangerous it would be. Ayla started out carefully, but it was slow and difficult to pick her way down. By the time the sun was high in the sky, she was barely halfway down the route that in summer she could clamber down in the time it took to go from early twilight to dark. It was cold, but the bright rays of the noon sun warmed the snow, and she was getting tired and a little careless. She started over a bare, wind-swept ridge, steep, smooth, snow-covered slope, and skidded on a patch of scree. The loose gravel kicked loose a few larger rocks, which jolted a few more from their place. The rocks slammed into a mound of snow, jarring it from its insecure footing at the same time that Ayla lost hers. In an instant she found herself sliding and rolling down the slope, swimming through a cascade of falling snow amid the thunderous rumbling of an avalanche. Creb was lying awake when Isa silently appeared with a cup of tea. "I knew you were awake, Creb. I thought you might like something hot before you got up. The storm broke last night." "I know. I can see blue sky around the wall." Quietly together lately. The hearth felt empty without Ayla. It was hard to believe one girl could leave so large a void. Creb and Isa tried to fill it with closeness, deriving comfort from contact with each other, but it was small comfort. Uba moped and whined. No one could convince the child Ayla was dead. She kept asking for her. She would toy with her food, wasting half by spilling or dropping it. Then she'd get cranky and want more, driving Isa to distraction until she lost her temper and scolded, and was immediately sorry. The woman's cough had returned, keeping her awake half the night. Creb had aged more than it seemed possible in so short a time. Cave, since the day he set the white bones of the cave bear in 2 parallel rows, the last one on the left poking into the base of a bear skull and out its left eye socket, and spoke aloud the names of the evil spirits, in clipped, gruff syllables, giving them recognition and power. He could not bring himself to look upon those bones again, and had no desire to use the beautiful flowing movements used to commune with more beneficent spirits. He had been giving serious consideration to stepping down, and turning the function of Mogur over to Guv. Brunn tried to convince him to reconsider when the old magician brought it up. "What will you do, Mogur?" "What does any man do when he retires? In that cold cave. My rheumatism is getting worse." "Don't be hasty, Creb." The leader motioned gently. "Think about it for a while." Creb thought about it, and had just about decided to announce it that day. "I think I'll let Guv become the Mogur, Isa." Creb motioned to the woman sitting beside him. "That can only be your decision, Creb," she replied. She didn't try to talk him out of it. She knew he had no heart for it any more since the day he laid the death curse on Ayla, though it had been his entire life. "It's past the time, isn't it, Creb?" Isa asked. "Yes, it's past the time, Isa." "How would she know it's past the time? No one could see the moon with that storm." Creb thought about the time he showed a small girl how to count the years until she could have a baby, and about the older one who counted the days of the moon's cycle herself. If she were alive, she'd know, Isa. "But the storm was so bad. No one could go out in it." "Don't think about it. Ayla is dead." "I know it, Creb," Isa said with hopeless gestures. Creb looked at his sibling, thought about her grief, and wanted to give her something, some gesture of understanding. "I shouldn't say this, Isa, but it's past the time. Her spirit has left this world, and the evil ones, too. There's no harm any more. Her spirit talked to me before it left, Isa. But the spirit of a cursed one is the most dangerous. It always tries to trick you into believing it is real so it can take you with it. I almost wish I had gone." "I know, Creb. When her spirit called me mother, I... Isa flung up her hands. She couldn't go on. "Her spirit pleaded with me not to burn the medicine bag, Isa. Water came to its eyes just like when she was alive. That was the worst. I think if I hadn't already thrown it in the fire, I would have given it to her. It was the last trick, though. That's when it finally left." Creb got up, himself in his fur, and reached for his staff. Isa watched him. He seldom left the hearth any more. He walked to the cave entrance and stood for a long time, staring out at the glistening snow. He didn't return until Isa sent Uba to tell him to come and eat. He returned to his post shortly afterward. Isa joined him later. "It's cold here, Creb. You shouldn't stand in the wind like that," she motioned. "It's the first time there's been a clear sky for days. It's a relief to see something besides a howling blizzard." "Yes, but come to the fire and get warm once in a while." Creb hobbled back and forth from his hearth to the entrance several times, standing for long periods looking out at the winter scene. When twilight was fading into darkness, he motioned to Isa. "I'm going over to Brun's hearth after we finish eating. I'm going to tell him that Guv will be Mogur from now on." "Yes, Creb," she said with bowed head. It was hopeless. Now she was sure it was hopeless. Creb stood up while Isa was putting the food away. Suddenly a frightened scream came from Brun's hearth. Isa looked up. A strange apparition stood at the entrance to the cave, completely covered with snow and stamping its feet. "Creb!" Isa cried. "What is it?" Creb stared hard for a moment, on guard against strange spirits. "It's Ayla!" he shouted, and hobbled toward her, forgetting his staff, forgetting his dignity, and forgetting every custom against showing emotions outside one's hearth. He threw his arm around the girl and hugged her to his breast. Chapter 17. "Ayla! Is it really Ayla, Creb? It's not her spirit?" Isa motioned as the old man led the snow-covered girl back to his hearth. She was afraid to believe it, afraid the very real-looking girl would turn out to be a mirage. "It's Ayla," Creb gestured. "It's past the time. She has overcome the evil spirits. She has returned to us," and enfolded the girl in a fierce, loving embrace, wet snow and all. Not only snow made them wet. Ayla cried enough tears of joy for all of them. Uba tugged at the girl as she was clenched in Isa's arms. "Ayla! Ayla, come back!" "Uba, no, Ayla not dead," the child asserted with the conviction of one who knew she was right all along. Ayla picked her up and held her so tight Uba squirmed to get loose and catch her breath. "You wet," Uba motioned when she could get her arms free. "Ayla, take off those wet clothes," Isa said, and bustled around, adding wood to the fire and finding something for the girl to wear, as much to cover the intensity of her emotions as to express maternal concern. "It's your death of cold." Isa glanced at the girl with embarrassment, suddenly realizing what she had said. The girl smiled. "You're right, Mother. I will catch cold," she gestured, and removed her wrap and hood. She sat down and began struggling to loosen the wet, swollen bindings of her footwear. "I'm starved. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten all day," she said after she had put on one of Isa's old wraps. It was a little small and too short, but it was dry. I would have been back earlier, but I got caught in an avalanche coming down the mountain. I was lucky I didn't get buried under too much snow, but it took a long time to dig my way out." Isa's amazement lasted only a moment. Could have said she walked through fire to return, and Isa would have believed it. Her return itself was proof enough of her invincibility. What could one little avalanche do to her? The woman reached for Ayla's fur to hang it up to dry, but pulled her hand back suddenly, eyeing the unfamiliar deer hide suspiciously. "Where did you get this wrap, Ayla?" she asked. "I made it." Is it of this world?" the woman inquired apprehensively. Ayla smiled again. "Very much of this world. Did you forget? I know how to hunt." "Don't say that, Ayla," Isa said nervously. She turned her back so the clan she knew was watching wouldn't see, and gestured inconspicuously. "You don't have a sling, do you?" "No. Left it behind. But that doesn't change anything. Everyone knows it, Isa. I had to do something after Kreb burned everything. The only way to get a wrap is to hunt. Fur doesn't grow on willows or fir either." Kreb had been watching silently, hardly daring to believe she was really back. There were stories of people returning after a death curse, but he still didn't believe it was possible. "There's something different about her. She's changed. She's more confident, more grown up. No wonder after what she's been through. She remembers, too. She knows I burned her things. I wonder what else she remembers. What is it like in the world of the spirits?" "Spirits," he motioned, suddenly remembering. "I must go break the curse." Kreb hurried away to break the pattern of cave bear bones still set in the form of a death curse. He snatched the torch burning outside the crack in the wall and went in, and gaped in surprise when he came to the small room beyond the short passage. The skull of the cave bear had moved. The long bone no longer protruded through the eye socket. The pattern was already broken. Many small rodents shared the cave of the clan, drawn by the stored food and warmth. One of them had likely brushed past or jumped on the skull, tipping it over. Kreb shuddered slightly, made a sign of protection, then moved the bones back to the pile at the far end. As he walked out, he saw Brunn waiting for him. Mogur gestured when he saw the man. "I can't believe it. You know I haven't been in here since I laid the curse. No one has. I just went in to break it, but it was already broken." His expression held a look of wonder and awe. "What do you think happened?" "It must have been her totem. It's past the time. Maybe he broke it so she could return," the magician answered. "You must be right." The leader started to make another motion, then hesitated. "Did you want to speak to me, Brunn?" "I want to talk to you alone." He hesitated again. "Excuse my intrusion. I looked into your hearth. The girl's return was a surprise." For of the clan had broken the custom of averting eyes to avoid looking into another's hearth. They couldn't help it. They had never seen someone who had returned from the dead before. "It's understandable under the circumstances. You don't have to be concerned," Mogur replied, and started to move on. "That's not what I wanted to see you about," Brunn said, putting out a hand to detain the old magician. "I want to ask you about ceremonies." Mogur waited expectantly, watching Brunn grope for words. "A ceremony now that she's back." "No ceremonies are necessary. The danger is over. The evil ones are gone. There's no need for protection." "I don't mean that kind of ceremony." "What kind do you mean?" Hesitated again, then started in a new direction. "I watched her talking to you and Isa. Do you notice a difference in her, Mogur?" "What do you mean, a difference?" Mogur signaled warily, unsure of Brunn's intent. "She has a strong totem. Droog always said she was lucky. He thinks her totem brings us luck, too. He might be right. She would never have come back without luck and strong protection. I think she knows it now. That's what I meant by different." "Yes, I think I noticed a difference like that. But I still don't understand what it has to do with ceremonies." "Remember the meeting we had after the mammoth hunt?" "You mean when you were questioning her?" "No, the one after, without her. Thinking about that meeting ever since she left. I didn't think she would come back, but I knew if she did, it would mean her totem is very strong, even more powerful than we thought. I've been thinking about what we should do if she did come back." What we should do? There's nothing we have to do. The evil spirits are gone, Brun. She's back. But she's no different than she always was. She's just a girl. Nothing has changed. But what if I want to change something? Is there a ceremony for that? Mogur was puzzled. A ceremony for what? You don't need a ceremony to change the way you act toward her. What kind of change? I can't tell you about ceremonies if I don't know what they're for. Isn't it? Shouldn't we try to keep all the totems happy? I want you to hold a ceremony, Mogur, but you have to tell me if there is such a ceremony. Brun, you're not making sense. Brun threw up his hands, abandoning his attempt to communicate. While Ayla was gone, he'd had the time to mull over the many new ideas some of the men had put forth. But the disconcerting result of his musings intruded uncomfortably into the clan leader's mind. The whole thing doesn't make sense. How can I make sense out of it? Whoever expected her to come back anyway? I don't understand spirits. I never have. I don't know what they want. That's what you're here for. But anyway, I'd better think about it again. Brun turned on his heel and stalked off, leaving behind a very confused magician. He turned back after a few steps. "Tell the girl I want to see her," he signaled, and continued on to his hearth. Krebs shook his head as he returned to his own hearth. "Brun wants to see Ayla," he announced when he got back. "Did he say he wanted to see her right away?" Isa asked, pushing more food in front of her. "He won't mind if she finishes eating, will he?" "I'm through, Mother. I can't eat another bite. I'll go now." Ayla walked to the next hearth and sat at the feet of the leader of the clan with her head bowed. He had on the same foot coverings that were worn and creased in the same places. Last time she had looked at those feet, she was terrified. She was no longer terrified. To her surprise, she didn't fear Brun at all, but she respected him more. She waited. It seemed to be taking an extraordinarily long time for him to acknowledge her. Finally, she felt a tap on her shoulder and looked up. "I see you're back, Ayla," he began lamely. He didn't quite know what to say. "Yes, Brun." "I'm surprised to see you. I didn't expect it." This girl did not expect to be back either. Brun was at a loss. He wanted to talk to her, but he didn't know what to say, and he didn't know how to end the audience he had requested. Ayla waited, then made a gesture of request. "This girl would speak, Brun." "You may speak." She hesitated, trying to find the right expression to say what she wanted to say. "This girl is glad to be back, Brun. More than once I was frightened. More than once I was sure I would never return." Brun grunted. "I'm sure of that," he thought. "It was difficult, but I think my totem protected me. At first there was so much work to do, I didn't have much time to think. But after I was trapped, I didn't have much else to do." Work? Trapped? What kind of world is the spirit world? Brun almost asked her, then changed his mind. He didn't really want to know. Then Ayla stopped, still groping. She wanted to express a feeling that was akin to gratitude, but not the way gratitude was normally felt. Not gratitude that carried a sense of obligation or the kind a woman usually expressed to a man. She wanted to say something to him as a person. She wanted to tell him she understood. She wanted to say thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance. But she didn't quite know how. "Brun, this girl is grateful to you. You said that to me. You said you were grateful for Brock's life. I am grateful to you for my own." Brun leaned back and studied the girl. Flat-faced, blue-eyed. The last thing he expected was her gratitude. He had cursed her, but she didn't say she was grateful for the death curse, he thought. She said she was grateful for her life. Did she understand he had no choice? Did she understand he had given her the only chance he could? Did this strange girl understand that more than his hunters, more even than Mogur? Yes, he decided, she does understand. For an instant, Brun had a feeling toward Ayla he'd never before had toward a woman. At that moment, he wished she were a man. He didn't have to think any more about what he wanted to ask Mogur. He knew. "No," Abra was saying. "All I know is I've never seen Brun so nervous." The women were sitting together preparing food for a feast. They didn't know the reason for the feast. Brun just told them to prepare a feast that night, and they plied Isa and Abra with questions trying to get some hint. Mogur has been spending all day and half the night in the place of the spirits. It must be a ceremony. While Ayla was gone, he wouldn't go near it. Now he hardly ever comes out, Isa commented. When he does, he's so absent-minded he forgets to eat. Sometimes he forgets to eat while he's eating. But if they're having a ceremony, why did Brun work half a day clearing out a space in back of the cave? Abra motioned. Chase me away. They have their place for ceremonies. Why would he work like a woman clearing out the back? What else could it be? Isa asked. Seems like every time I look, Brun and Mogur have their heads together. And if they notice me, they stop talking and have guilty looks on their faces. What else could those two be planning? And why are we having a feast tonight? Mogur's been back in that space Brun cleared out all day. Sometimes he goes into the place of the spirits, but he comes right back out again. It looks like he's carrying something, but it's so dark back there I can't tell. Ayla was just enjoying the companionship. After 5 days, it was still hard for her to believe she was back in the cave of the clan, sitting with the women, preparing food just as though she had never been away. Not entirely comfortable around her. They thought she had been dead. Her return to life was nothing less than miraculous. They didn't know what to say to someone who had gone to the world of the spirits and returned. Ayla didn't mind. She was just glad to be back. She watched Brock toddling up to his mother to nurse. "How's Brock's arm, Olga?" she asked the young mother sitting beside her. "See for yourself, Ayla." She opened his wrap and showed Ayla his arm and shoulder. "Isa took the cast off the day before you came back. His arm is just fine, except a little thinner than the other one. Isa says once he starts using it again, it will get stronger." Ayla looked at the healed wounds and felt the bone gently while the sober, big-eyed boy stared at her. Women had been careful to steer away from subjects that were remotely connected with Ayla's curse. Often someone would begin a conversation, then drop her hands in mid-sentence, seeing where it was leading. It tended to stifle the warm communication that was usual when the women gathered together to work. "The scars are still red, but they should fade in time," Ayla said, then looked at the child. "Are you strong, Brock?" He nodded. "Show me how strong. Can you pull my arm down?" She held out her forearm. "No, not with that hand. The other one," she corrected when he reached up with the uninjured arm. Brock changed hands and pulled against her arm. Ayla resisted just enough to feel the strength of his pull, arm be lowered. "You are a strong boy, Brock. Some day you will be a brave hunter, just like Broud." She held out her arms to see if he would come to her. At first he turned away, then changed his mind and allowed Ayla to pick him up. She held him up in the air, then cuddled him in her lap. Brock is a big boy, so heavy, so sturdy. He stayed there comfortably for a few moments, but when he discovered she had nothing to feed him with, he squirmed to get back to his mother, reached for her breast, and began to nurse, staring at Ayla with big round eyes. "You're so lucky, Olga. He's a wonderful baby." "I wouldn't be so lucky if it wasn't for you, Ayla." Olga had finally broached the subject they had painstakingly avoided. "You know how grateful I am. First I was too worried about him, and I didn't know what to say. You didn't seem to want to talk much either, and then you were gone. I still don't know what to say. I never expected to see you again. It's hard to believe you're back. It was wrong for you to touch a weapon, and I can't understand why you wanted to hunt, but I'm glad you did. I can't tell you how much. I felt so awful when you had to go, but I'm happy you're back." "I am too," Abra added. The other women nodded in agreement. Ayla was overwhelmed by their unconditional acceptance of her and struggled to control tears that wanted to flow much too easily. Her eyes watered. "I'm glad to be back," she motioned, and the tears escaped her control. Isa now knew her eyes watered when she felt strongly about something, not because she was sick. The women, too, had grown accustomed to that peculiarity of hers and had come to know the meaning of her tears. They only nodded with understanding. "How was it, Ayla?" Olga asked, her eyes full of troubled compassion. Ayla thought for a moment. "Lonely," she answered. "Very lonely. I missed everyone so much." The women's eyes held such pity, Ayla had to say something to change the mood. "I even missed Broud," she added. "Humph," Aga said. That was pretty lonely. Then she glanced at Olga, a little embarrassed.
I know he can be difficult, Olga admitted, but Broud is my mate, and he's not so bad to me. No, don't apologize for him, Olga, Ayla said gently. Everyone knows Broud cares for you. You should be proud to be his mate. He's going to be leader, and he's a brave hunter. He was even the first to wound the mammoth. You can't help it if he doesn't like me. Some of it is my fault. I haven't always behaved as I should to him. I don't know how it started, and I don't know how to end it. I would if I could. That's not anything you should worry about.
He always did have a temper, Ayla commented. He's not like Brun. Mogur was right when he said Broud's totem was the woolly rhinoceros. I think, in some ways, you helped him to control his temper, Ayla. It will make him a better leader.
I don't know, Ayla shook her head. If I wasn't around, I don't think he'd lose it so much. I think I bring out the worst in him.
A strained silence followed. Women did not ordinarily discuss the real failings of their men so openly, but the discussion had cleared the air of tension around the girl. Etha wisely decided it was time to drop the subject. "Does anyone know where the yams are?" she motioned. "I think they were in the place Brun cleared out," Abra answered. "We may not find them until next summer." Broud noticed Ayla sitting with the women, or examine Brock and hold him in her lap. It made him remember it was she who had saved the boy's life, and that reminded him that she had been witness to his humiliation. Broud had been as overwhelmed by her return as the rest of them. The first day he viewed her with awe and some apprehension, but the change that Kreb had interpreted as growing maturity, and Brun had seen as her sense of her own good luck, Broud took as flagrant insolence. During her trial by snow, Ayla had gained not only the confidence that she could survive, but a serene acceptance of life's noisome trivialities. After her ordeal, with its life-and-death struggles, nothing as insignificant as a reprimand, whose effectiveness had long since worn thin from overuse, could ruffle her placid composure. Ayla had missed Broud. In her utter isolation, even his harassment would have been preferable to the stark emptiness of total invisibility to people who loved her. The first few days she positively relished his close, if abusive, attention. He not only saw her, he saw every move she made. By the third day of her return, old patterns reestablished themselves, but with a difference. Ayla didn't have to fight herself to bend to his will. Her response didn't even have the undercurrent of subtle condescension. She was genuinely unmoved. He could do nothing to disturb her. Cuff and curse and work himself up to the edge of explosive violence. It had absolutely no effect. She patiently acquiesced to his most unreasonable demands. Though it was unintentional, Ayla was giving Broud a small measure of the ostracism she had been dealt in such abundance. She excluded him from her responses. His most towering rage, controlled only by supreme expenditures of effort, was met with no more reaction than the bite of a flea. Less, for a flea bite is at least scratched. The worst thing she could do. She infuriated him. Broud craved attention. He thrived on it. For him, it was a necessity. Nothing drove him to greater heights of frustration than someone who failed to react to him.
This is disc number 11.
Attention. He thrived on it. For him, it was a necessity. Nothing drove him to greater heights of frustration than someone who failed to react to him. It mattered little, in the depths of his being, whether the reaction was positive or negative. He was sure her indifference was because she had seen him belittled, witnessed his disgrace, had no respect for his authority. He was partly right. She knew the outer limits of his control over her, had tested the mettle of his inner strength, and found them both insufficient to gain her respect. Respect him and didn't respond to him. She usurped the attention he wanted. By her very appearance she drew attention to herself, and everything about her drew attention. Her powerful totem, sharing the hearth and the love of the formidable magician, training to become a medicine woman, saving Ona's life, her skill with the sling, killing the hyena that saved Brock's life, and now returning from the world of the spirits. Every time Braud had exhibited great courage and rightfully deserved the admiration, respect, and attention of the clan, she upstaged him. Braud glowered at the girl from a distance. Why did she have to come back? Everybody is talking about her. They're always talking about her. When I killed the bison and became a man, everybody talked about her stupid totem. Did she stand up to a charging mammoth? Did she almost get trampled to cut the tendons? No. All she did was throw a couple of stones with a sling, and all they could think about was her. Brunn and his meetings, all about her. And then he couldn't do it right, and now she's back again, and they're all talking about her. Why does she always have to spoil everything? Creb, why are you so fidgety? I can't ever remember seeing you so nervous. You act like a young man about to take his first mate. Do you want me to make a cup of tea to settle your nerves? Isa asked, after the magician jumped up for the third time, started to leave the hearth, changed his mind, and went back and sat down again. What makes you think I'm nervous? I'm just trying to remember everything and meditate a little, he said sheepishly. What do you need to remember? You've been Mogur for years, Crab. There can't be a single ceremony you couldn't do in your sleep. And I've never seen you meditate by jumping up and down. Why don't you let me fix you a little tea? No, I don't need any tea. Where's Ayla? She's over there, just beyond the last hearth, looking for yams. Why? I just wanted to know, Creb replied as he settled back down. Not long afterward, Brunn walked by and signaled Mogur, got up again, and both men walked to the rear of the cave. What can be wrong with those two? Isa shook her head in wonder. Isn't it nearly time? The leader asked when they reached the place he had cleared out. Is everything ready? All the preparations are made, but the sun should be lower, I think. You think? Don't you know? I thought you said you knew what to do. I thought you said you meditated and found a ceremony. Everything must be absolutely right. How can you say you think? Brunn snapped. I did meditate, Mogur countered defensively, but it was long ago, a different place. There wasn't any snow. I don't think there was snow even in winter. It's not easy to get the time right. Hello. You didn't tell me that. How can you be sure it will be right? Maybe we'd better forget it. It's a ridiculous idea anyway. I've already talked to the spirits. The stones are in place. They're expecting us. I don't like the idea of moving the stones either. Maybe we should have decided to have it in the place of the spirits. Are you sure they won't be upset because we moved them from the small cave, Mogur? We already discussed that, Brunn. We decided it was better to move the stones than to bring the ancient ones to the totem's place of the spirits. The old ones might not want to leave again if they see it. How do you know they'll go back once we wake them up? It's too dangerous, Mogur. We'd better call it off. But after everything is put back and they see there is no place for them, they'll leave. The totems will tell them to go. But it's up to you. If you want to change your mind, I'll try to placate the spirits. Just because they're expecting a ceremony doesn't mean we have to have one. No, you're right. We'd better go ahead with it now. They're expecting something. The men may not be too happy about it, though. Who is leader, Brunn? Besides, they'll get used to it once they understand it's all right. Is it, Mogur? Is it really? It's been so long. It's not the men I'm thinking about now. Will our totems accept it? Almost too lucky. I keep thinking something terrible is going to happen. I don't want to do anything to upset them. I want to do what they want. I want to keep them happy. That's what we're doing, Brunn, Mogur said gently. Trying to do what they want. All of them. But are you sure the others will understand? If we please one, won't the others feel slighted? No, Brunn, I'm not sure they will. The magician could feel the leader's worry and tension. He knew how difficult it was for him. No one can be absolutely sure. We are only human. Even a Mogur is only human. We can only try. But you said it yourself. We've been lucky. Of all the totems are happy. If they were fighting with each other, do you think we'd have been so lucky? How often does a clan kill a mammoth without anyone getting hurt? Anything could have gone wrong. You could have traveled all that way and not found a herd. Some of the best hunting time would have been wasted. You took a chance, but it worked. Even Brock is still alive, Brun." The leader looked at the serious face of the magician. Then he stood up straighter, and firm resolution replaced the indecision in Brun's eyes. "I'll go get the men," he gestured. The women had been told to stay away from the back of the cave, not even to look in that direction. Isa noticed Brun get the men, but she ignored it. Whatever they were doing was their business. She wasn't sure what made her glance up just as two men, faces painted red with ochre, rushed toward Ayla. Isa felt herself tremble. What could they possibly want with Ayla? The girl hadn't even noticed the men going with Brun. She was rummaging through baskets and stiff rawhide containers piled in disordered confusion behind the hearth farthest from the mouth of the cave, looking for yams. When she saw the red-painted face of the leader suddenly appear in front of her, she gasped with surprise. "Do not resist. Do not make a sound," Brun signaled. She didn't become frightened until she felt the blindfold, but she was petrified when they nearly lifted her off the ground as they dragged her away. The men were apprehensive when they saw Brun and Gouv bringing the girl. More than the women, of the reason for the ceremony Brun and Mogur were planning. But unlike them, the men knew their curiosity would eventually be satisfied. Mogur had only warned them not to make a single gesture or sound after they seated themselves in a circle behind the stones brought out from the small cave. But the warning gained force when he passed out 2 long cave-bear bones to each man, to be held crossed like an X in front of him. The danger must be great indeed if they needed such extreme protection. They began to get an inkling of the danger when they saw Ayla. Brun forced the female to sit in the open space in the circle directly opposite Mogur, and sat down behind the girl, and removed her blindfold. Ayla blinked to clear her vision. In the light from the torches, she could see Mogur seated behind a cave-bear skull, and the men holding the crossed bones, and she huddled down with fear, trying to sink lower into the ground. "What have I done? I haven't touched a sling," she thought, trying to remember if she had committed some terrible crime that would supply a reason for her being there. She couldn't think of a thing she had done wrong. "Do not move. Do not make a sound," Mogur warned again. She didn't think she could if she wanted to. Wide-eyed, she watched the magician pull himself up, lay his staff down, and begin the formal motions entreating Ursus and the totemic spirits to watch over them. Familiar to her, but she stared in rapt attention, not so much for the meaning of the symbols Mogur was making, as for the old magician himself. She knew Kreb, knew him well, a crippled old man who hobbled awkwardly when he moved, leaning heavily on his staff. He was a lopsided caricature of a man, one side of his body stunted, muscles atrophied with disuse, the other side overdeveloped, to make up for the paralysis that forced him to depend on it so heavily. In the past, she had noticed his graceful motions when he used the formal language for public ceremonies, abbreviated by the absence of one arm, yet in some indefinable way, complexities and fuller in meaning. But the motions of the man standing behind the skull showed a side of the magician she never knew existed. Gone was the awkwardness. In its place were hypnotically powerful rhythms of motion, flowing smoothly, compelling the eyes to look. The movement of hand and subtle postures was not a graceful dance for all it appeared to be. Mogur was an orator, speaking with a persuasive force Ayla had never seen, and the great holy man was never so expressive as he was when addressing the unseen audience, more real to him at times than the humans seated before him. The Mogur of the clan of the Cave Bear poured forth even greater efforts when he began to direct his attention to the incredibly venerable spirits he wished to call to this unique ceremony. "Most ancient spirits, spirits we have not invoked since the early mists of our beginning, heed us now. We call upon you, we would pay homage to you, and we would ask for your assistance and your protection. Great spirits, so venerable your names are but a whisper of memory, awake from your deep sleep, and let us honor you. We have an offering, a sacrifice to placate your ancient hearts. We need your sanction. Heed us as we call your names. Bit of wind, Ooh-ha! Ayla felt a chill up her spine as Mogur spoke the name aloud. Spirit of rain, Zina! Spirit of mists, Isha! Attend us, look upon us with favor. We have one of your own with us, one who has walked with your shades and returned at the wish of the great cave lion.
He's talking about me, Ayla suddenly realized. This is a ceremony. What am I doing at a ceremony? Who are those spirits? I never heard them mentioned before. The names are female names. I thought all protective spirits were male. Ayla was quaking with fear, yet intrigued. The men, sitting like the stones in front of them, had never heard of the ancient spirits either until Mogur called their names. Yet they were not unfamiliar. Hearing the ancient names stirred an equally ancient memory stored in the deep recesses of their minds.
Most honored ones of old, the ways of the spirits are a mystery to us. We are only human. We do not know why this female was chosen by one so powerful. We do not know why he has led her to your ancient ways. Deny him. He fought for her in the shadowed land, defeated the evil ones, and returned her to us to make his wishes clear. To make it known, we may not deny him. O powerful spirits of the past, your ways are no longer the ways of the clan. Yet once they were, and must be again for this one who sits with us. We entreat you, ancient spirits, sanctify her to your ways. Accept her, protect her, and give your protection to her clan.
Mogur turned to Ayla.
Bring the female forward, he commanded.
Ayla felt herself lifted bodily from the ground by Brun's strong arms and moved forward until she stood in front of the old magician. She gasped as Brun grabbed a handful of her long blonde hair and yanked her head back. From the bottom of her eyes she saw Mogur take a sharp knife from his pouch and lift it high above his head. Terrified, she watched the face of the one-eyed man loom closer, knife raised, and nearly fainted when she saw him bring the sharp edge down quickly to her bared throat. She felt a sharp pain, yet was too frightened to cry out, but Mogur only made a small nick in the hollow at the base of her throat. The trickle of warm blood was quickly absorbed by a small square of soft rabbit skin. Soaked with her blood, then wiped the cut with a stinging liquid from a bowl held by Gouv. Then Brun released her. Fascinated, she watched Mogur put the blood-soaked square into a shallow stone bowl partially filled with oil. The magician was handed a small torch by his acolyte, and with it he set fire to the oil in the bowl and watched silently as the skin burned to a charred crisp with a sharp acrid smell. When it was burned out, Brun moved aside her wrap and exposed her left thigh. Mogur dipped his finger in the residue left in the stone bowl and drew a black line over each of the 4 lines that scarred her leg. She stared at it in wonder. It looked like a totem mark, and stained black during the ceremony that marked a boy's passage into manhood. She felt herself being moved back and watched Mogur address the spirits again.
Accept this sacrifice of blood, most venerable spirits, and know it is her totem, the spirit of the cave lion, that chose her to follow your ancient ways. Know that we have shown you honor. Know that we have paid you homage. Give us your favor, and return to your deep rest, content that your ways are not forgotten.
It's over, Ayla thought, breathing a sigh of relief as Mogur sat down again. She still didn't know why she was made to participate in the unusual ceremony. Through with her yet. Brun moved around in front of her and motioned to her to stand. Quickly she scrambled to her feet. He reached into a fold of his wrap and withdrew a small, red-stained oval of ivory, sawed from near the tip of a mammoth tusk.
Ayla, this one time alone, while we are under the protection of the most ancient spirits, you stand as an equal with the men.
She wasn't sure she understood the leader correctly.
Once you leave this place, you must never again think of yourself as an equal. You are female. You will always be female."
Ayla was nodding her head in agreement. Of course, she knew she was female.
"From the tusk of the mammoth we killed. It was a very lucky hunt. No man was hurt. Yet we brought down the great beast. This piece has been sanctified by Ursus, colored the sacred red by Mogur, and is a powerful hunting talisman. Every hunter of the clan carries one like it in his amulet, and every hunter must have one. Ayla, no boy becomes adult until he makes his first kill, but once he has, he cannot be a child. Long ago, during the time of the spirits that still hover near, women of the clan hunted. We don't know why your totem has led you to follow that ancient path. Cannot deny the spirit of the cave lion. It must be allowed. Ayla, you have made your first kill. You must now assume the responsibilities of an adult. But you are a woman, not a man, and you will be a woman always. In all ways but one. You may use only a sling, Ayla, but you are now the woman who hunts."
Ayla felt a sudden rush of blood rise to her face. Could it be true? Had she really understood Brunn? For using a sling, she had just been through an ordeal she didn't think she would survive. Now she was going to be allowed to use it? Allowed to hunt? Openly? She could hardly believe it.
"This talisman is for you."
Out from around her neck and fumbled to untie the knots. She took the red-stained oval of ivory from Brunn and put it beside the chunk of red ochre and the fossil cast, then closed the leather bag and slipped it back over her neck.
"Do not tell anyone yet. I will announce it before the feast tonight. It is in your honor, Ayla. In honor of your first kill," Brunn said. "I hope your next one will be more palatable than a hyena," he added with a twinkle of humor in his eyes. "Now, turn around."
She did as she was told, and felt the blindfold cover her eyes and the two men lead her back, then remove her blindfold. She watched Brunn and Gouv return to the circle of men. Was I dreaming? She felt her throat and the sting of the wound where Mogur had cut her, then slid her hand down and felt 3 objects inside her amulet. She moved her wrap aside and stared at the slightly smeared black lines that covered her scars. A hunter! I am a hunter! A hunter for the clan. They said it was my totem who wanted it, and they couldn't deny him. She clutched her amulet, closed her eyes, and then began the formal gestures. Great cave lion, why did I ever doubt you? The death curse was a difficult test, the worst yet, but it had to be for so great a gift. Grateful you found me worthy. I know Kreb was right. My life will never be easy with you as my totem, but it will always be worth it. The ceremony had been effective enough to convince the men that Ayla should be allowed to hunt. All but one. Braud was furious. If he hadn't been so frightened by Mogur's warning, he would have left the ceremony. He wanted no part of anything that gave that female special privileges. He glowered at Mogur, but his special bitterness was directed at Brunn, and he couldn't swallow his gall. It's his doing, Braud thought. He's always protected her, always favored her. Me with a death curse just for punishing her for her insolence. Me, the son of his mate, and she deserved it. He should have cursed her right. It should have been forever. Now he's letting her hunt, just like a man. How could he do it? Well, Brunn's getting old. He won't be leader forever. Some day I'll be leader. Then we'll see. Then she won't have him to protect her. Then we'll see what privileges she gets. Just let her try to get away with her insolence then. Chapter 18. The woman who hunts earned the full title during the winter that began her 10th year. Changes in the girl that heralded the onset of menarche. Ayla's spreading hips and the 2 bumps swelling her chest, changing the contours of her straight child's body, assured the woman that her unusual daughter was not doomed to perennial childhood after all. Swelling nipples and a light down of pubic and underarm hair were followed by Ayla's first menstrual flow, the first time the spirit of her totem battled with another.
Ayla understood now that it was unlikely she would ever give birth. Her totem was too strong. She wanted a baby. Ever since Uba was born, she had wanted a baby of her own to love and care for. Restrictions imposed by the powerful cave lion. She always enjoyed caring for the infants and children of the growing clan when their mothers were busy, and she felt a pang of remorse when they went to someone else to nurse. But at least now she was a woman, no longer a child who was taller than a woman. Ayla felt an empathetic sense of identity with Ovra, who had miscarried several more times, though earlier in her pregnancies, and not with as much difficulty. Ovra's beaver totem was a little too ferocious, too. She seemed destined to be childless. Ever since the mammoth hunt, and especially after Ayla reached physical adulthood, the two young women often shared each other's company. Reticent by nature, the opposite of Ika's open and friendly disposition. But Ayla and Ovra developed an understanding that ripened slowly into a close friendship and extended to include Guv. The fondness between the young acolyte and his mate was apparent to everyone. It made Ovra the object of greater pity, since her mate was so understanding and gentle about her inability to produce a child for him. They knew it made her want a baby even more. Olga was expecting again, much to Braud's delight. She had gotten pregnant soon after weaning 3-year-old Brak. It looked as though she was going to be as prolific as Aga and Ika. Brug was sure Aga's 2-year-old son would be the toolmaker he wanted when he found the boy banging stones together one day. He found a hammerstone to fit Grub's pudgy little hand and allowed him to play nearby when he worked, hitting broken pieces of flint to mimic the napper. Ika's 2-year-old, Igra, promised to be as outgoing as her mother, a cheerful, chubby, friendly little girl that delighted everyone. Brun's clan was growing. Ayla spent the few days in early spring away from the clan, her required woman's curse, in the small cave of her high retreat. After the far more traumatic death curse, it was almost a holiday. She used the time to work out the kinks and sharpen her throwing skills after the long winter. She had to remind herself constantly that she no longer had to be secretive about it. Though she had little trouble securing food for herself, she looked forward to her daily visits with Isa at a prearranged place near the cave of the clan. Isa brought her more food than she could hope to eat, but more, she brought company. It was still difficult to spend her nights alone, though the knowledge that the ostracism was limited and of short duration made it easier. They often visited until dark, and Ayla had to use a torch to find her way back. Her nervousness about the deerskin Ayla had made for herself while she was dead, so the young woman decided to leave it in the small cave. Ayla learned the things a woman needed to know from her mother, just as all young women did. Isa gave her the straps of soft, absorbent leather that were worn tied to a waist thong, and explained the proper symbols to make when she buried the straps soiled with menstrual flow deep in the ground. She was told the proper position to assume if a man decided to relieve his needs with her, the movements to make, and how to clean herself afterward. Ayla was a woman now. She could be required to fulfill all the functions of a totally adult female member of the clan. They talked of many things of interest to women, though some were familiar to her from her medical training. Nursing and medicine to relieve cramps. Isa explained the positions and motions considered seductive to men of the clan, the ways that a woman might encourage a man to develop a desire to relieve his needs. They talked of the responsibilities of a mated woman. Isa told Ayla all the things her mother had told her, but privately she wondered if the unattractive girl would ever have need for much of the knowledge. There was one subject Isa never brought up. Most young women, by the time they became women, usually had their eye on a particular young man. Though neither a girl nor her mother had any direct say in the matter, the mother, if she was on good terms with her mate, could tell him of her daughter's wishes. If he chose, could make them known to the leader, with whom the decision rested. If there were no other considerations, and especially if the young man in question had shown an interest in the girl, the leader might let the young woman's wishes prevail. Not always, certainly not in Isa's case, but the subject of mates never came up between Isa and Ayla, though it was usually one of great interest to a nubile young woman and her mother. There were no young unmated men in the clan, and Isa was sure if there had been, they would not have wanted Ayla any more than any man in the clan wanted her as a second woman. and Ayla herself had no interest in any of them. She hadn't even thought about a mate until Isa brought up the subject of a mated woman's responsibilities. On a sunny spring morning, not long after she returned, Ayla went to fill a water bag at the spring-fed pool near the cave. No one else was out yet. She knelt down and bent over, ready to dip the bag in, then suddenly stopped. The morning sun, slanting across the still water, gave it a mirror-like surface. Ayla stared at the strange face looking at her out of the pool. She had not seen a reflection of herself before. Most water near the cave was in the form of running streams or creeks, and she didn't usually look in the pool until after she had dipped in the container she wanted to fill, disturbing the tranquil surface. The young woman studied her own face. What square, with a well-defined jaw, modified by cheeks still rounded with youth, high cheekbones, and a long, smooth neck. Her chin had the hint of a cleft. Her lips were full, and her nose straight and finely chiseled. Clear, blue-gray eyes were outlined with heavy lashes, a shade or two darker than the golden hair that fell in thick, soft waves to well below her shoulders, glimmering with highlights in the sun. Eyebrows, the same shade as her lashes, arched above her eyes on a smooth, straight, high forehead without the slightest hint of protruding brow ridges. Ayla backed stiffly away from the pool and ran into the cave. "Ayla, what's wrong?" Isa motioned. It was obvious something was troubling her daughter.
"Well, I'm so ugly. Oh, Mother, why am I so ugly?" was her impassioned response. She burst into tears in the woman's arms. For as long as she could remember, Ayla had never seen anyone except people of the clan. She had no other standard of measure. They had grown accustomed to her, but to herself she looked different from everyone around her, abnormally different. "Ayla, Ayla," Isa soothed, holding the sobbing young woman in her arms. "I didn't know I was so ugly, Mother. I didn't know. What man will ever want me? I'll never have a mate, and I'll never have a baby. Why do I have to be so ugly?" "I don't know if you're really so ugly, Ayla. You're different." "I'm ugly. I'm ugly." Ayla shook her head, refusing to be comforted. "Look at me. I'm too big. I'm taller than Braud and Goov. I'm almost as tall as Brun, and I'm ugly. I'm big and ugly, and I'll never have a mate." She gestured with fresh sobs. "Ayla, stop it," Isa commanded, shaking her shoulders. "You can't help the way you look. You were not born to the clan, Ayla. You were born to the others. You look the way they look. You can't change that. You must accept it. It's true you may never have a mate. That can't be helped. You must accept that, too. It's not hopeless. Soon you will be a medicine woman of my line. Even without a mate, you will not be a woman without status, without value. Next summer is the clan gathering. There will be many clans there. This is not the only clan, you know. You may find a mate in one of the other clans. Maybe not a young man or one with high status, but a mate. Zaug thinks very well of you. You are fortunate that he holds you in such high regard. He has already given Kreb a message to take with him. Zaug has kin in other clan. He told Kreb to tell them of his regard for you. He thinks you will make some man a good mate, and wants them to consider you. He said he would take you if he were younger. Remember that. This is not the only clan. These are not the only men in the world." "Zaug said that? Even though I'm so ugly?" Ayla gestured, a look of hope in her eyes. "Yes, Zaug said that. With his recommendation and the status of my line, I'm sure there will be some man who will take you, even if you do look different." Ayla's tremulous smile faded. "But won't that mean I'll have to go away? Live someplace else? I don't want to leave you and Kreb and Uba." "Ayla, I am old. Kreb is no young man either, and in a few years Uba will be a woman and mated. What will you do then?" Isa motioned. "Some day Brun will pass the leadership on to Braud. I don't think you should live with this clan when Braud becomes leader. I think it might be best if you moved away, and the clan gathering may be your opportunity." "I suppose you're right, Mother. I don't think I want to live here when Braud is leader. But I hate the thought of leaving you," she said with a frown, then brightened. "But next summer is a whole year away. I won't have to worry about it until then. A whole year, Isa thought. My Ayla, my child. Maybe you have to be my age to know how fast a year goes. You don't want to leave me. You don't know how I'll miss you, and in this clan who would take you. If only Braud were not going to be leader. But the woman gave no hint of her thoughts as Ayla wiped her eyes and went back to get water. This time she avoided looking in the still pool. Later that afternoon, Ayla stood at the edge of the woods looking through the brush at the cave. Several people were outside working or talking. She shifted the 2 rabbits that were slung over her shoulder, looked down at the sling tucked in her waist thong, stuffed it in a fold of her wrap, then took it out and tucked it back at her waist in plain sight. She looked again at the cave, shuffling nervously. Brun said I could, she thought. They had a ceremony so I could. Woman who hunts. Ayla lifted her chin and stepped out from behind the concealing screen of foliage. For a long, frozen moment, everyone outside the cave stopped and stared at the young woman walking toward them with 2 rabbits slung over her shoulder. As soon as they got over the shock and realized their bad manners, they looked away. Ayla's face burned, but she walked straight ahead with dogged determination, ignoring the surreptitious glances. She was relieved to reach the cave after passing the gauntlet of shocked looks, and glad for its cool, dim interior. It was easier to ignore the looks of the people inside. Isa's eyes opened wide, too, when Ayla reached Krebs's hearth, and quickly she looked away, making no mention of the rabbits. She didn't know what to say. Krebs was sitting on his bearskin, apparently meditating, and didn't seem to notice her. He had seen her come into the cave, and by the time she reached the hearth, he had managed to mask his expression. No one said a thing as she put the animals down beside the fireplace. A moment later, Uba came racing in, and she had no qualms at all about her reactions.
"Did you really hunt those yourself, Ayla?" she asked.
"Yes," Ayla nodded.
"They look like nice fat rabbits. Are we going to have them for dinner, Mother?"
"Well, yes, I guess we are," Isa replied, still embarrassed and unsure. Taking out her knife, Isa watched for a moment, then walked over and took the knife from her hand. "No, Ayla, you hunted them. I'll skin them." Ayla stepped back while Isa skinned the rabbits, quickly spitted them, and put them over the fire. She was just as uncomfortable as Isa.
"That was a good meal, Isa,"
Krebs said later, still avoiding direct comment about Ayla's hunting. But Uba felt no such compunction.
"Those were good rabbits, Ayla, but next time why don't you get some ptarmigan?" she said.
Uba shared Krebs' predilection for the fat birds with the feathered feet. The next time Ayla brought her kill to the cave, it wasn't such a shock, and before long her hunting became almost commonplace. A hunter at his own hearth, Krebs reduced the share he took from the other hunters, except for the large animals hunted only by the men. It was a busy spring for Ayla. Her share of the women's work was not lessened because she hunted, and there were still Isa's herbs to be collected. But Ayla loved it. She was full of energy, happier than she could remember. She was happy she could hunt without secrecy, happy to be back with the clan, and happy she was finally a woman, and glad for the closer relationship she was developing with the other women. Abra and Uka accepted her, though the 2 older women never could quite forget she was different. Ika had always been friendly, and the attitudes of Aga and her mother had completely reversed since she saved Ona from drowning. Ovra had become a close confidant, and Olga warmed toward her despite Braud. The adolescent ardor Olga had felt for the man had moderated to an indifferent habit, cooled by the years of living with his unpredictable outbursts. But Braud's vindictive hatred of Ayla grew after her acceptance as a hunter. He kept trying to find ways to bedevil her, kept trying to get a reaction out of her. His harassment had become a way of life she had learned to live with. It left her unmoved. She had begun to think he would never be able to disturb her again. Spring was in full flower the day she decided to hunt ptarmigan for Krebs' favorite dish. She thought she would look over the new growths and begin restocking Isa's pharmacopoeia while she was at it. One morning, ranging the nearby countryside, then headed for a broad meadow near the steppes. She flushed a couple of low-flying fowl, brought down quickly by swifter stones, then searched through the tall grass looking for a nest and hopefully some eggs.
crebbed like the birds stuffed with their own eggs in a nest of edible greens and herbs. She uttered an exclamation of joy when she spied it, and carefully wrapped the eggs in soft moss and tucked them into a deep fold of her wrap. She was delighted with herself. Out of sheer joyful exuberance, she sprinted across the meadow in a fast run, coming to a halt, out of breath, at the top of a knoll covered with new green grass. Upping to the ground, she checked her eggs to make sure they were undamaged, and took out a piece of dried meat to lunch on. She watched a bright yellow-breasted meadowlark trill gloriously from an open perch, then take to wing and continue its song in flight. A pair of golden-crowned sparrows, warbling their woeful tune of descending pitch, flitted among the blackberry canes at the border of the open field. Another pair of black-capped, gray-coated birds, named by the chickadee of their call, darted in and out of their nesting hole in a fir tree near a small creek winding its way through the dense vegetation at the foot of the knoll. Small, vivacious brown wrens scolded the others as they carried twigs and dried moss to a nest cavity in an ancient gnarled apple tree. Loved these moments of solitude. Basking in the sun, feeling relaxed and content, she thought about nothing in particular, except the beautiful day and how happy she was. She was completely unaware that anyone else was near until a shadow fell across the ground in front of her. Startled, she looked up into Braud's glowering face. No hunting trips had been planned for that day, and Braud had decided to hunt alone. He hadn't been very diligent. His hunting foray was more an excuse to take a walk on the warm spring day than to provide meat he didn't especially need. He had seen Ayla relaxing on the knoll from a distance, and couldn't pass up the opportunity to berate her for laziness, caught in the act of sitting still. That annoyed him. She was taller, and he didn't like looking up at a woman. He motioned her down and prepared to give her a sound scolding. But as she lowered herself, the unresisting, unresponsive look that glazed her eyes irritated him even more. He wished he could think of some way to get a reaction out of her. At the cave, he could at least make her get something for him to see her jump to his command. He looked around, then down at the woman sitting at his feet, waiting with unruffled composure for him to get on with his rebuke and be on his way. She's worse than ever since she became a woman, he thought. The woman who hunts. How could Brun do it? He noticed her ptarmigan, and thought of his own empty hand. The look on her ugly face is insolent. She's gloating because she got those birds, and I don't have anything. What can I make her do? There's nothing out here I can tell her to get. Wait. She's a woman now, isn't she? There's something I can make her do. Braud gave her a signal, and Ayla's eyes flew open. It was unexpected. Isa told her men only wanted that from women they considered attractive. She knew Braud thought she was ugly. Braud hadn't missed Ayla's shocked surprise. Her reaction encouraged him. He signaled her again, imperiously, to assume the position so he could relieve his needs, the position for sexual intercourse. Isa explained she had often seen adult members of the clan engage in the activity. All the children had. There were no artificial restraints in the clan. Children learned adult behavior by emulating their parents, and sexual behavior was just one of many activities they mimicked. It always puzzled Ayla. She wondered why it was done, but it didn't disturb her to see a young boy bounce harmlessly on a young girl in conscious imitation of adults. Sometimes it wasn't imitation. Many young girls of the clan were pierced by pubescent boys who lingered in the limbo of not yet men before their first kill. And occasionally a man, beguiled by a young coquette, pleased himself with a not-quite-ripe female. Most young men, though, felt it beneath their dignity to play games with former playmates. But Ayla had no male playmates near her age except Vorn, and since the earlier days when Aga actively discouraged their association, there had never developed any close contact between them. Ayla was not particularly fond of Vorn, who imitated Braud's actions toward her. Despite the incident on the practice field, the boy still idolized Braud, and Vorn was not about to play mates with Ayla. There was no one else who might have, so she had never even engaged in the imitation of the act. Within a society that indulged in sex as naturally as they breathed, Ayla was still a virgin. She knew she must comply, but she was flustered, and Braud was enjoying it. He was glad he had thought of it. He had finally broken down her defenses. It excited him to see her so confused and bewildered. and aroused him. He hovered close as she got up, then started to lower herself to her knees. Ayla wasn't accustomed to men of the clan being so near. Braud's heavy breathing frightened her. She hesitated. Braud got impatient, pushed her down, and moved aside his wrap, exposing his organ, thick and throbbing. What is she waiting for? She's so ugly, she should be honored. No other man would have her, he thought angrily, grabbing at her wrap to move it out of the way as his need grew. Closed in on her, something snapped. She couldn't do it. She just couldn't. Her reason left her. It didn't matter that she was supposed to obey him. She scrambled to her feet and started to run. Braud was too quick for her. He grabbed her, pushed her down, and punched her in the face, cutting her lip with his hard fist. He was beginning to enjoy this. Too many times had he restrained himself when he wanted to beat her, but there was no one to stop him here. And he had justifiable reason. She was disobeying him, actively disobeying him. Ayla was frantic. She tried to get up, and he hit her again. He was getting a reaction from her he never expected, and it stirred him to greater lust. Yet he hit her again and felt a great satisfaction to see her cringe as he made a move to hit her once more. Her head was ringing. Blood trickled out of her nose and the corner of her mouth. She tried to get up, but he held her down. She struggled against him, pommeled his chest with her fists. They had no effect on his hard, muscular body, but her resistance aroused him to new heights. Never had he felt so stimulated. Violence increased his passion, and lust added force to his blows. He reveled in her resistance and clouted her again. She was nearly unconscious when he threw her over on her face, feverishly ripped her wrap aside, and spread her legs. With one hard thrust he penetrated deeply. Aimed with pain, it added to his pleasure. He lunged again, drawing forth another painful cry, then again and again. The intensity of his excitement urged him on, rising quickly to unbearable peaks. With a last hard drive that extracted a final agonized scream, he ejected his built-up heat. Braud collapsed on top of her for a moment, his energy spent. Then, still breathing heavily, he withdrew himself. Ayla sobbed incoherently. The salt from her tears stung the open wounds on her blood-smeared face. One eye was swollen nearly shut and turning dark. Eyes were stained with blood, and she hurt deep inside. Braud got up and looked down at her. He felt good. He had never enjoyed penetrating a woman so much. He picked up his weapons and headed back to the cave. Ayla lay with her face in the dirt long after her sobbing stopped. Finally she pulled herself up. She touched her mouth, felt the swelling, and looked at the blood on her fingers. Her whole body ached inside and out. She saw blood between her thighs and the stains on the grass. Is my totem fighting again? She wondered. No, I don't think so. It's not time. Braud must have wounded me. I didn't know he could beat me on the inside, too. But the other women don't hurt from it. Braud's organ wound me. Is there something wrong with me? Slowly she got up and walked to the creek, hurting with every step. She washed herself, but it didn't help the throbbing, aching pain or the turmoil in her mind. Why did Braud want me to do that? Isa says men want to relieve their needs with attractive women. I'm ugly. Why should a man want to hurt a woman he likes? But women like it too. Why else would they make the gestures to encourage men? How can they like it? Olga never minds it when Braud does it to her, and he does it every day, more than once sometimes. Suddenly Ayla was horrified. Oh, no! What if Braud makes me do it again? I won't go back. I can't go back. My little cave? No, it's too close, and I can't stay there in winter. I have to go back. I can't live alone. Where else can I go? And I can't leave Isa and Kreb and Uba. What am I going to do? If Braud wants it, I can't refuse him. None of the other women would even try. What's wrong with me? He never wanted that when I was still a girl. Why did I have to become a woman? I was so happy about it. Now I wouldn't care if I was a girl all my life. I'll never have a baby anyway. What good is being a woman if you can't have a baby? Especially if a man can make you do something like that. What good is it anyway? What's it for? Oh, when she plodded back up the knoll to look for her ptarmigan. The eggs, cushioned so carefully, were crushed and stained the front of her wrap. She looked back at the creek and remembered how happy she was watching the birds. It seemed ages ago, another time, another place. She dragged herself back to the cave, dreading every step. As Isa watched the sun disappear behind the trees in the west, she grew more anxious. She walked part way up all the paths in the nearby woods and to the ridge to scan the slope toward the steps. A woman shouldn't be out alone. I never do like it when Ayla hunts, Isa thought. What if she was attacked by some animal? Maybe she's hurt. Creb was concerned too, though he tried not to show it. He was the first to see her walking toward the cave from the ridge. She started to scold her for making her worry, but stopped before her first gesture. "Ayla, you're hurt. What happened?" "Proud beat me," she motioned, her expression dull. "But why?" "I disobeyed him," the young woman gestured as she walked into the cave and straight to the hearth. What could have happened, Isa wondered. Ayla hasn't disobeyed Proud for years. Why would she rebel against him now? And why didn't he tell me he saw her? He knew I was worried. He's been back since noon. Why is Ayla so late? Isa cast a quick glance in the direction of Proud's hearth and saw him staring across the boundary stones at Ayla, against all good manners, with a pleased smirk on his face. Creb had taken in the whole scene. Ayla's bruised and swollen face and look of utter desolation. Proud watching her from the moment she returned with an arrogant sneer. He knew Proud's hatred had grown over the years. Her placid obedience seemed to affect him worse than her girlish rebellion. But something had happened that gave Proud a sense of power over her. As perceptive as Creb was, he could not have guessed the cause. Ayla was afraid to leave the hearth the next day, dawdling over her morning meal as long as she could. Proud was waiting for her. Thinking about his intense excitement of the day before had him stimulated and ready. He gave her the signal. She almost bolted, but forced herself to assume the position. She tried to repress her cries, but the pain forced them from her lips, causing curious glances from those who happened to be nearby. They could no more understand why she was crying out in pain than they could understand Proud's sudden interest in her. Proud reveled in his newfound dominance over Ayla, and used her often, though many people wondered why he chose the ugly woman he hated over his comely mate. After a time it was no longer painful, but Ayla detested it, and it was her hatred that Proud enjoyed. He had put her in her place, gained superiority over her, and finally found a way to make her react to him. It didn't matter that her response was negative. He preferred it. Her force herself to submit. Just thinking about it stimulated him. He had always had a strong drive. Now he was more sexually active than ever. Every morning that he wasn't away hunting, he waited for her, usually forced her again in the evening, and sometimes at midday as well. He even found himself aroused at night, and used his mate to relieve himself. He was young and healthy, at the peak of his sexual prowess, and the more intensely she hated him, the more pleasure he derived. Ayla lost her sparkle. She was dispirited, morose, unresponsive to anything else. The only emotion she felt was an all-consuming hatred of Proud and his daily penetration of her, massive glacier that sucks all moisture from the surrounding land. Her loathing and bitter frustration drained away all other feelings. She had always kept herself clean, washing herself and her hair in the stream to keep it free of lice, even bringing in large bowls of snow to set beside the constantly burning fire to melt for fresh water in winter. Now her hair hung limp in greasy tangles, and she wore the same wrap day in and day out, not bothering to clean the spots or let it air out. She dragged at her chores until men who had never before scolded were rebuking her. She lost interest in Isa's medicines, never talked except to answer direct questions, seldom hunted, and often returned empty-handed when she did. Her despondency cast a pall on everyone else around Kreb's hearth. Isa was beside herself with worry. She couldn't understand the drastic change in Ayla. She knew it was because of Proud's inexplicable interest in her, but why it should have that effect was beyond the woman. She hovered over Ayla, watching her constantly, and when the young woman first began to get sick in the mornings, she was afraid that whatever evil spirit had gotten into her was gaining a greater hold. But Isa was an experienced medicine woman. She was the first to notice when Ayla did not keep herself in the nominal isolation required of women when their totems battled. and watched her adopted daughter even closer. She could hardly believe what she suspected. The moon had passed, and the summer was waxing into full heat. Isa was sure. Early one evening, when Kreb was away from the hearth, she beckoned to Ayla. "I want to talk to you." "Yes, Isa," Ayla replied, hauling herself up from her fur and slumping down in the dirt near the woman. "When was the last time your totem battled, Ayla?" "I don't know." "Ayla, I want you to think about it. Have the spirits fought within you since the blossoms dropped?" The young woman tried to think. "I'm not sure. Maybe once." "That's what I thought," Isa said. "You're getting sick in the mornings, aren't you?" "Yes," she nodded. "Gone hunting, he was there, waiting for her, and she hated it so much she was losing her breakfast, and sometimes her evening meal, too." "Have your breasts felt sore?" "A little." "And they've grown larger, too, haven't they?" "I think so. Why are you asking? Why all these questions?" The woman looked at her seriously. "Ayla, I don't know how it happened. I can hardly believe it, but I'm sure it's true." "What's true?" "Your totem has been defeated. You are going to have a baby." "A baby? Me? I can't have a baby," Ayla protested. "My totem is too strong." A look of wonder crept into Ayla's unresponsive eyes. "Can it be true? Can it really be true? Me? Have a baby? Oh, Mother, how wonderful!" "Ayla, you're not mated. I don't think there's a man in the clan who will take you, even as second woman. You can't have a child without a mate." "It might be unlucky," Isa motioned earnestly. "It would be best to take something to lose it. I think mistletoe would be best. You know, the plant with the small white berries that grows high in the oak. It's very effective, and, if properly handled, not too dangerous. Do a tea of the leaves with just a few berries. It will help your totem expel the new life. It will make you a little sick, but—" "No, no!" Ayla was shaking her head vigorously. "Isa, no! I don't want to take mistletoe. I don't want to take anything to lose it. I want a baby, Mother. I've wanted one ever since Ubo was born. Never thought it would be possible." "But, Ayla, what if the baby is unlucky? It might even be deformed." "It won't be unlucky. I won't let it. I promise. I'll take good care of myself so it will be healthy. Didn't you say a strong totem helps to make a healthy baby once it succumbs? And I'll take good care of it after it's born. I won't let anything happen. Isa, of this baby, don't you see? My totem may never be defeated again. This may be my only chance." Isa looked into the pleading eyes of the young woman. It was the first spark of life she had seen since the day Braud beat her while she was out hunting. She knew she should insist that Ayla take the medicine. It wasn't right for an unmated woman to give birth if it could be helped. But Ayla wanted the baby so desperately she might go into a worse depression if she was made to give it up. And maybe she was right. It might be her only chance. "All right, Ayla," she acquiesced, "if you want it so much. It would be best not to mention it to anyone yet. They'll know soon enough." "Oh, Isa," she said, and gave the woman a hug. Pregnancy filled her. A smile danced across her face. She jumped up, charged with energy. She couldn't sit still. She just had to do something. "Mother, what are you cooking tonight? Let me help." "Aurochs stew," the woman replied, amazed at the sudden transformation in the young woman. "You can cut up the meat if you want." As the two women worked, Isa realized she had almost forgotten what a joy Ayla could be. Their hands flew, talking and working, and Ayla's interest in medicine suddenly returned. "I didn't know about mistletoe, Mother," Ayla remarked. "I know about ergot and sweet rush, but I didn't know mistletoe could make a woman lose a baby. There will always be some things I haven't told you about, Ayla, but you'll know enough. And you know how to test. Always be able to keep learning. Tansy will work, too, but it can be more dangerous than mistletoe. You use the whole plant, flowers, leaves, roots, and boil it. If you fill the water up to here," Isa pointed to a mark on the side of one of her medicine bowls, "and boil it down to a cup this size," Isa held up a bone cup, "it should be about right. 1 cup is usually enough. Chrysanthemum flowers sometimes work. It's not as dangerous as mistletoe or tansy, but not always effective either." "That would be better for women who tend to lose babies easily. It's better to use something milder if it will work. Less dangerous. That's right. And Ayla, there's something else you should know about. Isa looked around to make sure Kreb was still gone. No man must ever learn of this. It is a secret known only to medicine women, and not all of them know it. It's best not even to tell a woman. If her maid asked her, she'd have to tell him. No one will ask a medicine woman. If a man ever found out, he would forbid it. Do you understand? Yes, Mother, Ayla nodded, surprised at Isa's secrecy, and very curious. I didn't think you'd ever need to know this for yourself, but you should know it as a medicine woman anyway. Sometimes, if a woman has a very difficult birth, it's best if she never has any more children. A medicine woman can give her the medicine without ever telling her what it is. There are other reasons that a woman might not want a child. Special magic, Ayla. They make a woman's totem very strong, strong enough to stop a new life from ever starting. You know magic to prevent pregnancy, Isa? Can a weak woman's totem become that strong? Any totem? Even if a Mulgur makes a charm to give strength to a man's totem? Yes, Ayla. That's why a man must never find out. I used it myself after I was mated. I didn't like my mate. I wanted him to give me to another man. I thought if I never had children, he wouldn't want to keep me, Isa confessed. But you did have a child. You had Uba. Maybe after a long time, the magic loses strength to fight any more. Maybe he wanted me to have a child. I don't know. Nothing works all the time. There are forces stronger than any magic, but it worked for many years. No one understands spirits completely, not even Mulgur. Who would have thought your totem could be defeated, Ayla? The medicine woman glanced around quickly. Now, before Kreb comes, you know the little yellow vine with tiny leaves and flowers? Golden thread? Yes, that's the one. Sometimes it's called strangleweed because it kills the plant it grows on. Let it dry, crush about this much in the palm of your hand, boil it in enough water to fill the bone cup until the decoction is the color of ripe hay. Every day that the spirit of your totem is not fighting. Doesn't it also make a good poultice for stings and bites? Yes, and that gives you a good reason to have it around. But the poultice is used on the skin, outside the body. To give your totem strength, you drink it. There's something else you must take while your totem is fighting. The root of antelope sage, dried or fresh. Boil it and drink the water, 1 bowl every day you are isolated, Isa continued. Isn't that the plant with the ragged leaf that's good for Krebs arthritis? That's the one. I know of one other, but I've never used it. It's the magic of another medicine woman. We traded knowledge. There is a certain yam. It doesn't grow around here, but I'll show you how it is different from the ones that do. Boil it down and mash it into a thick paste. Then let it dry and pound it into a powder. It takes a lot, a half bowl of the powder mixed with water, to make it a paste again. Every day you are not isolated, when the spirits are not fighting. Kreb entered the cave and saw the two women deeply engrossed in conversation. He could see the difference in Ayla immediately. She was animated, attentive, thoughtful, smiling. She must have snapped out of it, he thought, limping toward his hearth. Isa, he announced loudly to get their attention. Must a man starve around here? The woman jumped up, looking a little guilty, but Kreb didn't notice. He was so pleased to see Ayla busily working and talking. It'll be ready soon, Kreb, Ayla motioned, and smiling, ran up and gave him a hug. It made Kreb feel better than he had for a long time. As he settled down on his mat, Uba came running into the cave. I'm hungry, the little girl gestured. You're always hungry, Uba, Ayla laughed as she picked up the girl and swung her around. Uba was delighted. It was the first time Ayla felt like playing with her all summer. Later, after they had eaten, Uba crawled into Kreb's lap. Ayla was humming under her breath while she helped Isa clean up. Kreb sighed contentedly. It felt much more like home. Boys are very important, he thought, but I think I like girls better. Big and brave all the time, and don't mind cuddling in a lap to go to sleep. I almost wish Ayla were still a little girl. Ayla woke the next morning, wrapped in a warm glow of anticipation. I'm going to have a baby, she thought. She hugged herself, lying in her furs. Suddenly she was eager to get up. Think I'll go down to the stream this morning. My hair needs a washing. She bounced out of bed, but a wave of nausea overcame her.
Maybe I'd better eat something solid to see if it will stay down. I've got to eat if I want my baby to be healthy." It didn't stay down, but after she was up for a while, she ate again and felt better. She was still thinking about the miracle of her pregnancy when she left the cave and started for the stream. "Ah," Broud sneered as he swaggered up and made the signal. Ayla was startled. She had forgotten all about Broud. She had more important things to think about, like warm, cuddly nursing babies. Her own warm, cuddly nursing baby. Might as well get it over with, she thought, and patiently assumed the position for Broud to relieve his needs. "I hope he hurries. I want to go down to the stream and wash my hair." Broud felt deflated. Something was missing. There was no response in her at all. He missed the excitement of forcing her against her will. Her seething hatred and bitter frustration, which she had never quite succeeded in covering before, were gone. She wasn't fighting him any more. Wasn't even there, as though she didn't feel a thing. She didn't. Her mind was in another realm. She no more noticed his penetration than his rebukes or sharp blows. It was just one more thing she had to accept, and she resigned herself to it. Her calm, self-possessed serenity had returned. Broud's enjoyment was in dominating her, not in the pleasure of the sexual experience. He found he wasn't stimulated any more. He had trouble maintaining an erection. After a few times of not reaching a climax at all, he backed off, and soon stopped altogether. It was too humiliating. She might as well be a stone for all her response, he thought. At times, she doesn't even appreciate the honor of the future leader's interest. Olga welcomed him back, relieved that he seemed to be over his unfathomable attraction for Ayla. She hadn't been jealous. It wasn't something to be jealous about. Broud was her mate, and he gave no indication he was ready to give her up. Any man could relieve his needs with any woman he wanted. There was nothing extraordinary about that. She just couldn't understand why he paid so much attention to Ayla when, for some strange reason, she obviously didn't enjoy it. For all his rationalizing, Broud was galled at Ayla's sudden indifference. He thought he had finally found a way to dominate her, down her wall of reserve once and for all, and he had discovered the pleasure it gave him. It made him all the more determined to find a way to get to her again. Chapter 19. Ayla's pregnancy astounded the whole clan. It seemed impossible that a woman with as powerful a totem as hers could conceive life. Speculation was rampant about the spirit of which man's totem had succeeded in overpowering the cave lion, and every man in the clan would have liked to claim the credit and the boost to his prestige. Some felt it must have been a combination of several totemic essences, perhaps the entire male population. Camps divided almost entirely along the lines of age. Proximity to the woman was the determining factor, which was why most men believed the children of their mates were the result of their own totem spirit. A woman inevitably spent more time with the man whose hearth she shared. The opportunity for swallowing his totem spirit was greater. Even though a man's totem might call upon the assistance of another man's totem during the ensuing battle, or any spirit that happened to be nearby, the vital force of the first totem had primary claim. A helping spirit might be honored with the privilege of beginning the new life, but it was at the discretion of the totem that asked for help. The two men who had been closest to Ayla since she had become a woman were Mogur, asserted. He's the only one with a totem stronger than the cave lion. And whose hearth does she share? Ursus never allows a woman to swallow his essence, Krug countered. The cave bear chooses those he will protect as he did Mogur. Do you think a roe deer defeated a cave lion? With the cave bear's help. Mogur has two totems. The roe deer wouldn't have to go far for help. No one says the cave bear left his spirit. I'm only saying he helped, Zau contended hotly. Then why didn't she get pregnant last winter? She lived at his hearth then. It was only after Broud developed his attraction for her, though don't ask me what he ever saw in her, after he spent so much time near her, that the new life started. A woolly rhinoceros is powerful, too. With help, it could have overcome the cave lion, Krug argued. I think it was everyone's totem, Dorf put in. The question is, who wants to mate her? Everyone wants the credit, but who wants the woman? Grun asked if any man was willing.
If she's not made it, the child will be unlucky. I'm too old, though I can't say I'm sorry. Well, I'd take her if I still had a hearth of my own, Auel gestured. She's ugly, but she's hard-working and respectful. She knows how to take care of a man. That's more important than good looks in the long run. Not me, Krug shook his head. Hunt's at my hearth. It's all right for Mogur. He can't hunt anyway, and he doesn't care. But imagine coming back from a hunt empty-handed and eating the meat provided by my mate. Besides, my hearth is full enough with Ika and Borg and the baby Igra. I'm just glad Dorv can still contribute. And Ika's still young enough to have more. Who can tell?
I've thought about it, Droog said, but my hearth is just too full. Aga and Abba, Born and Ona and Groob. What would I do with another woman and child? What about you, Grad?
No, not unless Brun commands it, Grad replied tersely. The second-in-command had never quite gotten over a certain uneasiness around the woman who was not born to the clan. Uncomfortable. What about Brun himself? Krug queried. He's the one who accepted her into the clan in the first place. Sometimes it's wise to consider the first woman before a man takes a second, Goov commented. You know how Abra feels about the medicine woman's status. Isa's been training Ayla. If she becomes a medicine woman of Isa's line, think Abra would like to share a hearth with a younger woman, a second mate with more status than she? I would take Ayla. When I'm Mogur, I won't be hunting as much. I wouldn't care if she brought a rabbit or a hamster to the hearth. They're just small animals anyway.
Please insert disc number 12. This is disc number 12.
Gur, I won't be hunting as much. I wouldn't care if she brought a rabbit or a hamster to the hearth. They're just small animals anyway. Mind a second woman with more status. They get along well. But Ovra wants a baby of her own. It would be difficult for her to share a hearth with a woman and a new baby, especially when no one's ever expected Ayla to have one. I think it was the spirit of Braud's totem who started it. It's too bad he feels the way he does. He's the one who should take her.
Not so sure it was Braud's, Droog said. What about you, Mogur? You could take her for a mate.
The old magician had been quietly watching the men's discussion, as he often did. I've considered it. I don't think it was Ursus or the roe deer that started Ayla's baby. I'm not sure if it was Braud's totem either. Her totem has always been an enigma. Who knows what happened? But she needs a mate. It's not only that the baby may be unlucky. Some man needs to be responsible for it, to provide for it. I'm too old, and if it should be a boy, I couldn't train him to hunt. And she can't do it. She only hunts with a sling. I couldn't mate her anyway. It would be like Grad mating Ovra, especially with Uka still his first mate. To me, she's like the daughter of one's mate, a child of one's hearth, not a woman to be mated. It's been done, Dorv said. The only woman a man cannot mate is his sibling. It's not prohibited, but it's not looked upon with favor either. And most men don't want to. Besides, I've never had a mate. I'm too old to start now. Isa takes care of me. That's good enough. I'm comfortable with her. Men are expected to relieve their needs with their mates once in a while. I haven't had those needs for a long time. I learned to control them long ago. I wouldn't be much of a mate for a young woman. Need one. Isa says she may have a difficult pregnancy. She's already having problems. She may not keep it full term. I know Ayla wants the baby, but it would be better for everyone if she lost it. As reported to the men, Ayla's pregnancy was not going well. The medicine woman feared there was something wrong with the baby. Many miscarriages were of malformed fetuses, and Isa thought it was better to lose them than to give live birth and have to dispose of a deformed baby. Ayla's morning sickness lasted well beyond the first trimester, and even by late fall, when her thickened waist had grown to a bulge, she had trouble keeping food down. When she started spotting and passing clots, Isa asked Brun's permission for Ayla to be excused from normal activities, and she confined the young woman to her bed. Isa's fears about Ayla's baby grew with the difficulties of her pregnancy. She felt strongly that Ayla should let the baby go. She was sure it wouldn't take much to dislodge it, for all that her stomach attested to the baby's growth. She feared more for Ayla. The baby was taking too much out of her. Her arms and legs grew thinner in contrast to her expanding middle. She had no appetite and forced herself to eat the special foods Isa prepared for her. Dark circles formed around her eyes, and her thick, lustrous hair became limp. She was always cold, just didn't have the physical reserves to keep warm. Most of the time huddled close to the fire, bundled in furs. But when Isa suggested that Ayla should take the medicine that would end the pregnancy, the young woman refused. "Isa, I want my baby. Help me," Ayla pleaded. "You can help me. I know you can. I'll do whatever you say. Just help me to have my baby." Isa could not refuse. For some time she had depended on Ayla to bring her the plants she needed, seldom going out herself. Strenuous exercise brought on coughing spasms. Isa had been keeping herself heavily dosed with medicines to hide the consumptive lung disease that grew worse each winter. But for Ayla, she would go out to look for a certain root that helped prevent miscarriage. Early one morning, to search the upland forests and damp barrens for the special root. The sun was shining in a clear sky when she started out. Isa thought it was going to be one of those warm days in late fall and didn't want to burden herself with extra clothes. Besides, she planned to be back before the sun was high. She followed a path into the forest near the cave, then turned off along a creek and began climbing the steep slopes. She was weaker than she thought. Her breath was short, and she had to rest often or wait for a racking spasm of coughing to pass. By mid-morning the weather turned. Clouds blew in from the east on a chill wind, and when they reached the foothills, came sleet. In the first few moments, Isa was soaked. The rain had slackened by the time she found the kind of pine forest and plants she was looking for. Shivering in the cold drizzle, she dug the roots out of the muddy ground. Her cough was worse on the way back, convulsing her body every few moments and bringing bloody foam to her lips. She wasn't as familiar with the terrain around this cave as she had been with the environment of the clan's previous home. She became disoriented, following the wrong creek down the slope, and had to backtrack before she found the right one. It was nearing dark when the thoroughly wet and chilled medicine woman found her way back to the cave. "Mother, where have you been?" Ayla gestured. "Wash it and chew." Isa had to stop as another spasm overwhelmed her. Her eyes were feverish, her face flushed. "Chew it raw. It will help you keep the baby." "You didn't go out in that rain just to find a root for me, did you? Don't you know I'd rather lose the baby than lose you? You're too sick to go out like that. You know you are." Ayla knew Isa had not been well for years, but until then she didn't know just how sick the woman really was. The young woman forgot her pregnancy, ignored it when she bled occasionally, forgot to eat half the time, and refused to leave Isa's side. Beside the woman's bed, Uba, too, kept a constant watch. It was the young girl's first experience with grave illness in one she loved, and the effect was traumatic. She watched everything Ayla did, helped her, and it opened up an understanding of her own heritage and destiny. Uba wasn't the only one who watched Ayla. The whole clan was concerned for the medicine woman, and not entirely certain of the young woman's skill. She was oblivious to their apprehension. Her complete attention was focused on the woman she called Mother. Ayla searched her brain for every remedy Isa had ever taught her. She questioned Uba for the information she knew was stored in the child's memory, and applied a certain logic of her own. Talent Isa had noticed, an ability to discover and treat the real problem, was Ayla's forte. She was a diagnostician. From small clues, she could put together a picture like pieces of a puzzle and fill in the blanks with reasoning and intuition. It was an ability for which her brain alone, among all those who shared the cave, was uniquely suited. The crisis of Isa's illness was the stimulus that sharpened her talent. Ayla applied the remedies she had learned from the medicine woman, then tried new techniques that suggested themselves from other uses, sometimes far removed. Whatever it was, the medication or the loving care or the medicine woman's own will to live, most likely it was all of them. Time winter had piled high drifts against the wind barriers at the entrance. Isa was sufficiently recovered to take charge of Ayla's pregnancy again. It was none too soon. The strain of nursing Isa back to health had its effect. Ayla spotted blood continuously the rest of the winter and lived with a constant backache. She woke in the middle of the night with cramps in her legs and still vomited frequently. Isa expected her to lose the baby any time. She didn't know how Ayla hung on to it, and she didn't know how the baby could continue to develop with Ayla so weak. But develop it did. The young woman's stomach swelled to unbelievable proportions, and the baby kicked so vigorously and continuously she could hardly sleep. I've seen a woman suffer through a more difficult pregnancy. Ayla never complained. She was afraid Isa would think she was ready to give the baby up, though she was much too far along for the medicine woman to consider it. Nor did Ayla consider it. Her suffering only made her more convinced that if she lost this one, she would never have another baby. From her bed, Ayla watched the spring rains wash away the snow, and the first crocus she saw was one Uba brought her. Isa wouldn't let her out of the cave. The pussy willows had blown and turned green, and the first buds hinted at verdant foliage on the soggy spring day early in her 11th year, when Ayla's labor began. The beginning contractions were easy. Ayla sipped willow bark tea, talking to Isa and Uba, excitedly pleased that the time had finally come. By the next day she was sure she would be holding her own baby in her arms. Isa had reservations, but tried not to show them. The conversation turned, as it did so often lately with Isa and her 2 daughters, to medicine. "Mother, what was that root you brought me the day you went out and got so sick?" Ayla motioned. "It's called rattlesnake root. It's not commonly used because it should be chewed when it's fresh, and it must be collected in late fall. It's very good for preventing miscarriage. But how many women threaten to miscarry only in late fall? It loses its effectiveness when it's dried." "What does it look like?" Uba asked. Isa's illness had sharpened Uba's interest in the healing herbs she would one day dispense, and both Isa and Ayla were training her. But training Uba was different from training Ayla. To gain the full value of her brain, Uba only needed to be reminded of what she knew and see how it was applied. It's really 2 plants, a male and a female. It has a long stalk growing out of a cluster of leaves near the ground, and small flowers clinging close to the top, part way down the stalk. The male flowers are white. The root is from the female plant. Its flowers are smaller and green." "Did you say it grows in pine forests?" Ayla motioned. "Only damp ones. It likes moisture, bogs, wet places in meadows, often in upland woods." "Never have gone out that day, Isa. I was so worried." "Oh, wait! Another one is starting." The medicine woman studied Ayla. She was trying to judge how long the pains were. It would be a long time yet, she decided. "It wasn't raining when I started out," Isa said. "I thought it was going to be warm that day. I was wrong. Fall weather is always unpredictable. I've been wanting to ask you something, Ayla. I was delirious with fever part of the time, but I thought you made a chest plaster out of herbs used to relieve Krebs' rheumatism." "I did." "I didn't teach you that." "I know. You were coughing so hard, spitting so much blood. I wanted to give you something to calm the spasms. Up the phlegm without so much effort, too. That medicine for Krebs' rheumatism penetrates deep with warmth and stimulates the blood. I thought it might loosen the phlegm so you wouldn't have to cough so hard to bring it up. Then I could still give you the decoction to calm the spasms. It seemed to work." "Yes, I think it did." After Ayla explained her reasoning, it seemed logical. But Isa wondered if she would have considered it. I was right, Isa thought. She is a good medicine woman, and she's going to get better. She deserves the status of my line. I must talk to Krebs. It may not be much longer before I leave this world. Ayla is a woman now. She should be medicine woman, if she survives this birth. The morning meal, Olga strolled over with Krebs, her second son, and sat beside Ayla while she nursed. Ovra joined them soon after. The 3 young women chatted amiably between Ayla's contractions, though no mention was made of her forthcoming delivery. All through the morning, while Ayla was in the first stage of labor, the women of the clan visited Krebs' hearth. Some just stopped for a few moments to offer moral support with their presence. Some sat with her almost continuously. There were always a few women seated around her bed, but Krebs stayed away. He paced nervously in and out of the cave, stopping to exchange a few gestures with the men gathered at Brun's hearth, but not able to stay in one place too long. The hunt planned for that day was postponed. Brun's excuse was that it was still too wet, but everyone knew the real reason. By late afternoon, Ayla's labor was stronger. Isa gave her a root decoction of a certain yam with special qualities that relieved the pain of childbirth. As the day dragged into evening, her contractions got stronger and closer together. Ayla lay in her bed, drenched with sweat, clutching Isa's hand. She tried to stifle her cries, but as the sun dropped below the horizon, Ayla was writhing in pain, screaming with every convulsion that racked her body. Most of the women couldn't bear to stay near any more. Everyone except Abra went back to their own hearths, or to keep busy, glancing up when Ayla started into another agonized scream. Conversation had stopped around Brun's fire, too. The men sat listlessly, staring at the ground. Every attempt at small talk was cut short by Ayla's cries of pain. "Her hips are too narrow, Abra," Isa gestured. "They won't let her birth canal open wide enough." "Would breaking the water sac help?" "It does sometimes," Abra suggested. "I've been thinking of that. I didn't want to do it too soon. She couldn't stand a dry birth. I was hoping it would break itself. But she's getting weaker and not making much progress. Perhaps I'd better do it now. Will you give me that slippery elm stick? She's starting another contraction. I'll do it when this one is over." Ayla arched her back and gripped the hands of the two women as a crescendo of convulsing agony was torn from her lips. "Ayla, I'm going to try to help you," Isa motioned after the contraction passed. "Do you understand me?" Ayla nodded mutely. "I'm going to break the water. Then I want you to get up into a squatting position. It helps if the baby is pushed downward. Can you do it?" "I'll try," Ayla waved weakly. Isa inserted the slippery elm stick, and Ayla's birth waters gushed out, bringing on another contraction. "Get up now, Ayla," the medicine woman motioned. She and Abra pulled the weakened young woman up from her bed and supported her while she squatted on the leather hide, like the one placed under all women when they gave birth. "Oh, Ayla, push hard," she strained with the next pain. "She's too weak," Abra signaled. "She can't push hard enough." "Ayla, you've got to push harder," Isa commanded. "I can't," Ayla motioned. "You must, Ayla. You must, or your baby will die," Isa said. She didn't mention that Ayla, too, would die. Isa could see her muscles bunching for another contraction. "Now, Ayla, now. Push. Push as hard as you can," Isa urged. "I can't let my baby die," Ayla thought. "I can't. I'll never have another baby if this one dies." From some unknown reserve, Ayla drew a last surge of strength. As the pain mounted, she took a deep breath and grabbed Isa's hand for support. Beads of sweat to her forehead. Her head swam dizzily. It felt as though her bones were cracking, as though she was trying to force her insides out. "Good, Ayla, good," Isa encouraged. "The head is showing. One more like that." Ayla gulped another breath of air and strained again. She felt skin and muscles tear, and still she pushed. With a gush of thick red blood, the baby's head was forced through the narrow birth canal. Isa took it and pulled, but the worst was over. "Just a little more, Ayla. Just enough for the afterbirth." Ayla strained once more, felt her head whirl, everything go dark, and collapsed unconscious. Isa tied a red-dyed piece of sinew around the newborn's umbilical cord and bit off the rest. She thumped the feet until a mewling cry became a loud squall. The baby's alive, Isa thought with relief as she began to clean the infant. Then her heart sank. After all her suffering, after all she's been through, why this? She wanted the baby so much. Isa wrapped the infant in the soft rabbit skin Ayla had made, then made a poultice of chewed roots for Ayla, held in place with an absorbent leather strap. Ayla groaned and opened her eyes. "My baby, Isa, boy or a girl?" she asked. "It's a boy, Ayla," the woman said, then quickly continued so her hopes would not be raised. "But he's deformed." Ayla's first hint of a smile turned to a look of horror. "No, he can't be. Let me see him." Isa brought the infant to her. "I was afraid of this. It often happens when a woman's pregnancy is difficult." I'm sorry, Ayla." The young woman opened the cover and looked at her tiny son. His arms and legs were thinner than Uba's when she was born, and longer, but he had the right number of fingers and toes in the right places. His tiny penis and testes gave mute evidence of his sex, but his head was definitely unnatural. It was abnormally large, the cause of Ayla's difficult delivery, and a little misshapen from his harrowing entrance into the world. But that in itself was no cause for alarm. Isa knew it was only the result of the pressures of birth and would quickly straighten out. It was the conformation of the head, the basic shape that would never change, that was deformed, and the thin, scrawny neck that was unable to support the baby's huge head. Ayla's baby had heavy brow ridges, like people of the clan, but his forehead, rather than sloping back, rose high and straight above the brows, bulging, to Isa's eyes, into a high crown before it swept back in a long, full shape. But the back of his head was not quite as long as it should have been. It looked as though the baby's skull was pushed forward into the bulging forehead and crown, shortening and rounding the back. He had only a nominal occipital bun at the rear, and his features were oddly altered. He had large, round eyes, but his nose was much smaller than normal. His mouth was large. His jaws were not quite as large as clan jaws, but below his mouth was a bony protrusion disfiguring his face, a well-developed, slightly receding chin, entirely lacking in clan people. The baby's head flopped back when Isa first picked him up, and she automatically put her hand behind it for support, shaking her own head on her short, thick neck. She doubted if the boy would ever be able to hold his head up. The baby nuzzled toward the warmth of his mother as he lay in Ayla's arms, already looking to suck, as though he hadn't had enough before his birth. She helped him to her breast. "You shouldn't, Ayla," Isa said gently. "You should not add to his life when it must soon be taken away. It will only make it harder for you to get rid of him."
"Get rid of him?"
Ayla looked stricken.
"How can I get rid of him? He's my baby, my son."
"You have no choice, Ayla. It's the way. A mother must always dispose of a deformed child she has brought into the world. It's best to do it as soon as possible, before Brunn commands it."
"He was allowed to live," Ayla protested.
"His mother's mate was the leader of the clan. He allowed it. You have no mate, Ayla, no man to speak for your son. I told you in the beginning your child could be unlucky if you gave birth before you were mated. Doesn't his deformity prove it, Ayla? Why let a child live that will have nothing but bad luck all his life?" "It's better to get it over now," Isa reasoned. Reluctantly, Ayla pulled her son away from her breast, tears overflowing her eyes.
"Oh, Isa," she cried, "I wanted a baby so much, a baby of my own, like other women. I never thought I'd have one. I was so happy. I didn't care if I was sick. I just wanted my own baby. It was so hard. I didn't think he'd ever come, but when you said he'd die, I had to push. He has to die anyway. Why was it so hard? Mother, I want my baby. Don't make me get rid of him."
"I know it's not easy, Ayla, but it must be done." Isa's heart ached for her. The baby was searching for the breast so abruptly withheld, for the security and to satisfy his need to suck. She had no milk for him yet. That would take a day or so. There was only the thick, milky fluid that could impart to the infant her own immunity to diseases for the first few months of his life. He started whimpering, and soon let go with a lusty howl, flailing his arms and kicking off the cover. His cry filled the cave with the demanding insistence of an angry, red-faced infant. Ayla couldn't stand it. She put him back to her breast.
"I just can't do it," she gestured. "I won't do it. My son is alive. He's breathing. He might be deformed, but he's strong. Did you hear him cry? Did you ever hear a baby cry like that? Did you see him kick? Look how he sucks. I want him, Isa. I want him, and I'm going to keep him. I'll leave before I'll kill him. I can hunt. I can find food. I'll take care of him myself."
Isa paled.
"Ayla, you can't mean that. Where would you go?" "Oh, Mother, somewhere, anywhere, but I won't give him up."
Ayla was adamant, determined. Isa had no doubt the young mother meant what she said. but she was too weak to go any place. She'd die herself if she tried to save the baby. Isa was appalled to think Ayla would flaunt the customs of the clan, but Isa was sure she would. "Ayla, don't talk like that," Isa pleaded. "Give him to me. If you can't, I'll do it for you. I'll tell Brun you're too weak. That's reason enough." The woman reached for the infant. "Let me take him. Once he's gone, it will be easier to forget him." "No, no, Isa!" Ayla shook her head forcefully, clinging tighter to the bundle in her arms. She huddled over him, protecting him with her body, moving only one hand to speak with Kreb's abbreviated symbols. "I'm going to keep him. Somehow, some way, even if I have to leave, I am going to keep my baby." Uba was watching the two women, ignored by them both. She had seen Ayla's bone-wrenching delivery as she had seen other women give birth before. No secrets of life or death were withheld from children. They shared the fate of the clan as much as their elders. Uba loved the golden-haired girl who was playmate and friend, mother and sister. The hard, painful birth had frightened the girl, but Ayla's talk of leaving frightened her even more. It reminded her of the time when she had gone before, when everyone said she would never come back. "Ayla," the girl ran up, gesturing frantically. "Mother, you can't let Ayla leave. Don't go away again." "I don't want to go, Uba, but I can't let my baby die," Ayla said. "Can't you put him high up in a tree, like the mother in Abba's story? If he lives for 7 days, Brun will have to let you keep him," Uba begged. "Abba's story is a legend, Uba," Isa explained. "No baby can live outside in the cold with no food." Ayla wasn't paying attention to Isa's explanation. Uba's childish suggestion had given her an idea. "Mother, part of that legend is true. My baby is still alive after 7 days. Brun has to accept him, doesn't he?" Ayla asked earnestly. "What are you thinking, Ayla? You can't leave him outside, hoping he'll still be alive after 7 days. You know it's impossible." "Not leave him. Take him. I know a place where I can hide, Isa. I can go there and take him with me, and then come back on his naming day. Brun will have to let me keep him then. There's a small cave—" "No, Ayla, don't tell me such things. That would be wrong. It would be disobedient. I can't approve. It's not the way of the clan. Brun would be very angry. He'd search for you. He'd find you and bring you back. It's not right, Ayla," Isa admonished. Turned back after a few steps. "And if you left, he'd ask me where you were." Never in her life had Isa done anything contrary to clan customs or Brun's wishes. The very idea was appalling. Even the secret contraceptive medicine had the sanction of past generations of medicine women. It was part of her heritage. Keeping the secret was not disobedient. There was no tradition or custom prohibiting its use. She just refrained from mentioning it. Ayla's plan was nothing short of rebellion, a rebellion Isa would never have dreamed of. She couldn't approve. But she knew how much Ayla wanted the baby. Her heart ached, thinking how she had suffered through the long, difficult pregnancy, and how only the fear of the baby's death had given her the strength that saved her own life. Ayla's right, Isa thought, looking at the newborn. He's deformed, but he's strong and healthy otherwise. Kreb was deformed. Now he's Mogur. This is her firstborn son, too. If she had a mate, he might allow the baby to live. No, he wouldn't, she thought again. She couldn't lie to herself any more than she could lie to anyone else. But she could refrain from speaking. She thought about telling Kreb or Brun, and she knew she should. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Isa could not approve of Ayla's plan. Keep it to herself. It was the most willfully wrong thing she had ever done in her life. She put some hot stones in a bowl of water to make an infusion of ergot for Ayla. The young woman was sleeping with the baby in her arms when Isa brought her the medicine. She shook her gently. "Drink this, Ayla," she said. "I wrapped the afterbirth and put it in that corner. You can rest tonight, but it should be buried tomorrow. Brun already knows. Abra told him. He'd rather not have to examine the baby and make it an official order. He will expect you to take care of it when you hide the evidence of birth." Isa was telling her daughter how long she had to make her plans. After Isa left, thinking about what to take with her. "I'll need my sleeping fur. rabbit skins for the baby, and bird down, and a couple of extra blankets for changes, too. Straps for myself. My sling and knives. Oh, and food. I'd better bring some food and a water bag. If I wait until the sun is high before I go, I can get everything ready in the morning. The next morning, Isa cooked well in excess of the amount of food needed to feed 4 people for a morning meal. Creb had come back to his hearth late to sleep. He wanted to avoid any communication with Ayla. Didn't know what to say to her. Her totem is just too strong, he thought. It was never completely overcome, so it made the baby deformed. It's too bad. She wanted him so much. "Isa, that's enough food for a whole clan," Creb remarked. "How can we eat so much?" "It's for Ayla," Isa said, and quickly put her head down. Isa should have had many children, the old man thought. She dotes so much on the one she has. But Ayla does need to regain her strength. It's going to take her a long time to get over this. I wonder if she'll ever have a normal child. Ayla's head reeled when she got up, and she felt a rush of warm blood. It hurt to walk even a few steps, and bending over was an ordeal. She was weaker than she realized and almost panicked. Cave. But I have to. If I don't, Isa will take my baby and get rid of him. What will I do if I lose my baby? I won't lose him, she decided with firm determination, forcing the panic from her mind. I'll get up there somehow if I have to crawl the whole way. It was drizzling when Ayla left the cave. She packed some things in the bottom of her collecting basket and covered them with a smelly package of birth effluvium. The rest she hid under her outer fur wrap. The baby was held securely to her chest with a carrying cloak. The first wave of dizziness passed as she started to walk into the woods, but it left her nauseous. She turned off the path and worked her way deep into the forest before she stopped, so weak. She buried the package deep, as Isa had told her, and made the proper symbols. Then she looked at her son, sleeping soundly, warm and comfortably secure. "No one will put you in a hole like that," she said to herself. Then she began to climb the steep foothills, unaware that someone was watching her. Shortly after Ayla left the cave, Uba slipped out after her. The winter of training after her mother's illness had made the girl much more conscious of the danger Ayla was in. She knew how weak the young woman was, and was afraid she might faint and become easy prey for a roaming carnivore drawn by the smell of blood on her. Uba almost ran back to the cave to tell Isa, but she didn't want Ayla to go alone, so she started to follow her. The girl lost sight of her after she turned off the path, but saw her again climbing up an open stretch of slope. Ayla leaned heavily on her digging stick as she climbed, using it for a walking staff. She stopped often, swallowing hard to keep down her nausea, and fighting not to give in to the dizziness that threatened to become darkness. She felt blood running down her legs, but didn't stop to replace her absorbent strap. She remembered a time when she could run up the steep slope without even getting winded. Now she couldn't believe how far it was to the high meadow. The distance between familiar landmarks was impossibly long. Ayla pushed herself until she was ready to collapse, then struggled to stay conscious until she was rested enough to go on. By late afternoon, when the baby started crying, she heard him only through a dim fog. She didn't stop for him, she just forced herself to climb. Her mind clung to one thought: I've got to reach the meadow. I've got to get to the cave. She wasn't even sure why any more. Uba stayed far behind her, not wanting to let Ayla see her. She didn't know Ayla could hardly see beyond her next step. The young mother's head was swimming in a red haze when she finally reached the mountain pasture. A little more, she told herself, just a little more. She plodded across the field and hardly had the strength to push the branches aside as she stumbled into the small cave that had been her sanctuary so many times before. She collapsed on the deerskin fur, uncaring that her fur wrap was wet, and didn't remember putting her crying son to her breast before she finally allowed herself to succumb to her exhaustion. It was fortunate that Uba reached the meadow just as Ayla disappeared into the cave, or she would have thought the woman had vanished into thin air. The thick old hazelnut bushes, with their confusion of branches, completely camouflaged the hole in the mountain wall, even without summer foliage. Uba ran back to the cave. She had been gone longer than she expected. It had taken Ayla much longer than the girl thought to reach the small cave. She was afraid Isa would be worried and scold her. But Isa ignored Uba's late return. She had seen her daughter slip out after Ayla and guessed her intention. But she didn't want to know for sure. Chapter 20. "Shouldn't she be back, Isa?" Creb asked. He had been anxiously pacing in and out of the cave all afternoon. Isa nodded nervously, not looking up from the cold-cooked venison haunch she was cutting into chunks. "Ouch!" she cried suddenly as the sharp blade she was using opened a gash in her finger. Creb looked up, surprised as much by the fact that she cut herself. Isa was so skilled with a stone knife he couldn't remember the last time she did it. Poor Isa, Creb thought. I've been so worried myself, I forgot how she must feel. He berated himself. No wonder she's nervous. She's worried, too. "I talked to Brun a while ago, Isa," Creb motioned. "He's reluctant to look for her yet. No one should know where a woman disposes where she is at a time like this. You know how unlucky it would be for a man to see her. But she's so weak. She could be out there lying in the rain someplace. You could go look for her, Isa. You're a medicine woman. She can't have gone too far. Don't worry about cooking. I can wait. Ahead. It'll be dark soon." "I can't," Isa gestured, and put her cut finger back in her mouth. "What do you mean, you can't?" Creb was puzzled. "I can't find her." "How do you know you can't find her if you don't look?" The old magician was thoroughly confused. Why doesn't Isa want to look for her? Come to think of it, why hasn't she been out looking long before this? I would have thought she'd be scouring the woods, turning over stones to find Ayla by now. She's so nervous. Something is wrong. "Isa, why don't you want to look for Ayla?" he asked. "It wouldn't help. I couldn't find her." "Why?" he pressed. The woman's eyes were filled with fearful anxiety. "She's hiding," Isa confessed. "Hiding? What is she hiding from?" "Everyone. Brun, you, me, the whole clan," she replied. Creb was completely at a loss, and Isa's enigmatic answers only made it worse. "Isa, you'd better explain. Why is Ayla hiding from the clan, or me, or you? Especially you. She needs you now." "She wants to keep the baby, Creb," Isa gestured, then rushed on, begging him with her eyes to understand. "I told her it was the mother's duty to dispose of a deformed baby, but she refused. You know how much she wanted it. She said she was going to take him and hide him until his naming day, so Brun would have to accept him." He stared hard at the woman, quickly grasping the full implications of Ayla's willfulness. "Yes, Brun will be forced to accept her son, Isa, and then he'll curse her for deliberate disobedience, this time forever. Don't you know if a woman forces a man against his will, he loses face? Brun can't afford that. The men wouldn't respect him any more. Even if he curses her, he'll lose face, and the clan gathering is this summer. Do you think he can face the other clans now? The whole clan will lose face because of Ayla," the magician gestured angrily. "Whatever made her think of such a thing?" "It was one of Abba's stories, about the mother who put her deformed baby up in a tree," Isa answered. Why hadn't she thought about it more? "Old women's tales," Creb motioned with disgust. "Abba should know better than to fill a young woman's head with such nonsense." "It wasn't only Abba, Creb. It was you, too." "Me? When did I ever tell her such stories?" "You didn't have to tell her any stories. You were born deformed, but you were allowed to live. Now you're Mogur." Isa's statement jolted the lopsided, one-armed magician. He knew the series of fortuitous events that led to his acceptance. Only luck had preserved the highest holy man of the clan. His mother's mother once told him it was nothing short of a miracle. Son, and live. It had to be his wish, his decision, entirely his. "And you, Isa, didn't you tell her it was wrong?" "I begged her not to go. I told her I'd get rid of the baby if she couldn't, but she wouldn't let me near him after that. Oh, Creb, she suffered so much to have him." "So you let her go, hoping her plan would work. Why didn't you tell me, or Brun?" Isa just shook her head. "Creb is right. I should have told him.
Now Ayla will die too, not just her baby, she thought.
Where did she go, Isa?
Krebs's eye had turned to stone. I don't know. She said something about a small cave, the woman replied with sinking heart. The magician turned abruptly and limped to the hearth of the leader. The baby's cries finally woke Ayla from her exhausted sleep. It was dark, and the little cave was damp and chilly without a fire. She went to the back to relieve herself, and winced as the warm ammoniacal fluid stung her raw, torn flesh. She fumbled in the dark through her collecting basket for a clean strap and a fresh wrap for the wet and soiled infant, drank some water, then wrapping her fur around them, she lay back down to nurse her son. The next time she woke up, the wall of the cave was dappled with sunlight streaming through the tangled hazelnut branches that hid the entrance. She ate her cold food while the baby suckled. The food and rest revived her, and she sat up holding her baby, musing dreamily. "I'll need to get some wood," she thought, "and my food won't last too long. I should get some more. Alfalfa should be sprouting. It'll strengthen my blood, too. New clover and vetch shoots must be ready, and bulbs. The sap is up. The inner bark will be sweet now, especially maple. No, maple doesn't grow this high, but there's birch and fir. Let's see, new burdock and coltsfoot and young dandelion leaves and fern. Most of it will still be curled. I remembered my sling, beaver, and rabbits." Ayla daydreamed about the pleasures of the warming season, but when she stood up, she felt a gush of blood and a wave of dizziness. Her legs were caked with dried blood that stained her foot coverings and her wraps, jolting her into a more realistic awareness of her desperate situation. When the dizziness passed, she decided to clean herself and then get some wood, but she didn't know what to do with the baby. She was torn between taking him with her or letting him sleep where he was. Women of the clan never left babies untended. They were always within sight of some woman, and Ayla hated the thought of leaving him alone. But she had to clean herself and get more water, and she could carry more wood without him. Peeked out through the bare-limbed bushes to make sure no one was near, then pushed the branches aside and left the cave. The ground was soggy. Near the creek it was a slippery mire of mud. Patches of snow still lingered in shaded nooks. Shivering in the brisk wind that blew from the east, pushing more rain clouds before it, Ayla stripped and stepped into the cold creek to rinse herself, then sponged her wraps. The clammy, damp leather did little to warm her when she put them back on. She walked to the woods that surrounded the high pasture and tugged at some of the lower dried branches of a fir tree. A whirling vertigo overwhelmed her. Her knees buckled, and she reached for a tree to steady herself. Pounding, she swallowed hard to keep from retching as her weakness engulfed her. All thoughts of hunting or gathering food left her. The depleting pregnancy, the ravaging delivery, and the grueling climb all had taken their toll. She had little strength left. The baby was crying when she got back to the cave. It was cool and damp, and he missed her warm closeness. She picked him up and held him, then remembered the water bag she had left by the creek. She had to have water. She put her son down and dragged herself out of the cave again. It was starting to rain. When she returned, she sunk down, exhausted, and pulled the damp, heavy fur over them. She was too tired to notice the sharp edges of fear nicking away at the corners of her mind as sleep overwhelmed her.
"Didn't I tell you she was insolent and willful?" Braud gestured self-righteously. "Did anyone believe me? No. They took her side, made excuses, let her have her way, even let her hunt. I don't care how strong her totem is, women are not supposed to hunt. The cave lion didn't lead her to it. It was just defiance. See what happens when you give a woman too much freedom. See what happens when you're too lenient. Now she thinks she can force her deformed son into the clan. No one can make excuses for her this time. She deliberately disobeyed the customs of the clan. It's inexcusable."
At last Braud had been vindicated, and he gloried in his chance to say, "I told you so." Brunn didn't like losing face, and the son of his mate didn't make it any easier.
"You've made your point, Braud," he signaled. "There's no need to keep on about it. I'll take care of her when she comes back. No woman has ever forced me to do anything against my will and gotten away with it, and no woman will start now." "When we search again tomorrow morning," Brunn said, going on to the reason he called the meeting, I think we should look at places we seldom go. Isa said Ayla knew of a small cave. Has anyone ever seen a small cave nearby? It can't be too far. She was too weak to get very far. Let's forget about the steppes or the forest. Her caves are likely to be. With this rain, her trail has been washed away, but there might be a footprint left. Whatever it takes, I want her found.
Isa waited anxiously for Brun's meeting to end. She had been trying to work up courage to speak to him, and decided the time was now. When she saw the men leave, she walked to his hearth with bowed head and sat at his feet.
"What do you want, Isa?"
Brun asked, after tapping her shoulder. "This unworthy woman would speak to the leader," Isa began.
"You may speak."
"This woman was wrong not to come to the leader when she learned what the young woman planned to do." Isa forgot to use the formal form of address as her emotions overcame her. "But, Brun, she wanted a baby so much. One thought she would ever conceive life, least of all her. How could the spirit of the cave lion be overcome? She was so happy about it. Even though she suffered, she never complained. She almost died giving birth, Brun. Only the thought that her baby would die gave her strength at the end. She just couldn't bear to give him up, even if he was deformed. She was sure it was the only baby she would ever have. She was out of her head from the shock and the pain. She wasn't thinking straight. I know I have no right to ask, Brun, but I beg you to let her live."
"Why didn't you come to me before, Isa? If you thought begging for her life would do any good now, why didn't you come to me then? Been so unkind to her? I was not blind to her suffering. A man can avert his eyes to avoid looking into another man's heart, but he cannot close his ears. There is not a person in this clan who does not know the pain Ayla suffered to give birth to her son. Do you think me so hard-hearted, Isa? If you had come to me, told me how she felt, what she planned to do, don't you think I would have considered allowing her baby to live? I could have overlooked her threat to run and hide as the ravings of a woman out of her head. I would have examined the child. Even without a mate, if the deformity is not too gross, I might have allowed it. But you gave me no opportunity. You assumed to know what I would do, you to be derelict in your duty. You have always been an example for the other women. I can only blame your behavior on your illness. I know how sick you are, though you try to hide it. I respected your wishes, and made no mention of it, but I was sure you were ready to walk in the world of the spirits last autumn. I was well aware Ayla believed this was her one chance to have a child. I suspect she is right. Yet I saw her put all thoughts of herself aside when you were ill, Isa, and she pulled you through. I don't know how she did it. Maybe it was Mogur who placated the spirits that wanted you to join them and convinced them to allow you to stay. Alone, I was ready to grant his request and allow her to become medicine woman. I had come to respect her as much as I once respected you. She has been an admirable woman, a model of dutiful obedience in spite of the son of my mate. Yes, Isa, I am aware of Braud's harsh treatment of her. Even her one lapse early last summer was provoked by him in some way, though I don't fully understand how. It is unworthy of him to pit himself against a woman the way he does. Braud is a very brave and strong hunter, and has no reason to feel his manhood is threatened by any female. But perhaps he did see something I overlooked. Perhaps he's right. I have been blind to her. Isa, if you had come to me before, I might have considered your request. I might have let her son live. It is too late now. When she returns on her child's naming day, both Ayla and her son will die.
The next day, Ayla tried to make a fire. There were still a few sticks of dry wood left from her previous stay. She twirled a stick between her palms against another piece of wood, but she didn't have the endurance to maintain the sustained effort required to make it smolder, and it was fortunate for her that she couldn't. Drug and Krug found their way to the mountain meadow while she and the baby slept. They would have smelled a fire or the remains of one and found her. As it was, they walked so close to the cave that if the baby had whimpered in his sleep, the small hole in the rock wall was so well hidden by the thick old stand of hazelnut bushes they didn't notice it. But fortune smiled on her even more.
The spring rains dripping sullenly from a leaden sky, turning the bank of the small creek into a sink of mud, and the ground of the meadow into a sodden marsh, and casting a pall over her spirits, washed away all traces of her. So expert were the hunters at tracking, they could identify the individual footprints of each member of the clan, and their sharp eyes would easily have seen broken-off shoots or disturbed earth from dug-up bulbs or roots if she had gathered any food. Weakness saved her from discovery. When Ayla went out later and saw the men's footprints in the mud near the spring that gave rise to the creek, where they had stopped for a drink of water, her heart nearly stopped. It made her afraid to go outside. She started at every gust that shook the brush fronting her cave, and strained to hear imagined sounds. The food she had brought with her was nearly gone. She searched through the basket she had made to store food during the long, lonely stay of her temporary death curse. All she found were some dried nuts, rotten, and the droppings of small rodents, evidence that her store had been found and long since eaten. She found the rotten, dried remains of the surplus of food Isa had given her when she used the cave as shelter during her woman's curse. Totally inedible. Then she remembered the cache of dried deer meat in the stone pit at the back of the cave, from the deer she killed for a warm wrap. Ayla found the small mound of rocks and moved them. The preserved meat in the cache was undisturbed, but the easing of her tensions was short-lived. The branches at the mouth of the cave moved, and Ayla's heart raced. "Uba," she gestured with shocked surprise as the girl entered the cave. "How did you find me?" "I followed you the day you left. I was so afraid something would happen to you. I brought you some food and some tea to make your milk flow. Mother made it." "Does Isa know where I am?" "No. She knows I do, though. Brun is so mad at you. The men have been searching for you every day. I saw their footprints by the spring, but they didn't see the cave. Braud is bragging about how he knew all along how bad you were. I've hardly seen Creb at all since you left. He spends all day in the place of the spirits, and Mother is so upset. She wants me to tell you not to come back," Uba said, her eyes wide with fear for the young woman. "If she hasn't talked to you about me, how could Isa give you a message for me?" Ayla asked. "She cooked extra last night, and this morning, too. Not too much. I think she was afraid Creb would guess it was for you. But she didn't eat her share. Later she made the tea. Then she started moaning and talking to herself like she was grieving for you. She's been grieving for you ever since you left. But she was looking right at me. She kept saying, 'If only someone could tell Ayla not to come back. My poor child, my poor daughter, she has no food. She's weak. She needs to make milk for her baby,' and things like that. Then she left the hearth. This water bag was right next to the tea, and the food was all wrapped. She must have seen me go when I followed you," Uba continued. "I wondered why she didn't scold me for being gone so long. Brun and Creb are both mad at her for not telling that you were going to hide. If she had some idea how to find you and didn't tell them, I don't know what they'd do to her. But no one has asked me. No one pays much attention to children anyway, especially girls. Ayla, I know I should tell Creb where you are, but I don't want Brun to curse you. I don't want you to die." Ayla could feel her heart beating in her ears. What have I done? She hadn't realized the extent of her weakness, or how difficult it would be to survive alone with a small baby when she threatened to leave the clan. She had counted on going back on her baby's naming day. What am I going to do now? She picked up her baby and held him close. But I couldn't let you die, could I? I seemed to have forgotten she was there. "Ayla," she said tentatively, "could I see him? I never did get a chance to see your baby." "Oh, Uba, of course you can see him," she motioned, feeling bad that she had been ignoring the girl after she came all the way to bring Isa's message. She could get into trouble for it, too. If it was ever found out that Uba knew how to find Ayla and didn't tell, her punishment would be severe. It could ruin her life. "Would you like to hold him?" "Could I?" Ayla put the baby in her lap. Uba started to move aside his swaddling, then looked up at Ayla for permission. The mother nodded. "He doesn't look so bad, Ayla. He's not crippled like Creb. He's kind of skinny. Doesn't look like anyone else in the clan." "That's because I wasn't born to the clan."
Isa found me when I was a little girl. She says I was born to the others. I'm clan now, though, Ayla said proudly. Then her face dropped. Not for long. Do you ever miss your mother? I mean your real mother, not Isa, the girl asked. I don't remember any mother except Isa. I don't remember anything before I came to live with the clan. She suddenly blanched. Uba, where will I go if I can't go back? Who will I live with? I'll never see Isa again, or Kreb either. This is the last time I'll ever see you. Know what else to do? I couldn't let my baby die. I don't know, Ayla. Mother says Brun will lose face if you make him accept your son. That's why he's so mad. She says if a woman makes a man do something, the other men won't respect him any more. Even if he curses you afterward, he'll lose face, just because you forced him to do something against his will. I don't want you to go away, Ayla, but you'll die if you come back. The young woman looked at the stricken face of the girl, not realizing her own tear-streaked face held a similar expression. They both reached out to each other simultaneously. You'd better go, Uba, before you get in trouble, Ayla said, gave the baby back to his mother, and got up to leave. Uba, Ayla called as the girl started to move the branches aside. I'm glad you came to see me, just so I could talk to you once more, and tell Isa. Tell my mother I love her. Tears were flowing again. Tell Kreb, too. I will, Ayla. The girl lingered for a moment longer. I'm going now, she said, and quickly left the cave. After Uba left, Ayla unwrapped the package of food she had brought. There wasn't much, but with the dried venison it would last a few days. But what then? She couldn't think. Her mind whirled in a maelstrom of confusion, sucking her into a black hole of utter despair. Her plan had backfired. Not only her baby's life, but her own was in jeopardy. She ate without tasting, and drank some tea, then lay down with her infant again, and slipped into the oblivion of sleep. Her body had its own needs. It demanded rest. It was night when she woke again, and drank the last of the cold tea. She decided to get more water while it was dark, and there was no chance of being seen by searching men. She fumbled in the dark for the water bag, and in a moment of panic lost her sense of direction in the stark blackness of the cave. The branches camouflaging the entrance, outlined eerily by a darkness not quite as black, reoriented her, and she quickly scrambled out. Crescent moon, playing tag with racing clouds, shed little light, but her eyes, fully dilated by the black inside the cave, could see ghostly trees vaguely silhouetted in the dim glow. The whispering water of the spring, splashing over rocks in a miniature waterfall, reflected the shining sliver with a faint iridescence. Ayla was still weak, but she didn't get dizzy when she stood up any more, and walking was easier. No men of the clan saw her as she bent near the spring under the concealing cover of darkness, but she was watched by other eyes, more used to seeing by moonlight. Nocturnal prowlers and their night-feeding prey both drank from the same source as she. Ayla had never been so vulnerable since she wandered alone as a naked 5-year-old child. But because she wasn't thinking in terms of survival. She wasn't on guard. Her thoughts were turned inward. She would have been easy prey to any lurking predator drawn by the rich smells. But Ayla had made her presence felt before. Swift stones, not always lethal, but painful, had left their mark. Carnivores whose territory included the cave tended to shy away from it. It gave her an edge, a safety factor, a reserve of security from which she drew heavily now. There has to be some sign of her, Brun gestured angrily. If she took food, it can't last forever. She's got to come out of hiding soon. Place that's been searched, searched again. If she's dead, I want to know it. Some scavenger would find her, and there would be evidence of it. I want her found before the naming day. I will go to no clan gathering unless she's found. Now she's going to keep us from going to the clan gathering, Proud sneered. Why was she ever accepted into the clan in the first place? She's not even clan. If I were leader, I would never have accepted her. If I were leader, I wouldn't have let Isa keep her. I wouldn't even have let Isa pick her up. Why couldn't anyone else see her for what she is? This is not the first time she's been disobedient, you know. She has always flaunted the ways of the clan and gotten away with it.
bringing animals into the cave? Did anyone stop her from going off alone like no good clan woman would think of doing? No wonder she spied on us when we were practicing. And what happened when she got caught using a sling? A temporary death curse, and when she got back, she was allowed to hunt. Imagine, a woman of the clan hunting. Do you know what the other clans would think of that? It's not surprising we're not going to the clan gathering. Is it any wonder she'd think she could force her son on us? Proud. We've heard all that before, Brun motioned wearily. Her disobedience will not go unpunished, I promise you. Proud's constant harping on the same theme was not only wearing on Brun's nerves, it was making an impression. The leader was beginning to question his own judgment that had to be based on adherence to long-standing traditions and customs that allowed little room for deviation. Yet as Proud kept reminding him, Ayla had gotten away with a gradually worsening list of transgressions that did seem to lead to this unforgivable, deliberate act of defiance. He had been too generous with the outsider not born with an inherent sense of clan rightness, too lenient with her. She took advantage of him. Proud was right. He should have been more strict. He should have made her conform. Perhaps he never should have allowed the medicine woman to pick her up. But did the son of his mate have to keep on about it? Most were all but convinced Ayla had somehow blinded them with a smoke-screen of deception, and only Proud had seen her with clear eyes. When Brun was not around, the young man cast aspersions on the leader, hinting that he was too old to lead them effectively any longer. Brun's loss of face was a devastating blow to his confidence. He could sense the men's respect slipping away, and he could not bear to face a gathering of the clans under such circumstances. Ayla stayed in the cave, leaving only for water. Bundled in furs, she was warm enough even without a fire. The food Uba brought, and the forgotten store of deer meat, dry as leather and tough to chew, made gathering or hunting unnecessary. It gave her time for the rest she needed. No longer drained by the demands of nurturing a not quite right fetus, her healthy young body, toughened by the years of strenuous physical exercise, was recuperating. She didn't need to sleep as much, but in some ways that was worse. Her troubled thoughts weighed on her constantly. At least when she was sleeping, she was free of anxiety. Ayla was sitting near the mouth of the cave, holding her sleeping son in her arms. White watery fluid dribbling out of the corner of his mouth and dripping from the other breast, stimulated by his nursing, gave evidence that her milk had started to flow. Hidden occasionally by fast-moving clouds, warmed the spot near the entrance with its dappled light. She was looking at her son, watching his regular breathing interrupted by twitching eye movements and little jerky spasms that started him making sucking motions with his mouth before relaxing again. She looked at him more closely, turning his head to see his profile. Uba said you don't look so bad, Ayla thought. I don't think you do either. Just a little different. That's what Uba said, too. You just look different, but not as different as me. Ayla suddenly remembered the reflection of herself she had seen in the still pool. Not as different as me. Trying to remember the reflection of herself. My forehead bulges out like that, she thought, reaching up to touch her face. And that bone under his mouth. I've got one, too. But he's got brow ridges, and I haven't. Clan people have brow ridges. If I'm different, why shouldn't my baby be different? He should look like me, shouldn't he? He does a little, but he looks a little like clan babies, too. He looks like both. I wasn't born to the clan, but my baby was. Only he looks like me and them, like both mixed together. I don't think you're deformed at all, my son. If you were born to me and born to the clan, you should look like both. If the spirits were mixed together, shouldn't you look mixed together, too? That's the way you look, the way you should look. But whose totem started you? No matter whose it was, it must have had help. None of the men have a stronger totem than I have, except Kreb. Did the cave bear start you, my baby? I live at Kreb's hearth. No, it couldn't be. Kreb says Ursus never allows his spirit to be swallowed by a woman. Ursus always chooses. Well, if it wasn't Kreb, who else have I been close to? Ayla got a sudden image of Braud hovering close to her. No, but not Braud. He didn't start my baby. She shuddered with revulsion, thinking of the future leader and the way he had forced her to submit to his desires. I hate him. I hated it every time he came close to me. I'm so glad he doesn't bother me any more. I hope he never, never wants to relieve his needs with me again. How does Olga stand it? How does any woman stand it? Why do men have needs like that? Why should a man want to put his organ in the place babies come from? That place should be just for babies, not for men's organs to make all sticky. Men's organs don't have anything to do with babies, she thought indignantly. The incongruity of the meaningless act stayed in her mind. Could a man's organ have something to do with babies? Only women can have babies, but they have both girl and boy babies, she mused. I wonder, when a man puts his organ in the place babies come from, could he be getting it started? What if it's not the spirit of a man's totem? What if it's a man's organ that starts a baby? Wouldn't that mean the baby belongs to him, too? Maybe that's why men have that need, because they want to start a baby. Maybe that's why women like it, too. I've never seen a woman swallow a spirit, but I've seen men put their organs in women often. No one ever thought I'd have a baby, but I did anyway, and it started just about the time Braud was relieving his needs with me. No, it's not true. That would mean my baby is Braud's baby, too, Ayla thought with horror. Kreb is right. He's always right. I swallowed a spirit that fought with my totem and defeated him. Maybe more than one, maybe all of them. She clutched her baby fiercely as though trying to keep him to herself. You're my baby, not Braud's. It wasn't even the spirit of Braud's totem. The infant was startled by the sudden movement and began to cry. She rocked him gently until he quieted. Maybe my totem knew how much I wanted to have a baby and let himself be defeated. Why would my totem let me have a baby when he knew it would have to die? A baby that is part me and part clan is always going to look different. They'll always say my babies are deformed. Even if I had a mate, my babies wouldn't look right. I'll never be able to keep one. They'll all have to die. What difference does it make? I'm going to die anyway. We're both going to die, my son. Ayla held her baby close, rocking him and crooning while tears streamed down her face unnoticed. What am I going to do, my baby? What am I going to do? If I go back on your naming day, Brun will curse me. Isa said not to come back, but where can I go? And even if I were, what would I do with you? I couldn't take you with me. I couldn't hunt with a baby. You might cry and warn the animals away, but I couldn't leave you alone. Maybe I wouldn't have to hunt. I can find food. But we need other things, too. Wraps and furs and cloaks and foot coverings. And where will I find a cave to live in? I can't stay here. There's too much snow in winter, and it's too close. They'd find me sooner or later. I could go away, but I might not find a cave, and the men would track me and bring me back. Even if I did get away and found a cave and stored enough food to last through next winter, and even managed to hunt a little, we'd still be alone. Need more people than just me. Who would you play with? Who would teach you to hunt? And what if something happened to me? Who would take care of you then? You'd be all alone, just as I was before Isa found me. I don't want you to be alone. I don't want to be alone either. I want to go home, Ayla sobbed, burying her head in her infant's swaddling. I want to see Uba again, and Kreb. I want my mother. But I can't go home. Brun's mad at me. I made him lose face, and he's going to curse me. I didn't know it would make him lose face. I just didn't want you to die. Brun's not so bad. Try to force him to accept you. What if I just begged him to let you live? If I went back now, he wouldn't lose face. There's still time. There are 2 fingers left before your naming day. Maybe then he wouldn't be so angry. What if he is? What if he says no? What if they take you away from me? I wouldn't want to live if they took you away now. If you have to die, I want to die too. If I go back and Brun says you have to die, I'll beg him to curse me. I'll die, too. I won't let you go back to the world of the spirits alone, my baby. I promise. If you have to go, I'll go with you. I'm going right now and beg Brun to let me keep you. What else can I do?
Number 12. Please insert disc number 13. This is disc number 13.
Let you go back to the world of the spirits alone, my baby. I promise. If you have to go, I'll go with you. I'm going right now and beg Brun to let me keep you. What else can I do? Ayla began throwing things into her collecting basket. She wrapped the baby in the carrying cloak and both of them in her fur wrap and pushed aside the branches that hid the small cave. As she was crawling out, her eyes fell on something glittering in the sun. A sparkling gray rock lay at her feet. She picked it up. It wasn't just one rock, but 3 small nodules of iron pyrite stuck together. And watched the fool's gold glitter. As often as she had gone in and out of the small cave over the years, she had never seen the unusual stone before. Ayla clutched it in her hand and closed her eyes. Can this be a sign? A sign from my totem? Great cave lion, she motioned. Did I make the right decision? Are you telling me I should go back now? Oh, cave lion, let this be a sign. Let this be a sign that you have found me worthy, that it was all another test. Let this be a sign that my baby will live. Her fingers shook as she untied the knots of the small leather bag she wore around her neck. She shaped glittering stone to the red-stained oval of mammoth tusk, the fossil cast of a gastropod, and the lump of red ochre. Her heart pounding with fear, and one desperate hope, Ayla started down to the cave of the clan. Chapter 21. Uba came running into the cave, gesticulating wildly. Mother! Mother! Ayla's back! Isa's face drained. No, it can't be. Is the baby with her? Uba, did you go to see her? Did you tell her? Yes, Mother. I saw her. I told her how mad Brun was. I told her not to come back, the girl motioned. Isa hurried to the entrance and saw Ayla walking slowly toward Brun. She crumpled to the ground at his feet, leaning forward over her infant protectively. She's early. She must have misjudged the time, Brun motioned to the magician, hurriedly shuffling out of the cave. She didn't misjudge, Brun. She knows it's early. She came back on purpose, Mogur signaled. The leader eyed the old man, wondering how he could be so positive. Then he glanced down at the young woman, and back at Mogur a little apprehensively. Are you sure the charms you made to protect us will work? She should still be isolated. Her female curse cannot be over yet. It's always much longer after giving birth. The charms are strong, Brun, made from the bones of Ursus. You are protected. You may see her, the magician replied. Brun turned back and stared at the young woman huddled over her infant, quaking with fear. I should curse her right now, he thought angrily. But it's not the child's naming day. If Mogur is right, why did she come back early, and with the baby? He must still be alive, or she wouldn't have him with her. Her disobedience is unforgivable. But why did she come back early? His curiosity was too much for him. He tapped her on the shoulder. This unworthy woman has been disobedient, Ayla began, with a silent, formal motions, not looking directly at him, and not sure he would respond. She knew she shouldn't be trying to talk to a man. She should be in isolation. But he had tapped her shoulder. This woman would speak to the leader, if it were allowed. You don't deserve to speak, woman, but Mogur has invoked protection in your case. If I want you to speak, the spirits will allow it. You are right. You have been very disobedient. What do you have to say for yourself? This woman is grateful. This woman knows the customs of the clan. She should have disposed of the infant, as the medicine woman told her. But she ran away. She was going to return on her son's naming day, so the leader would have to accept him into the clan. You returned too soon, Brun gestured triumphantly. It is not the naming day yet. I can command the medicine woman to take him from you now. Brun's back, since Ayla left, relaxed as he made the motions, and the full realization hit him. Only if the child lived 7 days would tradition force him to accept the baby. The full time had not elapsed. He did not have to take him. He had not lost face. He was in command again. Ayla's arms clutched involuntarily at the baby held to her breast with a cloak. Then she continued, "This woman knows it is not yet the naming day. This woman realized it was wrong for her to try to make the leader accept her son. It is not a woman's place to decide if her child should live or die. Only the leader can make that decision. That is why this woman returned." At Ayla's earnest face, at least she came to her senses in time, he thought. "If you know the customs of the clan, why did you return with a child that is deformed? Isa said you were unable to perform your duty as a mother. Are you ready to give him up now? Do you want the medicine woman to do it for you?" Ayla hesitated, hovering over her son. "This woman will give him up, if the leader commands it." She made the sign slowly, painfully, forcing herself, feeling as though a knife were twisting in her heart. But this woman promised her son she would not let him go alone to the world of the spirits. If the leader decides the baby may not live, she asks him to curse her, out of the formal language, and pleaded, "I beg you, Brun, I beg you to let my son live. If he has to die, I don't want to live." Ayla's fervent plea surprised the leader. Some women, he knew, wanted to keep their babies in spite of malformations and disfigurements, but most were relieved to dispose of them as quickly and quietly as possible. A deformed child stigmatized the mother. It advertised a certain inadequacy, an inability to produce a perfect baby. It made her less than desirable. Even if the deformity was small enough not to pose a major handicap, there were considerations of status and future mates. A mother's later years could be difficult. Children or her children's mates could not take care of her. Though she would never starve, her life could be miserable. Ayla's request was unprecedented. Mother love was strong, but strong enough to follow her child to the next world? "You want to die with a deformed baby? Why?" Brun asked. "My son is not deformed," Ayla motioned, with the barest trace of defiance. "He's just different. I'm different. I don't look like people of the clan. My son is, too. Any baby I ever have will look like him, if my totem is ever defeated again. I'll never have a baby that will be allowed to live. I don't want to live either if all my babies have to die." Brun looked at Mogur. "Shouldn't the baby look like him?" "Yes, it should. But don't forget, she has a male totem, too. Perhaps that's why it fought so hard. The cave lion may have wanted to be part of the new life. There could be something to what she says. I would have to meditate on it. But the child is still deformed. It often happens when a woman's totem refuses to give in completely. It makes her pregnancy difficult and deforms the baby," Mogur replied. "I'm more surprised the child was male. If a woman's totem puts up a strong fight, it usually makes the child female. But we haven't seen him, Brun. Perhaps we should examine him." Should he bother, Brun wondered? Curse her now and dispose of the baby. Ayla's early return and penitent groveling eased Brun's wounded pride, but he was far from mollified. He had come too close to losing face because of her, and it wasn't the first problem she had caused him. She had returned, but what would she do next? And then there was the clan gathering, as Braud had reminded him so many times. It was one thing to let Isa pick up a strange child and take her into his clan, but Brun had cause to reflect often lately on the impression it would make on the other clans to arrive at the meeting with a woman born to the others. He wondered, looking back, how he had made so many decisions that were so unorthodox. Each one, at the time, reasonable. Even allowing the woman to hunt was logical then. But added together, and seeing them from an outsider's point of view, the effect was an overwhelming breach of custom. Ayla had been disobedient. She deserved to be punished, and cursing her would eliminate all his worries. But a death curse was a serious threat to the clan, and he had already exposed them once to evil spirits because of her. Her voluntary return had prevented his disgrace. Isa was probably right. She had lost her mind temporarily from the shock and the pain. He did tell Isa he would have considered a request to let the baby live if he had been asked. Well, She did ask. She came back knowing the full extent of her offense, begging for the life of her child. He could at least examine the baby. Brunn did not like making hasty decisions. He gave Ayla an abrupt signal, motioning toward Krebs's hearth, then strode away. Ayla ran into Isa's waiting arms. If nothing else, at least she would see the woman who was the only mother she knew, one last time. "You've all had a chance to examine him," Brunn said. "Under normal circumstances, I would not bother you. It would be a simple decision. But I want to know your opinions. A death curse is a strong possibility, and I don't like exposing the clan to evil spirits again. If you find the boy is acceptable, I can hardly curse the mother. Another woman would have to take him. He'd have to live with one of you whose mate has a nursing child. If the baby is allowed to live, the punishment for Ayla should be less severe. Tomorrow is the naming day. I need to make the decision soon, and Mogur will need some time to prepare for a curse if that is to be her punishment. It must be done before the sun rises in the morning." "It's not only his head, Brunn," Krog started. Ika was still nursing her youngest, and Krog had no desire to have Ayla's infant added to his hearth, far-fetched though the possibility was. "That's bad enough, but he can't even hold it up. It has to be supported. What will he be like when he's a man? How will he hunt? He'll never be able to provide for himself. He'll be a burden on the whole clan." "Do you think there's any chance his neck will get stronger?" Drug asked. "If Ayla dies, she will take part of Ona's spirit with her. Aga would take her son. She feels she owes Ayla that much, though I don't think she really wants a deformed baby. If she's willing, I suppose I would be too, but not if he will burden the whole clan. His neck is so long and scrawny, and his head is so big. I don't think it will ever be strong enough," Krog commented. "I won't have him at my hearth for any reason. I wouldn't even bother to ask Olga how she feels about it. He's not fit to be a sibling to her sons. It would make him a brother to Brock and Grev. I won't allow that. Brock will survive, even if she does take a little piece of his spirit with her. I don't know why you're even considering it, Brunn. You were ready to curse her. Just because she came running back a little early, you're ready to take her back, and talking about taking her defective son besides," Proud gestured bitterly. "She defied you by running away. Coming back doesn't make her disobedience any less. What's there to discuss? The baby is deformed, and she should be cursed. That's the end of it. Why do you always waste our time with these meetings about her? If I were leader, she would have been cursed already. She's disobedient, she's insolent, and she's a bad influence on the other women. How else can you explain Isa's misbehavior?" Proud was working himself up to a fury, his gestures becoming more excited. "How can you think of anything else? Why can't you see it? Are you blind? She's never been any good. If I were leader, she would never have been accepted in the first place. If I were leader—" "But you're not leader yet, Proud," Brunn returned coldly, "and you're not likely to be if you can't keep yourself under better control. She's only a woman. Proud, why do you feel so threatened by her? What can she possibly do to you? She must obey you. She has no choice. If you were leader, is that all you can say? What kind of leader is so anxious to kill a woman that he's willing to jeopardize the whole clan?" Brunn was on the edge of losing control himself, to take from the son of his mate. The men were shocked and uneasy. An open battle between the present leader and the future one was distressing. Proud had overstepped his bounds, to be sure, but they were accustomed to his outbursts. It was Brunn who caused the dismay. They had never seen a leader so close to losing his control, and he had never before openly questioned the qualifications of the son of his mate to follow him as leader. For a tense moment the two men locked eyes in a battle of wills. Proud looked down first. No longer jeopardized by loss of face, Brunn was firmly in control again. He was leader, and not ready to step down. Wasn't as secure as he thought. Proud fought down the feeling of impotence and bitter frustration that welled up inside. He still favors her, Proud thought. How can he? I'm the son of his mate. She's just an ugly woman. Proud struggled to remain calm, swallowing the bitterness that rankled his soul. "This man regrets he has caused the leader to misunderstand him," Proud motioned formally. "This man's concern is for the hunters he must lead one day. If the present leader thinks this man is capable of leading hunters, how can a man hunt if his head wobbles? Brunn stared hard and angrily at the young man. There was an inconsistency in the meaning of the formal gestures and the unconscious signals of expression and posture. Broud's overly polite response was sarcastic, and it irritated the leader far more than direct disagreement. Broud was trying to hide his feelings, and Brunn knew it. But Brunn was feeling shame at his own outburst. He knew it was prompted by Broud's increasingly derogatory remarks that cast doubt on his judgment. They had rubbed a sore spot on his pride. But that was no excuse for losing his own self-control enough to disparage the son of his mate so openly. "You've made your point, Broud," Brunn signaled stiffly. "I realize the baby will grow up to be more a burden to the leader who follows me and the one after. But the decision is still mine. I will do what I think best. Baby will be accepted, Broud, or that the woman will not be cursed. My concern is for the clan, not her or her child. A death curse can put everyone in danger. Lingering evil spirits can bring bad luck, especially since they've been released before. I think the child is too deformed to live, but Ayla is blind to her baby's affliction. She can't see it. It may be that her strong desire to have a child has affected her mind. When she returned, she begged me to curse her if her son was not acceptable. I asked for your opinions because I wanted to know if anyone else saw something about the infant that I didn't. A death curse to punish her or to grant her request. Not a decision to make lightly." Broud's frustration eased. Maybe Brunn isn't favoring her at all, he thought. "You're right, Brunn," he said contritely. "A leader should think of the dangers to his clan. This young man is grateful for such a wise leader to instruct him." Brunn felt his tension melt. He hadn't seriously considered replacing Broud, not ever. He was still the son of his mate, the child of his heart. Self-control isn't always easy, Brunn thought, remembering his own irritation. Broud just has a little more trouble than most, but he is improving. "I'm glad you understand that, Broud. When you are leader, you will be responsible for the safety and welfare of the clan." Brunn's comment not only let Broud know he was still heir apparent, it relieved the rest of the hunters. They wanted the security of knowing that the traditional rightness of the clan hierarchy, and their own place in it, would be maintained. Nothing disturbed them quite so much as uncertainty about the future. "It is the welfare of the clan I was thinking about," Broud motioned. "I don't want a man in my clan who can't hunt. What good will Ayla's son ever be? Her disobedience does deserve severe punishment, and if she wants to be cursed, it will satisfy her, too. We'd be better off without them. Ayla defied clan traditions deliberately. She doesn't deserve to live. Her son is so deformed, he doesn't deserve to live." General round of agreement. Brunn detected a certain element of insincerity in Broud's reasoned argument, but he let it go. The animosity between them had dissipated, and he didn't want to stir it up again. Open strife with the son of his mate disturbed Brunn as much as it did the others. The leader felt he should add his agreement, but something made him hesitate. It is the right thing to do, he thought. She's been a problem from the beginning. Of course, Isa will be upset, but I didn't promise to spare either of them. I only said I would consider it. I didn't even say I would look the baby if she returned. Whoever expected her to return anyway? That's just the problem. I never know what to expect from her. If the grief weakens Isa, well, there's still Uba. Was the one born to the line, and she can get more training from the medicine women at the clan gathering. If the part of Brock's spirit she carries dies with Ayla, is it really so much of him to lose? Broud isn't worried about it. Why should I worry? He's right. She does deserve the severest punishment, doesn't she? Such strong love for a baby isn't even normal. What do old women's tales prove? She can't even see that her son is deformed. She must be out of her mind. Can there be that much pain in giving birth? Men have suffered worse, haven't they? Some have walked all the way back after a painful hunting injury. Of course, she's only a woman. She can't be expected to bear as much pain. The cave she mentioned can't be that far, can it? She nearly died giving birth. She was too weak to travel very far. But why couldn't we find it? Besides, if she's allowed to live, I'll have to take her to the clan gathering. What would the other clans think? It would be worse if I allow her deformed child to live. It's the right thing to do. Everyone thinks so. Maybe there wouldn't be so much of a problem with Broud. Maybe he could control himself better if she wasn't around. He's a fearless hunter. He'd make a good leader if only he had a little more sense of responsibility, just a little more self-control. Maybe I should do it for Broud's sake. For the son of my mate, it might be better if she was gone. It is the right thing to do. Yes, it really is. It's the right thing to do. Isn't it? I have reached my decision, Brunn signaled. Tomorrow is the naming day. At first light, before the sun breaks— Brunn, Mogur interrupted. He had kept himself out of the discussion. None of them had seen much of him since the birth of Ayla's child. He had spent most of the time in his small annex, searching his soul for an explanation of Ayla's actions. He knew how hard she had struggled to accept the ways of the clan, and he thought she had succeeded. He was convinced there was something else, something he hadn't realized, that had driven her to such an extreme. Before you commit yourself, Mogur would speak. His expression was enigmatic as usual. Brunn had never been able to read Mogur's face. What can he say that I have not considered? I've made up my mind to curse her, and he knows it. Mogur may speak, he motioned. Ayla has no mate, but I have always provided for her. I am responsible for her. If you will allow it, I would speak as her mate. Speak if you will, Mogur, but what can you add? I have already considered her strong love for the child and the pain and suffering she went through to have him. I understand how difficult it may be for Isa. I know it may weaken her too much. I've thought of every possible reason for excusing her actions, but the facts remain. She defied clan customs. Baby is not acceptable to the men. Broud made it clear neither one deserves to live. Mogur pulled himself up to his feet, then threw his staff aside. Wrapped in his heavy bearskin cloak, the magician was an imposing figure. Only the older men and Brunn ever knew him as anything but Mogur. The Mogur, the holiest of all the men who interceded with the world of the spirits, the most powerful magician of the clan. When moved to eloquence during a ceremony, he was a charismatic, awe-inspiring protector. It was he who braved the invisible forces far more fearsome than any charging animal, forces that could turn the bravest hunter, peasant who did not feel more secure knowing it was he who was the magician of their clan. Not a man who hadn't stood in fear of his power and magic at some time in his life, and only one, Gouv, who dared to think of trading places with him. Mogur alone stood between the men of the clan and the terrible unknown, and he became part of it by association. It imbued him with a subtle aura that carried over into his secular life. Even when he sat within the boundaries of his hearthstones, surrounded by his women, he was not really thought of as a man. He was more than, other than. He was Mogur. As the dread holy man fixed a baleful eye on each man in turn, including Broud, who didn't squirm in the depths of his soul with the sudden realization that the woman they had condemned to die lived at his hearth. Mogur seldom brought the force of his presence to bear outside his function, but he did then. He turned last to Brunn. A woman's mate has the right to speak for the life of a deformed child. I am asking you to spare the life of Ayla's son, and for his sake, I am asking that her life be spared too. All the reasons Brunn had so recently considered as rationale for sparing her life seemed to have far more weight now, and the arguments for her death insignificant. He'd on the force of Mogur's request alone, and it attested to the strength of his own character that he did not. But he was leader. He could not capitulate so easily in front of all his men, and despite a strong desire to give in to the force of the powerful man of magic, he held firm. When Mogur saw the look of firm resolution replace the moment of indecision, the magician seemed to change before Brunn's eyes. The otherworldly character left him. He became a crippled old man in a bearskin cloak, standing as straight as his one good leg would hold him without his staff for support. When he spoke, it was with the common gestures, punctuated with the gruff words of everyday speech. His face held a determined, yet strangely vulnerable look. Brunn, ever since Ayla was found, she has lived at my hearth. I think everyone will agree that women and children look to the man of their hearth to set the standard for men of the clan. He is their model, their example of what a man should be. I have been Ayla's example. I have set the standard in her eyes. I am deformed, Brun. Is it so strange that a woman who grew up with a deformed man as her model would find it difficult to understand the deformity in her child? I lack an eye and an arm. Half my body is shriveled and wasted. I am half a man. Yet from the beginning, Ayla has seen me as whole. He is sound. He has 2 eyes, 2 good arms, 2 good legs. How can she be expected to acknowledge any deformity in him? She was my responsibility to train. I must take the blame for her faults. It was I who overlooked her minor deviations from clan ways. I even convinced you to accept them, Brun. I am Mogur. You rely on me to interpret the wishes of the spirits, and you have come to rely on my judgment in other ways. I did not think we were so wrong. Sometimes it was difficult for her, but I thought she had become a good clan woman. I think now I was too lenient with her. I did not make her responsibilities clear. I seldom reprimanded her, and I never cuffed her. I often let her go her own way. Now she must pay for my lack. But, Brun, I could not be harsher with her. I never took a mate. I could have chosen a woman, and she would have had to live with me, but I did not. Do you know why? Brun, do you know how women look at me? Do you know how women avoid me? I had the same need to relieve myself as any other man when I was young, but I learned to control it when women turned their backs so they would not see me make the signal. I would not force myself, my crippled, deformed body, on a woman who shrunk from me, who turned away with disgust at the sight of me. First, she reached out to touch me. She had no fear of me, no revulsion. She gave me her affection freely. She hugged me. Brun, how could I scold her? I have lived with this clan since my birth, but I never learned how to hunt. How can a one-armed cripple hunt? I was a burden. I was taunted. I was called woman. Now I am Mogur, and no one ridicules, but no manhood ceremony was ever held for me. Brun, I am not half a man. I am no man at all. Respected me, loved me, not as a magician, but as a man, as a whole man, and I love her as the child of the mate I never had. Krebs shrugged off the cloak he wore to cover his lopsided, malformed, wasted body, and held out the stump of an arm he always hid. Brun, this is the man Ayla saw as whole. This is the man who set her standard. This is the man she loves and compares with her son. Look at me, my brother. Did I deserve to live? Does Ayla's son deserve to live less? Inside the cave, in the dim half-light of pre-dawn, a fine misty drizzle cast a glistening sheen on rocks and trees and collected in tiny droplets in the hair and beards of the people. Thin, wispy tendrils snaking down from fog-shrouded mountains clung to hollows, and thicker masses of the ethereal vapor obscured all but the nearest objects. The ridge to the east rose indistinctly from a nebulous sea of mist in the fading darkness, wavering vaguely just on the edge of visibility. Ayla lay awake on her furs in the darkened cave, watching Isa and Uba moving silently about the hearth, stoking coals in the fireplace, and putting water on to boil for a morning tea. Her baby was beside her, making sucking noises in his sleep. Her first joy at seeing Isa had quickly given way to a desolate anxiety. Initial attempts at conversation broke down early, and the 3 females of Krebs' hearth spent the entire long day after Ayla's return within its boundary stones communicating their despair with anguished looks. Kreb had not set foot inside his domain, but Ayla caught his eye once as he left the small adjoining cave to join the men in the meeting Brun had called. He looked away quickly from her silent appeal, but not before she had seen the look of love and pity in his soft, liquid eye. She and Isa exchanged a tremulous, knowing glance when they saw Kreb hurry into the place of the spirits after a talk with Brunn, a remote section of the cave, in guarded gestures. Brunn had made his decision, and Kreb went to prepare for his part in it. They did not see the magician again. Isa brought the young mother her tea in the familiar bone cup that had been hers for several years, then sat quietly beside her as she sipped it. Uba joined them, but she could offer no more than her presence for comfort either. "Nearly everyone is out. We'd better go," Isa signaled, taking the cup from the young woman. Ayla nodded. She got up and wrapped her son in the carrying cloak, then picked up her fur wrap from the bed and threw it over her shoulders. Eyes glistening with moisture that threatened to overflow, Ayla looked at Isa. With an aching cry, reached out to both of them. All three huddled in a clinging embrace. Then, with a heavy heart and dragging step, Ayla walked out of the cave. Staring down at the ground, seeing an occasional heel mark, the imprint of toes, the blurred outline of a foot encased in a loose leather covering, Ayla had the uncanny sensation that it was 2 years before, and she was following Kreb out of the cave to face her doom. "He should have cursed me forever that time," she thought. "I must have been born to be cursed. Why else must I go through this again? This time I will go to the world of the spirits. I know a plant that will make us both go to sleep and never wake up. I will get it over quickly, and we'll walk in the next world together." She reached Brunn, dropped to the ground, and stared at the familiar feet wrapped in muddy foot coverings. It was getting lighter. The sun would soon be up. Brunn would have to hurry, she thought, and felt a tap on her shoulder. Slowly she looked up at Brunn's bearded face. He began without preliminaries. "Woman, you have willfully defied the customs of the clan, and you must be punished," he motioned sternly. Ayla nodded. It was true. "Ayla, woman of the clan, you are cursed. No one will see you. No one will hear you. You will endure the full isolation of the woman's curse, boundaries of your provider's hearth, until the next moon is in the same phase as now." Ayla gazed at the stern-faced leader with astonished disbelief. The woman's curse, not the death curse. Not utter and complete ostracism, but nominal isolation confined to Kreb's hearth. What did it matter that no one else in the clan would acknowledge her existence for an entire moon? She would still have Isa and Uba and Kreb, and afterward she could rejoin the clan, just like any other woman. But Brunn was not through. As further punishment, you are forbidden to hunt, or even mention hunting, until the clan returns from the clan gathering, until the leaves have dropped from the trees. You will have no freedom to go anywhere that is not essential. When you look for plants of healing magic, you will tell me where you are going, and you will return promptly. You will always ask my permission before you leave the area of the cave. And you will show me the location of the cave where you hid." Yes, of course, anything." Ayla was nodding in agreement. She was floating in a warm cloud of euphoria. But the next words of the leader pierced her mood like an icy shaft of cold lightning, drowning her elation in a deluge of despair. "There is still the problem of your deformed son, who was the cause of your disobedience. You must never again try to force a man, much less a leader, against his will," Anne, Brunn said, then gave a signal. Ayla clutched her infant desperately and looked in the same direction that Brunn was looking. She couldn't let them take him. She couldn't. She saw Mogur limping out of the cave. When she saw him throw his bearskin aside, revealing a red-stained wicker bowl held firmly between the stump of his arm and his waist, incredulous joy flushed her face. She turned back to Brunn hesitantly, unsure if what she thought could possibly be true. "But a woman may ask," Brunn finished. "Mogur is waiting, Ayla. Your son must have a name if he is to be a member of the clan." Ayla scrambled to her feet and raced to the magician as she dropped at his feet, and holding the naked infant up to him. His first squall at being taken from his mother's warm breast and exposed to the damp, cool air was greeted by the first rays of the sun breaking over the top of the ridge, burning through the misty haze. A name! She hadn't even thought about a name. She hadn't even wondered what name Kreb would choose for her son. In formal gestures, Mogur called the spirits of the clan's totems to attend, then reached into the bowl and scooped out a dab of red paste. "Dirk," he said loudly above the lusty cries of the cold and angry baby. "The boy's name is Dirk." Then he drew a red line from the junction of the baby's supraorbital ridges to his smallish nose. "Dirk," Ayla repeated, holding her son close to warm him. "Dirk," she thought, "like Dirk of the legend. Creb knows that's always been my favorite." It was not a common clan name, and many were surprised. But perhaps the name, dredged from the depths of antiquity and fraught with dubious connotations, was appropriate for a boy whose life had hung in the balance of such uncertain beginnings. "Dirk," Brunn said. He was the first to file past. Ayla thought she saw a glimmer of tenderness from the stern, proud leader as she looked at him in gratitude. Most of the faces were a blur seen through tear-filled eyes. As hard as she tried, she could not control them, down in an effort to conceal her wet eyes. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe it," she thought. "Is it really true? You have a name, my baby? Brunn accepted you, my son? I'm not dreaming?" She remembered the glittering nodules of iron pyrite she had found and put in her amulet. It was a sign. Great cave lion, it was truly a sign. Of all the artifacts in her amulet, she treasured that one the most. "Dirk," she heard Isa say, and looked up. The joy on the woman's face was no less than Ayla's, for all that her eyes were dry. "Dirk," Uba said, and added with a quick gesture, "I'm so glad." "Dirk." It was said with a sneer. Ayla glanced up in time to see Braud turn away. She suddenly remembered the strange idea about the way men started babies she had while she was hiding in the small cave, and shuddered at the thought that somehow Braud was responsible for the conception of her son. She had been too busy to notice the battle of wills between Brunn and Braud. The young man was going to refuse to acknowledge the newest member of the clan, and only a direct order from the leader finally forced the issue. Ayla watched him walk away from the group with clenched fists and tense shoulders. How could he? Braud walked into the woods to get away from the hated scene. How could he? He kicked the log in vain attempt to vent his frustration, sending it rolling down a slope. How could he? He picked up a stout branch and sent it crashing into a tree. How could he? How could he? Braud's mind kept repeating the phrase as he smashed his fist again and again into a moss-covered bank. How could he let her live and accept her baby both? How could he do it? Chapter 22. "Isa, Isa, come quick, it's Dirk." Ayla grabbed the medicine woman's arm and dragged her toward the entrance to the cave. "What's wrong?" the woman motioned, hurrying to keep up. "Is he choking again? Is he hurt?" "No, he's not hurt. Look." Ayla gestured proudly when they reached Kreb's hearth. "He's holding his head up." The infant was lying on his stomach, looking up at the two women with large, solemn eyes that were losing the dark, indistinct color of newborns and becoming the deep brown shade of people of the clan. His head bobbed with the effort, then dropped back down on the fur blanket. He shoved his fist in his mouth and began sucking noisily, oblivious of the stir his efforts had caused. "If he can do it this young, he'll be able to support it when he grows up, won't he?" Ayla pleaded. "Don't build your hopes up yet," Isa replied, "but it is a good sign." Creb shuffled into the cave, staring into space with the unfocused, far-away look characteristic of him when lost in thought. "Creb," Ayla called, running up to him. Jolted back to reality, he looked up. "Dirk held his head up, didn't he, Isa?" The medicine woman nodded in agreement. "If he's getting that strong, I think it's time." "Time for what?" "I've been thinking I should have a totem ceremony for him. He's a little young, but I've had some strong impressions. His totem has been making himself known to me. There's no reason to wait. Later everyone will be busy getting ready to leave, and I should do it before the clan gathering. It might be unlucky for him to travel if his totem doesn't have a home." Seeing the medicine woman reminded him of something else. "Isa, do you have enough roots for the ceremony? I don't know how many clans will be there. Last time, one of the clans that moved to a cave farther east was thinking of going to a clan gathering south of the mountains. It would be a little farther away for them, but easier traveling. Their old Mogur was against it, but his acolyte wanted to go. Make sure you bring plenty." "I won't be going to the clan gathering, Creb." Her disappointment was obvious. "I can't travel that far. I'll have to stay behind." Of course. What's wrong with me, he thought, looking at the thin, nearly white-haired medicine woman. Isa can't go. Why didn't I think of that before? She's too sick. I thought she was going to leave us last fall. I don't know how Ayla pulled her through. But what about the ceremony? Only the women of Isa's line know the secret of the special drink. Uba's too young. It has to be a woman. Ayla. What about Ayla? Isa could teach her before we leave. It's time she was made a medicine woman anyway, her son, and suddenly saw her more critically than he had for years. But will they accept her? He tried to see her as the people of other clans would see her. Her golden hair hung loose around her flat face, tucked behind her ears, and parted haphazardly at the center, exposing her bulging forehead. Her body was definitely a woman's, but slender except for a slightly flaccid stomach. Her legs were long and straight, and when she stood up, she towered over him. She does not look like a clan woman, he thought. She's going to get a lot of attention, and not much of it favorable, I'm afraid. We just might have to forget that ceremony. The other Mogurs might not accept the drink if Ayla makes it. It would not hurt to try. Only Uba were a little older. Maybe Isa could train them both, though I don't think they'll be willing to accept a girl any more than a woman born to the others. I think I'll go talk to Brun. If I'm going to call the spirits for Dirk's totem ceremony, we might as well make Ayla a medicine woman at the same time. I must see Brun, Kreb motioned abruptly, and started toward the leader's hearth. He turned back to Isa. I think you should teach both Ayla and Uba to make the drink, but I'm not sure it will do any good. Isa, I can't find the bowl you gave me for the medicine woman of the host clan, Ayla gestured frantically, after pawing through piles of food, furs, and implements stacked on the ground near her sleeping place. I've looked everywhere. Already packed it, Ayla. Settle down, child. There's still time. Brun won't be ready to leave until he's through eating. You'd better sit down and eat yourself. Your mush is getting cold. Uba, you too. Isa shook her head. I've never seen such carryings on. We went over everything last night. It's all ready. Kreb was sitting on a mat, Dirk in his lap, watching the last-minute commotion with amusement. They're not any different from you, Isa. Why don't you sit down and eat? I'll have plenty of time after you leave, she replied. Kreb propped the baby up against his shoulder. Dirk looked around from his new vantage point. Look how strong that baby's neck is, Isa remarked. He doesn't have any trouble holding his head up now. It's hard to believe. Ceremony. It's been getting stronger all the time. Let me take him. I won't be able to hold him all summer. Perhaps that's why the gray wolf wanted me to do it so soon, Kreb motioned. He wanted to help the boy. Kreb sat back and watched the small brood over which he was patriarch. Though he kept it to himself, he had often longed for a family like the other men. Now, in his old age, he had 2 doting women who did everything they could to make him comfortable. A girl who was following in their footsteps, and a healthy baby boy to cuddle the way he had done with the 2 girls. He had talked to Brun about the boy's training. The leader could not allow a male member of his clan to grow up without the necessary skills. Brun had accepted the child, who would be living at Kreb's hearth, and felt responsible for him. Ayla was grateful when Brun announced at Dirk's totem ceremony that he would personally take charge of the baby's training if he became strong enough to hunt. She could think of no better man to train her son. The gray wolf is a good totem for the boy, Kreb mused, but it makes me wonder. Some wolves run with the pack, and some are loners. Which one is Dirk's totem? When everything was packed and secured in bundles and loaded on the backs of the young woman and the girl, they all trooped out of the cave together. Isa gave the baby a last hug while he nuzzled her neck, helped Ayla wrap him in the carrying cloak, and then took something from a fold of her wrap. This is for you to carry now, Ayla. You are the medicine woman of the clan, Isa said, giving her the red-dyed bag that held the special roots. Do you remember every step? Nothing must be left out. I wish I could have shown you, but the magic can't be made just for practice. It's too sacred to be thrown away, and it can't be used for any ceremony, only very important ones. Remember, it's not just the roots that make the magic. You must prepare yourselves as carefully as you prepare the drink. Uba and Ayla both nodded as the young woman took the precious relic and put it in her medicine bag. Isa had given her the otter-skin pouch the day she was made medicine woman, and it still reminded her of the one Kreb had burned, but for the 5th object she carried in it now. A piece of black manganese dioxide nestled in the small pouch along with the 3 nodules of iron pyrite stuck together, a red-stained oval of mammoth ivory, the fossil cast of a gastropod, and a chunk of red ochre. Ayla's body had been marked with the black ointment made by crushing and heating the black stone and mixing it with fat when she became the repository of a part of the spirits of every member of the clan, and, through Ursus, of the entire clan. Only for the highest and holiest of rituals was a medicine woman's body printed with black marks, and only medicine women were allowed to carry the black stone in their amulets. Wished Isa was going with them, and she worried about leaving her behind. Deep coughing spasms shook the fragile woman often. "Isa, are you sure you're going to be all right?" Ayla motioned, after giving her a quick hug. "Your cough is worse." "It's always worse in winter. You know it gets better in summer. Besides, you and Uba collected so many elecampane roots, I don't think there's a single plant left around here, and we probably won't have many black raspberries this season with all the roots you dug up to mix with wart flowers for my tea. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me," Isa assured her. But Ayla noticed the relief from the medication was temporary at best. The old woman had been doctoring herself with the plants for years. Her tuberculosis had progressed apace, and rest a lot, Ayla urged. "There won't be much work to do around here. There's plenty of food and wood. Zaug and Dorf can keep the fire going to keep animals and evil spirits away, and Abba can do the cooking." Yes, Isa agreed. "Hurry now. Brun's ready to start." Ayla fell into her customary place at the rear, while everyone looked at her and waited. "Ayla," Isa motioned, "no one can start until you get in your right place." Sheepishly, Ayla moved to the front of the group of women. She had forgotten her new status. Her face turned pink with embarrassment as she stepped in line ahead of Abra. She was uncomfortable. It just didn't seem right for her to be first. Signaled to the mate of the leader, but Abra was accustomed to her second place. It seemed strange, though, to see Ayla in front of her instead of Isa. It made her wonder if she would be going to the next clan gathering. Isa and the 3 people too old to make the trip accompanied the clan as far as the ridge and stood watching after them until they were small dots on the plain below. Then they returned to the empty cave. Abba and Dorf had missed the last clan gathering and were almost surprised they were alive to miss another. But it was the first time for Zaug and Isa. Though Zaug still went out with his sling occasionally, he returned empty-handed more often now, and Dorf couldn't see well enough to go out at all. They pulled around the fire at the entrance to the cave, even though the day was warm, but they made no attempt at conversation. Suddenly, Isa was overcome by a fit of coughing that brought up a large, bloody mass of phlegm. She went to her hearth to rest, and soon the others wandered into the cave and sat idly within their respective hearths. They had not been infected with the excitement of the long journey or the anticipation of seeing friends and relatives from other clans. They knew their summer would be unbearably lonely. The freshness of early summer in the temperate zone near the cave changed character on the open plains of the continental steppes to the east. Gone was the rich green foliage that filled out brush and deciduous trees, and still betrayed the new season's growth of conifers with needles a shade lighter at the tips of branches and spires. Instead, quick-rooting and sprouting herbs and grasses already chest-high, whose youthful verdancy was lost to the drab hue indeterminate between green and gold, stretched to the horizon. Thick, matted, old-season growth cushioned their steps as the clan wove their way across the illimitable prairie, leaving a temporary ripple behind, showing the way they had come. Clouds rarely marred the boundless expanse above, except for an occasional thunderstorm, more often seen from a distance. Surface water was scarce. They stopped to fill water bags at every stream, unsure if they would find any conveniently close when they camped for the night. Slower-moving members of the traveling party, but one that pushed them. They had a long way to go to reach the cave of the host clan in the high mountains of the mainland to the east. It was difficult going for Kreb in particular, but anticipation of the great gathering and the solemn ceremonies he would lead buoyed his spirits. Though his body was crippled and atrophied, and further degenerated by arthritis, it did not impair the mental power of the great magician. The warm sun and Ayla's pain-killing plants eased his aching joints, and after a time the exercise toughened the muscles even in the leg of which he had only limited use. The travelers settled into a monotonous routine, one day blending into the next with weary regularity. Season changed so gradually they hardly noticed when the warm sun became a scorching ball of flame searing the steppes, turning the flat plain into a jaundiced monochrome of dun earth, buff grass, and beige rocks against a dust-laden, yellowish-drab sky. For 3 days their eyes smarted with smoke and ashes carried by the prevailing winds from a sweeping prairie fire. They passed massive herds of bison and giant deer with huge palmate antlers, horses, onagers, and asses, more rarely saga antelope with horns growing straight out of the tops of their heads, slightly curved back at the tips, tens upon tens of thousands of grazing animals supported by the extensive grassland. Before they neared the marshy isthmus, which both connected the peninsula to the main continent and served as the outlet for the shallow salty sea to the northeast, the massive mountain range, second highest on the earth, loomed into view. Even the lowest peaks were capped with glacial ice to halfway down their flanks, coldly unmoved by the searing heat of the plains. When the level prairie merged into low rolling hills dotted with fescue and feather grass and red with the richness of iron ore, the red ochre making it hallowed ground, Brunn knew the salt marsh was not far beyond. It was a secondary and more tenuous link. The primary connection of the peninsula to the mainland was the northern one that formed part of the western boundary of the smaller inland sea. For 2 days they struggled through putrid, mosquito-infested swamps of brackish water, broken through by occasional channels before they reached the mainland. Scrub oak and hornbeam quickly led to the cool, welcome shade of parkland oak woods. They passed through an almost pure stand of beech, relieved by a few chestnut, and into a mixed forest dominated by oak, but including boxwood and yew, draped with clinging ivy and clematis. The lianas thinned out, but still climbed an occasional tree when they reached a belt of fir and spruce intermixed with beech, maple, and hornbeam. The western part was the wettest of the entire range. Bison and the red deer, roe deer, and elk of wooded landscapes. They saw boar, fox, badger, wolf, lynx, leopard, wildcat, and many smaller animals, but not a single squirrel. Ayla sensed something was missing in the fauna of these mountains before she realized the absence of the familiar creature. It was more than made up for by their first sighting of a cave bear. Brunn threw up his hand in a signal to stop, then pointed ahead at the monstrous shaggy Bruin rubbing his back against a tree. Even the children sensed the awe with which the clan viewed the massive vegetarian. Physical presence was impressive enough. The brown bears of their own mountains, and of these too, averaged about 350 pounds. The weight of a male cave bear during the summer, while he was still fairly lean, was closer to 1,000. In late fall, when he was fattened for winter, his bulk was much greater. He towered above the men of the clan by nearly 3 times their height, and with his huge head and shaggy coat seemed even bigger. Lazily scratching his back on the rough bark of the old snag, he appeared unaware of the people frozen in their tracks so close by. But he had little to fear from any creature, and was simply ignoring them. The smaller brown bears inhabiting the area near their own cave tag with one blow of a powerful foreleg. What couldn't this huge Bruin do? Only another male during rutting season, or the female of the species protecting her cubs, would dare to stand up to him. She was invariably successful. But it was more than the tremendous size of the animal that held the clan spellbound. This was Ursus, the personification of the clan itself. He was their kin, and more, he embodied their very essence. His bones alone were so sacred they could ward off any evil. The kinship they felt was a spiritual tie, far more meaningful than any physical one. It was through his spirit that all the clans were united into one, and meaning was given to the gathering they had traveled so far to attend. It was his essence that made them clan, the clan of the cave bear. The bear tired of his activity, or his itch was satisfied, and he stretched to his full height, walked on hind legs a few paces, then dropped down on all 4 legs. Muzzle drooping close to the ground, he moved ponderously away with a lumbering gallop. For all his great size, the cave bear was basically a peaceful creature, and rarely attacked unless he was annoyed. "Was that Ursus?" Uba motioned, agog with wonder. "That was Ursus," Creb affirmed, "and you will see another cave bear when we get there."
"Does the host clan really have a living cave bear in their cave?" Ayla asked. "He's so big." She knew it was the custom for the clan that hosted the clan gathering to capture a cave bear cub and raise him in the cave.
"He's probably in a cage outside the cave now, but when he was young, he lived in the cave with them and was raised like a child, with every hearth feeding him whenever he wanted to eat. Most clans claim their cave bears even learned to talk a little, but I was young the time we hosted the clan gathering. I don't remember very much about it, so I can't say if that's true. When the bear is about half grown, he is put in a cage so he can't hurt anyone, but everyone still feeds him tidbits and pets him when they walk by, so he will know he is loved. He will be honored at the bear ceremony and will carry our messages to the world of the spirits." They'd been told about it before, but after seeing a cave bear, the story took on new meaning to those who were too young to remember or had never been to a clan gathering.
"When can we host a clan gathering and get a cave bear to live with us?" Uba asked.
"When it's our turn, unless the clan whose turn it is can't. Then we can offer. But clans seldom miss the opportunity to host the clan gathering, though hunters may have to travel a long way to find a cave bear cub, and the danger from the mother bear is very great. The clan that is hosting this time is fortunate. Cave bears still live near their cave. They have helped other clans to get cave bears, but now it's their turn. There are none left around our cave, since the bones of Ursus were in our cave when we found it," Creb answered.
"What if something happens to the clan that is supposed to host a gathering? Our clan doesn't even live in the same cave as before," Ayla asked. "If it was our turn, how would anyone know where to find us?"
"We'd send runners to the nearest clan to spread the news, either to tell the clans where the new cave is or to give another clan the chance."
Brunn signaled, and the clan got under way again. When they passed the tree used by the cave bear as a back-scratcher, Creb examined it closely and retrieved a few tufts of hair still caught in the rough bark. He wrapped them carefully in a leaf held in his teeth, then tucked them away in a fold of his wrap. The hair from a living wild cave bear would make powerful charms. The furs of the lower foothills were replaced by shorter, sturdier upland varieties as they ascended, opening up to breathtaking views of the glistening mountain tops they had seen from a distance as they crossed the plains. Birch thickets appeared, and low-trailing juniper, and rosy pink azalea, whose many-flowered blossoms were just beginning to bloom, splashing the primary green of nature with bright color. A multitude of wildflowers added more shades to the palette of vibrant hues: spotted orange tiger lilies, mauve and pink columbine, blue and purple vetch, light lavender iris, blue gentian, yellow violet, primrose, and whites in a diversity of shapes. Range, like the one at the lower tip of the peninsula, which was folded during the same orogeny, was a refuge for the flora and fauna of a continent during the Ice Age. Occasional chamois made an appearance, and heavy-horned mouflon. They were almost into the scrubby dwarf trees of mountainous taiga bordering the high meadows of low sedges and grass before they came to a well-worn path that traversed a steep incline. The men of the host clan had much farther to go before they reached the open plains north of the mountains to hunt, but the proximity of cave bears made the place so lucky they were willing to accept the inconvenience. It also made them more adept at hunting the elusive forest animals. People running to greet the newly arriving clan when they first saw Brunn and Grad appear around a bend in the trail stopped short at the sight of Ayla. The training of a lifetime could not prevent the shocked stares. Her position in front of the women as the travel-weary clan filed silently to the open space near the cave caused a flurry of speculation. Creb had warned her, but Ayla wasn't prepared for the sensation she caused, nor was she prepared for the throng of people. Over 200 stunned individuals crowded around to see the strange woman. Ayla had never seen so many people in her life, much less in one place. They stopped in front of a huge cage of stout poles sunk deep in the ground, lashed firmly together. Another of the massive bears they had seen on their way, this one even bigger. Hand-fed for 3 years, with a superabundance that kept him placid and tame, the gigantic cave bear lolled in lazy indolence within the fenced enclosure, almost too fat to stand up. It had been a labor of devotion and reverence for the small clan to maintain the huge bear for so long,
and even the many gifts of food, implements, and furs brought by the visiting clans could not make up for the effort it took. But there wasn't a single person who didn't envy the members of the host clan, and every clan eagerly awaited its turn to take on the same task and reap the spiritual benefits and status of the great honor. The cave bear waddled over to see what was causing the commotion, and Uba crowded in closer to Ayla, as much overwhelmed by the crush of people as by the bear. The leader and the magician of the host clan approached them and made gestures of greeting, quickly followed by an angry question. "Why have you brought one of the others to our clan gathering, Brun?" the leader of the host clan motioned. "She is a woman of the clan, Norg, and a medicine woman of Issa's line," Brun returned, more calmly than he felt. A murmur rose from the watching people, and a flash of excited hand signals. "That's impossible," the Mogur gestured. "How can she be a woman of the clan? She was born to the others." "She is a woman of the clan," the Mogur repeated, just as adamantly as Brun. "Glare. Do you doubt me, Norg?" Norg looked at his Mogur uncomfortably, but got no satisfaction from the magician's confused expression. "Norg, we have traveled far, and we are tired," Brun said. "This is hardly the time to discuss it. Do you deny us the hospitality of your cave?" It was a tense moment. If Norg refused them, they would have no choice but to return the long distance back to their cave. It would be a grave breach of propriety, but to allow Ayla entrance would be tantamount to accepting her as a woman of the clan. At least it would give Brun a clear edge. Norg looked again at his Mogur, then at the powerful one-eyed man who was the Mogur, and who was leader of the clan ranked first of all the clans. If the Mogur said so, what could he do? Norg signaled his mate to show Brun's clan to the place reserved for them, but he marched in beside Brun and the Mogur. As soon as they were settled, he was going to find out how a woman obviously born to the others had become a woman of the clan. The entrance to the cave of the host clan was smaller than the entrance to the cave of Brun's clan, and the cave itself seemed smaller when they first walked in. But rather than one large room with a small adjunct for ceremonies, this cave was a series of rooms and tunnels that honeycombed their way far into the mountain, most of them unexplored. There was more than enough room to house all the visiting clans, with light from the mouth. Brun's clan was led to the room second from the front and filled one whole side of it. It was a favorable location, befitting their top-ranked status. Though several clans were already settled farther back, the place would have been held for them until the beginning of the actual bear festival. Only then, when it was certain they weren't coming, would it be given to the next highest-ranked clan. The clan as a whole had no leader, but there was a hierarchy of clans, just as there was a hierarchy of members within a clan, and the leader of the highest-ranked clan became, in effect, the leader of the clan, simply because he was the highest-ranking member. Autonomous for that. All were led by independent, dictatorial men who were accustomed to being a law unto themselves, meeting only once in 7 years. They did not yield easily to greater authority save tradition and the world of the spirits. The way each clan fit in the hierarchy, and therefore the one man acknowledged leader of the clan, was decided at the clan gathering. Many elements contributed to a clan's status. Ceremonies were not the only activity. Competitions were of equal, if not greater, importance. The necessity of cooperation within clans for survival, which imposed the stricture of self-control, found an acceptable outlet in contests with other clans, and it was as necessary for survival in a different way. Controlled competition kept them from each other's throats. Nearly everything became a competition when the clans met. The men vied in wrestling, sling-hurling, bola-throwing, arm strength with use of a club, running, more complicated running and spear-stabbing races, tool-making, dancing, storytelling, and the combination of both in dramatic hunt reenactments. Though theirs were not given as much weight as the men's competitions, the women made their contribution. The great feast was an opportunity to display cooking skills. The gifts brought for the host clan were first arranged in plain view for everyone's inspection, critically examined, and judged by a consensus of the other women. The handiwork included soft, pliable skins, luxuriant furs, watertight baskets, open-weave carrying baskets, mats of subtle texture and design, containers of stiff rawhide or bark, strong cords of sinew or fibrous plants or animal hair, long thongs of even width with no weak spots, wooden bowls finished to a uniform smoothness, serving platters of bone or the thinner sections of logs, cups, bowls, and ladles, hoods, hats, foot coverings, hand coverings, and other pouches. Even babies were compared. The honors were not awarded as obviously among the women. A game of differences in expression or gesture or posture that discriminated with finesse, but it was no less honest in perceptibly distinguishing mediocre from good work and awarding approbation to that which was truly fine. The relative position of each clan's medicine woman and mogur was a consideration in determining status. Isa and Kreb had both contributed to the first place of Brun's clan, as did the fact that the clan had been first for several generations before him, only, however, giving Brun a slight edge when he first became leader. As important as all the contributing factors were, it was the leadership capability of the head of the clan that was decisive. If the competition among the women was subtle, the determination of which leader was most capable was infinitely more so. Partly, the determination depended on how well the men of each clan performed in the competitions, showing how well a leader trained and motivated them. Partly on how hard the women worked, and how well they conducted themselves, showing a leader's firm guiding hand. Part was based on adherence to clan tradition, but most of a leader's position, and consequently his clan's, was based on the strength of his own character. Brun knew he would be pushed to the limit this time. He had already lost ground by bringing Ayla. Clan gatherings were also a time to re-establish old acquaintances, their clans, and exchange gossip and stories that would enliven many a cold winter evening for the next few years. Young people, unable to find mates within their own clan, vied for each other's attention, though matings could only take place if the woman was acceptable to the leader of the young man's clan. It was considered an honor for a young woman to be chosen, especially by a clan of a higher status, although moving away would be traumatic for her and her loved ones left behind. Despite Zaug's recommendation and the status of Isa's line, Isa thought it was doubtful that Ayla would find a mate. Having a child might have helped if her son had been normal, but her deformed baby precluded any hope for her. Ayla's thoughts were far from finding a mate, and of curious, suspicious people outside the cave. She and Uba had unpacked and set up the hearth that would be their home for the duration of their visit. Norg's mate had seen to it that stones for fireplaces and definition of boundaries were piled conveniently nearby, and skins of water were available for guest clans. Ayla had taken great care to display her gifts for the host clan the way Isa had explained, and the quality of her work had already attracted notice. She washed off the travel grime, changed to a clean wrap, then nursed her son while Uba waited impatiently. The girl was anxious to explore the area near the cave and see all the people, but reluctant to face them alone.
"Hurry, Ayla," she motioned. "Everyone else is out already. Can't you feed Dirk later? I'd rather sit out in the sun than in this dark old cave. Wouldn't you?"
"I don't want him to start crying right away. You know how loud he cries. People might think I'm not a good mother," Ayla said. "I don't want to do anything to make them think any worse of me than they do. Kreb told me people would be surprised when they saw me, but I didn't think they might not let us stay, and I didn't think they'd stare like that."
This is the end of disc number 13. Please insert disc number 14. This is disc number 14.
"Stay, and I didn't think they'd stare like that." "Well, they let us in. Through talking to them, they'll know you're a clan woman. Come on, Ayla. You can't stay in the cave forever. You've got to face them sooner or later. They'll get used to you after a while, just like we did. I don't notice that you look different, hardly at all. I really have to think about it."
"I was there before you were born, Uba. They've never seen me before." "Oh, all right. I might as well get it over with. Let's go. Don't forget to bring something for the cave bear to eat." Ayla got up, leaned Dirk against her shoulder and patted his back as they started out. They made a gesture of respect to Norg's mate as they passed her hearth. The woman returned a greeting gesture and quickly turned back to her task, suddenly conscious that she had been staring. Ayla took a deep breath as she neared the entrance and held her head up a little higher. She was determined to ignore the curiosity about her. She was a woman of the clan, and she belonged here as much as anyone. Her determination was tested to the fullest when she walked into the bright sunlight. Every person of every clan had found some reason to stay near the cave to wait for the strange clan woman to come out. Many of them tried not to be obvious about it, but many more forgot or ignored common courtesy and stared in open-mouthed wonder. Ayla could feel her face flush. She changed Dirk's position as an excuse to look at him rather than the multitude of faces turned in her direction. It was fortunate she was looking at her son. Her action focused attention on Dirk, who had been overlooked at the first shock of her appearance. Expressions and gestures, some not so discreet, made it clear what they thought of her son. He would not have had to look like one of their babies. If he resembled her, they could have accepted him better. Regardless of what Brun and the Mogur said, Ayla was one of the others. Her baby could have fit into the same mold. Dirk had enough clan characteristics to make his modifications seem to be distortions. He was a grossly deformed baby that should not have been allowed to live. Not only did Ayla's worth drop, Brun lost more ground too. Ayla turned her back on the suspicious stares and gaping mouths, and she and Duba went to look at the cave bear in his cage. When he saw them approach, the huge Bruin lumbered over, sat up, and reached through the bars of the cage for the expected treat. They both backed off at the sight of the monstrous paw with its thick, rather stubby claws, more adapted to digging the roots and tubers that made up a large part of his normal diet than to hauling his huge bulk up trees. On bears, only the cubs of cave bears were agile and small enough to climb. Ayla and Duba put their apples on the ground just beyond the stout poles that had once been reasonably mature trees. The creature, raised like a well-loved child and never allowed the least bit of hunger, was entirely tame and comfortable around people. The intelligent animal had learned that certain actions invariably brought additional choice tidbits. He sat up and begged. Ayla would have smiled at his clownish antics if she had not remembered to control it in time. "Now I know why clans say their cave bears talk," Ayla motioned to Uba. "He's asking for more. Do you have another apple?" Uba gave her one of the small, hard, round fruits, and this time Ayla went to the cage and gave it to him. He put it in his mouth, then moved closer to the bars and rubbed his huge, shaggy head against a projection on one of the tree trunks. "I think you want to be scratched, you old honey lover," Ayla gestured. She had been warned never to motion bear or cave bear or Ursus in his presence. If he was called by his real names, he would remember who he was and know he was not just a member of the clan who raised him. It would make him a wild bear again, void the bear ceremony, and ruin the whole reason for the festival. She scratched behind his ear. "You like that, don't you, Winter Sleeper?" Ayla motioned, and reached to scratch behind the other ear he had turned in her direction. "You could scratch your own ears if you wanted to. Just lazy. Or do you want attention, you big furry baby?" Ayla rubbed and scratched the huge head, but when Dirk reached for a handful of shaggy hair, she backed away. She had petted and scratched the small wounded animal she had brought to their own cave enough to sense that this was just a bigger, tamer variety of the same thing. Protected by the heavy cage, she quickly lost her fear of the bear, but her baby was another matter. When Dirk reached his tiny hands for a fistful of hair, the huge mouth and long claws suddenly looked dangerous. "How could you get so close to him?" Uba motioned with awe. "I'd be afraid to get that close to his cage. He's really just a big baby, but I forgot about Dirk. That animal could hurt him with a friendly nudge, maybe when he's begging for food or wants attention, but I'd hate to think what he could do if he ever got angry," Ayla said, as they walked away from his cage. Uba wasn't the only one surprised at Ayla's fearlessness. The whole clan had been watching. Most visitors shied away, especially at first. Young boys made a game of dashing up, reaching in the cage, and touching the bear to show off their bravery, and men were too proud to show fear, whether they felt it or not. But few women outside the host clan ever went very close, and to reach through the bars to scratch him at first look was unexpected from a woman. It didn't exactly change their opinion of Ayla, but it made them wonder. Now that they had all gotten a good look at Ayla, but she was still conscious of surreptitious glances. The outright stares from small children didn't bother her nearly as much. Theirs was the natural curiosity of the young for anything unusual, and didn't carry connotations of suspicion or disapproval. Ayla and Uba headed for a shady spot under an overhanging rock on the outer fringes of the large, sloping, cleared area in front of the cave. From that discreet distance they could watch the activities without discourtesy. There had always been a closeness of a special quality between Ayla and Uba. Ayla had been sister, mother, and playmate to the younger girl. But since Uba had begun training in earnest, and especially after she followed Ayla to the small cave, their friendship shifted to a more equal relationship. They were close friends. Uba was almost 6, and had reached an age where she was beginning to show an interest in the opposite sex. They sat in the cool shade, Dirk lying on his stomach on top of the carrying cloak between them, kicking and waving his arms, and lifting his head up to look around. During the trip, he had begun to babble and make cooing noises, which no clan baby ever did. It worried Ayla, yet in some inexplicable way pleased her. Uba commented on the older boys and young men, and Ayla teased her about it in a friendly way. By unspoken agreement, no mention was made of possible mates for Ayla, though she was of a far more mateable age, and speculated about the bear ceremony, since neither had been to a clan gathering before. While they talked, a young woman approached, and in the formal, silent, universally known language, shyly asked if she could join them. They welcomed her. It was the first friendly gesture they had received. They could see she had a baby in her carrying cloak, but it was sleeping, and the woman made no move to disturb it. "This woman is called Oda," she motioned formally after she sat down, and made a gesture that indicated she wanted to know their names. Uba responded, "This girl is called Uba. The woman is Ayla." Ada. Name word not know. Oda's common dialect and gestures were a little different, but they understood the essence of her comment. "The name is not clan," the blonde woman said. She understood the difficulty the rest of them had with her name. Even some in her own clan could not say it quite right. Oda nodded, lifted her hands as though she was going to say something, then changed her mind. She seemed nervous and uncomfortable. Finally, she motioned toward Dirk. "This woman can see you have an infant," she said, rather hesitantly. "Is the infant a male or a female?" "The infant is a male. The infant's name is Dirk, like Dirk of the legend. Is the woman familiar with that legend?" "This woman knows of the legend. The name is not common with this woman's clan." "The name is not common with this woman's clan either. But the infant is not common. Dirk is special. The name is suitable," Ayla motioned with a hint of proud defiance. "This woman has an infant. The infant is female. The name is Yura," Oda said. She still seemed nervous and hesitant. A strained silence followed. "Does the infant sleep?" "This woman would see Yura if the mother would allow," Ayla finally asked, not knowing what else to say to the woman whose friendliness had such a hesitant quality. Oda seemed to consider the request for a while, then, as though making a decision, took the baby from her cloak and laid her in Ayla's arms. Ayla's eyes flew open in stunned amazement. Yura was young. She could not have been born much more than a moon before. But it wasn't the newborn look that surprised the tall woman. Yura looked like Dirk. She looked enough like Dirk to be his sibling. Oda's baby could have been hers. Ayla's mind reeled with the impact. How could a clan woman have a baby that resembled hers? She thought Dirk looked different because he was part clan and part her, but Kreb and Brunn must have been right all along. Dirk wasn't different. He was deformed, just like Oda's baby was deformed. Ayla was at a loss, so upset she couldn't think of anything to say. Uba finally broke the long silence. "Your baby looks like Dirk, Oda." Uba forgot to use the formal language, but Oda understood her. "Yes," the woman nodded. "This woman was surprised when she saw Ayla's baby. That's why This woman wanted to talk to you. I didn't know if yours was a boy or a girl." but I hoped the infant would be male." "Why?" Ayla signaled. Oda looked at the baby in Ayla's lap. "My daughter is deformed," she gestured, without quite looking at Ayla. "I was afraid she would never find a mate when she grows up." "What man would have such a deformed woman?" Oda's eyes pleaded when she looked at Ayla. "Nay, when this woman saw your infant, I hoped he was male because it will not be easy for your son to find a mate either, you know." Ayla hadn't thought about a mate for Dirk. Oda was right. He might have trouble finding a woman to mate. She understood now why Oda had approached them. "Is your daughter healthy?" she asked. "Strong?" Oda looked at her hands before she answered. "The infant is thin, but the health is good. The infant has a weak neck," she gestured, "but it's getting stronger," Oda added fervently. Ayla looked more closely at the baby girl, asking permission with a questioning look before removing her swaddling. The infant was more stocky than Dirk, closer to the build of clan babies, but her bones were thinner. She had the same high forehead and general shape to her head, only the brow ridges were much smaller. Her nose was almost petite, but it was clear she would have the prognathous chinless jaw of the clan. The female baby's neck was shorter than Dirk's, but definitely longer than normal for clan babies. Ayla lifted the girl, automatically supporting her head, and saw the familiar early efforts of the baby to support her own head. "Her neck will get stronger, Oda. Dirk's was even weaker when he was born, and look at him now." "Do you think so?" Oda answered eagerly. "This woman would ask the medicine woman of the first clan as mate for her male infant," Oda asked formally. "I think Yura would make a good mate for Dirk, Oda." "Then you'll ask your mate if he will allow it?" "I have no mate," Ayla replied. "Oh, then your son is unlucky," Oda gestured with disappointment. "Who will train him if you are not mated?" "Dirk is not unlucky," Ayla insisted. "Not all babies born to unmated women are unlucky. I live at the Mogur's hearth. He does not hunt, but Brun himself has promised to train my son. He will be a good hunter and a good provider. He has a hunting totem, too. The Mogur said it is the gray wolf." "It doesn't matter. Unlucky mate would be better than no mate at all," Oda motioned with resignation. "I hope you're right. Our Mogur has not revealed Yura's totem yet, but a gray wolf is strong enough for any woman's totem." "Except Ayla's," Uba interjected. "Her totem is the cave lion. She was chosen." "How did you ever have a baby?" Oda asked with astonishment. "Mine is the hamster, but he really fought hard this time. I didn't have so much trouble with my first daughter." "My pregnancy was hard, too. Do you have another daughter? Is she normal?" "She was. She walks in the next world now," Oda motioned sadly. "Is that why Yura was allowed to live? I'm surprised you were allowed to keep her," Ayla remarked. "I didn't want to keep her, but my mate made me. It's my punishment," Oda confessed. "Your punishment?" "Yes," Oda nodded. "I wished for a girl when my mate wanted a boy. It's just that I loved my first baby so much. When she was killed, I wanted another girl just like her. My mate says Yura is deformed because I had the wrong thoughts when I was pregnant. He says if I had wished for a boy, my baby would have been normal. He made me keep her so everyone would know I am not a good woman. But he didn't give me away. Maybe because no one else would have me." "I don't think you're such a bad woman, Oda," Ayla gestured with a look of compassion. "Wished for a girl when she was carrying Uba. She told me she asked her totem for a girl every day." "How did your first daughter die?" "She was killed by a man." Oda flushed with embarrassment. "A man who looked like you, Ayla. A man of the others." "A man of the others?" Ayla thought. "A man who looks like me?" She felt a chill crawl up her spine and a tingling at the roots of her hair. She noticed Oda's discomfiture. "Isa says I was born to the others, Oda, but I don't remember anything about them. I am clan now," she said encouragingly. "How did it happen?" "We were on a hunting trip, 2 other women and me besides the men. Her clan lives north of here, but that time we went farther north than we ever went before. The men left camp early. We stayed to collect wood and dried grass. There were lots of blowflies, and we knew we'd have to keep a fire going to get the meat dried. All of a sudden, these men ran into our camp. They wanted to relieve their needs with us, but they didn't make the signal. If they had made the signal, I would have assumed the position, but they didn't give me a chance. They just grabbed us and threw us down. They were so rough, they didn't even let me put my baby down first. The one who grabbed me tore off my wrap and my cloak. My baby fell, but he didn't notice. When he was through, Oda continued, another man was going to take me. Dead. She hit her head on a rock when she fell. Then the man who found her made many loud words, and they all left. When the hunters came back, we told them, and they took us back to the cave right away. My mate was good to me then. He grieved for my daughter, too. I was so glad when I found out my totem had been defeated again so soon after losing her. I didn't even have the woman's curse once. I thought my totem was sorry I lost my baby and decided to let me have another to make up for her. That's why I thought I might have another girl. But I shouldn't have wished for a girl. I'm sorry, Ayla said. I don't know what I'd do if I lost Dirk. I almost did once. I'll talk to the Mogur about Yura. I'm sure he will talk to Brunn. He's fond of my son. I think Brunn might agree, too. It would be easier than trying to find a woman of our clan to mate with a deformed man. This woman would be grateful to the medicine woman, and I promise to train her well, Aiga. She will be a good woman, not like her mother. Brunn's clan has the highest status. I think my mate will agree. If he knows there is a place for Yura with Brunn's clan, he might not be so angry with me. He's always telling me my daughter will be nothing but a burden and never have any status. And when Yura gets older, I can tell her she doesn't have to worry about finding a mate. It can be difficult for a woman if no man wants her, Oda said. I know, the tall blonde woman replied. I'll talk to the Mogur as soon as I can. After Oda left, Ayla was pensive and preoccupied. Uba sensed her need for quiet and didn't disturb her. Poor Oda. She was happy, had a good mate, and a normal baby. Then those men had to come and spoil everything. Why didn't they just make the signal? Couldn't they see Oda had a baby? Those men of the others, they're as bad as Braud. Worse, at least Braud would have let her put her baby down first. Men and their needs. Clan men, men of the others, they're all alike. She mused, her mind kept going back to thoughts of the others. Men of the others. Men who look like me. Who are the others? Isa said I was born to them. Why don't I remember anything about others? I can't even remember what they look like. Where do they live? I wonder, how does a man of the others look? Ayla remembered the reflection of herself in the still pool near their cave and tried to imagine a man with her face. But when she thought of a man, the image of Braud came to her mind, and with a flash of insight, the confused jumble of ideas spinning around in her head fell into place. Men of the others, of course, said one of them relieved his needs with her, and she didn't have the curse even once after that. Then she gave birth to Yura, just like Dirk was born after Braud relieved his needs with me. That man was of the others, and I was born to them, but Oda and Braud, they're both clan. Yura is not deformed any more than Dirk is. He's part me and part clan, and so is Yura. Or rather, she's part Oda and part that man who killed her baby. Then Braud did start Dirk, with his organ, not the spirit of his totem. But the other women with Oda didn't have deformed babies, and as often as men and women do it, if a baby is started every time, what babies? Maybe Kreb is right, too. A woman's totem has to be defeated, but she doesn't swallow the totem's essence. A man puts it inside her with his organ, and then it mixes up with the essence of a woman's totem. It's not just men, it's women, too. Why did it have to be Braud? I wanted a baby. My cave lion knew how much I wanted a baby. But Braud hates me. He hates Dirk, too. Who else would have? None of the other men are interested in me. I'm too ugly. Braud only did it because he knew how much I hated it. Did my cave lion know Braud's totem would finally win? His essence must be potent. Ulka already has 2 sons.
Brock and Grev must have been started by Broud's organ too, like Dirk. Does that mean they're siblings? Brothers? Like Brun and Kreb? Brun must have started Broud inside Abra too, unless it was some other man. It could have been any man. Probably not, though. Men don't usually give the signal to the leader's mate. It's discourteous, and Broud doesn't like to share Oga. On the mammoth hunt, Krug always used Ovra. Everyone could see his need, and Guv was more considerate. Even Brug did once or twice. If Brun started Broud, and Broud started Dirk, does that mean Dirk is part of Brun, too? And Brock? Grev? Brun and Kreb are siblings. They were born to the same mother, and probably started by the same man. He was a leader, too. Does that mean Dirk is part of Kreb, too? And what about Isa? She's a sibling. Ayla shook her head. It's all too confusing, she thought. Broud did start Dirk, though. I wonder if my totem led Broud to give me the signal that first time. It was awful, but it could have been another test, and maybe there was no other way. My totem must have known, must have planned it. He knew how much I wanted a baby, and he did give me a sign that Dirk would live. Wouldn't it infuriate Broud if he knew? Much. He gave me the one thing I wanted most. Ayla, Uba said, interrupting her train of thought. I just saw Kreb and Brun go into the cave. It's getting late. We should start preparing something to eat. Kreb will be hungry. Dirk had fallen asleep. He woke when Ayla picked him up, but soon settled back down, snuggled in the cloak next to his mother's breast. I'm sure Brun will let Yura come and be Dirk's mate, she thought, as they walked back to the cave of the host clan. They are more right for each other than Oda realizes. But what about me? Will I ever find a mate that's right for me? Chapter 23. Ayla went through a similar ordeal, on a smaller scale, as the one that greeted her entrance. The tall blonde woman was an oddity among the nearly 250 clan people from 10 clans that had gathered together. She was noticed wherever she went, and her every action scrutinized. As abnormal as she appeared, no one could detect any deviation in her behavior. Ayla was extremely careful to make sure no one would. She displayed none of the peculiar characteristics that still slipped out in the more relaxed atmosphere of their own cave. She didn't laugh or even smile. No tears wet her eyes. No long strides or free-swinging arm movements betrayed her unwomanly inclinations. Paragon of clan virtue, an exemplary young matron, and no one noticed. No one outside her clan ever knew a woman who acted any other way. But it made her presence acceptable, and as Uba predicted, they got used to her. There were too many other activities at a meeting of the clans for the novelty of one strange woman to hold their attention for long. It wasn't easy to maintain such a large aggregation within the close confines of the cave environment for an extended period of time. It took cooperation, coordination, and a large dose of courtesy. The leaders of the 10 clans were far busier than they ever were with only their own members to worry about. The numbers of people added together multiplied the problems to be organized. While established patterns and ranks within any one clan made disposition of the hunters easy, when 2 or more clans hunted together, problems arose. Clan status determined the leader of the combined group, but which third-ranked man was more competent? They tried different arrangements at first, careful to exchange positions so no one would be offended. After the competition started, it would become easier, but no hunting party went out without first deciding the relative positions of the men. The women's plant-gathering forays had their problems, too. Theirs was a case of too many women trying to select the choicest produce. Brought with them supplemented the diet of every clan, but fresh foods were always more desirable. The host clan always foraged far away from their cave before a gathering, but even that courtesy was inadequate to satisfy the needs of all. Though no long journey limited their time to store food for winter, the clan that hosted the meeting still had to build up an extra reserve. By the time it was over, edible food plants in their vicinity would be exhausted. There was an adequate supply of water from the glacier-fed stream flowing nearby, but firewood was at a premium.
Cooking was done outside the cave, unless it rained, and clans prepared their food as a unit rather than at separate hearths. Oh, most of the dried fallen deadwood and many living trees, which would take more than a season or two to replenish themselves, were used up. The environment around the cave after the clan gathering would never be the same. Supply was not the only problem. Disposal was an issue of equal importance. Human waste and other refuse had to be accommodated, and space had to be provided. Not only living space within the shelter of the cave, but space to cook, space to assemble, space for competitions and dancing and feasting, and space to move around. Organizing the activities was no small feat in itself. All of it involved interminable discussion and compromise within an atmosphere charged with intense competition. And tradition played a large role in smoothing out many of the bumps, but it was in this arena that Brun's administrative mind came to the fore. Treb was not the only one whose enjoyment of the clan gathering was largely because of association with his peers. Brun enjoyed the challenge of pitting himself against men whose authority equaled his own. That was his contest, to vie for domination of the other leaders. Interpretation of ancient ways sometimes required fine hair-splitting, the ability to make a decision, and the strength of character to hold to it, yet to know when to yield. Brun was not first leader without reason. When to be forceful, when to be conciliatory, when to call for a consensus, and when to stand alone. Whenever the clans gathered, one strong man usually emerged who could forge the authoritarian leaders into a cohesive, workable entity, at least for the duration of the meeting. Brun was that man. He had been since he first became leader of his own clan. Had he lost face, his own self-doubt would have lost him his advantage. Without the base of surety in his own judgment, his diffidence would have cast doubt over his decisions. He could not face a gathering and the other leaders under those circumstances. But it was just that background of strength and compromise within the unyielding framework of clan tradition. Self was past. He began to view her differently. Ayla had tried to force a decision, but it was within the structure of clan custom as she interpreted it, and it wasn't in a wholly unworthy cause. True, she was a woman and must understand her place, but she had come to her senses and seen the error of her ways in time. When she showed him the location of her small cave, he was privately amazed that she had reached it in her weak condition. He wondered if a man could have done it, and masculinity was measured by stoic endurance. Brun admired courage, determination, endurance. They showed strength of character. In spite of the fact that Ayla was a woman, Brun admired her grit. "If Zaug were here, we would have won the sling competition," Krug motioned. "No one could have beaten him." "Except Ayla," Uv commented with guarded gestures. "Too bad she couldn't compete." "We don't need a woman to win," Braud gestured. "The sling contest doesn't count for that much anyway. Brun will win the bola throwing. He always has. And there's still the spear and running contest." "But Boord already won the running competition. He stands a good chance to win in running and spear-stabbing, too," Droog said. "And Gorn did well with the club." "Just wait until we show them our mammoth hunt. Our clan is bound to win," Braud answered. They happened spontaneously, after an especially exciting hunt. Braud enjoyed acting them out. He knew he was good at evoking the sense of excitement and drama of the hunt, and loved being the center of attention. But hunt reenactments served a purpose greater than showing off. They were instructive. With expressive pantomime and a few props, they demonstrated hunting techniques and tactics to youngsters and other clans. It was a way of developing and sharing skills. Had they been asked, everyone would have agreed that the prize awarded to the clan that came out best in the complicated competition was status, to be acknowledged first among peers, though it was not acknowledged. The competitions sharpened skills necessary for survival. "We'll win if you lead the hunt dance, Braud," Born said. The 10-year-old boy, fast approaching manhood, still idolized the future leader. Braud courted his adoration by admitting him into the men's discussions whenever he could. "Too bad your race doesn't count, Born. I was watching. It wasn't even close. You were way out in front. But it's good practice for next time," Braud said. Born glowed under the praise. "We've still got a good chance. Droog motioned, but it could go the other way. Gorn is strong. He gave you a good fight in the wrestling match, Thraud. I wasn't sure you could take him. Grown since the last gathering. I think he's the biggest man here. He's got the strength all right, Goov said. It showed when he won with the club. But Thraud is quicker and almost as strong. Gorn came in a close second, and Now's is good with that sling. I think he must have seen Zaug last time and decided to work on it. He just didn't want to let an older man beat him again, Krug added. If he's practiced as much with the bola, he may give Brun a good contest. Bord is a fast runner, but I thought you were going to catch him, Braud. That one was close, too. You were just a step behind him. And seldom volunteered comment. Selecting the best and bringing them here is one thing, Grad, but it will take luck to make them well with everyone watching. That young man from Norg's clan has skill, Droog replied. That's one contest where you'll have the advantage just because he is younger, Droog. He'll be more nervous, and you have more experience in competing. You'll be able to concentrate better, Oov encouraged. But it still takes luck. They all take luck, Krug said. I still think old Dor tells a better story than anyone. You're just used to him, Krug, Goov motioned. That's a hard competition to judge. Even some of the women tell a good story. Sitting as the hunt dances. I think I saw Norg's clan talking about how they hunted a rhino, but they stopped when they saw me, Krug said. They may show that hunt. Olga approached the men diffidently and signaled that their evening meal was ready. They waved her off. She hoped it wouldn't take them too long to decide to come and eat. The longer they waited, the longer it would delay them from joining the other women who were gathering to tell stories, and she didn't want to miss any of it. Usually, it was the older women who acted out the legends and histories of the clan with dramatic pantomime. Often the stories were intended to educate the young, but they were all entertaining, sad stories that wrung the heart, happy stories that brought joy and inspiration, and humorous stories that made their own embarrassing moments feel less ridiculous. Olga went back to the fireplace near the cave. I don't think they're hungry yet, she motioned. It looks like they're coming after all, Ovra said. I hope they don't linger too long over the meal. Brun's coming, too. The leaders' meeting must be over. But I don't know where Mogur is, Abra added. He went into the cave with the Mogurs earlier. They must be in this clan's place of spirits. No telling when they'll be out. Do we have to wait for him? Uka asked. I'll set something aside for him, Ayla said. He always forgets to eat when he's getting ready for ceremonies. He's so used to eating his food cold, sometimes I think he likes it better. Going to miss the first stories, Ona gestured with disappointment. It can't be helped, Ona, Aga said. We can't go until the men are through. We won't miss too many, Ona, Ika consoled. The stories will go on all night, and tomorrow the men will show their best hunts, and we'll be allowed to watch. Won't that be exciting? I'd rather watch the women's stories, Ona said. Thraud says our clan is going to do the mammoth hunt. He thinks we're sure to win. Brun is going to let him lead it, Olga gestured, her eyes glowing with pride. That will be exciting, Ona. I remember when Braud became a man and led the hunt dance. I couldn't even talk yet, or understand anyone. But it was still exciting, Ayla motioned. Meal was served. The women waited anxiously, casting longing glances at the congregation of women gathered at the far end of the clearing. Abra, go ahead and watch your stories. We have things to discuss anyway, Brun gestured. The women picked up babies and herded young children toward the group seated around an old woman who had just started a new story. And the mother of Great Ice Mountain. Hurry, Ayla motioned. She's telling the legend of Dirk. I don't want to miss any of it. It's my favorite. Everyone knows that, Ayla, Abra said. The women of Brun's clan found places to sit and were soon caught up in the tale. She tells it a little differently, Ayla motioned after a while. This version is a little different, and every storyteller has his own way. But it's the same story. You're just used to Dorv. He's a man. He understands men's parts better. A woman tells more about the mothers, not only the mother of Great Ice Mountain, but how sad the mothers of Dirk and the other young people were when they left the clan, Uka answered. Ayla remembered that Uka had lost her son during the earthquake. The woman could understand a mother's sadness at losing her son. The modified version gave the legend a new meaning to Ayla, too. For a moment, her brow furrowed with concern. "My son's name is Dirk. I hope that doesn't mean I'll lose him some day." Ayla hugged her baby. "No, it can't be. I almost lost him once. The danger is over now, isn't it?" A stray breeze stirred a few loose tendrils of his hair, cooling for a moment his sweat-beaded brow as Brunn carefully gauged the distance to the stump of a tree near the edge of the cleared space that fronted the cave. The rest of the tree, sheared of branches, formed part of the palisade that surrounded the cave bear. The whiff of air only teased. It brought no respite from the stifling afternoon sun glaring down on the dusty field. But the ethereal zephyr moved more than the tensely watching throng that lined the periphery. Brunn was as still as they, standing with feet apart, his right arm hanging down at his side, grasping the handle of his bola. Wrapped in leather shrunk to fit, and attached to braided thongs of unequal length, were splayed out on the ground. Brunn wanted to win this contest, not only for the sake of the competition, though that too was important, but because he needed to show the other leaders he hadn't lost his competitive edge. Bringing Ayla to the clan gathering had cost him. He realized now that he and his clan had become too accustomed to her. She was too great an anomaly for the others to accept in so short a time. Even the Mogur was fighting to maintain his place, and he hadn't been able to convince the rest of the Mogurs that she was a medicine woman of Issa's line. They were willing to forego the special drink made from the roots for her to make it. The loss of Issa's status was one more support knocked out from under Brunn's crumbling position. If his clan came in less than first in the competitions, he was certain to lose status, and though they were in the running, the outcome was far from assured. But even winning the competition wouldn't guarantee his clan top rank. It would only give him an even chance. There were too many other variables. The clan that hosted the gathering always had an edge, and it was Norg's clan that was giving his the stiffest competition. If they ran a close enough second, it might give Norg enough backing to come out on top. Norg knew it, and was his most relentless opponent, and was holding his own by sheer force of will. Brunn squinted as he eyed the stump. The movement, barely discernible, was enough to halt the breath of half the watchers. The next instant the still figure became a blur of motion, and the 3 stone balls whirling around their center flew toward the stump. Brunn knew the moment the bola left his hand that his throw was off. The stones hit the target, then bounced away, failing to wrap around it. Brunn walked over to pick up his bola, while Naus took over his place. If Naus missed the target entirely, Brunn would win. If he hit the stump, they would each have a second try. But if Naus wrapped his bola around it, the match would be his. Sidelines, face impassive, resisting the urge to clutch his amulet, and only sent a mental plea to his totem. Naus had no such compunctions. He reached for the small leather pouch around his neck, closed his eyes, then sighted the post. With a sudden burst of rapid motion, he let the bola fly. Only long years of firm self-control kept Brunn from letting his disappointment show when the bola wrapped around the stump and held. Naus had won, and Brunn felt his position slip even more. Brunn stayed in his place while 3 hides were brought onto the field. One was lashed to the rotted stump of an old snag, a huge old tree whose jagged, broken top was a little taller than the men. Was laid over a moss-covered fallen log of respectable proportions near the edge of the woods, and held down with stones. And the third was spread out on the ground and again held in place with stones. The 3 formed a triangle of more or less equal sides. Each clan chose 1 man to compete in this contest, and they lined up in order of clan status near the hides spread on the ground. Other men, carrying sharpened spears, mostly made of yew, though birch, aspen, and willow were also used, went to the other targets. 2 young men from among the lower-ranked clans paired up first. Each holding a spear, they waited tensely, side by side, eyes glued on Norg. Signal, they made a dash for the upright snag and slammed their spears into it through the leather, aiming for the place where the animal's heart would be if the hide still covered him, then grabbed a second spear from their clansman waiting beside the target. They sprinted to the fallen log and jammed the second spear into it. By the time the third spear was snatched, 1 man was clearly in the lead. He ran back to the hide on the ground, thrust the spear deep, as close to the middle as he could, then raised his arms triumphantly. After the first heat, 5 men were left. 3 of them lined up for the second race, this time from the highest-ranking clans. The one who came in last was given another chance against the remaining 2. Then the 2 men who came in second were paired up, leaving a field of 3 for the final race, the first-place winners and the winner of the preceding race. The finalists were Braud, Voord, and the man from Norg's clan, Gorn. Of the 3, Gorn had run 4 races to earn his place in the finals, while the other 2 were fairly fresh after only 2. Gorn had won the first paired heat, but came in third when the 3 highest-ranked clans raced. He ran again with the last 2 men and came in second, then paired off with the man who had come in second in the race where he ran third, this time beating him. By sheer guts and stamina, Gorn had made it to the finals and had won the admiration of everyone there. When the 3 men lined up for the last race, Brunn stepped out on the field. "Norg, fair, if we delayed it to give Gorn a chance to rest. I think the son of the mate of your second-in-command deserves it." There were nods of approval, and Brunn's standing inched up, though Braud scowled. The suggestion put his own clan in a less competitive position. It took away the edge Braud might have in racing against a man already tired. But it showed Brunn's fairness, and Norg could hardly refuse. Brunn had quickly weighed the alternatives. If Braud lost, his clan stood to lose their position. But if Braud won, Brunn's evident fairness would boost his prestige, and it gave the impression of confidence he didn't altogether feel. It would make the win clean, on if he had been fresher, providing Braud won, and it was more fair. It was late in the afternoon before everyone gathered around the field again. Tensions held in abeyance were revived, and more. The 3 young men, all rested now, pranced around stretching muscles and hefting spears to find the right balance. Goov moved to the snag with 2 men from the other clans, and Krook went to the fallen log with 2 others. Braud, Gorn, and Voord lined up 3 abreast, fastened their eyes on Norg, and waited for his signal. The leader of the host clan lifted his arm. He dropped it quickly, and the men were off. Voord sprang to the lead with Braud at his heels, and Gorn pounding hard behind. Voord was already reaching for his second spear as Braud rammed his into the rotted snag. Gorn put on a fresh burst of speed that urged Braud forward as they raced for the fallen log, but Voord was still ahead. He jabbed his spear into the hide-covered log just as Braud pulled up, but he hit a hidden gnarl, and the spear clattered to the ground. By the time he retrieved it and thrust again, both Braud and Gorn had passed him by. He grabbed for his third spear and set out after them, but for Voord, the race was lost. Braud and Gorn raced for the final target, legs pumping, hearts pounding. Gorn started gaining on Braud, then inched out ahead, but the sight of the broad-shouldered giant of a man making Braud eat his dust enraged him. He thought his lungs would burst as he surged forward, forcing every muscle and sinew. The hide spread on the ground an instant before Braud, but as he raised his arm, Braud darted beneath and planted his spear into the ground through the tough leather as he ran across the hide. Gorn's spear bit through at the next heartbeat. It was a heartbeat too late. As Braud slowed to a stop, the hunters of Brunn's clan crowded around him. Brunn watched them, his eyes glowing with pride. His heart was beating almost as fast as Braud's. He had agonized every step of the way with the son of his mate. It was close. For a few tense moments, Brunn was sure he was going to lose, but he had given his all and come through. It was a crucial race, but with this win, he had more than a chance. I must be getting old, Brunn thought. I lost the bola throw, but not Braud. Braud won. Maybe it's time to turn the clan over to him. I could make him leader, announce it right here. I'll fight for the first rank and let him go home with the honor. After that race, he deserves it. I'll do it. I'll tell him right now. Brunn waited until the men were through congratulating him, then approached the young man, looking forward to Braud's joy when he found out the great honor he was about to receive. It would be a fitting reward for the fine race he had run. It was the greatest gift he could give to the son of his mate. "Brunn," Braud saw the leader and spoke first. "Why did you have to delay the race? I almost lost. Beat him easily if you hadn't given him time to rest. Don't you care if our clan is first?" he motioned petulantly. "Or is it that you know you'll be too old to be leader next gathering? If I'm going to be the leader, the least you could do is let me start as first, like you did."
Brunn stepped back, stunned by Braud's vituperative attack. He struggled to control his conflicting emotions. "You don't understand," Brunn thought. "I wonder if you will ever understand. This clan is first. If I can help it, it will stay first. But what will happen when you become leader, Braud? How long will this clan be first then?" The pride left his eyes, and a great sorrow overwhelmed him. But Brunn controlled that, too. Young, he rationalized. Maybe he just needs a little more time, a little more experience. Have I ever really explained? Brunn tried to forget that no one had to explain to him.
"Braud, if Gorn had been tired, would your win have been as good? What if the other clans doubted that you could beat him if he hadn't been tired? This way, they know for sure that you won, and so do you. You did well, son of my mate," Brunn motioned gently. "You ran a good race."
In spite of his bitterness, Braud still respected this man more than anyone he ever knew, and he could not help but respond. At that moment, Braud felt his manhood hunt, that he would give anything for such praise from Brunn.
"I didn't think about that, Brunn. You're right. This way everyone knows I won. They know I'm better than Gorn. With this race, and Droog winning the tool-making competition, if our mammoth hunt wins tonight, we're sure to come out first," Krog said enthusiastically. "And you will be one of those chosen for the bear ceremony, Braud." More men crowded around Braud to congratulate him as he walked back to the cave. Brunn watched him go, and then saw Gorn walking back too, surrounded by Norg's clan. An older man clapped his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Norg's second has a right to be proud of the son of his mate, Brunn thought. Yes, but I'm not sure he's the better man. Brunn had only controlled his sorrow, not eliminated it, and though he struggled to bury it deeper, the pain would not die. Braud was still the son of his mate, the child of his heart. "The men of Norg's clan are brave hunters," Droog admitted. "It was a good plan, digging a hole in the path the rhinoceros takes to his drinking place and covering it with brush to hide it. Maybe we could try it sometime. It took courage to drive him back when he bolted. Rhinos can be more fierce than mammoths, and much more unpredictable. Norg's hunters told it well, too." "But it still wasn't as good as our mammoth hunt. Everyone agreed," Krog said. "Gorn deserved to be one of the chosen, though. Almost every contest was between Braud and Gorn. For a while I was afraid we would not win the competitions this year. Norg's clan is a very close second. What do you think of the third choice, Grad?" "Vord did well, but I would have chosen Naus," Grad replied. "I think Brunn preferred Naus, too." "It was a hard choice, but I think Vord deserved it," Droog commented. "We won't be seeing much of Goov until after the festival," Krug said. "Now that the competitions are over, the acolytes will be spending all their time with the Mogurs. I hope the women don't think that just because Braud and Goov won't be eating with us tonight, they don't have to make as much. I'm going to eat well. There won't be anything else until the feast tomorrow." "Don't think I'd want to eat if I were Braud," Droog said. "It's a great honor to be chosen for the bear ceremony. But if he ever needed courage, Braud will need it in the morning." The first morning light found the cave empty. The women were already up working by firelight, and the rest couldn't sleep. The preliminary preparations for the feast had consumed days, but the work was nothing compared with the task ahead. Full daylight was upon them long before the glowing disk burst over the tops of the mountains, flooding the cave site with burning rays from a sun already high. Excitement was tangible, tension unbearable. With the competitions over, the men had nothing to do until the ceremonies, and they were restless. Nervous agitation infected the older boys, and they in turn stirred up the rest of the youngsters, driving the busy women to distraction. Milling men and chasing children all got in their way. The turbulence subsided temporarily when the women served cakes of crushed millet mixed with water and baked on hot stones. The breakfast of bland biscuits was eaten with solemnity. They were reserved for this one day alone out of every 7 years, and except for nursing babies, were the only food anyone would eat until the feast. The millet cakes were a token only, and did little more than whet the appetite. By mid-morning, hunger, stimulated by delicious smells emanating from various fires, intensified the turmoil, raising excited anticipation to a fever pitch as the time for the bear ceremony drew near. Preb had not approached either Ayla or Uba with instructions to prepare themselves for the ritual that would be held later, and they were sure the Mogurs had found neither of them acceptable. They were not alone in wishing Isa had been well enough to make the journey. Preb had used every power of persuasion at his command to convince the other magicians to let one of them make the drink. But as much as they wanted the ritual, and for them the rare experience of the drink made from the roots, Ayla was too strange and Uba too young. The Mogurs refused to accept Ayla as a woman of the clan, much less a medicine woman of Isa's line. The celebration of Ursus affected more than the clans that were in attendance. Of any rituals performed at any clan gathering redounded to the entire clan. The Mogurs would not chance the possibility of invoking bad luck that would cast misfortune on all clan people everywhere. The stakes were too high. Eliminating that traditional ritual of the ceremony contributed to the devaluation of Brun and his clan. For all the efforts of his men in the competitions, Brun's acceptance of Ayla posed more threat to the clan's position than anything ever had before. It was too unconventional. Only Brun's adamant stand in the face of increasing opposition kept the issue undecided, and he wasn't at all sure he would win out in the end. Not long after the millet cakes were served, others arranged themselves near the mouth of the cave. They waited quietly for the attention of the assembled clans. The silence spread out like the ripples of a stone cast in a pond as the presence of the leaders was made known. Men moved quickly into positions defined by clan and personal rank. The women dropped their work, signaled suddenly well-behaved children, and silently followed suit. The bear ceremony was about to begin. The first beat of the smooth, hard stick on the hollowed-out wooden bowl-shaped drum resounded like a sharp crack of thunder in the expectant hush. The slow, stately rhythm was picked up by the stamping of wooden spears against the ground, adding a muted depth. The rhythm of sticks beating on a long, hollow wooden tube wove around the strong, steady beat in a seemingly random pattern of sound, apparently independent from it. Yet the staccato rhythms, played at varying tempos, had a stressed beat that coincided with every fifth thrum of the basic rhythm, as if by accident. They combined to produce an increasing sense of expectation, almost of anxiety, until the beats came together. Each release began another surge of tension in wave after hypnotic wave of sound and sensation. All sound came to a sudden halt on a final satisfying beat. As if they had materialized out of thin air, the bearskin-cloaked Mogurs stood 9 abreast in front of the cage of the cave bear, the Mogur alone in front of them. The feel of the strong beat still echoed inside the heads of the people in the overpowering silence. The Mogur held a flat, long oval of wood attached at one end to a cord. As he spun it round and round, a barely audible whir increased to a loud roar, filling the silence. The deep, haunting resonance of the bull-roarer raised gooseflesh as much for its significance as for its sonorous timbre. It was the voice of the spirit of the cave bear, warning all other spirits away from this ceremony devoted to Ursus alone. No totemic spirits would come to their aid. They had placed themselves entirely under the protection of the great spirit of the clan. Its thin, wailing ululation sent cold shivers down the spines of the most fearless as the bull-roarer wound down. Like nothing so much as a disembodied spirit, the eerie, unearthly trill pierced the bright morning air. Ayla, standing in the front row, could see the sound was coming from something held to the mouth of one of the Mogurs. The flute, made from the hollow leg bone of a large bird, had no finger holes. Its pitch was controlled by stopping and unstopping the open end. In the hands of a skillful player, a full 5-note pentatonic scale could be drawn from the simple instrument. To the young woman, no less than the rest, unfamiliar music, it sounded like nothing ever heard on earth. It had come from the world of the spirits at the command of the holy man for this ceremony alone. As the bull-roarer symbolized and imitated the roar of the cave bear in physical form, the flute was the sound of the spiritual voice of Ursus. Even the magician who played the instrument felt the sanctity of the sound that issued forth from the primitive pipe, though he himself had made it. Making and playing the magic flute was the esoteric secret of the magicians of his clan, a secret which usually brought those magicians to first rank. Only Krebs's unique ability had displaced the Mogur who played the flute to second, but it was a powerful second, the acceptance of Ayla. The huge cave bear was pacing his cage. He had not been fed, and he wasn't used to going without food. He had never known a hungry day in his life. Water had been withheld from him as well, and he was thirsty. The crowd, smelling of tension and excitement, the unaccustomed sounds of wooden drums, bull-roarer, and flute, all combined to make the animal nervous. When he saw the Mogur limping toward his cage, he hauled his massive, overweight bulk up on his hind legs and roared a complaint. Krebs jerked in startled reflex, but recovered quickly and masked it with a normal-seeming jerky step. His face, like the rest of the magician's faces, blackened with a paste of manganese dioxide, a sign of his rapidly beating heart, as he tilted his head back to look up at the unhappy giant. He carried a bowl of water, the shape and ivory-gray color making it obvious that the bowl had once been a human skull. He put the macabre water container into the cage and stepped back while the shaggy Bruin dropped down to drink. While the animal lapped up the liquid, 21 young hunters surrounded his cage, each carrying a newly made spear. The leaders of the 7 clans not fortunate enough to have a man selected for special honors had each chosen 3 of their best hunters for the ceremony. Then Braud, Gorn, and Voord ran out of the cave and lined up outside the securely lashed door of the cage, and their bodies were daubed with red and black markings. The small amount of water did little to satisfy the thirst of the great bear, but the men so near his cage made him hopeful that more was coming. He sat up and begged, a gesture that had rarely gone without response before. When his efforts went unrewarded, he lumbered over to the nearest man and poked his nose through the heavy bars. The music of the flute ended on an uncomfortably unfinished note, heightening the anticipation in the anxious silence. Krebs retrieved the skull bowl, then shuffled to his place in front of the magicians lined up across the mouth of the cave. At an unseen signal, the Mogurs began the movements of the formal language in unison. "Accept your water as a token of our gratitude, O mighty protector. Your clan has not forgotten the lessons learned from you. The cave is our home, protecting us from the snow and cold of winter. We, too, rest quietly, nourished by the food of summer, warmed by furs. You have been one of us, lived with us, and know we keep your ways." Faces blackened, and dressed in identical cloaks of shaggy bear fur, the magicians resembled a well-rehearsed dance troupe, moving as one as they spoke with stately flowing gestures. The Mogur's eloquent one-handed symbols that matched yet modified the others' movements and added emphasis. "We venerate you first among all spirits. We beg you to speak for us in the world of the spirits, to tell of the bravery of our men, the obedience of our women, to make a place for us when we return to the other world. We beseech your protection from the evil ones. We are your people, great Ursus. We are the clan of the cave bear. Go with honor, greatest of spirits." As the Mogurs made the symbols for the names of the great animal in his presence for the first time, the 21 young men thrust their spears between the stout trees of the cage, the shaggy bulk of the revered creature. Not all drew blood. The cage was too large for all the spears to penetrate deeply, but the pain enraged the nearly full-grown cave bear. His angry roar shattered the silence. The people jumped back with fear. At the same time, Braud, Gorn, and Voord began to cut away the lashings on the door of the cage, scrambling up the trees until they reached the top of the palisade. Braud reached the top first, but Gorn managed to grab the short, thick log put there earlier. The pain-maddened cave bear reared up on his hind legs again, bellowed an angry roar, and lumbered toward the 3 young men. His massive domed head nearly reached the tallest tree trunks of the enclosure. It was loose. The hunters, with their spears, raced to form a protective phalanx between the provoked brute and the anxious audience. Women, fighting an urge to run, held their babies tighter, while older children clung to them in wide-eyed terror. Men gripped their spears, ready to jump to the defense of vulnerable women and terrified children. But the people of the clan held their place. As the wounded cave bear lumbered out of the gaping hole in the fence of logs, Braud, Gorn and Vord, poised at the top, leaped on the surprised Bruin. Braud stood on his shoulders, reached over and seized the fur of his face and yanked up. Meanwhile, Vord had landed on his back. He grabbed the shaggy hair and pulled down with all his weight, tightening the loose skin around his neck. Their combined efforts forced open the cavernous mouth of the struggling animal, and Gorn, sitting astride his shoulder, quickly shoved the log broadside into his mouth. The bear clamped down as Braud let go, wedging the log fast between his jaws, impeding his breath and disabling one weapon in the cave bear's arsenal. But the tactic did not disarm the bear entirely. The enraged Bruin swiped at the creatures clinging to him. Sharp claws dug into the thigh of the man on his shoulder and dragged the screaming young hunter into his mighty arms. Gorn's agonized cry was cut short as a powerful bear hug snapped his spine. A long wail rose from one of the watching women as the cave bear dropped the limp body of the courageous young man. The bear waded into the squad of spear-wielding men who closed in on him. A swing of the raging animal's powerful foreleg cleared a swath, knocking down 3 men and catching a fourth with a ripping gash that tore the muscles of his leg to the bone. The man doubled over in pain, in shock too severe to scream. The others stepped over and around him as they jostled to get in close enough to thrust spears into the belligerent beast. Ayla clutched Dirk in horrified awe, petrified that the bear would reach them. But when the man fell, his life's blood spilling on the ground, she didn't think, she just acted. Shoving her baby at Uba, she dashed into the melee. Close-packed men, she half-dragged, half-carried the wounded man clear of the milling, stomping feet. Leaning hard on the pressure point in his groin with one hand, she held the end of the thong of her wrap in her teeth and cut off a piece with her other hand. The tourniquet was in place, and she was wiping away blood with her baby's carrying cloak before 2 other medicine women followed her lead. Fearfully skirting the dangerous struggle, they ran to help her. The 3 of them carried the wounded man into the cave, and in their frantic efforts to save his life, weren't even aware when the huge bear finally succumbed to the spears of the hunters of the clan. The moment the cave bear was down, Gorn's mate broke away from the restraining arms of those who sought to comfort her and ran to his body, her face in his hairy chest. Sitting back on her knees, in frantic gestures she pleaded with him to get up. Her mother and Norg's mate tried to pull her away as the Mogurs approached them. The most holy magician leaned close and gently tilted her head up to look at her. "Do not grieve for him," the Mogur signaled, with a tender look of compassion in his deep brown eye. "Gorn's was the greatest honor. He was chosen by Ursus to accompany him to the world of the spirits. He will help the Great Spirit intercede for us. The spirit of the great cave bear select only the finest, the bravest travel with him. The feast of Ursus will be Gorn's feast too. His courage, his will to win, will be remembered in legend and told at every clan gathering. Just as Ursus returns, so will the spirit of Gorn. He will wait for you, so that you may return together and mate again. But you must be as brave as he. Put your grief aside and share your mate's joy in his journey to the next world. Tonight, the Mogurs will give him a special honor so that his bravery will be shared by everyone. So it will pass on to the clan." The young woman strove visibly to control her anguish, to be as brave as the awesome holy man said she must. She didn't want to dishonor her mate's spirit. The lopsided, disfigured, one-eyed magician, whom everyone feared, somehow didn't seem so fearsome any more. With a look of gratitude, she got up and walked stiffly back to her place. She must be brave. Hadn't the Mogur told her Gorn would wait for her, that some day they would return together and mate again? Her mind clung to that promise, and she tried to forget the desolate emptiness of the rest of this life without him. When Gorn's mate returned to her position, the mates of the leaders and their seconds deftly began to skin the cave bear. The blood was collected in bowls, and after the Mogurs made symbolic gestures over it, passed through the crowd, holding the vessels to the mouth of each member of their clan. Men, women, children, all had a taste of the warm blood, the life fluid of Ursus. Even the mouths of babies were opened by their mothers, and a fingerful of fresh blood placed on their tongues. Ayla and the 2 medicine women were called from the cave to partake of their share, and the injured man, who had lost so much of his own, had a gulp of bear's blood restored to him. Everyone shared in the communion with the great bear that bound them together as one people. The women worked rapidly while the clan watched. The thick subcutaneous layer of the purposely fattened animal was carefully scraped away from the skin. Rendered fat had magical properties and would be distributed to the Mogurs of each clan. The head was left attached to the hide, and while the meat was lowered into the waiting stone-lined pits, heated by fires for a full day, the acolytes hung the huge bear skin on poles in front of the cave, where his unseeing eyes could watch the festivities. The cave bear would be an honored guest at his own feast. When the bearskin was mounted, the Mogurs picked up Gorn's body, and with solemn dignity carried it into the deep recesses of the cave. After they were gone, Brunn gave a signal, and the crowd broke up. The spirit of Ursus had been sent on his way with full and proper ceremony. How did she do it? None of the others dared to get him, but she had no fear. The Mogur of the clan to which the wounded man belonged was speaking. It was almost as though she knew Ursus wouldn't hurt her, just like the first day. I think the Mogur is right. Ursus has accepted her. She is a woman of the clan. Our medicine woman said she saved his life. She's not only well-trained, she has a natural skill, like she was born to it. I believe she must be of Issa's line. The Mogurs were in a small cave deep inside the mountain. Stone lamps, shallow saucers filled with bear grease absorbed by a dried moss wick, formed circles of light back the absolute black that surrounded them. The feeble flames glinted off hidden facets in the crystal matrix of the rocks, and were reflected in the glistening sheen of damp stalactites hanging in eternal icicles from the roof, longing to reach their inverted counterparts growing from the floor. Some had succeeded in forming a union. Strained through the stone of ages, in stately columns that reached from floor to vaulted ceiling, thinning at the center. One straining stalactite missed the satisfying kiss of its stalagmitic mate by barely a hairbreadth that would take more ages yet to bridge.
The end of disc number 14. Please insert disc number 15. This is disc number 15.
Straining stalactite missed the satisfying kiss of its stalagmitic mate by barely a hairbreadth that would take more ages yet to bridge. She did surprise everyone when she showed no fear of Ursus that first day, another magician said. It is agreed. Is there still time for her to prepare? There is time, the Mogur answered, if we hurry. She was born to the others. How can she be a woman of the clan? The flute-playing Mogur demanded. Others are not clan. They never will be. You say she came to you already marked with clan totem scars. Sure, they're clan marks. Clan women do not have cave lion totems. I never said she was born with it, the Mogur said reasonably. Are you saying a cave lion cannot choose a woman? A cave lion can choose whoever he wants. She was nearly dead when she was found. Issa brought her back to life. Do you think a young girl could escape a cave lion if she wasn't under the protection of his spirit? He marked her with his sign so there could be no doubt. Those are clan totem marks on her leg. No one can deny that. Why would she be marked with clan totem scars if she wasn't intended to become a woman of the clan? I don't know why. I don't claim to understand why spirits do anything. Any better? I will only say she knows the ritual. Issa has given her the secret of the roots in the red bag, and Issa would not have told her if she wasn't her daughter. We don't have to give up the ritual. I've already given you all my arguments before. You must decide, but do it soon. You said your clan thinks she's lucky, Norg's Mogur motioned. Not so much that she is lucky, but she seems to bring luck. We've been very lucky since she was found. Droog thinks of her as a sign from one's totem, something unique and unusual. Perhaps she's lucky, too, in her own way. Only unusual enough for a woman of the others to be a woman of the clan, one of them commented. She brought luck to us today. Our young hunter is going to live, the wounded man's Mogur said. I am agreeable. It would be a shame to miss Issa's drink if we don't have to. There were several nods of agreement. "What about you?" the Mogur signaled to the magician who was second. "Do you still think Ursus will be displeased if Ayla makes the ritual drink?" All heads turned to look at him. If the powerful magician still objected, he could sway enough of the other Mogurs to prevent it. If he just adamantly refused to participate, even if the rest agreed, it would be enough. Agreement had to be unanimous. There could be no schism in their ranks. At each man in turn. It may or it may not displease Ursus. I am not convinced. Something about her bothers me. But it's obvious no one else wants to eliminate the ritual. And it seems she is the only one available. I'd almost prefer to use Issa's true daughter, in spite of her youth. If everyone else agrees, I will withdraw my objection. I don't like it, but I won't prevent it. The Mogur looked at each man and received a nod of approval. With a relieved sigh, covered by his efforts to pull himself up, the crippled man quickly left. He hobbled through several passages that opened into rooms, then narrowed again into passages, guided by stone lamps, gave way to torches placed at closer intervals as he neared the living quarters of the clans. Ayla was sitting beside the wounded young man in the front cave. Dirk was in her arms, and Uba on her other side. The man's mate was there, too, watching him sleep, occasionally glancing up at Ayla with gratitude. "Ayla, quickly, you must prepare yourself. There is little time," Mogur gestured. "You will have to hurry, but do not overlook a single step. Come to me when you are ready. Uba, give Dirk to Olga to feed. Ayla won't have time." They both stared at the magician, stunned by the sudden change in plans. It took a moment to comprehend, then Ayla nodded. She ran quickly to the hearth in the second cave to get a clean wrap, turned to the young woman anxiously watching her sleeping mate. "The Mogur would know how the young man fares." "Arg says he will live, and may walk again, but his leg will never be the same." The woman spoke with a different dialect, and everyday gestures modified so much that Ayla and Uba had had trouble communicating with her except with the formal language. The magician, however, had more practice with the common speech of other clans, but used the formal language to make his meaning more precise. "The Mogur would know this man's totem." "Ibex," she signed. "This man is as sure-footed as that mountain goat?" he asked. "It has been said this man is," she began. "This man was not so agile on this day. Walks again. How will he hunt? How will he provide for me? What can a man do if he can't hunt?" The young woman slipped into the common language of her clan as her taut nerves put her on the edge of hysteria. "The young man lives. Is that not most important?" the Mogur said to calm her. "But he's proud. If he can't hunt, he may wish he hadn't lived. He was a good hunter. He might have been second to the leader one day. Now he may never gain status. He'll lose status. What will he do if he loses status?" she pleaded. "Woman," the Mogur motioned with mock severity. "No man loses status who is the chosen of Ursus. Already proved his manhood. He was almost chosen to walk with Ursus to the next world. The spirit of Ursus does not choose lightly. The great cave bear decided to allow him to remain, but he was still marked. This man is honored to claim Ursus as his totem now. His scars will be the marks of his new totem. He can wear them with pride. He will always be able to provide for you. The Mogur will speak with your leader. Your mate has the right to claim a share of every hunt. And he may walk again. He may even hunt again. Perhaps he won't be as agile as the ibex. He may walk more like a bear. But that doesn't mean he won't hunt again. Be proud of him, woman." "The chosen of Ursus?" the woman repeated with a look of awe. "The cave bear is his totem?" "And the ibex, too. He can claim both," the Mogur said. He noticed the beginning of a bulge under her wrap. No wonder she is so distraught, he thought. "Does the woman have children yet?" "No, but life has started. I am hoping for a son." "You are a good woman, a good mate. Stay with him. When he wakes, tell him what the Mogur has said." The young woman nodded, then glanced up as Ayla hurried by. The small river near the cave of the host clan became a torrent of angry water in spring, only slightly less violent in fall, and hurtling them down the mountain. Even in its quieter moods, the surging stream, foaming down the middle of a rock-strewn floodplain many times wider than itself, had the greenish, cloudy cast of glacial runoff. Ayla and Uba had scouted the region near the cave shortly after they arrived to find the cleansing plants necessary to purify themselves in case one of them was called upon to participate in the ceremony. Ayla was nervous as she raced to dig up soaproot, horsetail fern, and red-rooted pigweed, and her stomach was a bundle of knots while she waited anxiously for boiling water from one of the cooking fires to extract the insecticidal element from the fern. News that she would be allowed to perform the ritual spread rapidly through the clan. The Mogur's acceptance of her revised everyone's opinion of the clan woman born to the others, and her worth increased proportionately. It confirmed that she was indeed Issa's daughter, and elevated her to the medicine woman of highest rank. The leader of the clan that had members who were Zaug's kin reconsidered his flat refusal to accept her. Zaug's recommendation just might have some merit after all. Maybe one of the men would take her, if only as second woman. She could be a valuable addition. But Ayla was too worried to notice the comments fluttering around her. She was more than worried. She was terrified. River, there isn't enough time to get ready. What if I forget something? What if I make a mistake? I'll disgrace Kreb. I'll disgrace Brunn. I'll disgrace the whole clan. The glacier-fed river was icy, but the cold water calmed her raw-edged nerves. She felt more relaxed as she sat on a rock, pulling tangles out of her long blonde hair, drying in a light breeze, and watching the glowing pink mountaintop, reflecting the setting sun, deepen to a rich bluish purple. Her hair was still damp when she put her amulet back over her head and her clean wrap on. Stuffing her tools in the folds, she picked up her other wrap and ran back to the cave, and gave her a quick nod. The women were working frantically, unhelped by totally unmanageable children. The gory ritual slaying of the cave bear had them keyed up. They were unused to going hungry, and the smells of cooking stimulated appetites already sharp and made them irritable, and their mother's preoccupation gave them a rare opportunity to indulge in misbehavior seldom allowed children of the clan. Some of the boys had picked up the cut thongs from the bear's cage and wore them wrapped around their arms as badges of honor. Other boys, not as quick, tried to take them away, and all of them were racing around cooking fires. When they tired of the game, they teased the girls, prying younger siblings, until the girls started chasing them around or running to their mothers to complain. It was a riotous, disorganized madhouse. Even the occasional stern command of some woman's mate did little to quell the unusually rambunctious youngsters. Children were not the only ones hungry. Food, prepared in enormous quantities, tantalized the taste buds of everyone, and anticipation of the great feast and evening ceremony added to the frenzied excitement. Heaps of wild yams, white starchy bread roots, and potato-like ground nuts boiled gently in skin pots slung over fires. Wild asparagus, lily roots, wild onions, legumes, small squashes, and mushrooms were cooking in various combinations with subtle seasonings. A mountain of wild lettuce, burdock, pigweed, and dandelion leaves, freshly washed, was waiting to be served raw with a dressing of hot bear grease, seasonings, and salt added at the last moment. One clan's specialty was a combination of onions, mushrooms, and the round green legumes of milk vetch, seasoned with a secret combination of herbs and thickened with dried reindeer moss. Another brought a special variety of pine cones from a tree that was unique to the area of their cave, that yielded large, tasty nuts released by the heat of a fire. Norg's clan toasted chestnuts, gathered from the lower slopes, and made a nut-flavored porridge sauce from cracked beech nuts, long and slowly. The area for some distance in the vicinity of the cave was stripped of blueberries, high bush cranberries, and from the lower elevations, raspberries and wild mountain blackberries. The women of Brunn's clan had spent several days cracking and grinding the dried acorns they brought. The pulverized nuts were put in shallow holes in the sand near the river, and quantities of water poured over the pulpy mixture to leach out the bitterness. The resultant dough was baked into flat cakes, soaked in maple syrup until they were thoroughly saturated, then dried in the sun. The host clan, who also tapped their maple trees in early spring and boiled the watery sap for long days, were interested as soon as they saw the familiar birch bark containers that were used to store maple sugars and syrup. The sticky maple sweet acorn cakes were an unusual treat that the women of Norg's clan decided to try later themselves. Uba, keeping an eye on Dirk while helping the women, looked at the seemingly endless quantity and variety of food and wondered how they would ever be able to eat it all. Smoke, drifting upward, disappeared into the still dark night, filled with stars so thick a gossamer haze veiled the vault of the heavens. The moon was new, and gave no hint of its presence, turning its back to the planet it circled and reflecting its light into the cold depths of space. The glow of cooking fires lighted the area near the cave, in contrast to the darkness of the surrounding woods. Food had been moved away from the full force of the heat, but left near enough to keep it hot, and most of the women had retired to the cave. They were changing into new wraps and relaxing for a few moments before the festivities. But even the tired women were too excited to stay inside the cave for long. The space in front began to fill with a milling crowd, eagerly waiting for the feast and the beginning of the ceremony. A still hush descended as the 10 magicians and their 10 acolytes filed out of the opening, followed by a scramble to find places. It appeared to be a random assemblage that faced the holy men. Positions of the audience were not defined by location so much as relationship to other people. Orderly ranks were not important, only that each individual was ahead or behind or on the correct side of certain other individuals. There were always last-minute shufflings as people tried to find the best vantage point within their sphere of relationships. With dignified ceremony, a large fire was lit in front of the dark hole in the mountain. Then the stones were removed from the tops of the cooking pits. The mates of the leaders of the first-ranked and host clans had the signal honor of lifting out the huge haunches of tender meat, and Brun's chest swelled with satisfaction when he saw Abra step forward. The Mogur's acceptance of Ayla had finally decided the issue. Brun and his clan were a stronger force than they had ever been. Unlikely as it had appeared at first, the tall blonde female was a woman of the clan, and a medicine woman of Issa's prestigious line. Brun's obdurate insistence that it was so had been proved correct. It was the will of Ursus. Had he wavered for even a moment, his prestige would not have been as great, or his success as sweet. Clouds of succulent steam caused empty stomachs to growl as the bear meat was removed with forked sticks. That was the signal for the other women to begin heaping platters of wood and bone and filling large bowls with the food they had labored so long to prepare. Stepped forward, carrying large flat trays, and stood in front of the Mogur. This feast of Ursus also honors Gorn, chosen by the great cave bear to accompany him. While he lived with Norg's clan, Ursus learned that his people had not forgotten his lessons. He grew to know Gorn well, and found him a worthy companion. Proud and bored, for your courage, your strength, your endurance, you were selected to show the great spirit the bravery of the men of his clan. He tested you with his great strength, and he is pleased. You did well, and you are privileged to bring him the last meal he will share with his clan, returns from the spirit world. May the spirit of Ursus always walk with us. The 2 young men passed by each of the women, standing beside dishes heaped with food, and selected the choicest morsels of each, with the exception of the meat. The captive cave bear had never been fed meat, though in the wild he occasionally indulged when it was easily available. The trays were placed in front of the bear hide mounted on the poles. Then the Mogur continued. You drank of his blood. Now eat of his body, and be one with the spirit of Ursus. The benediction signaled the beginning of the feast. The rest of the clan. Delighted sighs and grunts rose as they settled down to enjoy their repast. The meat from the hand-fed vegetarian bear was tender and rich with marbled fat. Vegetables, fruits, and grains, prepared with meticulous attention, were savored to the fullest, and the appetizer of hunger made everything taste even better. It was a feast worth waiting for. Ayla, you're not eating. You know all the meat must be eaten tonight. I know, Abra, but I'm just not hungry. Ayla's nervous, Uba gestured between mouthfuls. I'm glad I wasn't chosen. Eat anyway. You must do that. Do you have some broth for Dirk? He should have a little. It will make him one with the clan. I gave him some, but he didn't want much. Olga just fed him. Olga, is Grev still hungry? My breasts are so full they're getting sore. I would have waited, but they were both hungry, Ayla. You can feed them tomorrow. I'll have enough milk for them and 2 more by then. They won't want anything tonight. They'll be sleeping. The Datura sedative is all ready. Next time they're hungry, make them drink that first so they will sleep. Uba will tell you how much. I have to see Kreb right after we eat, and I won't be back until after the ceremony. Be too long. Our dance will start after the men go into the cave. Some of the medicine women are really good at making the rhythms. The women's dance at clan gatherings is always special, Abra motioned. I haven't learned to play very well yet. Isa taught me a little, and the medicine woman from Norg's clan was showing me, but I haven't had much practice, Ayla said. You haven't been a medicine woman very long, and Isa has spent more time teaching you the healing magic than the rhythms, although they're magic too, Ofra gestured. Medicine women have to know so much. I wish Isa were here, Abra motioned. I'm glad they finally accepted you, Ayla, but I miss Isa. It seems so strange not having her with us. I wish she were here too, Ayla said. I hated leaving her behind, let anyone know. I hope she's getting lots of sun and rest. When it's her time to walk in the next world, she will go. When the spirits call, no one can stop her, Abra said. Ayla shivered though the night was warm, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. A vague, uneasy feeling like a chill wind that hinted of the end of summer warmth. Mogur signaled, and she quickly got up, but she couldn't shake the feeling as she walked to the cave. Isa's bowl, white-lined with a patina from generations of use, was on her sleeping fur where Ayla had put it. She took the red-dyed pouch out of her medicine bag and emptied the contents. In the torchlight she began examining the roots. Isa had explained many times how to estimate the correct quantity. Ayla still wasn't sure how many to use for the 10 Mogurs. The strength of the potion depended not only on number, but on the size of the roots and how long they had aged. She had never seen Isa make it. The woman had explained many times the drink was too venerable, too sacred to be made for practice. Daughters usually learned by watching their mothers, from repeated explanations, and even more from the innate knowledge they were born with. But Ayla was not born to the clan. She picked out several roots, then added 1 more to be sure the magic would be effective. Then she went to the place just inside the entrance, near a supply of fresh water, where Kreb had told her to wait and watch the beginning of the rites, earbuds, and then the staccato of the long, hollowed-out tube. Acolytes moved among the men with bowls of datura tea, and soon they were moving to the heavy beat. The women stayed in the background. Their time would come later. Ayla stood by anxiously, her wrap draped loosely around her, waiting. The men's dance grew more frenzied, and she wondered how much longer she'd have to wait. Ayla jumped at a tap on her shoulder. She hadn't heard the Mogurs coming out of the back of the cave, but she relaxed when she recognized Kreb. The magicians moved silently out of the cave and arranged themselves around the bearskin. The Mogur stood in front, and from her vantage point she got a fleeting impression that the cave bear, mounted upright with its mouth open, was about to attack the crippled man. But the monstrous animal towering over the Mogur was held in suspended motion, a mere illusion of strength and ferocity. She saw the great magicians signal the acolytes who were playing the wooden instruments. They stopped at the next accented beat, and the men looked up, a little stunned to see the Mogurs where just an instant before, or so it seemed, there had been none. But the sudden appearance of the magicians was an illusion too, and now the young woman knew how it was done. Or waited, letting the suspense build until he was sure everyone's attention was riveted on the giant figure of the cave bear, highlighted by the ceremonial fire and flanked by the holy men. His signal was inconspicuous, and he made a point of looking in another direction, but it was the one Ayla was waiting for. She slipped out of her wrap, filled the bowl with water, and clutching the roots in her hand, she took a deep breath and walked toward the one-eyed man. There was a startled gasp as Ayla walked into the circle of light. Clothed in her wrap, tied with a long cord that hid her shape with loose folds and pockets, and acting like any other female, she had begun to seem one of them. But without the disguising bulges, her true form stood out in sharp contrast to women of the clan. Round, almost barrel-shaped body structure characteristic of both men and women, Ayla was lean. From side view she was slender, except for her milk-filled breasts. Her waist dipped in, then filled out to rounded hips, and her legs and arms were long and straight. Not even the red and black circles and lines painted on her naked body could hide it. Her face lacked the jutting jaw, and with her small nose and high forehead, it seemed more flat than they remembered. Her thick blonde hair, framing her face in loose waves and reaching halfway down her back, picked up highlights from the fire and gleamed golden, an oddly beautiful crown for the ugly, obviously alien young woman. Astounding was her height. Somehow, when she was moving in a hurried, hunched-over shuffle or sitting at the feet of some man, they hadn't been so aware of it before. Standing opposite the magicians, it was obvious. When she bowed her head, she looked down at the top of the Mogurs. Ayla was taller by far than the tallest man of the clan. The Mogur made a series of formalized gestures, invoking the protection of the spirit that still hovered near them. Then Ayla put the hard, dried roots in her mouth. It was difficult for her to chew them. She didn't have the large teeth and strong, heavy jaws of the people of the clan. As much as Isa had cautioned her against swallowing any of the juices that formed in her mouth, she couldn't help it to soften the roots, but it seemed to her she had to chew and chew and chew. By the time she spat out the last of the masticated pulp, she was feeling light-headed. She stirred it until the fluid in the ancient sacred bowl turned a watery white. Then she passed it to Gouv. The acolytes had waited while she worked at the roots, each holding a bowl of long, steep datura tea. Gouv handed the bowl of white liquid Ayla gave him to Mogur, then picked up his bowl and gave it to Ayla, as the other apprentice magicians gave theirs to the medicine women of their clans, an exchange in kind and value. The Mogur took a sip of the liquid. "It's strong," the holy man motioned in guarded gestures to Gouv, then walked to the Mogur who was second. Ayla and the medicine women carried their bowls to the waiting women and gave controlled amounts of the liquid to them and the older girls. Ayla drained the last dregs from her bowl, but she was already feeling a strange sense of distance, as though a part of her was detached and watching from some other place. Several of the older medicine women took up the wooden drums and began to beat out the rhythms of the women's dance. Ayla watched the moving sticks with intense fascination, each beat sounding precise and clear. The medicine woman of Norg's clan offered a bowl drum to her. She listened to the rhythm, then found herself playing along. Time lost all meaning. When she looked up, the men were gone, and the women gyrating with a wildly free, erotic frenzy. She felt an urge to join them, put the drum down, and watched it fall over and spin a few times before it stopped. Her attention was diverted by the bowl shape of the instrument. It reminded her of Isa's bowl, the precious ancient relic entrusted to her care. She remembered staring into the white, watery liquid, her fingers stirring it round and round. "Where is Isa's bowl?" she thought. "What happened to it?" She dwelled on the bowl, worried over it, became obsessed with it. She had an image of Isa. Bowl. "I've lost Isa's bowl." Her beautiful, ancient bowl, passed on by her mother, and her mother's mother, and her mother's mother's mother. In her mind she saw Isa, and another Isa behind her, and another, and another. Medicine woman after medicine woman lined up behind Isa into an ancient, misty past, each holding a venerable white-stained bowl. The women faded, and her mind's eye zoomed in on the bowl. Then suddenly the bowl cracked, fell away in two parts, broken down the center. "No! No!" The scream was inside her mind. She was frantic. "Isa's bowl! I've got to find Isa's bowl!" She stumbled away from the women and staggered toward the cave. It took forever. She scrambled through bone platters and wooden bowls, holding the remains of the feast congealed in them, searching for the treasured container. The cave entrance drew her, dimly outlined by torches within, and she stumbled toward it. Suddenly her way was blocked. She was trapped, caught in the meshes of some coarse, hairy creature. She looked up and gasped. A monstrous face with a huge open mouth stared down at her. Ayla backed away, then ran toward the beckoning cave. As she passed through the entrance, her eye was caught by something white near the place where she had waited for Mogur's signal. She fell to her knees and carefully picked up Issa's bowl, cradling it in her arms, still sloshed around the softened root pulp in the bottom. They didn't drink it all, she thought. I made too much. I must have made too much. What will I do with it? I can't throw it away. Isa said it can't be thrown away. That's why she couldn't show me. That's why I made too much, because she couldn't show me. I made it wrong. What if someone finds out? They might think I'm not a real medicine woman, not a woman of the clan. They might make us leave. What should I do? What should I do? I'll drink it. That's what I'll do. If I drink it, no one will know. Ayla held the bowl to her lips and drained it. The mysterious drink was strong to begin with, but the roots soaking in the small amount of liquid made it far more potent. Started into the second cave with a vague idea of putting the bowl in a safe place, but before she reached her hearth, she began to feel the effects. Ayla was so disoriented she didn't notice dropping the bowl on the ground just within the hearth's boundary stones. There was a taste in her mouth of ancient primordial forest. Rich, damp loam, musty, rotted wood, towering large-leafed trees wet with rain, huge, fleshy mushrooms. The walls of the cave expanded, receding farther and farther away. She felt like an insect crawling along the ground. Minute details sprang into sharp focus, each grain of dust. She caught a movement out of the corner of her eye and watched a spider climbing a shining cable of silk glistening in the light of a torch. The flame hypnotized her. She stared at the flickering, dancing light and watched black smoke curling up to the dark ceiling. She moved closer to the torch, then saw another one. She followed its beckoning flame, but when she reached it, another torch beckoned, and then another, drawing her ever deeper into the cave. She didn't notice when the fires of torches became the fires of small stone lamps spaced far apart. Wasn't noticed when she passed by a large interior room full of men lost in a deep trance, or the smaller room that held adolescent boys led by older acolytes in a ceremony that gave them a taste of the adult male experience. With single-minded purpose, she walked toward each tiny flame, only to be drawn to the next one. The lights led her through narrow passages that opened into larger rooms, then narrowed again. She stumbled on the uneven floor, groping for the damp, rocky walls spinning around her. She turned into a passage, and at the far end saw a large, rosy glow. It was incredibly long. It went on forever. Often she seemed to see herself from a great distance, staggering along the dimly lit tunnel. Mind drawn farther into the distance, into a deep black void, but she quailed before the immensity of nothingness and struggled to retreat from it. Finally, she neared the light at the end of the tunnel and saw several figures seated in a circle. From some well of caution buried deep in her drug-clouded mind, she stopped short of the last mesmerizing flames and hid behind a stone pillar. In their lighted chamber, the 10 Mogurs were deeply involved in a ritual. They had begun the ceremony that included all the men of the clan, but left their acolytes to conclude it, and retreated to the inner sanctum alone to conduct rites too secret even for acolytes. Each man, cloaked in his bearskin, sat behind the skull of a cave bear. Other skulls adorned niches in the wall. In the middle of their circle was a hairy object Ayla couldn't identify at first, but when she did, only her drug-induced stupor kept her from crying out. It was the severed head of Gorn. She watched with fascinated horror as the Mogur of Norg's clan reached for the head, turned it over, and with a stone enlarged the foramen magnum, the great opening of the spinal column. The pink-gray, jellied mass of Gorn's brain lay exposed. The magician made silent gestures over the head, then reached into the opening with his hand and tore out a piece of the soft tissue. And, while the next Mogur reached for the head, even in her stupor, Ayla felt a deep revulsion. but she was held spellbound as each magician dipped into the grisly head and withdrew a portion of the brain of the man who had been killed by the cave bear. A whirling, spinning vertigo brought Ayla to the brink of the deep emptiness. She swallowed to keep from being sick. Desperately she clung to the edge of the void, but when she saw the great holy men of the clan move their hands to their mouths and eat Gorn's brain, she let go. The act of cannibalism drove her into an abyss of black space. She screamed soundlessly, unable to hear herself. She was unable to see, unable to feel, devoid of any sensations, thanking sleep. The void had another quality, a terrifying, empty quality. Fear, all-encompassing fear, gripped her. She struggled to return, screamed silently for help, but was only drawn deeper. She sensed movement she could not sense, as faster and faster she fell into the deep black infinity, into the endless cold void. Suddenly, her motionless motion slowed. She felt a tickling sensation inside her brain, inside her mind, and a counterpull that slowly drew her back over the edge, out of the infinite whole. Mixed in was deep anger and great fear, and then a hint of curiosity. With a shock, she realized Mogur was inside her head. In her mind, she felt his thoughts, with her emotions, his feelings. There was a distinctly physical quality to it, a sense of crowding without its unpleasantness, more like a touching that was closer than physical touching. The mind-altering roots from Issa's red bag accentuated a natural tendency of the clan. Instinct had evolved in clan people into memory, but memory taken far enough back, identical, became racial memory. The racial memories of the clan were the same, and with perceptions sensitized, they could share their identical memories. The trained Mogurs had developed their natural tendency with conscious effort. They were all capable of some control over the shared memories, but the Mogur was born with a unique ability. Not only could he share the memories and control them, he could keep the link intact as their thoughts moved through time from the past to the present. The men of his clan enjoyed a richer, fuller ceremonial interrelationship than any other clan. But with the trained minds of the Mogurs, all the Mogurs shared a union far closer and more satisfying than any physical one. It was a touching of spirits. The white liquid from Issa's bowl that had heightened the perceptions and opened the minds of the magicians to the Mogur had allowed his special ability to create a symbiosis with Ayla's mind as well. The traumatic birth that damaged the brain of the disfigured man had impaired only a portion of his physical abilities, not the sensitive psychic overdevelopment that enabled his great power. But the crippled man was the ultimate end product of his kind. Only in him had nature taken the course set for the clan to its fullest extreme. There could be no further development without radical change, and their characteristics were no longer adaptable. Like the huge creature they venerated, and many others that shared their environment, they were incapable of surviving radical change. The race of men with social conscience enough to care for their weak and wounded, with spiritual awareness enough to bury their dead and venerate their great totem. The race of men with great brains, but no frontal lobes, who made no great strides forward, who made almost no progress in nearly 100,000 years, was doomed to go the way of the woolly mammoth and the great cave bear. They didn't know it, but their days on earth were numbered, doomed to extinction. In Kreb, they had reached the end of their line. Ayla felt a sensation akin to the deep pulsing of a foreign bloodstream superimposed on her own. The powerful mind of the great magician was exploring her alien convolutions, trying to find a way to mesh. The fit was imperfect, but he found channels of similarity, and where none existed, he groped for alternatives and made connections where there were only tendencies. With startling clarity, she suddenly comprehended that it was he who had brought her out of the void, but more, he was keeping the other Mogurs, also linked with him, from knowing she was there. She could just barely sense his connection with them, but she could not sense them at all. They, too, knew he had made a connection with someone or something else, but never dreamed it was Ayla. And just as she understood Mogur had saved her and was still protecting her, she knew the profound sense of reverence with which the magicians had indulged in the cannibalistic act that had so revolted her. She hadn't realized, she had no way of knowing, that it was a communion. The reason for the gathering of the clans was to bind them together, to make them clan. But clan was more than the 10 clans here. They all knew of clans that lived too far away to travel to this meeting. They went to clan gatherings closer to their own caves. They were still clan. All clan people shared a common heritage and remembered it, and any ritual performed at any one gathering had the same significance for all. The magicians believed they were making a beneficial contribution to the clan. They were absorbing the courage of the young man who was journeying with the spirit of Ursus. And since they were Mogurs with special abilities within their brains, it was they who were capable of dispersing the courage to all. That was the reason for Mogur's anger and his fear. By long tradition, only men were allowed to share in the ceremonies of the clan. The consequences of a woman viewing even an ordinary ceremony held by a single clan meant that the clan was doomed. This was no ordinary ceremony. This was a ceremony of great significance for the whole clan. Ayla was a woman. Her presence could mean only one thing: irreversible, irredeemable misfortune and calamity to them all. And she was not even a woman of the clan. Mogur knew that now with a surety he could no longer deny. From the moment he became aware of her presence, he knew she was not clan. He understood as quickly the consequences of her presence, but it was already too late. They were implacable, and he knew that, too. But her crime was so great, he wasn't sure what to do about her. Even a death curse was not enough. Before he decided, he wanted to know more about her, and through her, more about the others. He was surprised he felt her cry for help. The others were different, but there had to be similarities, too. He felt he needed to know for the sake of the clan, and he had a curiosity greater than normal for his kind. She had always intrigued him. He wanted to know what made her different. He decided to try an experiment. Forcing his way into deeper recesses, the powerful holy man, controlling the 9 brains that matched his and willingly acquiesced, and separately another that was similar and yet different, took them all back to their beginnings. Ayla tasted the primordial forest again, then felt it turn to warm salt. Her impressions were not as clear as the rest. It was new to her, this feeling of being and remembering the dawn of life, and her memories of it were subconscious and vague. But her innermost, earliest levels matched. The beginnings were the same, Mogur thought. She felt the individuality of her own cells, and knew when they split and differentiated in the warm, nurturing waters still carried within her. They grew and split and diverged, and motion had purpose. Again a divergence, and soft pulsations of life became hard and gave shape and form. Another divergence, and she knew the pain of the first explosion of air breathed by creatures in a new element. Diverge, and rich, loamy earth, and the green of a young verdancy, and burrowing to escape crushing monsters. Diverge, and security in reaching a limb across a chasm, and suddenly heat and dryness, and drought driving her back to the edge of the sea. Diverge, and traces of a missing link, lost in the sea that enlarged her form, and stripped her fur, and changed her contours, and left cousins behind, to revert to an earlier, more streamlined shape, but still air-breathing and milk-nursing. And now she walked upright on 2 hind legs, horizon, and the beginnings of a forebrain. She was veering away from Mogur, starting a different path, yet not so far apart that he couldn't track it with his own, almost parallel one. He broke contact with the others, but they were far enough along to continue their own way. It was nearly time to break it anyway. Just the 2 of them remained linked, the old man of the clan and the young woman of the others. He was no longer guiding, but he still tracked, and not only did he track her course, she tracked his. She saw land change from warmth to ice, even deeper and more bone-chilling than the ice of their own times. This time, far to the west, she sensed, not far from a great sea, many times larger than the sea that surrounded their peninsula. She saw a cave, the home of some ancestor of the great magician, an ancestor who looked much like him. It was a hazy picture, seen across the chasm that separated their races. The cave was in a steep wall that faced a river and a flat plain. At the top of the cliff, a large boulder stood out distinctly. It was a long, slightly flattened column of rock that tilted over the edge, as though caught in the act of falling, and frozen in place. The stone was from a different location, of a different material, and erratic, moved by raging waters and shifting earth until it lodged at the edge of the cliff that housed the cave. But the memory of it stayed with her. For a moment she felt an overwhelming sorrow. Then she was alone. Mogur could follow no more. She found her own way back to herself, and then a little beyond. She had a fleeting glimpse of the cave again, followed by a confusing kaleidoscope of landscapes, laid out not with the randomness of nature, but in regular patterns. Box-like structures reared up from the earth, and long ribbons of stone spread out, along which strange animals crawled at great speeds. Huge birds flew without flapping their wings. Then more scenes, so strange she couldn't comprehend them. It happened in an instant. In her rush to reach the present, there was a slight overshoot, a small spike beyond her time, just to where she might have diverged again. Then her mind was clear, and she looked out from behind a pillar at 10 men seated in a circle. The Mogur was looking at her, and she saw in his deep brown eye the sorrow she had felt. He had forged indelible new paths in her brain, paths that let her glimpse ahead, but he could not forge new paths in his own. While she looked beyond, he caught a glimpse, not of the future, but of a sense of future. A future that was hers, but not his. Grasped the concept imperfectly, but he understood the potential of it, and quailed before it. Feb could make almost no abstractions. He could count, only with great effort, to just beyond 20. He could make no quantum leaps, no intuitive strokes of genius. His mind, he knew, was more powerful than hers by far, more intelligent perhaps, but his genius was of a different nature. He could identify with his beginnings, and hers. He could remember more and better than any of his own ancient clan. He could even force her to remember. But in her he sensed the youth, the vitality of a newer form. She had diverged again, and he had not. "Get out!" Ayla jumped at his sharp command, surprised he had spoken so loud. Then she realized he hadn't spoken at all. She had felt, not heard him. "Get out of the cave! Hurry! Get out now!" She sprang from her hiding place and ran down the passage. Some of the stone lamps had burned through the moss wicks, others were sputtering and dying, but there were enough to guide her way. No sound emerged from the inner caves where all the men and boys now slept the dreamless sleep. She came to the torches, some of them guttered too, and finally dashed out of the cave. It was still dark, but the faint glimmerings of a new day were beginning. Ayla's mind was clear, no trace of the powerful drug remained, but she was completely spent. She saw the women sprawled out on the ground, purged and drained, down beside Uba. She was still naked, but noticed the morning chill no more than the other naked, sleeping women. By the time Mogur reached the mouth of the cave after following behind her more slowly, she was in a deep, dreamless sleep. He hobbled up to her and looked down at her tousled blonde hair, as distinctly different from the rest of the women's hair as Ayla was herself, and a great heaviness descended on his soul. He should not have let her go. He should have brought her before the men and had her killed outright, then and there, for her crime. But what good would it do? It would not undo the catastrophe her presence had wrought. It would not cancel the calamity the clan must bear. What good would it do to kill her? She was the one he loved. Chapter 25. Guv walked out of the cave, blinked at the morning sunlight, rubbed his eyes, and stretched. He noticed Mogur sitting hunched over on a log, staring at the ground. So many lamps and torches are out, he thought. Someone could make a wrong turn and get lost. I'll ask Mogur if I should refill the lamps and put up new torches. The acolyte strode purposefully toward the magician, but stopped when he saw the old man's drawn face and the despondent slump of his shoulders. Maybe I won't bother him. I'll just go ahead and do it. Mogur is getting old, Goof thought, walking back into the cave with a bladder of bear grease, new wicks, and extra torches. I keep forgetting how old he really is. The trip here was hard on him, and the ceremonies take a lot out of him, and there's still the journey back. Strange, the young acolyte mused. I never thought of him as old before. A few more men wandered out of the cave, rubbing sleepy eyes, and stared at the naked women scattered on the ground, wondering, as they always did, what made them so exhausted. The first women to wake up ran for their wraps, then began to wake the others before too many more men came out of the cave. "Ayla," Uba called, shaking the woman. "Ayla, wake up!" Ayla mumbled and rolled over. "Ayla, Ayla," Uba said again, shaking her harder. "Abra, I can't get her up," said louder, shaking her roughly. Ayla opened her eyes and tried to signal an answer, then closed them again and curled up in a tight ball. "Ayla, Ayla," Abra said again. The young woman opened her eyes once more. "Go into the cave and sleep it off, Ayla. You can't stay out here. The men are getting up," Abra commanded. The young woman stumbled toward the cave. A moment later she was back out, wide awake, but drained of color. "What's wrong?" Uba motioned. "You're white. You look like you've seen a spirit." "Uba, oh, Uba, the bowl!" Ayla slumped to the ground and buried her face in her hands. "The bowl? What bowl, Ayla? I don't understand." "It's broken," Ayla managed to gesture. Abra said, "Why should a broken bowl bother you so much? You can make another." "No, I can't. Not like that one. It's Issa's bowl, the one she got from her mother." "Mother's bowl? Mother's ceremonial bowl?" Uba asked, her face stricken. The dry, brittle wood of the ancient relic had lost all its resilience after so many generations of use. A hairline crack had developed, but went unnoticed beneath the white coating. The shock of dropping from Ayla's hand to the hard stone floor of the cave was more than it could take. It had split in two. Ayla didn't notice Kreb look up when she ran out of the cave. The knowledge that the venerable bowl was broken put a grim note of finality on his thoughts. It's fitting. Never again will the magic of those roots be used. I will never again hold any ceremony with them, and I will not teach Goov how they were used before. The clan will forget them. The old cripple leaned heavily on his staff and pulled himself up, feeling twinges of pain in his arthritic joints. I have sat in cold caves long enough. It is time for Goov to take over. He's young for it, but I'm too old. If I push him, he can be ready in a year or two. He may have to be. Who knows how much longer I'll last? Brun noticed a marked change in the old magician. He thought Mogur's depression was caused by a natural letdown after the excitement, especially since this would be his last clan gathering. Worried how he would weather the trip back, and was sure he would slow them down on the way home. Brun decided to take his hunters on one last foray, and then exchange the fresh meat for some of the host clan's stored provisions to supplement their supply for the return trip. After the successful hunt, Brun was in a hurry to leave. A few clans had left already. With the festivities over, his thoughts returned to the home cave and the people left behind, but he was in good spirits. The challenge to his position had never been greater. It made the victory all the more satisfactory. He was pleased with himself, pleased with his clan, and pleased with Ayla. She was a good medicine woman. He had seen it before. When someone's life was threatened, she forgot everything else. We're going to stay with the host clan until he was well enough to travel, probably wintering with them. Mogur never spoke of Ayla's clandestine visit to the small chamber deep in the mountain, except once. She was packing, getting ready to depart the next morning, when Kreb shuffled into the second cave. He had been avoiding her, and it hurt the young woman who loved him. He stopped short when he saw her and turned to leave, but she cut off his departure by rushing up and sitting at his feet. He looked down at her bowed head, heaved a sigh, and tapped her shoulder. Dazed. The disfiguring scar and flap of skin that covered his empty eye socket were shriveled and sunk deeper into the shadow of his overhanging brow ridges. His gray beard hung limp from his prognathous jaw, and his low, back-slanted forehead was emphasized by a receding hairline, but it was the dark sorrow in his one liquid, deep brown eye that overwhelmed her. What had she done to him? She wished fervently she could take back her trip into the cave that night. The hurt she felt for Kreb when she saw his body racked with pain was nothing to the anguish she felt for the pain in Mogur's soul. "What is it, Ayla?" he motioned.
Mogur, John. Oh, Kreb, I can't stand to see you hurting so. What can I do? I'll go to Brunn if you want. I'll do anything you ask. Just tell me what to do."
What can you do, Ayla, he thought. Can you change who you are? Can you take back the damage you did? The clan will die. Only you and your kind will be left. We are an ancient people. We have kept our traditions, honored the spirits and great Ursus. But it is over for us, finished. Maybe it was meant to be. Maybe it wasn't you, Ayla, but your kind. Is that why you were brought to us? To tell me? The earth we leave is beautiful and rich. It gave us all we needed for all the generations we have lived. How will you leave it when it is your turn? Emphasizing every movement, his eye turned cold. You can never mention it again. He stood as tall as his one good leg would allow, trying not to lean too much on his staff. Then, with all the pride in himself and his people he could gather, he turned with stiff dignity and walked out of the cave. "Proud!" The young man strode over to the man who had greeted him. The women of Brunn's clan were hurrying to finish the morning meal. They planned to leave as soon as they ate, and the men were taking one last opportunity to talk to people they would not see again for 7 years. Some they would never see again. Details of the exciting meeting, to make it last just a little longer. "You did well this time, Braud, and by the next gathering you will be leader." "Next time you may do as well," Braud gestured, puffing up with pride. "We were just lucky." "You are lucky. Your clan is first. Your Mogur is first. Even your medicine woman is first. You know, Braud, you're lucky to have Ayla. Not many medicine women would brave a cave bear to save a hunter." Braud scowled slightly, then saw Vord and walked over to him. "Vord," he hailed, motioning a greeting. "You did well this time. I was glad when they chose you over Naus. He was all right, but you were definitely better. But you deserve to be first choice, Braud. A good race, too. Your whole clan deserves its place. Even your medicine woman is best, though I had my doubts at first. She'll be a good medicine woman to have around when you are leader. I only hope she doesn't get any taller. Between you and me, I feel strange having to look up at a woman." "Yes, the woman is too tall," Braud said with stiff gestures. "But what does it matter, as long as she's a good medicine woman, right?" Braud barely nodded, then waved aside further discussion and walked away. Ayla. Ayla, I'm getting tired of Ayla, he thought, heading across the cleared space. "Braud, I wanted to see you before you left," a man said, walking over to meet him halfway. "You know, there is a woman in my clan with a daughter deformed like the son of your medicine woman. Me to talk to you. You'll most likely be leader by then. The woman has promised to raise her daughter to be a good woman, worthy of the first clan and the son of the first medicine woman. You don't have any objections, do you, Braud? It's a logical match." "No," Braud gestured curtly and turned on his heel. If he hadn't been so angry, he might have objected, but he didn't feel like getting into a discussion about Ayla. "By the way, that was a good race, Braud." The young man didn't see the comment. His back was already turned. As he stalked toward the cave, he saw two women avidly engrossed in conversation. He knew he should look away to avoid seeing what they were saying, but he just stared straight ahead, affecting not to notice them. "Just couldn't believe she was a woman of the clan, and then, when I saw her baby—" But the way she walked right up to Ursus, just like she belonged to the host clan, not afraid of him or anything. I couldn't have done it. I talked to her for a while. She's really nice, and she acts perfectly normal. I can't help but wonder, though, do you think she'll ever find a mate? She's so tall. What man wants a woman taller than he is, even if she is a first-ranked medicine woman? Someone told me one clan is considering her, but there just wasn't time to work out the details, and I think they want to talk about it. They said they'd send a runner if they decide to accept her." "But don't they have a new cave? They say she found it, and that it's very big, and lucky, too. Caves are well used. I think a good runner could find them." Braud passed the two women and had to restrain an urge to cuff the lazy, gossiping busybodies. But they weren't of his clan, and though it was his prerogative to discipline any woman, it wasn't good policy to cuff one from another clan without permission of mates or leaders, unless the infractions were obvious. It was obvious enough to him, but it might not be to someone else. "Our medicine woman says she's skilled," Norg was saying as Braud entered the cave. She is Issa's daughter, Brunn motioned, and Issa has trained her well. It's a shame Issa couldn't make it. She is ill, I understand. Yes, that's one reason I want to hurry. We have a long way to go. The study has been excellent, Norg, but one's own cave is home. This has been one of the best clan gatherings. It will be long remembered, Brunn said. Braud turned his back, clenching his fists before he could see the compliment Norg paid to the son of Brunn's mate. Ayla, Ayla, Ayla! Every talking about Ayla. You'd think no one did anything at this clan gathering except her. Was she first chosen? Who was on the bear's head while she was safely on the ground? So what if she saved that hunter's life? He'll probably never walk again. She's ugly, and she's too tall, and her son is deformed, and they should know how insolent she is at home. Just then, Ayla ran past, carrying several bundles. Braud's look of hate was so full of malice it made her flinch. Who now, she thought. I've hardly seen Braud the whole time we've been here. Braud was a full-grown, powerfully built man of the clan, but the threat he posed was far greater than mere physical harm. He was the son of the leader's mate, and destined to be leader himself one day. He thought about that as he watched Ayla put her bundles down outside the cave. After they ate, the women quickly packed the few utensils they had used to make the morning meal. Brunn was impatient to leave, and so were they. Ayla had a few last gestures with some of the medicine women, Norg's mate, and a few others, then wrapped her son in his carrying cloak and took her place in front of the women of Brunn's clan. Brunn gave a signal, and they started across the cleared area in front of the cave. Brunn stopped, and they all turned to look back one last time. Norg and his whole clan were standing at the mouth of their cave. "Walk with Ursus," Norg signaled. Brunn nodded and started out again. It would be 7 years before they saw Norg again, or perhaps never. Only the spirit of the great cave bear knew. Just as Brunn had thought, the return trip was difficult for Kreb. No longer buoyed by anticipation, and further depressed by brooding over the knowledge he kept secret, the old man's body betrayed him time and time again. Brunn's concern deepened. He had never known the great magician to be so dispirited. To send the hunter back to find him while they waited. The leader slowed the pace, hoping it would make it easier for him, but Kreb just didn't seem to care. The few evening ceremonies, held at Brunn's insistence, lacked force. Mogur seemed reluctant, his gestures stiff, as though his heart wasn't in it. Brunn noticed that Kreb and Ayla kept their distance, and though she had no trouble keeping up, Ayla's step had lost its spring. There's something wrong between those two, he thought. They had been traveling through tall sear grass since mid-morning. Brunn glanced back. Kreb was nowhere in sight. He started to signal one of the men, then changed his mind and walked back to Ayla instead. He motioned. She looked surprised, then nodded. Giving dirk to Uba, she hurried back along the trail of bent, stepped-on grass. She found him quite a distance behind, walking slowly and leaning heavily on his staff. He seemed to be in pain. Ayla had been so stunned by his response to her loving remorse, she hadn't known what to say to him afterward. She was sure he was suffering from his aching, arthritic joints, but he had refused to let her give him anything for the pain. After the first few rebuffs, she didn't offer again, though her heart ached for him. He stopped when he saw her. "What are you doing here?" he gestured. "Brunn sent me back for you." Kreb grunted and started walking again. Ayla fell in behind him. She watched his slow, painful movements until she couldn't stand it any more. She went around him and dropped to the ground at his feet, forcing him to stop. Kreb looked down at the young woman for a long time before he tapped her shoulder. "This woman would know why the Mogur is angry." "I'm not angry, Ayla." "Then why won't you let me help you?" she pleaded. "You never refused before." Ayla struggled to compose herself. "This woman is a medicine woman. She is trained to help those in pain. It is her place, her function. It hurts this woman to see the Mogur suffer. She cannot help it." Ayla couldn't maintain the formal posture. "Oh, Kreb, let me help you. Don't you know I love you? You are like the mate of my mother. You have provided for me, spoken for me. I owe my life to you. I don't know why you stopped loving me, but I haven't stopped loving you." Tears streamed down her face in hopeless desperation. Why does water always come to her eyes when she thinks I don't love her? And why should her weak eyes always make me want to do something for her. Do all the others have that problem? She is right. I never minded her help before. Why should it matter now? She is not a woman of the clan. No matter what the rest think, she was born to the others, and she will always be one of them. She doesn't even know it. She thinks she's a clan woman. She thinks she's a medicine woman. She is a medicine woman. She may not be of Isa's line, but she is a medicine woman, and she has tried to become a clan woman, as hard as it was for her sometimes. I wonder, how hard is it for her? This is not the first time water has come to her eyes, but how many times has she fought to hold it back? It's when she thinks I don't love her that she can't hold it. Can it hurt her so much? How much would it hurt me if I thought she didn't love me? More than I'd like to think. If she loves the same, can she be so different? Kreb tried to see her as a stranger, as a woman of the others, but she was still Ayla, still the child of the mate he had. We'd better hurry, Ayla. Brun is waiting. Wipe your eyes, and when we stop, you can make me some willow bark tea, medicine woman. A smile broke through her tears. She scrambled up and fell in behind him again. After a few paces, she moved up to his weak side. He halted a moment, then nodded and leaned on her for support. Brun noticed an improvement immediately and soon picked up the pace again, though they still weren't traveling as fast as he would have liked. There was an air of melancholy about the old man, but he seemed to be trying harder. I knew there was a problem with those two, Brun thought, but they seemed to have worked it out. He was glad he had the idea to send her back for him. But there was still a distance between them, a breach too great for him to span. He couldn't forget the difference in their destinies, and it created a strain that dampened the easy warmth of earlier days. Though the days were hot as Brun's clan trekked back to their cave, the nights were growing cool. The first sight of snow-capped mountains far to the west heartened the clan, but as the distance hardly diminished with the passing days, the range at the southern tip of the peninsula became just a part of the scenery. The distance did diminish, though, however imperceptibly. As they continued day after weary day in their westward direction, the blue depths of crevices gave character to the glaciers. Indistinct purple below the icy crown took on shapes of outcrops and ridges. They pushed on until dark before they made camp the last night on the steppes, and everyone was awake at first light. The plains merged into a parkland of open meadow and tall trees, and the sight of a grass-eating, temperate-climate rhinoceros brought a feeling of familiarity after it went on its way without deigning to notice them. The pace quickened when they came to a path that wound up the foothills. Then they rounded a familiar ridge and saw their cave, and every heart beat faster. They were home. Abba and Zaug were rushing to meet them. Abba welcomed her daughter and Droog joyously, hugged the older children, then took Grub in her arms. As he ran toward Grad and Uka, then Ovra and Guv. "Where is Dorv?" Ika motioned. "He walks in the world of the spirits now," Zaug replied. "His eyes got so bad he couldn't see what anyone was saying. I think he gave up and didn't want to wait for your return. When the spirits called, he left with them. We buried him and marked the place so Mogur could find it for the death rites." Ayla looked around, suddenly anxious. "Where's Isa?" "She is very ill, Ayla," Abba said. "She hasn't been out of her bed since the last new moon." "Isa! Not Isa! No, no!" Ayla cried, running toward the cave. She threw her bundles down when she reached Kreb's hearth and rushed toward the woman lying on her furs. "Isa! Isa!" the young woman cried. The old medicine woman opened her eyes. "Ayla," she said, her gruff voice barely audible. "The spirits have granted my wish," she motioned feebly. "You're back." Isa held out her arms. Ayla embraced her and felt her thin, frail body, hardly more than bones covered with wrinkled skin. Her hair was snow-white, her face dried parchment stretched over bones with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. She looked 1,000 years old. She was just past 26. Ayla could hardly see for the tears that streamed down her face. "Why did I go to the clan gathering? I should have stayed here and taken care of you. I knew you were sick. Why did I go away and leave you?" "No, no, Ayla," Isa motioned. "Don't blame yourself. You can't change what is meant to be. I knew I was dying when you left. You couldn't have helped me. No one could. I just wanted to see you one more time before I went to join the spirits. You can't die. I won't let you die. I'll take care of you. I'll make you get well, Ayla gestured wildly. Ayla, Ayla, there are some things even the best medicine woman cannot do.
This is the end of disc number 15. Please insert disc number 16. This is disc number 16.
You can't die. I won't let you die. I'll take care of you. I'll make you get well, Ayla gestured wildly. Ayla, Ayla, there are some things a woman cannot do. The exertion brought on a coughing spell. Ayla held her propped up until the cough quieted. She shoved her fur behind the woman to raise her up and make her breathing easier, then began rummaging through the medicines stored near Isa's bed. Where's the elecampane? I can't find any elecampane. I don't think there's any left, Isa motioned weakly. The fit of coughing had exhausted her. A lot of it, and couldn't go out to get more. Abba tried to find some, but she brought back sunflowers. I shouldn't have gone, Ayla said, then raced out of the cave. She met Uba carrying Dirk and Kreb at the entrance. Isa's sick, Ayla waved frantically, and she doesn't even have any elecampane. I'm going to get some. There's no fire at the hearth, Uba. Why did I go to the clan gathering? I should have stayed here with her. Why did I leave? Ayla's bleak face, grimy with travel, was streaked with tears. She neither noticed nor cared. She ran down the slope as Kreb and Uba hurried into the cave. Ayla splashed across the stream, raced to the meadow where the plants grew, and dug up the roots with her bare hands, tearing them out of the ground. Stopping at the stream just long enough to wash them, she sped back to the cave. But the water she had started heating was just barely warm. Kreb was standing over Isa, making formal motions with more fervor than he had felt for many days, calling on every spirit he knew to strengthen her life essence, and pleading with them not to take her yet. Uba had put Dirk on a mat. He was just starting to crawl, and pulled himself up on his hands and knees. He scooted toward his mother, busy cutting up the root into small pieces, but she pushed him away when he tried to nurse. Ayla had no time for her son. He started to howl while she dumped the root into the water and added more rocks, impatient for it to boil. "Let me see Dirk," Isa motioned. "Grown so much." Uba picked him up and brought him to her mother. She put the baby on Isa's lap, but he was in no mood to cuddle with an old woman he didn't remember, and struggled to get down again. "He's strong and healthy," Isa said, "and he doesn't have any problems holding his head up." "He even has a mate already," Uba said, "or at least a baby girl that has been promised for him." A mate? What clan would promise a girl to him? So young, and with his deformity. "There was a woman at the clan gathering with a deformed daughter. She came and talked to us the first day," Uba explained. "The baby even looks like Dirk. At least her head does. Her features are a little different. The mother asked if they could be mated. Oda was so worried that her daughter would never find a mate. The leader of her clan arranged it. I think she will be coming here to live after the next gathering, even if she's not a woman. Abra said she could live with her until they were both old enough to mate. Oda was so happy, especially after Ayla made the drink for the ceremony." So they did accept Ayla as a medicine woman of my line. I wondered if they would, Isa gestured. Then she stopped. Talking made her tired, but just seeing her loved ones around her again rejuvenated her spirit, if not her body. She rested for a while, then asked, "What is the girl's name?" "Yura," Isa's daughter answered. "I like the name. It has a good sound." Isa rested again, then asked another question. "What about Ayla? Find a mate at the clan gathering?" "The clan of Zaug's kin is considering her. They refused at first, but after she was accepted as a medicine woman, they decided to think it over. There wasn't time to settle anything before we left. They might take Ayla, but I don't think they want Dirk." Isa just nodded, then closed her eyes. Ayla was grinding meat to make into a broth for Isa. She kept checking the boiling water with the root for the right color and flavor, impatient for it to be done. Dirk crawled up to her, whining, but she brushed him off again. "Give him to me, Uba," Kreb motioned. It quieted the boy for a while, sitting in Kreb's lap, intrigued with the man's beard. But he soon grew tired of that, too. He rubbed his eyes and struggled to get loose of the restraining arm. Pulled straight for his mother again. He was tired and he was hungry. Ayla was standing over the fire and hardly seemed to notice when the cranky baby tried to pull up on her leg. Kreb heaved himself up, then dropped his staff and signaled Uba to put the boy into his arm. Limping heavily without his support, he shuffled to Broud's hearth and laid Dirk in Olga's lap. "Dirk is hungry, and Ayla is busy making medicine for Isa. Will you feed him, Olga?" Olga nodded, took the baby from him, and gave Dirk her breast. Broud glowered, but one dark glance from Mogur made him cover his anger quickly. His hatred of Ayla did not extend to the man who protected and provided for her. Broud feared Mogur too much to hate him. He had discovered at an early age, however, that the great holy man seldom interfered in the secular life of the clan, confining his activities to the spirit world. Mogur had never tried to prevent Broud from exercising control over the young female who shared his hearth, but Broud had no wish to lock horns with the magician directly. The man shuffled back to his hearth and began to search through the bundles that had been dumped for the bladder of cave bear grease that was his share of the rendered fat from the ceremonial animal. Uba saw him and hurried over to help. Kreb took it with him into his place of the spirits. Though he was sure it was hopeless, he was going to use every bit of magic at his command to help Ayla try to keep Isa alive. And Ayla scooped out a cup of the liquid, impatient now for it to cool. The warm broth, fed to her earlier in small sips, with Ayla propping her head up just as Isa had done for her when she was a 5-year-old and near death, had revived the old medicine woman somewhat. She had eaten little since she had taken to her bed, and not much before. Food brought to her often went untouched. It had been a desolate, lonely summer for Isa. With no one around to watch her and make sure she ate, she often forgot, or just didn't bother. The other 3 had all tried to help when they saw she was failing, but they didn't know how. Isa had roused herself when Dwarf's End was near, but the oldest member of the clan went quickly, and there was little she could do except try to make him more comfortable. It seemed far emptier with him gone, and it made them all realize how close they were to the next world. His was the first death since the earthquake. Ayla was sitting beside Isa, blowing on the liquid in the bone cup, and tasting now and then to see if it was cool enough. Her concentration on Isa was so complete she didn't notice Kreb leaving with Dirk, or see him go into his small cave, and she wasn't aware that Brunn was watching her. She heard the soft bubbling sounds of Isa's breath, and knew she was dying, but wouldn't let herself believe it. She searched her memory for treatments. A poultice of the inner bark of balsam, she thought. Yarrow tea. Breathing the steam will help, too. Blackberries and wort and maidenhair. No, that's just for a minor cold. Burdock roots? Maybe. Starchwort, of course, and the fresh root is best in fall. Ayla was determined to fill Isa with teas, cover her with poultices, and drown her in steam if necessary. Anything, everything, to prolong the life of her mother, the only mother she knew. She could not bear the thought of Isa's death. Though Uba was acutely conscious of the seriousness of her mother's illness, she was not unaware of Brunn's presence. It was not common for men to pay a visit to another man's hearth when he wasn't there, and Brunn made Uba nervous. She scurried to pick up the bundle strewn around the hearth to tidy it up, glancing from Brunn to Ayla to her mother. With no one to guide her and give her direction, she didn't know how to handle Brunn's visit. No one acknowledged him. No one welcomed him. What was she supposed to do? Brunn observed the trio of females, the old medicine woman, the intense young medicine woman who bore no resemblance to the clan, yet was their highest-ranked woman of healing, and Uba, destined to be a medicine woman, too. He had always been fond of his sibling. She was the baby girl who was petted and coddled and welcomed once a healthy boy had been born to take over the leadership. He had always felt protective toward her, and the man who had been her mate for her. Brunn never had liked him, a braggart who ridiculed his crippled brother. Isa had no choice, but she handled it well. Yet she had been happier since her mate died than she ever had before. She was a good woman, a good medicine woman. The clan would miss her. Isa's daughter is growing up, he thought, watching her. Uba will be a woman soon. I should start thinking about a mate for her. It should be a good mate, one who will be compatible. It's better for a hunter, too, if his mate is devoted to him. But who is there except Vorn? There's Ona to consider, too, and she can't mate Vorn. They're siblings. She'll have to wait until Borg is a man. Woman early, she could have a child before Borg is ready to mate. Perhaps I should push him a little. He's older than Ona. Once he's old enough to relieve his needs, he's old enough to become a man. Will Vorn be a good mate for Uba? Drug has been a good influence on him, and he likes to show off around her. Perhaps there is an attraction there. Brunn filed his thoughts away in his orderly mind for future reference. The Elecampane root tea was cooled, and Ayla wakened the old woman who had dozed off, tenderly cradling her head while she fed her the medicine. "I don't think you will pull her through this time, Ayla," Brunn said to himself, watching the frail woman. How did she age so fast? She was the youngest. Now she looks older than Kreb. By the time she set my broken arm. She wasn't much older than Ayla was when she set Brax, but a woman, and mated. She did a good job, too. It's never given me any trouble, except a few twinges lately. I'm getting old, too. My hunting days will soon be over, and I'll have to pass the leadership to Braud. Is he ready for it? He did so well at the clan gathering, I almost gave it to him then. He's brave. Everyone told me how lucky I am. I am lucky. I was afraid he might be chosen to go with Ursus. It would have been an honor, but that's one honor I was glad to forgo. Gorn was a good man. It was hard on Norg's clan. Always is when Ursus chooses. Sometimes it's lucky not to be honored. The son of my mate still walks this world, and he is fearless. Maybe too fearless. A bit of daring and recklessness is fine for a young man, but a leader must be more sober. He must consider his men. He must think and plan so the hunt will be successful, yet not endanger his men needlessly. Maybe I should start to let him lead a few hunts, to give him the experience. He's got to learn there's more to leadership than daring. There's responsibility and self-control. What is it about Ayla that brings out the worst in him? Why does he demean himself by competing with her? Still a woman. Brave for a woman, though. Determined. I wonder if Zaug's kin will take her. It would seem strange without her now that I've gotten used to her. And she is a good medicine woman, an asset to any clan. I'll do what I can to make sure they appreciate her value. Look at her. Not even her son, the son she was ready to follow to the next world, can take her mind off Issa. Not many would brave a cave bear to save a man's life. She can be fearless, too, and she's learned to control herself. She behaved well at the gathering, in every way a proper woman, not like when she was younger. No one had anything but praise for her by the time it was over. Issa called out in a weak voice. "Uba, bring the leader some tea," she motioned, trying to sit up straighter. She was still the proper mistress of Kreb's hearth. "Ayla, bring a fur for Brunn to sit on." This woman regrets she is unable to serve the leader herself. "Issa, don't trouble yourself. I didn't come for tea. I came to see you," Brunn gestured, sitting down beside her bed. "How long have you been standing there?" Issa asked. "Not long. Ayla was busy. I chose not to disturb her or you until she was through. You were missed at the clan gathering. Was it successful?" "This clan is still first. The hunters did well. Braud was chosen first for the bear ceremony. Ooh, she received many compliments." "Compliments? Who needs compliments? Too many make the spirits jealous. If she did well, if she brought honor to the clan, that is enough. She did well. She was accepted. She behaved as a proper woman. She is your daughter, Issa. How can anyone expect less?" "Yes, she is my daughter, as much as Uba is my daughter. I was fortunate. The spirits chose to favor me with 2 daughters, and both of them will be good medicine women. Ayla can finish training Uba." "No," Ayla interrupted. "You will finish Uba's training. You're going to get well. We're back now. We'll take care of you. You'll get well. Just wait and see," she motioned with earnest desperation. "You have to get well, Mother." "Ayla, child, the spirits are ready for me. I must go with them soon. They gave me my last wish, to see my loved ones before I go. But I can't make them wait much longer." The broth and medicine had stimulated the last of the sick woman's reserves. Her temperature was rising in her body's valiant effort to fight off the disease that had sapped her. The sparkle in her fever-glazed eyes and the color it lent to her cheeks gave her a false look of health. But there was a translucent glow to Isa's face as though lit from within. It was not the flush of life. The eerie quality was called the spirit glow, and Brunn had seen it before. It was the rising of the life force as it prepared to leave. Olga kept Dirk at Braud's hearth until late, returning the sleeping child long after the sun had set. Uba laid him on Ayla's furs that she had spread out. The girl was frightened and lost. She had no one to turn to. She was afraid to interrupt Ayla in her efforts to save Isa, and afraid to disturb her mother. Kreb had returned only long enough to paint symbols on Isa's body with a paste of red ochre and bear fat, while he made his gestures over her. He returned to the small cave immediately afterward, and didn't return. Uba had unpacked everything and set the hearth in order. One ate and cleared it away. Then she sat quietly beside the sleeping baby, wishing she could think of something to do, anything to keep busy. Though it didn't still the terror in her heart, activity at least kept her occupied. It was better than just sitting there watching her mother die. Finally she lay down on Ayla's bed, curling herself around the baby, huddling close to him in a forlorn attempt to draw warmth and security from someone. Ayla worked constantly over Isa, trying every medicine and treatment she could think of. She hovered over her, afraid to leave her side, afraid the woman would slip away while she was gone. She was not the only one who maintained a vigil that night. Only the young children slept, stared at the red coals of banked fires, or lay on furs with open eyes. The sky outside was overcast, blotting out the stars. The darkness inside the cave faded into a deeper black at the wide entrance, shrouding any hint of life beyond the dying embers of the cave fire. In the still of early morning, when the night was full into its somber depths, Ayla jerked her head up from a momentary doze. "Ayla," Isa said again in a hoarse whisper. "What is it, Isa?" she motioned. The medicine woman's eyes reflected the dim light of the ruddy charcoal in the fireplace. "I want to say something before I go," Isa gestured, then dropped her hands, effort for her to move them. "Don't try to talk, Mother. Just rest. You'll be stronger in the morning." "No, child. I must say it now. I won't last until morning." "Yes, you will. You have to. You can't go," Ayla signaled. "Ayla, I'm going. You have to accept it. Let me finish. I don't have much longer." Isa rested again, while Ayla waited in mute hopelessness. "Ayla, I always loved you best. I don't know why, but it's true. I wanted to keep you with me, wanted you to stay with the clan. But soon I'll be gone. Kreb will find his way to the spirit world before long, and Brunn is getting old too, and will be leader. Ayla, you cannot stay here when Braud is the leader. He will find a way to hurt you." Isa rested again, closing her eyes and fighting for breath and strength to continue. "Ayla, my daughter, my strange, willful child who always tried so hard. I trained you to be a medicine woman so you would have enough status to stay with the clan, even if you never found a mate. But you are a woman. You need a mate, a man of your own. You are not clan, Ayla. You were born to the others. You belong with them. You must leave, child. Find your own kind." "Leave?" she motioned, confused. "Where would I go, Isa? I don't know any others. I wouldn't even know where to look for them." "There are many to the north of here, Ayla, on the mainland beyond the peninsula. My mother told me the man her mother healed came from the north." Isa stopped again, then forced herself to go on. "You cannot stay here, Ayla. Go and find them, my child. Find your own people. Find your own mate." Isa's hands dropped suddenly, and her eyes closed. Her breathing was shallow. She strained to take a deep breath, and opened her eyes again. "Tell Uba I love her, Ayla. The daughter of my heart. Always loved you. Loved you best." Isa's breath expired with a bubbling sigh. She did not take another.
Isa! Isa! Ayla screamed. Mother, don't go. Don't leave me. Oh, Mother, don't go.
Uba woke at Ayla's wail and ran to them.
Mother! Oh, no! My mother is gone! My mother is gone!
The girl and the young woman stared at each other.
She told me to tell you she loved you, Uba,
Ayla said. Her eyes were dry. The shock still hadn't fully registered in her brain. Shuffled toward them. He was already out of his cave before Ayla screamed. With a heaving sob, Ayla groped for them both, and they all found themselves clasped in a grieving embrace of mutual despair. Ayla's tears wet them all. Uba and Kreb had no tears, but their pain was not less. Chapter 26. Olga, will you feed Dirk again? The one-armed man's gesture was plain to the young woman, despite the squirming baby he held. Ayla should feed him, she thought. It's not good for her to go so long without nursing him. The tragedy of Isa's death and his confusion over Ayla's reaction were both apparent in Mogur's expression. Of course I will, Olga said, and took Dirk in her arms. Kreb hobbled back to his hearth. He saw Ayla still had not moved, though Abra and Uka had taken Isa's body away to prepare it for burial. Her hair was disheveled, and her face still smudged with travel grime and tears. She wore the same stained and dirty wrap she had worn during their long trek back from the clan gathering. Kreb had put her son in her lap when he cried to be fed, but she was blind and deaf to his needs. Another woman would have understood that even deep grief could eventually be penetrated by a baby's cries. But Kreb had little experience with mothers and babies. He knew women often fed each other's children, and he couldn't let the baby go hungry as long as there were other women who could nurse him. He had taken Dirk to Aga and Ika, but their youngest were close to being weaned, and they had only a limited supply of milk. Kreb was only a little more than a year old, and Olga always seemed to have plenty, so Kreb had brought Dirk to her several times. Ayla didn't feel the ache of her hard and caking unsuckled breasts. The ache in her heart was greater. Mogur picked up his staff and limped toward the back of the cave. Rocks had been brought in and piled in a heap in an unused corner of the large cavern, and a shallow trench scooped out of the dirt floor. Isa had been a first-ranked medicine woman. Not only her position in the clan hierarchy, spirits dictated a burial place within the cave. It guaranteed that the protective spirits that watched over her would linger near her clan, and she herself could look in on them from her home in the next world. And it assured that no scavenger would scatter her bones. The magician sprinkled red ochre dust inside the oval of the trench, then made his one-handed gestures. After he consecrated the ground where Isa would be buried, he hobbled over to a lumpy shape draped loosely with a soft leather hide. He pulled the cover back to reveal the gray, naked body of the medicine woman. Her arms and legs had been flexed and tied into a fetal position with red-dyed sinew. The magician made a protective gesture, the salve of red ochre and cave-bear fat. Bent into a fetal position and covered with the red that resembled the blood of birth, Isa would be delivered into the next world the same way she had arrived in this one. Never had it been more difficult for him to perform this task. Isa had been more than sibling to Kreb. She knew him better than anyone. She knew the pain he had endured without complaint, the shame he had suffered because of his affliction. She understood his gentleness, his sensitivity, and she rejoiced for his greatness, his power, and his will to overcome. She had cooked for him, cared for him, soothed his aches. He had known the joys of family life almost like an ordinary man. Though he had never touched her as intimately as he did then, rubbing her cold body with salve, she had been more mate to him than many men had. Her death devastated him. When he returned to his hearth, Kreb's face was as gray as the body had been. Ayla still sat next to Isa's bed, staring blankly into space, but she stirred when Kreb began to rummage through Isa's belongings. "What are you doing?" she motioned, protective of anything that was Isa's. "I'm looking for Isa's bowls and things. The tools she used in this life should be buried with her so she has the spirit of them in the next world," Kreb explained. "I'll get them," Ayla said. She gathered together the wooden bowls and bone cups Isa had used to make her medicines and measure dosage. the round hand stone and flat stone base used for crushing and grinding, her personal eating dishes, a few implements, and her medicine bag, and put them on Isa's bed. Then she stared at the meager pile that represented Isa's life and work. "Those are not Isa's tools," Ayla gestured angrily, then jumped up and ran out of the cave. Reb watched her go, then shook his head and began to gather up Isa's tools. Ayla crossed the stream and ran to a meadow where she and Isa had gone before. She stopped at a stand of colorful hollyhocks on long, graceful stems and gathered an armful of different hues, used for poultices and pain. She ran through the meadows and woods collecting more plants Isa had used in making her healing magic. White-leaf thistle with round, pale yellow flowers and yellow spikes, large, brilliant yellow groundsels, grape hyacinths so blue they were almost black. Every one of the plants she picked had found their way into Isa's pharmacopoeia at some time, but she selected only those that were also beautiful, with colorful, sweet-smelling flowers. Ayla was crying again as she stopped on the edge of a meadow with her flowers, remembering the time she and Isa had walked together gathering plants. Her arms were so full she had trouble carrying them without her collecting basket, and she knelt down to pick them up again, and saw the tangled branches of a woody horsetail with its small flowers, and almost smiled at the idea that occurred to her. She searched in a fold, pulled out a knife, and cut a branch of the plant. In the warm sun of early fall, Ayla sat at the edge of the meadow, twining the stems of the beautiful blossoms in between and around the supporting network until the entire branch was a riot of color. The whole clan was astonished when Ayla marched into the cave with her floral wreath. She went straight to the back of the cave and laid it beside the body of the medicine woman, resting on its side in the shallow trench within an oval of stones. These were Isa's tools, Ayla gestured defiantly, daring anyone to dispute her. She's right, he thought. Those were Isa's tools. Those were what she knew, what she worked with all her life. She might be happy to have them in the world of the spirits. I wonder, do flowers grow there? Isa's tools, the implements and the flowers, were put in the grave with the woman, and the clan began to pile the stones around and on top of her body, while Mogur made motions that asked the spirit of Great Ursus and her Sega antelope totem to guide Isa's spirit safely to the next world. "Wait!" Ayla suddenly interrupted. "I forgot something." She ran back to the hearth and searched for her medicine bag, and carefully withdrew the two halves of the ancient medicine bowl, pushed back, then laid the pieces in the grave beside Isa's body. "I thought she might want to take it with her, now that it can't be used any more." Mogur nodded approval. It was fitting, more fitting than anyone knew. Then he resumed his formal gestures. After the last stone had been piled on, the women of the clan began to lay wood around and on top of the stone cairn. An ember from the cave fire was used to start the cooking fire for Isa's burial feast. The food was cooked on top of her grave, and the fire would be kept burning for 7 days. The heat from the bonfire would drive all the moisture from the body, desiccating it, mummifying it, and rendering it odorless. As the flames took hold, Mogur began a last, eloquent lament in motions that stirred the soul of every member of the clan. He spoke to the world of the spirits of their love for the medicine woman who had cared for them, watched over them, helped them through sickness and pain as mysterious to them as death. They were ritual gestures, repeated in essentially the same form for every funeral, and some of the motions were used primarily during the men's ceremonies and were unfamiliar to the women, yet the meaning was conveyed. Though the outward form was conventional, the fervor and conviction and ineffable sorrow of the great holy man imbued the formalized gestures with significance far beyond mere form. Dry-eyed, Ayla gazed over the dancing fire at the flowing, graceful movements of the crippled, one-armed man, feeling the intensity of his emotions as if they were her own. Mogur was expressing her pain, and she identified with him entirely, as though he had reached inside her and spoke with her brain, felt with her heart. She was not the only one who felt his sorrow as her own. Abra began to keen her grief, then the other women. Uba, holding Dirk in her arms, felt a high-pitched, wordless wail rise in her throat, and with a burst of relief joined in the sympathetic lament. Ayla stared vacantly ahead, sunk too far into the depths of her misery to express it. She couldn't even find the release of tears. She didn't know how long she stared into the mesmerizing flames with unseeing eyes, responded. Then she turned blank eyes toward the leader's mate. "Ayla, have something to eat. This is the last feast we will ever share with Isa." Ayla took the wooden plate of food, automatically put a piece of meat in her mouth, and almost gagged when she tried to swallow it. Suddenly she jumped up and ran from the cave. Blindly she stumbled through brush and over rocks. At first her feet started to take her along a familiar route to a high mountain meadow and a small cave that had offered shelter and security before, but she veered away. Ever since she had shown the place to Brunn, it didn't seem to be hers any more, and her last stay held too many painful memories that protected their cave from the north winds screaming down the mountain in winter and deflected the strong winds of fall. Buffeted by gusts, Ayla fell to her knees at the top, and there, alone with her unbearable grief, she yielded to her anguish in a plaintive, chanting wail as she rocked and rocked to the rhythm of her aching heart. Treb hobbled out of the cave after her, saw her silhouetted against the sunset-painted clouds, and heard the thin, distant moan. As deep as his own grief was, he couldn't understand her rejection of the solace of company in her misery, her withdrawal into herself. Perceptiveness was dulled by his own sorrow. He didn't realize she was suffering from more than grief. Guilt racked her soul. She blamed herself for Isa's death. She had left a sick woman to go to a clan gathering. She was a medicine woman who had deserted someone in time of need, someone she loved. She blamed herself for Isa's trek up the mountain to find a route to help her keep the baby she wanted so desperately, resulting in the near-fatal illness that weakened the woman. She felt guilty about the pain she had caused Treb when she unwittingly followed the lights to the small chamber deep in the cave of the mountains, far to the east. More than grief and guilt, she was weak from lack of food, and suffering from milk fever from her swollen, aching, unsuckled breasts. But even more than that, she was suffering from a depression Isa could have helped her with if she had been there. For Ayla was a medicine woman, dedicated to easing pain and saving life, and Isa was her first patient who had died. What Ayla needed most was her baby. She not only needed to nurse him, she needed the demands of caring for him to bring her back to reality, to make her understand that life goes on. But when she returned to the cave, Dirk was asleep beside Uba. Treb had taken him to Olga to feed again. Ayla tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not even realizing that it was fever and pain that kept her awake, too deeply inward, dwelling on her sorrow and guilt. She was gone when Treb woke up. She had wandered out of the cave and climbed the bluff again. Treb could see her from a distance and watched her anxiously, but he couldn't see her weakness or her fever. "Should I go after her?" Brunn asked, as baffled as Treb by Ayla's reaction. "She seems to want to be alone. Maybe we should let her," Treb answered. He worried about her when he could no longer see her, and when she still hadn't returned by evening, he asked Brunn to look for her. Treb was sorry he hadn't let Brunn go after her sooner when he saw the leader carrying her back to the cave. Grief and depression had taken their toll. Weakness and fever had done the rest. Treb cared for the clan's medicine woman. She was delirious, alternately shaking with chills and burning with fever. She cried out if her breasts were barely touched. "She's going to lose her milk," Abra said to the girl. "It's too late for Dirk to do any good now. The milk is caked. He can't draw it out." "But Dirk is too young to be weaned. What will happen to him? What will happen to her?" It might not have been too late if Isa had been alive, or if Ayla had been coherent. Even Uba knew there were poultices that might have helped, medicines that might have worked, but she was young and unsure of herself, and Abra seemed so positive. By the time the fever passed, Ayla's milk had dried up. She could no longer feed her own son. "Not have that deformed brat at my hearth, Olga. I will not have him brother to your sons." Braud was furious, shaking his fists, and Olga was cowering at his feet. "But, Braud, he's just a baby. He's got to nurse. Aga and Ika don't have enough milk. It wouldn't do any good for them to keep him. I have enough. I've always had too much milk. If he doesn't eat, he'll starve, Braud. He'll die." "I don't care if he dies. He should never have been allowed to live in the first place. He will not live at this hearth."
Olga stopped shaking and stared at the man who was her mate. She didn't really believe he would refuse to let her keep Ayla's baby. She knew he would rant and rave and storm about it, but in the end she was sure he would allow it. Be that cruel, he couldn't let a baby starve to death, no matter how much he hated Dirk's mother. "Braud, Ayla saved Brock's life. How can you let her son die?"
"Hasn't she gotten enough for saving his life? She was allowed to live. She was even allowed to hunt. I don't owe her anything."
"She wasn't allowed to live. She was cursed with death. She returned from the world of the spirits because her totem wanted her to. He protected her," Olga protested.
"If she had been cursed properly, she wouldn't have returned, and she would never have given birth to that brat. If her totem is so strong, why did she lose her milk? Everyone said her baby would be unlucky. What could be more unlucky than losing his mother's milk? You want to bring his bad luck to this hearth. I will not allow it, Olga. That's final."
Olga sat back and looked up at Braud with calm deliberation. "No, Braud," she motioned. "It's not final." She was no longer timorous. Braud's expression turned to shocked surprise. "You can keep Dirk from living at your hearth. That is your right, and I can't do anything about it. But you can't keep me from nursing him. That is a woman's right. A woman may nurse any baby she wants, and no man can keep her from it. Ayla saved my son's life, and I will not let hers die. Dirk will be brother to my sons whether you like it or not." Braud was stunned. His mate's refusal to abide by his wishes was totally unexpected. Olga had never been insolent, never been disrespectful, never shown the least sign of disobedience. He could hardly believe it. Shock turned to fury. "How dare you defy your mate, woman? I'll make you leave this hearth," he stormed. "Then I will take my sons and leave, Braud. I will beg another man to take me. Maybe Mogur will allow me to live with him if no other man will have me. But I will nurse Ayla's baby." His only answer was a sharp blow with a hard fist that knocked her flat. He was too filled with rage for any other reply. He started after her again, then turned on his heel. "I will see about such blatant disrespect," he thought as he stalked to Brun's hearth. "Contaminates Isa. Now her willfulness has spread to my mate," Braud gesticulated the moment he stepped beyond the boundary stones. "I told Olga I would not have Ayla's son. I told her I did not want that deformed boy as brother to her sons. Do you know what she said? She said she would nurse him anyway. She said I couldn't stop her. She said he would be brother to her sons whether I liked it or not. Can you believe it? From Olga, from my mate." "She's right, Braud," Brun said with controlled calm. "You can't stop her from nursing him. What baby a woman suckles is not a man's concern. It has never been a man's concern. He has more important things to worry about." Brun was not at all pleased at Braud's violent objection. It was degrading for Braud to be so emotionally concerned in matters that were in a woman's domain. And who else could do it? Dirk was clan, especially after the bear festival, and clan always took care of their own. Even the woman who had come from another clan and never produced a single child was not left to starve after her mate died. She may have had no value, she may have been a burden, but as long as the clan had food, she was given enough to eat. Braud could refuse to take Dirk into his hearth. That imposed the responsibility of providing for him and training him along with Olga's sons. Brun wasn't happy about it, but it wasn't unexpected. Everyone knew how he felt about Ayla and her son, the boy. They were all the same clan. "Do you mean to tell me that Olga can be willfully disobedient and get away with it?" Braud raged. "Why should you care, Braud? Do you want the child to die?" Brun asked. Braud flushed at the pointed question. "He is clan, Braud. For all that his head is misshapen, he does not appear to be retarded. He will grow up to be a hunter. This is his clan. A mate has even been arranged for him, and you agreed. Why are you so emotional about your mate feeding someone else's baby? Is it still Ayla that you're emotional about? You are a man, Braud. Whatever you command of her, she must obey. He does obey you. Why do you compete with a woman? You belittle yourself. Or am I wrong? Are you a man, Braud? Are you man enough to lead this clan?"
It's just that I don't want a deformed child to be brother to the sons of my mate, Braud gestured lamely. It was a weak excuse, but he hadn't missed the threat. Braud, what hunter has not saved the life of another? What man does not carry a piece of every other man's spirit? What man is not brother to the rest? Does it matter if Dirk is brother to your mate's sons now, or after they all grow up? Why do you object? Braud had no answer, none that would be acceptable to the leader. Not admit to his all-consuming hatred of Ayla. That would be admitting he wasn't in control of his emotions, admitting he wasn't man enough to be leader. He was sorry he had come to Brunn. Should have remembered, he thought, he always takes her side. He was so proud of me at the clan gathering. Now, all because of her, he's doubting me again. Well, I don't care if Olga nurses him, Braud motioned, but I don't want him at my hearth. On that point, he knew he was within his rights and would not give. You may think he's not retarded, but I'm not so sure. I don't want to be responsible for his training. I still doubt that he'll ever be a hunter. That's your choice, Braud. I assume the responsibility for training him. I made that decision before I ever accepted him. I did accept him. Dirk is a member of this clan, and he will be a hunter. I'll make sure of it. Braud turned back toward his own hearth, but saw Kreb bringing Dirk to Olga again, and walked out of the cave instead. He did not give vent to his fury until he was sure he was well out of Brunn's sight. It's all that old cripple's fault, he said to himself, then tried to erase the thought from his mind, afraid that somehow the magician would know what he was thinking. Braud was fearful of the spirits, perhaps more than any man in the clan, and his fear extended to the one who dwelt so intimately with them. After all, what could one hunter do against a whole array of incorporeal beings who could cause bad luck or sickness or death, who against the man who had the power to call them at will? Braud had recently returned from a clan gathering where many a night was spent with young men of other clans who tried to scare each other with tales of misfortune caused by Mogurs who had been crossed. Spears turned at the last moment, preventing a kill, terrible illnesses that caused pain and suffering, gorings, maulings, all kinds of terrifying calamities were blamed on angry magicians. The horror stories were not so prevalent in his own clan, but still, the Mogur was the most powerful magician of all. Though there had been times when the young man thought him more worthy of ridicule than respect, Mogur's malformed body and horribly scarred one-eyed face added to his stature. To those who did not know him, he seemed inhuman, perhaps part demon. Braud had capitalized on the fear of the other young men, enjoying their look of incredulous awe when he bragged that he did not fear the great Mogur. But for all his swaggering, the stories had left their impression. The reverence of the clan for the stumbling old man who couldn't hunt made Braud more wary of his power. Whenever he daydreamed of the time when he would be leader, he always thought of Gouv as his Mogur. Gouv was too close in age and too close a hunting companion for Braud to view the future magician in the same light. He was sure he could cajole or coerce the acolyte into going along with his decisions, but he didn't dream of taking on the Mogur. He made one firm decision. Never again would he give the leader cause to doubt him. Never again would he put the destiny he was so close to realizing in jeopardy. But when I'm leader, I'll make the decisions, he thought. She turned Brunn against me. She even turned Olga against me, my own mate. When I'm leader, it won't matter if Brunn takes her side. He won't be able to protect her any more. Braud remembered every wrong she had done to him, every time she had stolen his glory, every imagined slight to his ego. He dwelt on them, relishing the thought of paying her back. He could wait. Some day, he said to himself, some day soon, she will be sorry she ever came to live with this clan. Braud wasn't the only one who blamed the old cripple. Kreb blamed himself for Ayla's loss of mother's milk. It made little difference, now, that it was his concern that had brought such disastrous results. He just hadn't understood the way of a woman's body. He had had too little experience with women. It wasn't until his old age that he had ever come in close contact with a mother and baby. He didn't realize that when a woman nursed another's child, the favor was reciprocated more for her sake than to relieve any obligation. No one had ever told him. No one had to, after it was too late. He wondered why such a terrible calamity had happened to her. Just that her child was unlucky? Krebs looked for reasons, and in his guilty introspection he began to doubt his own motives. Was it really concern, or did he want to hurt her as she had unknowingly hurt him? Was he worthy of his great totem? Had the Mogurs stooped to such petty revenge? If he was an example of their highest holy man, perhaps his people deserved to die. Krebs' conviction that his race was doomed, the death of Isa, and his guilt over the sorrow he had caused Ayla plunged him into a melancholy despondency. The most difficult test of Mogur's life came near its end. Ayla didn't blame Krebs, she blamed herself, but watching another woman nurse her son when she couldn't was more than she could bear. Aga and Ika had each come to her and told her they would nurse Dirk for her, and she was grateful, but most often it was Uba who brought Dirk to one of them and stayed to visit until he was through. With the loss of her milk, Ayla lost an important part of her son's life. She still grieved for Isa and blamed herself for the woman's death, and Krebs had withdrawn so far into himself that she couldn't reach him and was afraid to try. But every night when she took Dirk to bed with her, she was grateful to Braud. His refusal to accept him meant her son wasn't lost to her completely. In the waning days of fall, Ayla took up her sling again as an excuse to go off alone. Here her skill was rusty, but with practice her accuracy and speed returned. Most days she left early and returned late, leaving Uba to care for Dirk, and only regretted that winter was closing in on them so quickly. The exercise was good for her, but she had a problem to overcome. She hadn't hunted much after she became a fully developed woman, and heavy breasts bobbing at every step annoyed her when she ran or jumped. She noticed that men wore a leather loincloth to protect their exposed and delicate organs, and she fashioned a band to hold her bosom in place, tied around her back. It made her more comfortable, and she ignored the curious sidewise glances cast at her when she put it on. Though hunting strengthened her body and occupied her mind while she was out, she still carried her load of grief and sorrow. To Uba it seemed that the joy had left Krebs' heart. She missed her mother, and both Krebs and Ayla had an aura of perpetual sadness. Only Dirk, with his unknowing baby ways, brought a hint of the happiness she had once taken for granted. He could even rouse Krebs out of his lethargy on occasion. Ayla had left early, and Uba was away from the hearth looking for something in the back of the cave. Olga had just brought Dirk back, and Krebs was keeping his eye on the boy. He was full and contented, but not very sleepy. He crawled toward the old man and pulled himself up on wobbly, unsure legs, clutching at Krebs for support. "So, you're going to start walking soon," Krebs motioned. "This winter is over. You'll be running all over this cave, young man." Krebs poked him in his little pot belly to emphasize his gestures. The corners of Dirk's mouth turned up, and he made a sound Krebs had heard from only one other person in the clan. He laughed. Krebs poked him again, and the boy doubled over in a babyish giggle, lost his balance, and sat down on his firm little rump. Krebs helped him up again, and looked at the child as he had never looked at him before. Dirk's baby legs were bowed, but not nearly as much as other babies of the clan, and though they were chubby, Krebs could see his bones were longer and thinner. "I think Dirk's legs are going to be straight when he gets older, like Ayla's, and he's going to be tall, too. Scrawny when he was born, he couldn't hold his head up. It's just like Ayla's neck. His head isn't like hers, though. Or is it? That high forehead, that's Ayla's." Krebs turned Dirk's head to look at his profile. Yes, definitely her forehead, but the brows and the eyes, they're clan. And the back of his head, that's more like clan, too. Ayla was right. He's not deformed, he's a mixture of her and clan. I wonder, is that the way it always is? Do the spirits mix? Maybe that's what makes girls, not a weak male totem. Does life start with a mixing of male and female totem spirits? Shook his head. He didn't know, but it set the old magician to thinking. He thought often of Dirk that cold, lonely winter. He had a feeling Dirk was important. But just why eluded him. Chapter 27.
"But Ayla, I'm not like you. I can't hunt. Where will I go when it gets dark?" Uba implored. "Ayla, I'm afraid."
The frightened face of the young woman made Ayla wish she could go with her. Uba was not quite 8 years old, and the thought of spending the days alone away from the security of the cave terrified her. But her totem spirit had battled for the first time, and it was required. She had no choice. "Go there, Uba. It will be safer than staying out in the open. I'll come up to see you every evening and bring you some food. It's only for a few days, Uba. Make sure you take a fur to sleep on and a coal to start a fire. There's water nearby. It will be lonely, especially at night, but you'll be all right. And just think, you're a woman now. You'll be mated soon, and maybe have a baby of your own before long," Ayla consoled. "Who do you think Brun will choose for me?" "Who do you want Brun to choose for you, Uba?" "Vorn is the only unmated man, though I'm sure Borg will be one soon. Of course, he might decide to make me the second woman of one of the others. I'd really like Borg. We used to play we were mated until the time he really tried to relieve his needs with me. It didn't work very well, and now he's shy, and so close to being a man he doesn't like to play with girls any more. But Ona is a woman, too, and she can't mate with Vorn. Unless Brun decides to give her to a man who already has one mate, there's no one else but Borg for her. I guess that means Vorn will be my mate." "Vorn has been a man for a while. He's probably eager to mate by now," Ayla said. She had come to the same conclusion herself. "Do you think you'd like Vorn for a mate?" "He tries to act like he doesn't notice me, but he looks at me sometimes. He might not be so bad. Probably be second in command some day. You don't need to worry about the status, but it would be good for your sons. I didn't like Vorn much when he was younger, but I think you're right. He's not so bad. He's even nice to Dirk when Braud isn't around." "Everyone's nice to Dirk except Braud," Uba said. "Everyone loves him." "Well, he certainly makes himself at home at every hearth. He's so used to being handed around to nurse, he even calls every woman mother," Ayla motioned with a fleeting frown. A quick smile replaced her unhappy look. "Remember that time he walked into Grod's hearth, just like he lived there?" "I remember. I tried not to look, but I just couldn't help it," Uba recalled. "He walked right past Uka, just greeted her and called her mother, and went straight to Grod and crawled up on his lap." "I know," Ayla said. "I never saw Grod look so surprised in my life. Then he climbed down and went straight for Grod's spears. I was sure Grod was going to get mad, but he just couldn't resist that brazen child when he started to drag his biggest spear away. When Grod took it away from him, he said, 'Dirk hunt like Grod.' I think Dirk would have dragged that heavy spear right out of the cave if Grod had let him. He takes the little spear Grod made for him to bed," Ayla gestured, still smiling. "You know, Grod never says much. I was surprised when he came over that day. He barely greeted me, just went straight to Dirk and put that spear in his hands, even showed him how to hold it. When he walked out, all he said was, 'Boy wants to hunt so much, he should have his own spear.'" "It's a shame Ovra never had any children. I think Grod would like it if the daughter of his mate had a baby," Uba said. "Maybe that's why Grod likes Dirk. He's not really attached to any man. Brun likes him too, I can tell, and Zaug is already showing him how to use a sling. I don't think he's going to have any problem learning to hunt, even though there isn't a man at his hearth to train him. The way the men act, you'd think every man in the clan is his mother's mate, except Braud." She paused. "Maybe they are, Ayla. Dorv always said every man's totem combined to defeat your cave lion." "I think you'd better go now, Uba," Ayla said, changing the subject. "I'll walk with you part of the way. It's stopped raining, and I think the strawberries are ripe. There's a big patch of them part way up the path. I'll come up to see you later." Guv painted the symbol of Vorn's totem over the symbol of Uba's totem with yellow ochre paste, blurring her mark and showing his dominance. "Do you accept this woman as your mate?" Kreb gestured. Vorn tapped Uba's shoulder, and she followed him into the cave. Then Kreb and Guv performed the same ritual for Borg and Ona, and they went to their new hearth to begin the period of isolation. The summer-dressed trees, still a shade lighter than they would be later, stirred in the light breeze as the congregation broke up. Ayla picked up Dirk to carry him into the cave, but he squirmed to get down. "You can walk, but come in and have some broth and mush." While she was preparing breakfast, Dirk wandered out of the hearth and headed toward the new hearth, now occupied by Uba and Vorn. Ayla ran after him and carried him back. "Dirk wants see Uba," the child gestured. "You can't, Dirk. No one can visit her for a while. But if you're good and eat your mush, I'll take you hunting with me. Dirk, be good. I can't see Uba, the boy asked, mollified by the promise to go along with his mother. Why Uba not come eat with us? She doesn't live here any more, Dirk. She's made it to Born now, Ayla explained. Dirk wasn't the only one who noticed Uba's absence. They all missed her. With only Kreb, Ayla, and the child, and the strain between the old man and the young woman was more noticeable. They had never found a way to overcome their mutual remorse over the hurt they had caused each other. Many times when Ayla saw the old magician lost in the depths of melancholy, she wanted to go to him, put her arms around his shaggy white head, and hug him as she had when she was a little girl. But she restrained herself, reluctant to force herself upon him. Kreb missed the affection, though he didn't realize its absence added to his depression. And many times, when Kreb saw Ayla's pain as she watched another woman nurse her son, he wanted to go to her. If Isa had been alive, she would have found a way to bring them back together. But without such a catalyst, they drifted farther apart, each longing to show their love for the other, and neither knowing how to bridge the gap that separated them. They were both ill at ease during the first morning meal without Uba. "Do you want more, Kreb?" Ayla asked. No, don't bother. I've had enough," he motioned. He watched her cleaning up while Dirk dived into a second helping with both hands and a clamshell spoon. Though just a little more than 2 years old, he was essentially weaned. He still sought out Olga, and Ika, now that she had a new baby again, to nurse for comfort and closeness, and because they let him get away with it. Usually, when a new baby was born, any older children still nursing were cut off. But Ika made an exception in Dirk's case. Privilege too far. He never drained her, never deprived her new infant of milk, just cuddled up for a few moments as if to prove he had the right. Olga was lenient toward him too, and though Greb was technically past his nursing year, he took advantage of his mother's indulgence. Both were often found together on her lap, each suckling a breast until their interest in each other overcame their desire for mothering, and they let go to tussle with each other. Dirk was as tall as Greb, though not nearly as stocky, and though Greb usually won over Dirk when they wrestled playfully, Dirk easily outdistanced the older boy when they raced. The two were inseparable. They sought each other out at every opportunity. "With you?" Kreb gestured after an uncomfortable silence. "Yes," she nodded, wiping the child's hands and face. "I promised to take him hunting with me. I doubt that I'll be able to hunt much with him along, but I need to gather some herbs, too, and it's a nice day." Kreb grunted. "You should go out too, Kreb," she added. "The sun would be good for you." Yes, I will, Ayla. Later." For a moment she thought she ought to coax him out of the cave with the offer of a walk beside the stream, as they used to do. But he already seemed turned inward. She left him sitting where he was, picked up Dirk, and hurried out. Kreb didn't look up until he was sure she was gone. He reached for his staff, then decided it was too much effort to get up, and put it down again. About him as she started out with Dirk on her hip and her collecting basket strapped to her back. She sensed his mental power was diminishing. He was more absent-minded than ever, and he repeated questions she had already answered. He hardly stirred himself to go out of the cave, even when the weather was warm and sunny. And when he sat for long hours in what he called meditation, he often fell asleep sitting up. Ayla's strides lengthened once she was out of sight of the cave. The freedom of movement and the beautiful summer day eased her concern into a more remote part of her mind. She let Dirk walk when they came to a clearing, and stopped to collect some plants. He watched her, then grabbed a handful of grass and purple-flowered alfalfa and pulled it out by the roots, brought it to her clutched in his little fist. "You're a big help, Dirk," she motioned, taking it from him and putting it into the basket beside her. "Dirk, get more," he gestured, running off. She sat back on her heels, watching her son, tugging at a larger handful. It gave suddenly, and he sat down hard. He screwed up his face to cry, more in surprise than in pain, but Ayla ran to him, picked him up, and tossed him into the air, catching him again in her arms. Dirk giggled with delight. She put him down and pretended she was going to chase him. "I'm going to get you," Ayla motioned. Dirk ran away on his baby legs, laughing. She let him get ahead of her, then chased after him on hands and knees, grabbing him and pulling him over on top of her, both of them laughing at the game. Again. Ayla never laughed with her son unless they were alone, and Dirk learned early that no one else either appreciated or approved of his smiles and giggles. Though Dirk made the gesture for mother to all the women in the clan, in his baby heart he knew Ayla was special. He always felt happier with her than with anyone else, and he loved it when she took him with her alone, without the other women. And he loved the other game only he and his mother played. Ba-ba-na-ni-ni, Dirk sounded. Ba-ba-na-ni-ni, Ayla mimicked the nonsense syllables. No-na-ni-ga-gula, Dirk voiced another set of sounds. Ayla copied him again, then tickled him. She loved to hear him laugh. It always brought laughter to her own lips. Then she made a set of sounds she liked to hear him make more than any others. She didn't know why, except it stirred in her a feeling of such tenderness it came close to bringing tears. "Mama, Mama," she said. "Mama, Mama," Dirk repeated. Ayla wrapped her arms around her son and held him close. "Mama," Dirk said again. He wriggled to get free. The only time he liked to cuddle for long was when he went to sleep snuggled beside her. She wiped a tear away from the corner of her eye. Watering eyes were one peculiarity he did not share with her. Eyes, deep set below heavy brow ridges, were clan. "Mama," Dirk said. He often called her by the syllables when they were alone, especially after he was reminded. "You hunt now?" he gestured. The last few times she had taken Dirk with her, she spent some time showing him how to hold a sling. She was going to make one for him, but Zaug beat her to it. The old man didn't go out any more, but his pleasure in trying to train the boy also pleased Ayla. Though Dirk was young, Ayla could see he would have her aptitude with the weapon, and he was as proud of his miniature sling as he was of his small spear. He liked the attention he got as he strutted with a sling draped through the cord around his waist, all he wore in summer besides his amulet. Ooh, the pair of them brought glimmers of amusement to the eyes of the clan, and comments about what fine little men they were. Their future role was already being defined. When Dirk discovered that imperious bossiness to little girls was approved, and even benignly condoned toward grown women, he never hesitated to push the limits allowed, except with his mother. Dirk knew his mother was different. Only she laughed with him, only she played the game of sounds with him, only she had the soft golden hair he loved to touch. He could never remember her nursing him, but he would sleep with no one else. He knew she was a woman because she answered to the same motion as the other women, much taller than any man, and she hunted. He wasn't exactly sure what hunting was, except men did it, and his mother. She fit into no category. She was woman, and not woman. Man, and not man. She was unique. The name he had begun to call her, the name made with sounds, seemed to suit her best. She was Mama. And Mama, the golden-haired goddess he adored, did not nod approvingly when he attempted to boss her. Ayla put Dirk's little sling in his hands, and holding hers over his, tried to show him how to use it. Zaug had done the same thing, and he was beginning to get the idea. Then she took her sling from her waist-thong, found some pebbles, and hurled them at nearby objects, boulders, and proceeded to knock them off again. Dirk thought it was funny. He toddled over with more stones to see her do it again. After a while he lost interest, and she went back to gathering plants while Dirk followed after her. They found some raspberries, and stopped to eat them. "You are a mess, my sticky son," Ayla motioned, laughing at him with red juice on his face, hands, and round belly. She picked him up, tucked him under one arm, and carried him to a creek to wash him. Then she found a large leaf, folded it into a cone, and filled it with water for Dirk and her to drink. Dirk yawned and rubbed his eyes. She spread her carrying cloak out on the ground in the shade of a large oak, and lay down beside him until he fell asleep. Quiet of the summer afternoon, Ayla sat with her back against the tree, watching butterflies flitting, then coming to rest with folded back wings, and insects buzzing in perpetual motion, and listened to a twittering symphony of chirping birds. Her mind wandered back to the events of the morning. "I hope Uba will be happy with Vorn," she thought. "I hope he's good to her. It's so empty with her gone, even if she isn't far away. It's just not the same. She'll be cooking for her mate now, and sleeping with him after the isolation. I hope she has a baby soon. That would make her happy. But what about me? No one has ever come from that clan to ask about me. Maybe they just can't find our cave. I don't think they were all that interested anyway. I don't want to mate a man I don't know. I don't even want any of the ones I do know, and none of them want me. I'm too tall. Even Drew barely reaches my chin. Isa used to wonder if I would ever stop growing. I'm beginning to wonder myself. Proud hates it. He can't stand having a woman around taller than he is. But he hasn't bothered me at all since we got back from the clan gathering. Why does it make me shudder every time he looks at me? Brun's getting old. Abra's been getting medicine for his sore muscles and stiff joints lately. He's going to make Proud leader soon. I know it. And Goov is going to be Mogur. He's doing more of the ceremonies all the time. I don't think Kreb wants to be Mogur anymore, not since that time I watched them. To the cave that night. I don't even remember how I got there. I wish I had never gone to the clan gathering. If I hadn't gone, I might have kept Isa alive for a few more years. I miss her so much, and I never did find a mate. Dirk did, though. It's strange that Yura was allowed to live, almost as if she was meant to be Dirk's mate. Men of the others, Otis said. Who are they? Isa said I was born to them. Why don't I remember? What happened to my real mother, to her mate? Did I have any siblings? Ayla felt a faint queasiness in the pit of her stomach. Not nausea exactly, just a sense of unease. Suddenly, her scalp crawled when she remembered something Isa had told her the night she died. Ayla had pushed it out of her mind. It was too painful to think about Isa's death. Isa told me to leave. She said I wasn't clan. She said I was born to the others. She told me to find my own people, find my own mate. She said Broud would find a way to hurt me if I stayed. North. She said they live north, beyond the peninsula on the mainland. How can I leave? This is my home. I can't leave Kreb, and Dirk needs me. What if I couldn't find any others? And if I did, they might not want me anyway. No one wants an ugly woman. I'd find a mate, even if I did find some others. Kreb is getting old, though. What's going to happen to me when he's gone? Who will provide for me then? I can't just live with Dirk. Some man will have to take me. But who? Proud? He's going to be leader. If no one else wants me, he'll have to. What if I have to live with Proud? He wouldn't want me either, but he knows I'd hate it. He'd do it just because I'd hate it. I couldn't stand living with Proud. I'd rather live with some man I don't know from another clan. But they don't want me either. Maybe I should leave. I could take Dirk, and we could both go. But what if I didn't find any others? And what if something happened to me? Who would take care of him? He'd be all alone, just like I was. I was lucky that Isa found me. Dirk might not be so lucky. I can't take him away. He was born here. He is clan, even if he is part of me, too. He has a mate arranged for him. What would Yura do if I took Dirk away? Oda is training her to be Dirk's mate. She's telling her there's a man for her, even if she is deformed and ugly. Dirk will need Yura, too. He will need a mate when he grows up, and Yura is just right for him. But I couldn't leave without Dirk. I'd rather live with Proud than leave Dirk. I have to stay. There's no other way. I'll stay and live with Proud if I have to. Ayla looked at her sleeping child and tried to compose her mind, tried to be a good clan woman and accept her fate.
End of disc number 16. Please insert disc number 17. This is disc number 17.
Ayla looked at her sleeping child and tried to compose her mind, tried to be a good clan woman and accept her fate. A fly landed on Dirk's nose. He twitched, rubbed his nose in his sleep, then settled down again. I wouldn't know where to go anyway. North? What does that tell me? Everything is north of here. Only the sea is south. I could wander around for the rest of my life and not find anyone. And they can be as bad as Proud. Oda said those men forced her, didn't even let her put her baby down. It would be better to stay here with a Proud I know than some man who might be worse. I'd better get back. Ayla woke her son, and as she walked back to the cave, tried to push thoughts of others out of her mind. but stray wisps of wondering kept insinuating themselves. Once recalled, she couldn't quite forget the others. "Are you busy, Ayla?" Uba asked. She had an expression that was both shy and pleased, and Ayla guessed why. She decided to let Uba tell her anyway. "No, I'm not really busy. I've just been mixing some mint and alfalfa and wanted to taste it. Why don't I put some water on for tea?" "Where's Dirk?" Uba asked, while Ayla stirred up the fire and added more wood and a few cooking stones. "He's outside with Grev. Olga's watching them. Those two, they're always together," Ayla motioned. "That's probably because they nurse together. They're closer than brothers. They're almost like two born together." "But two born together often look alike, and they certainly don't. Do you remember that woman at the clan gathering with two born together? I couldn't tell them apart." "Sometimes it's unlucky to have two born together, and three born together are never allowed to live. How could a woman feed three at one time? She only has two breasts," Uba questioned. "With a lot of help. It's enough strain on a woman to have two. I'm grateful Olga has always had plenty of milk, for Dirk's sake." "I hope I have plenty of milk," Uba gestured. "I think I'm going to have a baby, Ayla." "I thought so, Uba. You haven't had your woman's curse since you were mated, have you?" "No, I think Vorn's totem has been waiting a long time. It must have been very strong." "Have you told him yet?" "I was going to wait until I was sure, but he guessed. He must have noticed that I didn't go into isolation. He's very happy about it," Uba motioned proudly. "Is he a good mate, Uba? Are you happy?" "Oh, yes, he's a good mate, Ayla. When he found out I was going to have a baby, he told me he waited for me for a long time, and he was glad I didn't waste any time getting one started. He said he asked for me even before I became a woman." "That's wonderful, Uba," Ayla said. She didn't add that there wasn't anyone else in the clan he could have mated except herself. Why would he want a big, ugly woman when he could have someone as attractive as Uba, and she was born to Isa's line? What's the matter with me? I never wanted to mate Born. I guess I must still be thinking about what will happen to me when Kreb is gone. I'm going to have to take good care of him so he lives a long time. It just seems that he doesn't want to live. He hardly ever goes out of the cave any more. If he doesn't exercise, he won't be able to leave the cave." "What are you thinking about, Ayla? You've been so quiet lately." "I was thinking about Kreb. I'm worried about him." "He is getting old. He's much older than Mother, and she's gone. Sister Ayla, I'm going to hate it when Kreb walks in the next world." "So will I, Uba," Ayla gestured with feeling. Ayla was restless. She hunted often, and when she wasn't hunting, she worked with tireless energy. She couldn't stand not having something to do. She sorted through the stores of medicinal plants and rearranged them, then scoured the countryside to replenish old or used-up medicines, then reorganized the whole hearth. She wove new baskets and mats, made wooden bowls and platters, containers of stiff rawhide or birch bark, made new wraps, cured and dressed new furs, then made leggings, hats, hand and foot coverings for the next winter. She waterproofed bladders and stomachs for water and other liquids, constructed a new frame firmly tied with thong and sinew to support skins for boiling over the fire. She nicked out flat stones to make a deeper well for fat for lamps, and she dried new moss wicks, napped a new set of knives, scrapers, saws, borers, and axes, searched the seashore for shells to make spoons, ladles, and small dishes. She took her turn traveling with the hunters to dry the meat, gathered fruits, seeds, nuts, and vegetables with the women, winnowed and parched and ground grains to a superfine texture to make it easier for Kreb and Dirk to chew. And still she couldn't find enough to do. Kreb became the object of her intense interest. Ayla pampered him, cared for him as she never had before, special foods to encourage his appetite, made medicinal brews and poultices, made him rest in the sunshine, and coaxed him into long walks for exercise. He seemed to enjoy her attention and company, and to regain some of his strength and verve. But there was something lacking. The special closeness, the easy warmth, the long, rambling talks of earlier years were gone. They usually walked in silence. The conversation they did have was strained, and there were no spontaneous demonstrations of affection. Kreb was not the only one growing old. The day that Brunn watched the departing hunters from the ridge until they were tiny dots on the steppes below, jolted Ayla into a sudden awareness of how much he had changed. His beard was not grizzled, it was gray, and it matched his hair. Deep wrinkles lined his face, cutting chasms into the skin at the corners of his eyes. His hard, muscular body had lost tone. His skin was more flaccid, though he was still powerful. He walked back to the cave slowly, and spent the remainder of the day within the boundaries of his hearth. He went with the hunters the next time, but the second time Brunn stayed behind. Grad did too, still the loyal lieutenant. One day, near the end of summer, Dirk came running into the cave. "Mama, Mama, a man is coming!" Ayla rushed to the mouth of the cave along with everyone else to watch the stranger walking up the path from the sea-coast. Stood excitedly, I don't know any more than you, Uba." Ayla's nerves were taut and her emotions mixed. She hoped the visitor was from the clan of Zaug's kin, and afraid he would be. He stopped to talk to Brunn, then walked with the leader to his hearth. Not long afterward, Ayla saw Abra leave and head straight for her. "Brunn wants you, Ayla," she motioned. Ayla's heart beat wildly. Her knees felt like water. She was sure they would never hold her up as she walked to Brunn's hearth. Gratefully, she collapsed at Brunn's feet. He tapped her shoulder. "This is Vand, Ayla," the leader said, motioning toward the visitor. "He has traveled far to see you, and their medicine woman has not been able to help her. She thought you might know of magic that could help." Ayla had established a reputation as a medicine woman of great skill and knowledge at the clan gathering. The man had come for her magic, not for her. Ayla's relief overpowered her regret. Vand stayed only a few days, but he brought news of his clan. The young man who had been wounded by the cave bear had wintered with them. He left early the following spring, walking on his own legs, his limp hardly noticeable. His mate had given birth to a healthy son who was named Kreb. Ayla questioned the man and prepared a packet for Vand to take back with him, along with instructions for their medicine woman. She didn't know if her remedy would be any more effective, but he had come so far, at least she could try. Brunn thought about Ayla after Vand left. He had put off making any decision about her while there was hope that some other clan might find her acceptable. But if one runner could find their cave, others could too if they wished. After so long, he could no longer sustain any hope. Some arrangement would have to be made for her in his clan. But Braud would be leader soon, and he was the one who should take her. It would be best if that decision came from Braud himself, and as long as Mogur lived, there was no need to rush it. Brunn decided to leave the problem for the son of his mate. Seems to have overcome his violent emotions toward her, Brunn thought. He never bothers her any more. Perhaps he's ready. Perhaps he's finally ready. But a seed of doubt still remained. The summer drew to its polychrome close, and the clan settled down to the slower pace of the cold season. Uba's pregnancy progressed normally until well beyond her second trimester. Then the stirrings of life stopped. She tried to ignore the growing ache in her back and the discomforting cramps, but when she began spotting blood, she hurried to Ayla. "How long has it been since you felt movement, Uba?" Ayla asked, concern etched on her face. "Not for many days, Ayla. What am I going to do? Orn was so happy with me when life started so soon after we made it. I don't want to lose my baby. What could have gone wrong? It's so close. Spring will be here soon." "I don't know, Uba. Do you remember falling? Did you strain to lift something heavy?" "I don't think so, Ayla." "Go back to your hearth, Uba, and go to bed. I'll boil some black birch bark and bring the tea to you. I wish it were fall. I'd get that rattlesnake root Isa got for me, but the snow is too deep to go very far now. I'll try to think of something. You think about it too, Uba. You know almost everything Isa knew." "I have been thinking, Ayla, but I can't remember anything that will start a baby kicking again once it's stopped." Ayla couldn't answer. In her heart she knew as well as Uba that it was hopeless, and shared the young woman's anguish. For the next several days Uba lay in bed, hoping against hope that something would help, and knowing there was nothing she could hope for. The pain in her back became almost unbearable, and the only medicines that stopped it were those that put her to sleep, a drugged, unrestful sleep. But the cramps would not grow into contractions. Labor would not start. Ovra almost lived at Born's hearth, offering her empathetic support. She had been through the same ordeal herself so many times that she, more than anyone, could understand Uba's pain and sorrow. Goov's mate had never been able to bring a baby to full term, become even more quiet and withdrawn as the years passed, and she remained childless. Ayla was glad Goov was gentle with her. Many men would have turned her out, or taken a second woman. But Goov felt a deep attachment for his mate. He would not add to her grief by taking in another woman to have children for him. Ayla had begun to give Ovra the secret medicine Isa told her about that prevented her totem from being defeated. It was too hard on the woman to continue having pregnancies that produced no babies for her. Ayla didn't tell her what the medicine was for, but after a time, when Ovra stopped conceiving, she guessed. It was better that way. On a cold, dismal morning in late winter, Ayla examined Isa's daughter and made a decision. Called softly, the young woman opened eyes ringed with dark circles that made them seem even more deep-set below her brow ridges. "It's time for the ergot. We've got to get the contractions started. There's nothing that can save your baby, Uba. If it doesn't come out, you'll die, too. You're young. You can have another baby," Ayla motioned. Uba looked at Ayla, then Ovra, then back to Ayla again. "All right," she nodded. "You're right. There's no hope. My baby is dead." Uba's labor was difficult. It was hard to get the contractions started, and it made Ayla reluctant to give her anything too strong for pain, for fear they would stop. The other women of the clan stopped by for short visits to offer their encouragement and support. None wanted to stay for long. They all knew her pain and effort would be in vain. Only Ovra stayed to help Ayla. When the stillborn was delivered, Ayla quickly wrapped it with the placental tissue in a leather birthing blanket. "It was a boy," she told Uba. "Can I see it?" the exhausted young woman asked. "I think it's best that you don't, Uba. It will only make you feel worse. You rest. I'll dispose of it for you. You're too weak to get up." Ayla told Brun that Uba was too weak. She would dispose of the baby, but she refrained from mentioning anything else. And that Uba had delivered. It was two sons that had never separated properly. Only Ovra had seen the pitiful, sickening thing, barely recognizable as human, with too many arms and legs and grotesque features on a head too large. Ovra had to fight to keep from regurgitating the contents of her stomach, and Ayla swallowed hard herself. This was not Dirk's modification of clan characteristics with hers. This was a deformity. Ayla was glad the grossly malformed thing had not survived long enough for Uba to have had to deliver it live. She knew Ovra would never tell anyone. It was best to let the clan believe Uba had given birth to a normal, stillborn son, for Uba's sake, close, and plowed through deep snow until she was far from the cave. She opened the wrappings and left them exposed. It's better to make sure all evidence is destroyed, Ayla thought. Even as she turned to go back, she caught a slinking movement out of the corner of her eye. The smell of blood had already brought the means. Chapter 28. "Would you like to sleep with Uba tonight, Dirk?" Ayla asked.
"No."
The boy shook his head emphatically.
"Dirk sleep with Mama."
"That's all right, Ayla. I didn't think he would. He's been with me all day anyway," Uba said. "Where did he get that name he calls you, Ayla?" "It's just a name he uses for me," Ayla answered, turning her head aside. The clan's stricture against unnecessary words or sounds had been so firmly ingrained in Ayla from the time she first arrived, she felt guilty about the word game she played with her son. Uba didn't press, though she knew there was something Ayla was withholding. "Sometimes, when I go out with Dirk alone, we make sounds together," Ayla admitted. "He just picked those sounds for me. He can make a lot of sounds." "You can make sounds, too. Mother said you used to make all kinds of sounds and words when you were little, especially before you learned to talk," she gestured. "I still remember when I was a baby, I used to love that sound you made when you rocked me." "I guess I did when I was little. I don't really remember too well," Ayla motioned. "The game we play." "I don't think there's anything so wrong with that," Uba said. "It's not like he can't talk. I wish these roots weren't so rotten," Uba added, throwing a large one away. "It's not going to be much of a feast tomorrow with only dried meat and fish and half-rotten vegetables. If Brun would only wait a little longer, there would at least be some greens and shoots. "It's not just Brunn," Ayla said. "Krebs says the best time is the first full moon after the beginning of spring."
"How does he know the beginning of spring, I wonder?" Uba remarked. "One rainy day looks like another to me. I think it has something to do with watching the sunset. He's been watching it go down for days. Even when it rains, you can often see where the sun goes to sleep. Clear nights to see the moon. Kreb knows." "I wish Kreb wasn't going to make Guv the Mogur, too," Uba said. "So do I," Ayla motioned. "He sits around too much doing nothing these days as it is. What will he do with himself when he doesn't even have ceremonies to perform? I knew it had to happen sometime, but this is one feast I'm not going to enjoy." "It will seem strange. I'm used to Brunn as the leader and Kreb as Mogur. But Born says it's time for the younger men to lead. He says Braud has waited long enough."
"I suppose he's right," Ayla motioned.
"Born has always admired Braud." "He's good to me, Ayla. Angry when I lost the baby. He just said he would ask Mogur for a charm to make his totem strong again so it could start another one. He must like you, too, Ayla. He even told me to ask you to let Dirk sleep with us. I think he knows how much I like having him around," Uba confided. "Even Braud hasn't been so bad to you lately."
"No, he hasn't bothered me much," Ayla motioned. She didn't know how to explain the fear she felt every time he looked at her. She could even feel the hair rising on the back of her neck if he stared at her when she wasn't looking. Kreb stayed late with Guv in the place of the spirits that evening. Ayla fixed a light meal for Dirk and herself and put something aside for Kreb to eat when he returned, though she doubted if he'd bother to eat it. In that morning with a feeling of anxiety that grew worse as the day wore on. The cave seemed to close in on her, and her mouth felt dry as dust. She only managed to choke down a few bites, then suddenly jumped up and ran to the mouth of the cave and stared out at the leaden sky and the heavy, soaking rain making small craters in the saturated mud. Dirk crawled into her bed and was already asleep when she returned to the hearth. As soon as he felt her crawl in beside him, he snuggled closer and made a half-conscious gesture that ended with the word Mama. Ayla wrapped her arm around him, feeling his beating heart as she held him, but sleep was long in coming for her. Rock wall in the dim light of the dying fire. She was awake when Kreb finally returned, but she lay still, listening to him shuffling around, and finally drifted off to sleep after he had crawled into his bed. She woke up, screaming. "Ayla, Ayla!" Kreb called, shaking her to bring her fully awake. "What's wrong, child?" he motioned, his eye full of concern. "Oh, Kreb!" she sobbed, and threw her arms around his neck. "I had that dream. I haven't had that dream for years." Kreb put his arm around her and felt her trembling. "What's wrong with Mama?" Dirk motioned, sitting up wide-eyed with fear. He had never heard his mother scream before. Ayla put her arm around him. "Ayla, the one about the cave lion?" Kreb asked. "No, the other one. The one I can never exactly remember." She started shaking again. "Kreb, why should I have that dream now? I thought I was all over having bad dreams." Kreb put his arm around her to comfort her again. Ayla hugged him back. They both suddenly realized how long it had been, and held each other with Dirk between them. "Oh, Kreb, I can't tell you how often I've wanted to hug you. I thought you didn't want me. I was afraid you'd push me away like you did when I was an insolent little girl. There's something else I've wanted to tell you. I love you, Kreb." "Ayla, I had to make myself push you away even then. But I had to do something, or Brunn would have. I never could be angry with you. I loved you too much. I still love you too much. I thought you were upset because you lost your milk, and it was my fault." "It wasn't your fault, Kreb. It was mine. I never blamed you." "I blamed myself. I should have realized a baby has to keep nursing or the milk will stop, but you seemed to want to be alone with your grief." "How could you know? None of the men know much about babies. They like to hold them and play with them when they're full and happy, but let them start fussing, and all the men are quick to give them back to their mothers. Besides, it didn't hurt him. He's just starting his weaning year, and he's big and healthy even though he's been weaned for a long time." "But it hurt you, Ayla." "Mama, you hurt?" Dirk interrupted, still worried about her scream.
No, Dirk, Mama's not hurt, not any more.
Where did he learn to call you that word, Ayla?
She flushed slightly. Dirk and I play a game of making sounds sometimes. He just decided to call me by that one.
Creb nodded. He calls all the women mother. I guess he needed to find something to call you. It probably means mother to him.
It does to me, too.
You made a lot of sounds and words when you first came. Your people must talk with sounds.
My people are clan people. I am a woman of the clan.
No, Ayla, Creb gestured slowly. You are not clan. You are a woman of the others.
That's what Isa told me the night she died. She said I wasn't clan. She said I was a woman of the others.
Creb looked surprised. I didn't think she knew. Isa was a wise woman, Ayla. I only found out that night you followed us into the cave.
I didn't mean to go into that cave, Creb. I don't even know how I got there. I don't know what hurt you so much, but I thought you stopped loving me because I went into that cave.
No, Ayla. I didn't stop loving you.
He was still disturbed by his mother's scream, and the intense conversation between her and Creb bothered him. You're hungry? I'll see if I can find something for you. Creb watched her as she got up and went to the fireplace. I wonder why she was brought to live with us, Creb thought. She was born to the others, and the cave lion has always protected her. Why would he bring her here? Why not back to them? And why would he let himself be defeated, let her have a baby, then allow her to lose her milk? Everyone thinks it's because he's unlucky. But look at him. He's healthy, he's happy, everyone loves him. Maybe the spirit of every man's totem mixed with her cave lion. She was right about that. He's not deformed. He's a mixture. He can even make sounds like she can. He's part Ayla and part clan. Suddenly, Creb felt the blood drain from his face and goose-flesh rise. Part Ayla and part clan. Is that why she was brought to us? For Dirk? For her son? The clan is doomed. It will be no more. Only her kind will go on. I know it. I felt it. But what about Dirk? He's part of the others. He will go on. But he's clan, too. And Yura. And she was born not long after that incident with the men of the others. Are their totems so strong they can overcome a woman's in so short a time? It may be. If their women can have cave lion totems, they may have to be. Is Yura a mixture, too? And if there is a Dirk and a Yura, there must be others, too. Children of mixed spirits. Children that will go on. Children that will carry the clan on. Not many, perhaps, but enough. Perhaps the clan was doomed before Ayla saw the sacred ceremony, and she was led there only to show me. We will be no more, but as long as there are Dirks and Yuras, not die. I wonder if Dirk has the memories, if only he were older, old enough for a ceremony. It doesn't matter. Dirk has more than the memories. He has the clan. Ayla, my child, the child of my heart, you do carry luck, and you brought it to us. Now I know why you came, not to bring us our death, but to give us our one chance for life. It will never be the same, but it is something. Ayla brought her son a piece of cold meat. Creb seemed lost in thought, but looked at her when she sat down. You know, Creb, she said thoughtfully, sometimes I think Dirk isn't just my son. Since I lost my milk, and he got used to going from hearth to nurse, he eats at every hearth. Everyone feeds him. He reminds me of a cave bear cub. It's like he's the son of the whole clan. Ayla felt a great outpouring of sadness from Kreb's one dark, liquid eye. Dirk is the son of the whole clan, Ayla. He's the only son of the clan. The first light of pre-dawn glowed through the opening of the cave, filling in the triangular space. Ayla lay awake, looking at her son sleeping beside her in the growing light. She could see Creb in his bed beneath his fur, and from his regular breathing knew he was asleep too. Creb and I finally talked, she thought, feeling as though a terrible load had been lifted from her shoulders.
But the queasiness in the pit of her stomach that she had been feeling the whole day and night grew worse. She had a dry lump in her throat, and thought if she stayed in the cave another instant she'd suffocate. She slipped quietly out of bed, quickly threw on a wrap and some foot coverings, and moved silently toward the entrance. She took a deep breath as soon as she stepped beyond the cave's mouth. Her relief was so great she didn't care that icy rain soaked through her leather wrap. She slogged through the mucky quagmire in front of the cave toward the stream, shivering from a sudden chill. Patches of snow, blackened by soot sifting out from the many fires, sent muddy runnels of water down the slope, adding their small measure to the drenching downpour that swelled the ice-locked channel. Her leather foot coverings gave small purchase on the reddish-brown ooze, and she slipped and fell halfway down to the stream. Her limp hair, plastered against her head, hung in thick ropes extending into rivulets that cut through the mud clinging to her wrap before the rain washed it away. She stood for a long time on the bank of the watercourse, struggling to break free of its frozen keep, and watched the dark water swirl around chunks of ice, finally break them loose, and send them careening to some unseen destination. Her teeth were chattering when she struggled back up the slippery slope, watching the overcast sky grow imperceptibly lighter beyond the ridge to the east, herself through an invisible barrier that blocked the mouth of the cave, and felt the sense of uneasiness again the moment she entered. "Ayla, you're soaked. Why did you go outside in this rain?" Creb gestured. He picked up a piece of wood and put it on the fire. "Get out of that wet wrap and come here by the fire. You'll catch a cold." She changed, then sat beside Creb at the fire, grateful that the silence between them was no longer strained. "Creb, I'm so glad we talked last night. I went down to the stream. The ice is breaking loose. Summer's coming. We'll be able to take some long walks again." "Yes, Ayla, summer's coming. If you want, we'll take long walks again. In summer." Ayla felt a chill. She had a horrible feeling she would never take a long walk with him again, and she had the feeling Creb knew it too. She reached for him, and they held each other as though for the last time. By mid-morning the rain eased to a dreary drizzle, and by afternoon stopped altogether. A wan, tired sun broke through the solid cloud cover, but did little to warm or dry the drenched earth. Despite the dismal weather and sparse fare, the clan was excited by so notable an occasion for a feast. A change in leadership was rare enough, but a new Mogur at the same time made it exceptional. Olga and Abra would have a part to play in the ceremony, and Brak as well, next heir apparent. Olga was a tight bundle of stretched nerves. She jumped up every other moment to check every fireplace where food was cooking. Abra tried to calm her, but Abra wasn't so settled herself. Trying to seem more grown up, Brak was issuing commands to the small children and busy women. Brun finally stepped in and called him off to the side to practice his part once more. Uba took the children to Vorn's hearth to get them out of the way, and after most of the preparations were completed, Ayla joined her. Aside from helping to cook, Ayla's only role would be to make datura for the men, since Creb had told her not to make the drink from the roots. By evening, only a few wisps of clouds remained to dart fitfully before the full moon that lit the bare, lifeless landscape. Inside the cave, a large fire burned in a space behind the last hearth, defined by a circle of torches. Ayla sat alone on her fur, staring at the small hearth fire that snapped and crackled nearby. She still hadn't been able to shake her uneasiness. She decided to walk to the cave's entrance to look at the moon until the festivities began. But just as she stood up, she saw Brun's signal, and turned heavy steps the other way. When everyone was in their correct places, Mogur came out of the place of the spirits, followed by Guv, both cloaked in bearskins. As the great holy man called forth the spirits for the last time, the years seemed to fall from him. Gestures with more power and force than the clan had seen for years. It was a masterful performance. He played his audience with the skill of a virtuoso, drawing forth their response with perfect timing, in peak after suspenseful peak of evocative emotion, to a climax that wrung out their last drop and left them drained. Beside him, Guv was a faded copy. The young man was an adequate Mogur, even a good one, but he couldn't match the Mogur, the most powerful magician the clan had ever known, had conducted his last and finest ceremony. When he turned it over to Guv, Ayla wasn't the only one who cried. Their hearts. Ayla's mind wandered as Guv went through the motions that retired Brun and raised Braud to the rank of leader. She was watching Kreb, and remembered the first time she saw his one-eyed, scarred face and reached out to touch him. She recalled his patience when he was trying to teach her to communicate, and her sudden burst of understanding. She reached for her amulet and felt a tiny scar on her throat where he had expertly nicked her to draw her blood as a sacrifice to the ancient spirits that allowed her to hunt. And she cringed with the memory of her clandestine visit to a small cave deep in a mountain. Then she remembered his look of loving sadness, and his cryptic, enigmatic statement of the night before. She only picked at her food at the feast celebrating the succession of the next generation to the realms of authority. The men filed into the small, sacred cave to complete their ceremony in seclusion, and Ayla passed out the datura received from Guv, now a Mogur. But she had no heart for the women's dance. Her rhythms lacked verve, and she drank so little of the ceremonial tea the effects wore off quickly. She returned to Kreb's hearth as soon as she appropriately could, and was asleep before Kreb returned, but she slept fitfully. He stood over her bed watching her and her son before he hobbled to his own sleeping place. "Mama go hunting? Dirk go hunting with Mama?" the boy asked, jumping out of bed and heading for the mouth of the cave. Dirk was wide awake. "Not until after breakfast anyway, Dirk. Come back here," Ayla motioned, and got up to get him. "Probably not at all today. Spring is here, but it's not that warm yet." After he ate, Dirk spied Grev and forgot about hunting as he raced to Mutoi even better than Dolando, than if it had been Braud's hearth. Ayla watched him go with a feeling of tenderness turning up the corners of her mouth. The smile faded when she saw the way Braud looked at him. It made her scalp crawl. Both boys ran out together. Suddenly, a feeling of claustrophobia overwhelmed her with such force she thought she would vomit if she didn't get outside the cave. She bolted for the opening, feeling her heart beating rapidly, and took several deep breaths. "Ayla!" She jumped at the sound of her name spoken by Braud, then turned around, bowed her head, and looked down at the new leader. This woman would greet the leader, she gestured formally. Braud seldom stood face to face with her. She was much taller than the tallest man in the clan, and Braud was not among the tallest. He barely reached her shoulder. She knew he didn't like looking up at her. "Don't go running off anywhere. I'm going to have a meeting out here soon." Ayla nodded obediently. The clan slowly congregated. The sun was shining, and they were glad Braud had decided to have his meeting outdoors in spite of the soggy ground. They waited for a while, then Braud strutted to the place formerly taken by Brun, supremely conscious of his new status. "I am your new leader," Braud started. His nervousness at speaking to the entire clan in his new capacity was betrayed by an opening statement that was patently obvious. "Since the clan has a new leader and a new Mogur, this is a good time to announce some other changes," he continued. "I want to make it known that Vorn is now my second in command." There were nods. It was expected. Brun thought Braud should have waited until Vorn was older before raising his position above more experienced hunters, but everyone knew it was coming. "It's probably just as well to do it now," he said to himself. "There are some other changes," Braud motioned. "A woman in this clan is not mated." Ayla felt herself flush. "My hunter's with her. I am leader now, and I must be responsible for her. I will take Ayla as second woman to my hearth." Ayla had expected it, but it didn't make her any happier to know she was right. She may not like it, Brun thought, but Braud is doing the right thing. Brun looked proudly at the son of his mate. Braud is ready for leadership. "She has one deformed child," Braud went on. "I want it known now. No more deformed children will be accepted into this clan. I don't want anyone to think it has anything to do with my personal feelings when the next one is refused. If she has a normal child, I will accept it." He was standing near the entrance to the cave and shook his head as he watched Ayla blanch and bow her head lower to hide her face. "Well, you can be sure I won't have any more children, Braud. Not if Isa's magic works for me," she thought. "I don't care if babies are started by men's totems or their organs. You won't start any more in me. I'm not going to give birth to babies that have to die because you think they're deformed." "I've made it plain before," Braud went on, "so this shouldn't come as any surprise. I will not have any deformed children living at my hearth."
Ayla's head jerked up. What does he mean? If I have to move to his hearth, my son comes with me.
Born has agreed to take Dirk to his hearth. His mate is fond of the boy in spite of his deformity. He will be well cared for.
There was a disturbed murmur and a flurry of hand signals from the clan. Children belonged with their mothers until they were grown. Why would Braud take Ayla, but refuse her son? Ayla broke out of her place and threw herself at Braud's feet. Braud tapped her shoulder.
"I am not through yet, woman. It is disrespectful to interrupt the leader, but I will overlook it this time. You may speak."
"Braud, you can't take Dirk away from me. He's my son. Wherever a woman goes, her children go with her," she motioned, forgetting to use any form of polite greeting or to phrase her statement as a request in her anxiety. Brunn was glowering, his pride in the new leader gone.
"You, woman, telling this leader what he can or cannot do?"
Braud motioned with a sneer on his face. He was pleased with himself. He had planned this for a long time, and he had gotten just the reaction he had hoped for.
"You are no mother. Olga is more mother to Dirk than you are. Who nursed him? Not you. He doesn't even know who his mother is. Every woman in the clan is mother to him. What difference does it make where he lives? He obviously doesn't care. He eats at everyone's hearth," Braud said.
"I know I haven't been able to nurse him, but you know he is my son, Braud. He sleeps with me every night."
"Well, he won't sleep with me every night. Can you deny that Born's mate is mother to him? I have already told the Mogur. The meeting ceremony will be held after this meeting. There is no point in waiting. You will move to my hearth tonight, and Dirk will move to Born's. Now go back to your place," he commanded.
Braud glanced around the clan and noticed Kreb leaning on his staff near the cave.
The old man looked angry,
but not nearly as angry as Brunn. His face was a black rage as he watched Ayla return to her place. He struggled to control himself to keep from interfering.
There was more than anger in his eyes. The pain in his heart showed, too.
"The son of my mate," he thought, "who I raised and trained and just made leader of this clan. He is using his position for revenge. Revenge against a woman, for wrongs he has imagined. Why was I so blind to him? Now I know why he raised Born's status so soon. Braud arranged the whole thing with him. He planned to do this to Ayla all along. Braud. Is that the first thing a new leader does? Puts his hunters in jeopardy with a young and inexperienced second to avenge himself against a woman? What pleasure can it bring you to separate a mother and her child when she has suffered so much pain already? Have you no heart, son of my mate? All she has of her son is to share her bed with him at night."
"I am not finished. I am not through,"
Braud gestured, trying to get the attention of the shocked and uneasy clan.
"This man was not the only one raised to a new position. We have a new Mogur. There are certain privileges that go with increased status. I have decided that Guv, the Mogur, will move to the rightful hearth of the magician of the clan. Kreb will move to the back of the cave."
Brunn shot a glance at Guv. Was he in on the arrangement, too? Guv was shaking his head with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't want to move to the Mogur's hearth," he said. "That has been his home ever since we moved into this cave." The clan was becoming more than uneasy about their new leader.
"I have decided you will move,"
Braud gestured imperiously, angry at Guv's refusal. The old man, leaning on his staff, glaring at him angrily, he suddenly realized the great Mogur was magician no more. What did he have to fear from a deformed old cripple? On impulse he had made the offer, expecting Guv to jump at the choice spot in the cave, as Born had jumped at the chance for increased status. He thought it would cement the new Mogur's loyalty to him, make Guv obligated to him. Braud hadn't counted on Guv's loyalty and love for his mentor. Brunn was unable to hold back any longer, and was just about to speak out, but Ayla beat him to it. "Braud!" Ayla shouted from her place. His head shot up. "You can't do that! You can't make Kreb move from his hearth!" Stepping toward him full of righteous wrath. "He needs a protected place. The wind blows too hard into the back. You know how he suffers in the winter." Ayla had forgotten herself as a clan woman. She was now the medicine woman, protective of her patient. You're doing it to hurt me. You're trying to get back at Kreb because he took care of me. I don't care what you do to me, Proud, but leave Kreb alone." She was standing in front of him, towering over him, gesticulating angrily in his face. "Who gave you permission to speak, woman?" Proud stormed. He swung at her with a clenched fist, but she saw it coming and ducked. Proud was startled at reaching nothing but air. Rage replaced his surprise as he started after her. "Proud!" Too accustomed to obeying that voice, especially when it was raised in anger. "That is Mogur's hearth, Proud, and will be his hearth until he dies. That will happen soon enough without your bringing it on sooner by moving him. He has served this clan long and well. He deserves that place. What kind of leader are you? What kind of man are you, using your position to get revenge on a woman who has never done anything to you, Proud, who couldn't if she tried? You are no leader." "No, you are the one who is no leader, Brunn, not any more." Proud had regained the realization of his position, and Brunn's, after his initial impulse to obey. "Leader now. I make the decisions now. You have always taken her side against me, always protected her. Well, you can't protect her any more." Proud was losing control, gesticulating wildly, his face purple with rage. "She will do what I say or I will curse her, and it won't be temporary. You just saw her insolence, and you still stick up for her. I won't stand for it, not any more. She deserves to be cursed for it, and I will. How do you like that, Brunn? Goov, curse her, now, right now. I want her cursed, now. No one will tell this leader what to do, least of all that ugly woman. Do you understand me? Curse her, Goov." Kreb had been trying to get Ayla's attention from the moment she lashed out at Proud, trying to warn her. Better to him where he lived, front or back of the cave, it was all the same to him. His suspicions had been aroused from the moment Proud said he would take Ayla as second woman. It was too responsible a move for Proud to make without some reason. But his suspicions hadn't prepared him for the ugly scene that followed. When he saw Proud order Goov to curse her, the last bit of fight went out of him. He didn't want to see any more, and turned his back to shuffle slowly into the cave. Ayla glanced up just as he disappeared into the hole in the mountain. Kreb wasn't the only one upset by the confrontation. The whole clan was in an uproar, gesturing, shouting, milling around in confusion. Some couldn't bear to watch. Disbelief at the spectacle not one of them ever expected to witness in their entire lives. Their lives were too ordered, too secure, too bound by traditions and customs and habits. They were surprised at Proud's irregular and unreasonable announcements, separating Ayla and her son. They were shocked at Ayla's confrontation with the new leader, no more than Proud's decision to move Kreb. They were stunned as much by Brunn's angry denunciation of the man he had just made leader as by Proud's uncontrolled temper tantrum demanding that Ayla be cursed. They were yet to be traumatized. Ayla was shaking so hard she didn't feel the trembling beneath her feet until she saw people toppling over, unable to keep their balance. Her own face mirrored the stunned expressions of the rest as they changed to fear and then stark terror. It was then she heard the deep, terrifying rumble from the bowels of the earth. "Dirk!" she screamed, and saw Uba grab for him, then fall on top of him as though trying to protect his small body with her own. Ayla started toward them, then suddenly remembered something that filled her with horror. "Kreb! He's inside the cave!" She scrambled up the swaying slope, trying to reach the large triangular entrance. A huge rock rolled down the steep wall that held the opening, and deflected by a tree that splintered under the impact, crashed to the ground beside her. Ayla didn't notice. She was numb, in shock. The memories locked in her old nightmare were released, jumbled and confused by sheer panic. In the roar of the earthquake, not even she heard the word in a long-forgotten language torn from her lips. "Mother!" The ground beneath her dropped several feet, then heaved up again. She fell over and struggled to get up, and then saw the vaulted ceiling of the cave collapse. Jagged chunks torn from the high roof crashed down and split on impact. Then more fell. All around her boulders bounced and tumbled down the rocky face, rolled down the gentler slope, and splashed into the icy stream. The ridge to the east cracked, and half of it toppled. Inside the cave it was raining rocks and pebbles and dirt, mixed with the intermittent thunder of large sections of the walls and vaulted dome.
Outside, tall conifers danced like clumsy giants, and naked deciduous trees shook bare limbs in an ungraceful jitter, moving in speeded time to the thunderous dirge. A crack in the wall, near the east side of the opening, opposite the spring-fed pool, widened with an explosive gush that flushed out loose rock and gravel. It opened another underground channel that deposited its load of debris on the broad front porch of the cave before making its maiden voyage to the stream. The roar from the earth and the smashing rocks overpowered the screams of the terror-stricken people. The sound was deafening. Finally, the quaking subsided. The last few stones tumbled off the mountain, bounced, rolled, then came to rest. Dazed and frightened people started to pick themselves up and wandered around with blank stares, trying to collect their shaken wits. They began to gather around Brunn. He had always been their rock, their stability. They gravitated toward the security he had always represented. But Brunn did nothing. He believed, in all his years as leader, the worst judgment he had ever shown was making Braud leader. He realized now how blind he had been to the faults of the son of his mate. Even his virtues, his fearless bravado and reckless courage, Brunn now saw as manifestations of the same uncaring ego and impulsive temper. The reason Brunn refused to act. Braud was leader now, for better or worse. It was too late for Brunn to step back in and train another man, though he knew the clan would have let him. The only way Braud could ever hope to lead, the only hope for the clan, was to make him lead now. Braud said he was the leader. Defiantly, totally out of control, Braud said he was leader. Well, lead, Braud, Brunn thought. Do something. Whatever decisions Braud made from now on, or lack of them, Brunn would not interfere. When the clan was convinced that Brunn was not going to take back the leadership, they finally turned to Braud. They were used to their traditions, and Brunn had been too good a leader, too strong, too responsible. They were used to his taking command in times of crisis, used to depending on his calm and reasoned judgment. They didn't know how to act on their own, to make decisions for themselves without a leader. Even Braud expected Brunn to take over. He needed someone to lean on, too. When Braud finally came to the realization that the burden was now on him, he tried to assume it. He did try. "Who is missing? Who is hurt?" Braud motioned. There was a small collective sigh of relief. Someone was finally doing something. Family groups started to gather together, and as the clan assembled amid gasps of surprise at seeing a loved one they were afraid was gone, miraculously, no one seemed to be missing. With all the falling rocks and shaking earth, no one was even badly hurt. Bruises, cuts, scrapes, but no broken bones. That wasn't entirely true. "Where's Ayla?" Uba cried with an edge of panic. "Here," Ayla answered, walking back down the slope, forgetting for the moment why she was there. "Mama!" Dirk cried, breaking loose of Uba's protective grip and running to her. Ayla broke into a run, swooped him up, hugged him tightly, and carried him back. "Uba, are you all right?" she asked. "Yes, nothing serious." "Where's Kreb?" Then Ayla remembered. She shoved Dirk at Uba and ran back up the slope. "Ayla, where are you going? Don't go into the cave. There may be aftershocks." Ayla didn't see the warning, nor would she have heeded it. She ran into the cave and straight for Kreb's hearth. Stones and gravel cascaded spasmodically, making small piles on the ground. Except for a few rocks and a layer of dust, their place in the cave was undamaged. But Kreb was not there. Ayla checked every hearth. Some were totally demolished, but most had some salvageable items. Kreb was not at any of the hearths. She hesitated at the small opening that led to the place of the spirits, then started in. But it was too dark to see. She'd need a torch. She decided to check the rest of the cave first. A spattering of gravel fell on her, and she jumped to the side. A jagged boulder crashed to the ground, grazing her arm. She searched the walls, then crisscrossed the room, poking into deep shadows behind storage containers and large boulders in the unlit cave. She was ready to get a torch, then decided to try one last place. She found Kreb beside Issa's burial cairn. He was lying on his deformed side, with his legs pulled up, almost as if they had been tied into a fetal position. The large, magnificent skull that had protected his powerful brain protected it no longer. The heavy rock that crushed it had rolled a few feet away. He had died instantly. She knelt down beside his body, and her tears began to flow. She motioned. She rocked back and forth on her knees, crying out his name. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she stood up and began to make the motion she had seen him make over Isa, the burial rite. Silent tears clouded her vision as the tall blonde woman, alone in a rock-littered cave, flowed through the ancient symbolic movements with a grace and subtlety as accomplished as those of the great holy man himself. Many of the motions she did not understand. She never would. It was her final offering to the only father she knew. "Dead," Ayla gestured to the faces staring at her as she emerged from the cave. Braud stared at her along with the rest. Mutoi, even better than Dolando, than if it had been. Then a great fear gripped him. It was she who had found the cave, she whom the spirits favored. And after he cursed her, they shook the earth and destroyed the cave she found. Were they angry at him for wanting her cursed? Did they destroy the cave she had found because they were angry at him? What if the rest of the clan thought he had brought this calamity down on them? In the deepest recesses of his superstitious soul he quavered before the ill omen, and feared the anger of the spirits he was sure he had unleashed. Then, in an impulsive flash of twisted reasoning, he thought if he blamed her before anyone could blame him, fault, and the spirits would turn on her. "She did it. It's her fault," Braud gestured suddenly. "She's the one who made the spirits angry. She's the one who flouted the traditions. You all saw her. She was insolent. She was disrespectful to the leader. She should be cursed. Then the spirits will be happy again. Then they will know how we honor them. Then they will lead us to a new cave, even better, even luckier. They will. I know they will. Curse her, Goov. Now. Do it now. Curse her. Curse her." Every head turned to Brun. He stared straight ahead, jaws clenched, fists doubled up, the muscles of his back shaking with tension. He refused to move, refused to interfere, though it took every bit of willpower he had. Uneasily at each other, then Goov, then Braud. Goov stared at Braud in absolute disbelief. How could he blame Ayla? If anyone, it was Braud's fault. Then Goov understood. "I am the leader, Goov. You are the Mogur. I order you to curse her with death." Goov turned abruptly, picked up a burning pitchy pine branch from the fire that had been started while Ayla was in the cave, walked up the slope, and disappeared into the dark triangular mouth. He picked his way carefully around fallen rubble, watching the occasional fall of rocks and gravel, knowing an aftershock could bring tons down on his head, and wishing it would. He did the thing he had been ordered to do. He went into the place of the spirits and lined up the sacred bones of the cave bear in parallel rows, making formal gestures with each one. The last bone was put into the base, and out the left eye socket of a cave bear skull. Then he said aloud the words known only to Mogurs, the terrible names of the evil spirits, the recognition that gave them power. Ayla was still standing in front of the cave as he walked past her with unseeing eyes. "I am the Mogur. You are the leader. You have ordered Ayla cursed with death. It is done," Goov motioned, then turned his back on the leader of the clan. One could believe it at first. It was too fast. That wasn't the way it should be done. Brun would have discussed it, reasoned it out, prepared the clan for it. But he wouldn't have cursed her in the first place. What had she done? She was insolent to the leader, and it was wrong, but was it cause for death? She had just been defending Kreb. And what had Braud done to her? Taken her child from her, and turned the old magician out of his hearth to get even with her. Now no one had a hearth. Why did Braud do it? Why did he curse her? The spirits had always favored her. She brought good luck, until Braud said he wanted to curse her, until he told the Mogur to curse her. Braud brought the bad luck on them. To them. Braud had made the protective spirits angry, and then unleashed the evil ones, and the old magician was dead. The Mogur couldn't help them now. Ayla was so lost in her grief she wasn't aware of the rapid currents swirling around her. She saw Braud order her cursed, and saw Gould tell him it was done, but her grief-filled mind didn't comprehend. Slowly, the meaning impinged on her consciousness. When it penetrated, with all its ramifications, the impact was devastating. Cursed? Death cursed? Why? What did I do that was so bad? How did it happen so fast? The clan was as slow to comprehend as she. One after the other, eyes became glazed and unseeing. There goes Krug. Who's going to be next? Uka? Now Drug. But not Aga yet. There she goes. She must have seen me look at her. Ayla wasn't moved into action until Uba's eyes went blank, and she began to keen for the mother of the boy she held in her arms. Dirk! My baby! My son! I'm cursed! I'll never see him again! What will happen to him? There's only Uba left. She'll take care of him, but what can she do against Broud? Broud hates him because he's my son. Wildly around and saw Brun. Brun! Brun can protect Dirk. No one else but Brun can protect him. Ayla ran to the stoic, strong, sensitive man who until the day before had led the clan. She dropped to the ground at his feet and bowed her head. It took a moment before she realized he would never tap her shoulder. When she looked up, he was looking over her head at the fire behind her. If he wanted, his eyes could see her. He can see me, Ayla thought. I know he can. Kreb remembered everything I said to him. So did Isa. Brun, I know you think I'm dead, a spirit. Don't look away. I beg you, don't look away. It happened too fast. I'll go. I promise I'll go. But I'm afraid for Dirk. Broud hates him. You know he does. What will happen to him with Broud as leader? Dirk is clan, Brun. You accepted him. I beg you, Brun. Protect Dirk. Only you can do it. Don't let Broud hurt him. Brun slowly turned his back on the pleading woman, turning his gaze away as though he was shifting position, not as if he was trying to avoid looking at her. But she saw the barest glimmer of recognition in his eyes, a hint of a nod. It was enough. He would protect Dirk. He had promised the spirit of the boy's mother. It was true it was too fast. She hadn't had time to ask him before. Bend his decision not to interfere with Broud that much. He would not let the son of his mate harm Ayla's son. Ayla got up and walked purposefully toward the cave. She hadn't decided to leave until she told Brun she would, but once she did, it made up her mind. Her grief over Krebs's death was pushed into a corner of her mind to be brought out later, when her survival was not at stake. She would go, perhaps to the world of the spirits, perhaps not, but she would not go unprepared. She hadn't been as aware of the destruction inside the cave the first time she went in. She stared at the unfamiliar place, grateful that the clan had been outside. Taking a deep breath, she hurried to Krebs's hearth, ignoring the treacherous condition of the cave. Needed to survive, she'd be dead for sure. She moved a rock from her bed, shook out her fur wrap, and began to pile things on it. Her medicine bag, her sling, 2 pairs of foot coverings, leggings, hand coverings, a fur-lined wrap, a hood. Her cup and bowl, water bags, tools. She went to the back of the cave and found the supply of concentrated, high-energy traveling cakes of dried meat, fruit, and fat. She searched through the rubble and found birch-bark packets of maple sugar, nuts, dried fruit, ground parched grain, strips of dried meat and fish, and a few vegetables. It was not too great a variety so late in the season, but adequate. Dumped dust and rocks out of her collecting basket and began to pack it. She picked up Dirk's carrying cloak and held it to her face, feeling the tears well up. She'd have no need for it. She wasn't taking Dirk. She packed it. At least she could take something that had been close to him. She dressed herself warmly. It was still early in the season. It would be cold on the steppes. North it might still be winter. She hadn't made any conscious decision about her direction. She knew she was going to the mainland north of the peninsula. At the last moment, she decided to take the hide shelter she used when she went with the men on hunting trips, though technically it wasn't hers. She could take anything that belonged to her. Whatever was left behind would be burned, and she felt a share of the food was rightfully hers, too, for the use of the people of his hearth. Kreb was gone, and he never did have a use for it. She didn't think he would mind. She packed it on top of her collecting basket, then hoisted the heavy load on her back and tied the thongs that held it securely in place. Tears threatened again as she stood in the middle of the hearth that had been her home since a few days after Isa found her. She would never see it again. A kaleidoscope of memories tumbled through her mind, stopping for an instant at significant scenes. She thought last of Creb. "I wish I knew what caused you such pain, Creb. Maybe someday I'll understand, but I'm so glad we talked the other night before you left for the spirit world. I'll never forget you, or the clan." Then Ayla walked out of the cave. No one looked at her, but everyone knew when she reappeared. She stopped at the still pool just outside the cave to fill her water bags, and had another memory. Before dipping in and disturbing the mirrored surface, she leaned over and looked at herself. She studied her features carefully. She didn't seem so ugly this time, but it wasn't herself she was interested in. She wanted to see the face of the others. When she stood up, Dirk was struggling to get free of Uba's restraining arms. Something was going on that concerned his mother. He wasn't sure what, but he didn't like it. With a jerk, he broke loose and ran to Ayla. "Going away," he accused, beginning to understand and indignant that he hadn't been told. "You're all dressed and going away." Ayla hesitated only a fraction of an instant, then held out her arms as he flew into them. She picked him up and hugged him tight, fighting back tears. She put him down and hunkered down to his level, looking directly into his large brown eyes. "Yes, Dirk, I'm going away. I have to go away." "Take me with you, Mama. Take me with you. Don't leave me." "I can't take you with me, Dirk. You have to stay here with Uba. She will take care of you. Brun will, too." "I don't want to stay here," Dirk gestured fiercely. "I want to go with you. Don't go away and leave me." Bo was coming toward them. She had to. She had to take Dirk away from the spirit. Ayla hugged her son again. "I love you, Dirk. Never forget that. I love you." She picked him up and put him in Uba's arms. "Take care of my son for me, Uba," she motioned, looking into her sad eyes that looked back and saw her. "Take care of him, my sister." Braud watched them, getting more furious. The woman was dead. She was a spirit. Why wasn't she acting like one? And some of his clan weren't treating her like one. "That's a spirit," he gestured angrily. "She's dead. Don't you know she's dead?" Ayla marched straight to Braud and stood tall before him. He was having trouble not seeing her, too. He tried to ignore her, but she was looking down at him, not sitting at his feet as a woman should. "Not dead, Braud," she gestured defiantly. "I won't die. You can't make me die. You can make me go away. You can take my son from me, but you can't make me die." Two emotions vied within Braud, fury and fear. He raised his fist in an overwhelming urge to strike her, then held it there, afraid to touch her. "It's a trick," he told himself. "It's a spirit's trick. She's dead. She was cursed. Hit me, Braud. Go ahead. Acknowledge this spirit. Hit me, and you'll know I'm not dead." Braud turned to Brun to look away from the spirit. He lowered his arm, uncomfortable that he could not make it look natural. He acknowledged her, and he tried to pass the bad luck on to Brun. "Don't think I didn't see you, Brun. You answered her when she was talking to you, before she went into the cave. She's a spirit. You'll bring bad luck," he denounced. "Only on myself, Braud, and what more could I have? But when did you see her talk to me? When did you see her go into the cave? Why did you threaten to strike a spirit? You still don't understand, do you? You acknowledged her, Braud. She has beaten you. You did everything you could to her. You even cursed her. She's dead, and still she won. She was a woman. You, Braud, more determination, more self-control. She was more man than you are. Ayla should have been the son of my mate." Ayla was surprised at Brun's unexpected eulogy. Dirk was squirming to get away again, calling out to her. She couldn't bear it, and hurried to leave. As she passed Brun, she bowed her head and made a gesture of gratitude. When she reached the ridge, she turned and looked back one more time. She saw Brun raise his hand as if to scratch his nose, but it looked as if he made a gesture, the same gesture Norg had made when they left the clan gathering. It looked as if Brun had said, "Walk with Ursus." Ayla heard as she disappeared behind the broken ridge was Dirk's plaintive wail. "Mama! Mama! Mama!"
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Clan of the Cave Bear by Jean M. Auel. Copyright 1980 by Jean M. Auel. Read by Sandra Burr. Performance copyright 1986 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven,